The shadow of the end of the world looms, and the scarcity of resources on Blue Planet has caused most people to struggle on the brink of starvation. However, in this desperate world, I seem to be in another dimension. At this time, I have a staggering amount of wealth, with tens of billions of dollars in deposits. I also have tens of thousands of luxury homes all over the place, and countless luxury cars and watches in my name. All this is not because I have become a capitalist, but because I have awakened the sowing goddess billion-fold cashback system. Thanks to this amazing system, I can earn cashback as long as I contribute to human reproduction. And when the goddess I support consumes my supplies, I will get a 100 million times return of resources. Seeing people suffering, I felt a strong sense of mission. I continued to recruit goddesses from all over Blue Star, vowing to build my own harem team. Those once unattainable, beautiful, wealthy neighbors, charming proprietresses, and sexy female stars will all become my prey. I will provide them with incomparably superior material conditions, keep them by my side, and massage their shoulders and backs for me. Because I know that only in this way can my life become richer and bring new hope to the world. I often wonder why fate arranged this, but now that I have this system, I must enjoy it to the fullest this time. I went to the balcony and raised the loudspeaker in my hand. Attention, neighbors. Building A, room 2104 is looking for beauties. They require fair skin, beautiful looks, and curvaceous figures. Food and lodging are provided. Come quickly if you want one. The originally quiet neighborhood suddenly became lively. A woman opened the window and said, "Shut up, you disgusting man. You are so disgusting." Old Lady Sue from the opposite building poked her head out and said, "You little bastard. You have resources, but you don't share them with others during these difficult times. Instead, you only care about eating for yourself. How can you be so selfish?" One neighbor was not willing to be outdone. "Why are you yelling? As soon as the natural disaster is over, I'll be the first to report you." I turned a deaf ear to them and, facing the disgusted looks of my neighbors, set up a grill on the balcony. On my grill are Australian lobster, Japanese Wagyu beef, premium lamb chops, Yadong salmon, and authentic Lao Ganma. The aroma of roasted meat spread throughout the community, and the eyes of the arrogant people widened. They stared at the abundant food in my hand, swallowed hard, and wanted to rush over to grab it. But when they thought about the many bodyguards I had, they could only stare blankly. I didn't care at all. I glanced at the old lady opposite who was scolding me the most harshly, took a big bite of the greasy lamb chop, and started shouting with the loudspeaker again. "This lamb chop is too greasy, Mrs. Sue. I'll treat you to barbecue." I grabbed a lamb chop and threw it to the balcony of the opposite building. Old Mrs. Sue's eyes sparkled and she stretched out her hand to grab it, but the mutton fell straight down before it even reached the spot. Old Lady Sue missed the target and her veins jumped out of control. You little beast, you are deliberately trying to piss me off." I shook my wrist and said jokingly, "Why are you so angry? Are you here to tickle me?" I picked up another lobster. Only the claws of this Australian lobster are delicious. Dogs won't eat the rest. "Aunt Zhang, do you have a dog at home?" As I said this, I removed 2 of the lobster's claws and threw the rest towards the opposite building. Aunt Zhang in the building opposite wanted to hang half of her body out of the balcony, but it was no use. She watched the lobster draw an arc in the air and then fall straight down. I laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, Aunt Zhang. It looks like your dog won't have that good fortune." Aunt Zhang was so angry that her face turned blue and her back teeth were creaking. I took 2 more bites of the grilled salmon. Oh, this salmon is not fresh anymore. I just took 2 bites to get a taste of it. With a flick of my wrist, I threw a whole grilled salmon downstairs. The neighbors who were watching got even angrier when they saw my nouveau riche look. They were so angry that they screamed and glared at me with eyes that were about to burst into sparks. For a moment, the cursing became louder around the community. I pretended not to hear it. I sat on the rattan chair on the balcony, feeling refreshed, crossed my legs, took out a bottle of beer, and drank it, feeling completely relaxed and contented. In fact, I am not the owner of Shenghua Garden. I am the security captain of this community. For the convenience of work, I rented a house and became neighbors with these owners. I once had an ex-girlfriend named Lin Xia, who was identified by the system as a host woman and could provide cashback for materials, but we broke up long ago. So I need to find the next woman as soon as possible. But I am not in a hurry, because I know someone will come to me sooner or later. The residents of Shenghua Garden community are mostly young people, and there are plenty of pretty girls among them, but they don't like to cook and don't have much food stored at home. But now food is in short supply and ordinary people simply can't get food. I looked at the gloomy sky outside. my expression as solemn as the weather. I looked outside and found that the whole city had become blurred. The beige pollen fog had obscured the streets in the distance. In such an environment, it was almost impossible for humans to move. But what is even more terrifying are the mutated plants and animals hiding in the pollen. Although the house I rented was on the 21st floor, I had heard screams coming from the ground more than once. 5 days ago, a global mutation occurred, as if the genes were accelerated and high-rise buildings were swallowed up by green plants. I have glimpsed the madly growing plants below at the best of noon days, when the sun would penetrate the thickets of pollen. Under the cover of pale yellow pollen, the bushes grew to more than 20 meters high overnight, and the leaves of the flowers became as big as wash basins. The zoysia grass in the community lawn has formed a vast green ocean more than half a meter high, spreading on the stone road, like a terrifying reed marsh, densely packed and swaying in the wind. What is even more terrifying are the insects and animals hiding in it. They take over the main attraction, grow bigger and bigger, and look terrifying. It has already caused many tragic attacks on humans, and seems to be on the verge of replacing humans and becoming the new overlord of the city. I was even fortunate enough to witness a mutated be eating a human being once. I returned to the kitchen to clean my greasy fingers, my eyes grim. The urban society carefully constructed by humans is actually very fragile. Logistics stops, traffic is paralyzed, everyone hides at home and dares not go out. Sooner or later, food will replace currency and become the most precious resource in human society. But sooner or later, the food stored in the family will run out, and then it will be water, electricity, and gas. I am not the kind of person who sits and waits for death. I actively try to save myself as soon as the disaster started. I once went to the corridor on the first floor, and it was like entering a primeval forest. Through the gaps between the plants, I saw the wild cat as big as a tiger. I recognized it. Before the mutation, I had fed this stray cat before. It was white and fluffy and looked very cute. But now, not only has it grown larger, its white fur is covered with barbs, its limbs are thick, its teeth are sharp, and its appearance is as terrifying as a failure that escaped from a crazy laboratory. Fortunately, I retreated in time and returned safely. After that, I gave up the idea of going downstairs to search for supplies. Since the disaster, plants and animals have evolved rapidly. A small number of humans have also awakened superpowers, many of which are different. These people with superpowers are called awakened ones. But I just don't know how they woke up. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on my system panel. Ding! Lin Xie ate a piece of mutton, 100 yuan returned, put into the basic package. Lin Xie's family is in the frozen food business. After the disaster, although they eat very frugally, the quality is indeed much better than that of ordinary families. The 100-fold return I received from Lin Xie was enough for me to live at home for a year. In addition, my package also contains a large amount of instant noodles and sausages, which I bought when I was a security guard in order to fill my stomach during the night shift. In order to save prices, I deliberately chose the largest quantity on sale. I never thought that now that disaster has struck, these inconspicuous junk foods will become valuable life-saving food. At this moment, there was a sound of knocking metal outside. I looked outside and saw a short, fat, middle-aged man in the building opposite, standing on the balcony with a metal basin and a rolling pin, beating like a gong. Chen Jian said, "Su Chun, I am Chen Jian, the community representative of our community. In times of crisis, we must unite as one. Everyone's life is very difficult now. Since you have meat, you should share it with everyone. I work in the community and can help you distribute it fairly." I walked onto the balcony, raised my megaphone and shouted again, "Come here, beauties, no shorties and men, get out of here." Chen Jian was completely furious and said viciously, "You little bastard, don't be disobedient, or I'll burn you to death." After Chen Jian finished speaking, a cluster of bright red flames gathered in front of Chen Jian and rushed towards me. However, because the distance between the two buildings was too far, the flames only spread halfway before going out. Everyone watching on the balcony was stunned. "Representative Chen, how can you breathe fire?" I exclaimed. Chen Jian laughed and pretended not to care. "It's just a small matter. I awakened my superpowers to serve you guys." Aunt Zhang from the neighborhood committee was surprised and said, "Representative Chen, you are so amazing. You actually awakened your superpowers." Old Lady Su said anxiously, "Agent Chen, you will be the awakener of our community from now on, so you must take responsibility." Everyone on the balcony was talking at once and flattering Chen Jian, and Chen Jian's expression became more and more proud. I looked at him. His expression and eyes were slightly frozen and deep. Sure enough, The supernatural powers I saw with my own eyes were indeed more shocking than those seen on the internet. The system provided me with a lot of supplies, but it didn't give me any means to protect myself, so I could only rely on bodyguards. It would be even more perfect if I could have the power to attack. After packing up the barbecue stuff, I lay down on the balcony railing to get some fresh air, and a sudden red color came into my sight. Before the disaster, a swallow built a nest on top of the air conditioner outdoor unit on my floor. But as the situation got worse, the swallow disappeared, leaving behind only a blood-red egg. In this mutated environment, I don't know what will eventually hatch from this egg. This blood-red egg feels weird to me. Just at this moment, a strong gust of wind blew over me, and I subconsciously looked up. I saw a huge owl swooping towards me. The owl's body became more than 10 times larger after the transformation. I just felt a gust of wind brought by the bird of prey, as if it was pulling my entire soul out. The speed of this flight is so terrifying that it cannot be estimated by common sense. I couldn't dodge in time, and the owl didn't slow down, but its target was not me. The huge wings swept straight past me. Then, a woman's scream was heard. "Ah, help! Help! Save me!" I looked back and saw the huge owl had already rushed into the sky, and in its claws, a bloody woman was tightly hooked. She was my neighbor, Su Xiaoyan. The woman's shrill cry pierced the sky in the daytime. She was in her pajamas, held tightly in the owl's claws, her eyes wide open, and her legs kicking nonstop. But it was just a futile struggle. The owl rushed up into the sky like a black lightning. In midair, the owl's claws tightened. The woman's body instantly deformed, and blood spurted out. The flesh and blood fell down, staining my balcony red. I felt my breath stagnate. My brain and scalp went numb. After birds became alienated, have they started to prey on humans? At this moment, I heard the helpless and terrified voice of another woman on the balcony next door. "Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan is dead." I looked over and I recognized the beautiful woman with the terrified look and pale face. Su Xiaoyan's best friend and roommate, Li Shuyi, is a female executive of Wansha Company, a well-known local enterprise. This is a proud woman who never takes a small security guard like me seriously. Li Shuyi is a typical urban beauty with delicate features, long black hair falling like a waterfall, fair and translucent skin, and a pair of beautiful phoenix eyes. She was obviously tall, at least 1.72 meters, but she only wore high heels and a well-cut windbreaker. Her every move made her look more powerful and cool. So every time she enters and leaves the community, she attracts a lot of attention. I am no exception, and I especially find the other person's long legs particularly charming. But I don't have any special feelings towards Li Shuyi, because I know clearly that there will be no intersection between us. After a while, my gaze settled, and I suddenly felt that I was very similar to those mutated beasts. I broke free from my original constraints and jumped to the top of the food chain. At the same time, Li Shuyi also recovered from her initial panic. She noticed that I was looking at her, and her face darkened instantly. "Get away from me," Li Shuyi said coldly. She wiped her tears and turned to walk into the room. I saw this and couldn't help but sneer in my heart. I thought to myself, "Don't worry, you will come back to beg me soon anyway." The next day, I received a photo of a strange beauty on WeChat. Her half-long hair was hanging down, covering half of her face, which was very attractive. When I was a security guard, I was familiar with everyone in the community, but in my memory, there was no such person. But in fact, the woman was at least 40 years old. Her dark yellow face was covered with spots. Her nose was as flat as a half-cooked mashed potato. The corners of her eyes were full of wrinkles. Her small eyes were squeezed into two tiny slits by the smile. She looked almost kind. "Auntie, you are really close friends regardless of age." My mood was like a roller coaster, and it fell to the bottom. For a moment, I felt dizzy. The system prompt sounded immediately. Name, Tian Fuxin. Age, 38. Appearance, 3.3 points. A woman who can only live in a beauty camera. Attribute, an older leftover woman. Final score, 2 points. Final evaluation. Poor appearance, cognitive confusion. Failed the system review. I banged on the door. "Get out." Tian Fuxin outside the door was startled for a moment. Then he realized what I meant. She knocked on the door again without giving up. I couldn't stand it anymore. "Auntie, stay away from my door." The word auntie made Tian Fuxin so angry that his face turned red. She wore a lace suit to go out today, but she didn't expect that she wouldn't even be allowed in the door. You know, every time she posts a photo online, she receives hundreds of likes, and many people call her a goddess in the comments section. When has she ever been humiliated like this? Tian Fuxin was so angry that he kicked the door hard and shouted, 2104. Don't be so ungrateful. Tian Fuxin shouted, don't think I don't know. You are just a community security guard. I just came here to play with you. I'm not hungry at all. Why are you pretending? Seeing that the other party was pestering me, I didn't give in. With a bang, I actually opened the door. Tian Fuxin was stunned, and before she could react, a white light flashed before her eyes. I actually took out my phone and took a photo of her. The next second, the security door slammed shut in front of Tian Fuxin. Then, Tian Fuxin's cell phone vibrated. She opened her phone and saw that there was a new comment on her personal account. Everyone, look carefully. This is the true face of this woman. Tian Fuxin felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Both hands holding the phone were shaking. I actually posted her real photo online. How can she be a goddess on the internet in the future? She knocked on the door frantically, but this time, no one opened it for her. After Tian Fuxin, the security captain Zhang Dazhuang also took the initiative to come to the door. Su Chun, I'm your leader. I'm here to communicate with you on behalf of our community owners. When I saw Wang Dazhuang's fat face through the video doorbell, I just thought it was ridiculous. Wang Dazhuang likes to put on airs and often makes trouble for me over trivial matters. When I first started working, I wanted to argue with him, but I didn't expect the other party didn't care at all. He just wanted the feeling of being superior, and because he liked to bully newcomers, he forced me to work the night shift continuously. How could a narrow-minded person like him care about the interests of the owners? I deliberately asked through the door, I'm giving you supplies. Who are you going to give them to? Wang Dazhuang thought there was a chance and pretended to be selfless. It must be distributed to the owners first. I smiled and said, it must be given to Miss Zhao on the 6th floor first, right? Wang Dazhuang's thoughts were guessed, and he forgot to refute for a moment. Miss Zhao is a flight attendant. Every time she returns to the community, Wang Dazhuang greets her with eager eyes, his saliva almost dripping to the ground. I had already noticed it, but was just too lazy to expose it. I didn't expect that even at the end of the world, Wang Dazhuang is still here trying to please women. I sneered, if you want to be a bootlicker, go ahead and do it yourself, don't take me with you. After hearing this, Wang Dazhuang's face turned red, but he had no way to break into the room, so he could only spit fiercely at the door. After that, I contacted several other women through WeChat. Although their scores were not as low as Tian Fuxin's, they also did not meet the system standards. I was very patient and still showed off my food without wavering. Everyone will have less and less food except me. I believe there will always be a woman who meets the standards. I kept an eye on the bird eggs in the corner of the balcony. Just as I was looking at the bird eggs, Li Shuyi, who had been struggling with an empty stomach all night, covered her hungry stomach, looked pale, and gently knocked on my door. I checked the video doorbell to make sure there was nothing wrong with the corridor before opening the door. I leaned against the door frame and deliberately asked, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Li Shuyi stood outside the door, breathing lightly, her eyes still full of vigilance. Li Shuyi asked, I have 2 Xiang brand handbags. Can I exchange them for some meat? I said, I don't accept those foolish things. Either you come in or go back. It's your choice. My tone was emotionless, and I looked at Li Shuyi as if she were examining a commodity. She deliberately wore an extremely conservative white shirt today, but because of her great figure, it added a sense of ambiguous charm. The system prompt sounded, name, Li Shuyi, age, 28, appearance, 9 points, cold and beautiful temperament, attributes, beautiful executive, final score, 9 points, final evaluation, cold temperament, hot body, system review passed. I smiled gently. I had known for a long time that with Li Shuyi's conditions, she would definitely meet the system standards. But Li Shuyi still didn't come in. She looked up at me and said, the disaster will eventually pass. I am a senior executive of Wanxia Company. I can help you find a good job in the future. I raised my eyebrows. I really didn't expect that Li Shuyi could still bargain at this time. I don't need it. Either come in or get out. If you keep talking, I'll close the door. I spoke in a firm tone, and Li Shuyi pursed her lips and stopped talking. She had negotiated projects worth tens of millions, but never had she felt as helpless as she did now. I noticed Li Shuyi's hesitation, but I didn't try to persuade her. I slammed the door in front of her. After all, she was not that hungry. She would be obedient after 2 more days of starvation. I returned to the room and started playing games when my phone vibrated. It turned out that the owners group was organizing volunteers to go out and look for supplies. So far, 10 men have signed up. My expression turned serious. In my situation, there is naturally no need for me to go out with others to find supplies, but I need to understand the situation outside through these people. Soon, a temporary team was formed. I put down my phone, opened the south window, and looked out. From this angle, the route from the residential building to the community gate can be monitored. 10 men from the building set off, and the awakened Chen Jian was not among them. Their equipment was simple, with 5 people holding camping tools and 5 people holding kitchen knives. They walked towards the gate of the community, mowing the grass as they went. When they reached the fitness equipment area of the community, they were blocked by a thick vine. A man with a scythe came forward, intending to clear the roadblock as usual. But the vine moved. The green vine was like a flexible snake, wrapping around the body of the cutter. The green vines lifted the man up high and tightened violently as he screamed, crushing his internal organs in an instant. It was a team put together in a hurry, and in critical moments, no one could take care of anyone else. The remaining 9 people saw that the situation was not good and immediately ran away in all directions in fear. But there was tall grass all around, making it extremely difficult for humans to move. They struggled to escape, but they disturbed the vines in other places around them. Countless thick vines shot up into the sky and lashed down like whips, turning the remaining 9 people into bloody mud. Pieces of blood were left on the ground. In the end, the 10 men were killed by plants before they even left the community. I closed the window expressionlessly, feeling a dull pain in my temple. In this crazy world, ordinary people simply cannot survive. Li Shuyi returned home, holding her aching stomach, and tossed and turned in bed. The food in the refrigerator had been eaten up long ago. From today on, she could only rely on plain water to fill her stomach, but I knew she couldn't hold on for long. In despair, Li Shuyi got out of bed and somehow opened the empty cat food bag in the corner. Li Shuyi once had a ragdoll cat. When the strange changes began, the cat jumped out of the window and ran away, leaving only half a bag of cat food. But now, even the cat food was eaten up. Li Shuyi turned the cat food bag over and licked the inner wall. 2 lines of tears flowed down unconsciously. At this moment, Li Shuyi felt extremely aggrieved. Thinking about how she fought her way out of a prestigious university and got promoted and received salary increases in a large company, she must have been so proud along the way. It was only when she faced hunger that she realized how vulnerable her brilliant resume was. Li Shuyi felt like she was going to collapse. The memory of her best friend Su Xiaoyan's tragic death flashed through her mind again. A thought flashed through her mind. No, I want to live. No matter what, let me fill my stomach first. Li Shuyi felt extremely humiliated, just thinking of the way I looked at her as if she were examining a commodity. She has lived for 28 years and has always been proud and arrogant. Many rich men have pursued her, but she has been picky and dismissive. But now, does she really want to dedicate herself to a small security guard like me? Li Shuyi sat on the floor at a loss, with empty eyes. In a residential house near Shanghua Garden Community, Lin Xie looked at the dwindling amount of food in the freezer and began to worry. Mom, these are all we have left. We can't hold out for a few more days. Lin Xie's mother Fu Hong came over, scratched her head, and looked worried. There are a lot of things in their freezer, but it can't withstand such consumption. We have to find a way to replenish the food. Fu Hong rolled her eyes and suddenly said, Yeah, don't you have an ex-boyfriend named Su Chen? Fu Hong suggested, I remember he listens to you very much. Ask him to bring you some food. Lin Xie was stunned and hesitated, but we have broken up for half a year. Fu Hong's face changed, and she said angrily, What are you afraid of? You are the school beauty. Speaking of this, Lin Xie's face became proud. Thanks to her mother's foresight, she allowed her to have surgery on her face when she graduated from high school. When school started, many girls didn't even know how to use makeup. Her appearance was a real surprise. If she hadn't continued to give her living expenses to coax me, she might have been able to find a rich boyfriend in one step. But as she grew older and was admitted to graduate school, there was really no need for her to pretend with me anymore. As for the money I spent on her education, of course I will never pay it back. Fu Hong continued to persuade her. I know you broke up unhappily, but a girl's youth is so precious. He is willing to pay for your college education, that's his business, and our family didn't ask him for anything, so don't be foolish now. Lin Xie frowned slightly. Mom, don't worry, I will marry a rich man in the future, and I will definitely not be fooled by an inferior person like Su Chen. But you, don't always mention him in front of me. Lin Xie hates talking about me. Having a boyfriend like me who is a security guard is a complete stain on her resume. If others knew about this, how would she be able to hook up with rich men? But on special occasions, when she asks me to bring her some food, she is still willing to pretend. Lin Xie picked up the phone and called me. I didn't expect that even at the end of the world, I would still receive a call from Lin Xie. The cell phone rang twice, and I pressed the answer button, thinking to myself, let's see what other tricks this woman can come up with. On the other end of the phone, it was Lin Xie's gentle voice. Su Chun, there have been serious natural disasters recently, and I am worried. I want to ask you, how have you been recently? I was stunned. Oh my god, why didn't I realize before that Lin Xie's acting is so good? After half a year of no contact, she can still act so tender and kind. This acting skill can win an Oscar. I became interested and said with a smile, it's Yaya. I have nothing to do, so I have been staying in the rented house. Seeing my gentle tone, Lin Xie felt even more proud. She knew that as long as she made a gesture, I would come over to her eagerly. Lin Xie said, I'm glad you're okay. I remember that when you were a security guard in Shanghua Garden, you always stored a lot of instant noodles and sausages. You live alone, and I'm afraid you can't finish them. Why don't you give me some? After thinking for a while, Lin Xie added, you know, I live with my mother now. If you behave well, my family will remember your kindness. I sneered in my heart, knowing that Lin Xie had no good intention in looking for me at this time. I just didn't expect that the other party could be so shameless. After no contact for half a year, he called to ask for something. I pretended to be embarrassed. Actually, I no longer eat instant noodles and sausages. Lin Xie's heart sank. Yes, even if her family is in the frozen food business, they have consumed a lot these days. Even if I prepare more, it will eventually be eaten up. Judging from the current situation, my situation is not much better than hers, and may even be worse. Lin Xie frowned. What a shame. Her efforts were in vain. I curled my lips into a smile, took a photo of the dining table with my phone, and sent it to Lin Xie via WeChat. Alas, this is all I can eat every day now. The photos were full of lobsters, salmon, and steaks, all of which were of excellent quality, plentiful, and steaming hot. Lin Xie stared at the photo and felt like her eyes were about to pop out of her head. She never expected that I could eat so well and richly behind her back. Although there are many precious ingredients in her family's cold storage, she only takes out a little bit each time. She is not as extravagant as me. A surge of anger came up, and Lin Xie stopped pretending and shouted at me, Su Chun, what do you mean? Hurry and send me the food. I smiled coldly. Send? What's our relationship? Are you going to eat my food? Lin Xie's expression became uglier. Su Chun, I didn't expect that a man like you would be so petty. I broke up with you back then, but I just wanted to encourage you to make more money. I never despised you. I was even willing to give you a chance to perform in front of my family, but you didn't cherish me at all. I hung up the phone. Lin Xie's unfinished words got stuck in her throat, and her face turned pale in an instant. Fu Hong saw that her daughter looked unhappy and came over immediately. What's wrong? Yeah, what did Su Chin say? When will he send food over? Lin Xie couldn't stand it anymore and threw her phone aside. Mom, Su Chun is a bastard. He is just a stinky security guard. What right does he have to hang up on me? Lin Xie collapsed and said, sooner or later, I will make him come back and kneel down to apologize to me. The next day, I opened the window and found that the bloodstains in the community had disappeared, replaced by increasingly thick vines with a sudden dark red luster. My eyes were dark, and I suddenly had a bold guess in my mind. The mutated plants could devour human bodies and absorb human flesh and blood. Does this mean another form of evolution? I pressed my temples, feeling more and more worried. At this time, the doorbell rang again. I turned on the video doorbell. I saw Li Shuyi standing outside the door. I opened the door with a calm expression. Just as I had thought, after one night, Li Shuyi couldn't hold on any longer. However, at this moment, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark red vine, just outside the window at the end of the corridor, like a snake waiting for its chance to strike. It's a vine that has killed people. I reacted quickly, took a step back, and slammed the door shut. Through the heavy security door, I heard the sound of glass windows being broken. Li Shuyi tilted her head to look, and then let out a sharp scream. I used the video doorbell to determine the current situation. The vine was too big and was blocked by the broken glass, unable to get in for a while. In a split second, I made a quick decision. I opened the door and pulled Li Shuyi into the room. Through the heavy security door, I heard the rustling sound of vines moving through the corridor after breaking through the window. My expression became more and more solemn. Have plants evolved to this point? They can actually explore the corridors and capture humans? I turned around and looked at Li Shuyi, who was still in shock. Her face was as pale as paper, her body limply sitting on the ground, her long hair disheveled, her chest heaving slightly with excitement, and her straight, slender legs trembling slightly with fear. The room was safe. After a few breaths, Li Shuyi finally calmed down and regained her balance by holding onto the wall with one hand. But when she noticed my gaze, she silently took a step back. Li Shuyi habitually put on her usual superior attitude. Let me tell you, I am a VIP owner of this community. I remained unmoved and just said coldly, so? I grabbed her by the neck and slammed her against the door. Li Shuyi only felt a heavy pain on her forehead and could no longer move. The screen equipped with the video doorbell, hanging on the wall, is silently playing the scene outside the corridor. Vines like long snakes spread in the corridor, like deadly poisonous snakes. I said grimly, look carefully, I just saved your life. Li Shuyi's tone softened. I just want food. I ordered, you will have to pay the price. Don't play tricks. You are in my house now. You have to do whatever I tell you to do. Li Shuyi panicked. You are breaking the law. I said confidently, in that case, you can ask the police to arrest me. Li Shuyi stopped talking and tears started streaming down her face. From childhood to adulthood, she has never felt so helpless. I loosened my grip on her neck and said, take off your clothes. Li Shuyi blushed. You are shameless. I slapped him in the face and shouted, know your own identity. Li Shuyi looked dazed. She covered her face and said in disbelief, You actually hit a woman? There was mockery in my eyes. At this time, don't you care about gender equality? The room was silent for 2 seconds. Under the absolute suppression of force, Li Shuyi finally realized her situation. The world is no longer the one she is familiar with. She is no longer the high-ranking female executive. Facing my scrutinizing gaze, she tremblingly unbuttoned the first button of her shirt. Li Shuyi's movements were extremely slow, so slow that it made me suspicious. I sensed something was wrong and said coldly, don't move. Li Shuyi didn't dare to move, but just repeated in a low voice, please give me food. Ignoring her request, I stepped forward, pressed down on Li Shuyi's body, and pulled her from the door to the carpet in the living room. Then, I tore off Li Shuyi's thin shirt with my own hands. Instead of throwing it away, I used it as a rope to tie Li Shuyi's hands behind her back. Li Shuyi's expression was obviously flustered. Don't touch me. Sure enough, I felt something hard. I couldn't tell whether I was happy or angry. Tell me, what is this? I found a folding knife from Li Shuyi's pocket. Li Shuyi's face turned pale. I just brought it for self-defense. Heh. I chuckled. I pressed Li Shuyi down and said with a double meaning, there's no need to go too far. An hour later, Li Shuyi curled up in a corner of the living room, crying softly. She has lived for 28 years and has always been arrogant, but now she is being raped by a security guard. And I was so rude. Li Shuyi couldn't stand it anymore and cried, biting the back of her hand. Woo. I said in a cold voice, stop making noise. Li Shuyi was shocked and didn't dare to disobey me, so she had to keep silent. After a while, Li Shuyi looked up cautiously and looked at the culprit who had put her in such a miserable situation. At this moment, I was sitting on the sofa, with a clean face, a slender figure, and eyes that were lighter than those of ordinary people. My expression was normal, and there seemed to be a hint of coldness in my eyes. There was no trace of the beastly appearance I had before. Li Shuyi pursed her lips, feeling her chest suffocating, unable to hide her disgust anymore. This man is not a human being at all. I had just done something so outrageous to her, but she acted as if nothing had happened. Not to mention comfort, I didn't even get any humiliation or ridicule. It was as if in my eyes, she was not a lively woman at all, but a cold tool. After using her, there was no need to waste any effort on her anymore. Li Shuyi was so angry that she was shaking all over. This was not only because I took away her virginity, but also because of my indifference at that time. That was simply an insult to her charm. Li Shuyi, who was proud of her beauty and used to being the center of attention, could never accept this. For a moment, anger overcame hunger and took over her mind. Li Shuyi thought bitterly that even if she starved to death, she would never accept food from this man. But Li Shuyi didn't know that she had actually guessed most of it right. Because just now, I heard the system's prompt sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for conquering the second woman. The return multiplier has increased to 200. I was determined in my heart, and finally a smile appeared on the corner of my lips. Sure enough, the only way is to upgrade the system and strengthen myself. Li Shuyi is very beautiful, but this is the end of the world, and I don't have the energy to fall in love with a woman. I flipped my wrist and took out a sausage from the basic package. I threw it forward and threw it in front of Li Shuyi. Li Shuyi's eyes lit up. All the anger and unwillingness just now were thrown away in an instant. She grabbed it like a hungry dog, bit open the packaging with her teeth, and swallowed it down. After she swallowed the whole sausage, she realized that she had not chewed it at all. Li Shuyi sucked the meat from between her fingernails reluctantly. At the same time, another prompt appeared on the system panel. Ding! Li Shuyi consumed a sausage. The system returned 200 sausages, stored in the basic package. I smiled slightly. The test was successful. Now the speed of brushing supplies has doubled, and I finally don't have to rely on Lin Sierra alone. Li Shuyi caught the smile in my eyes and guessed that I was in a good mood at the moment. Li Shuyi bravely asked, "Are there any more?" I took out another piece of steak from the space and threw it in front of Li Shuyi. This steak was different from the ham sausage. It was a replica that Lin Sierra returned after eating. If Li Shuyi can still get 200 times the return after eating, it means that I can have unlimited supplies. But Li Shuyi huddled in the corner of the living room, unaware that this was part of the test. She watched helplessly as a piece of juicy steak was taken out of thin air and thrown back to her by me. Rather than humiliation, she felt more shocked and grateful. But even now, she really couldn't say words like, "Thank you." I just silently commented in my heart, "This man is not an ordinary person at all. He should be an awakener." And as a piece of steak went down my stomach, I also heard the system's prompt. Ding! Li Shuyi ate a piece of beef, 200 yuan returned, put into the basic package. The test was successful. I was in a good mood. After Li Shuyi ate the steak with tears of gratitude, her eyes softened when she looked at me. She had been hungry for too long, and a sausage and a steak could not fill her up, but she did not dare to ask for too much. Her throat felt a little salty, and she wanted to go home and drink some water. Although she doesn't know how long the public facilities can last, the water supply and gas are normal so far, and she can boil some hot water to drink. In addition, her body ached and her mind was confused, and she really wanted to lie down on the bed for a while. Li Shuyi stood up, put on her wrinkled clothes, and staggered towards the door. "Come back," I ordered in a cold voice behind Li Shuyi. Li Shuyi turned around subconsciously and saw that I was still sitting on the sofa. I didn't make any extra movements, but just looked at her with cold eyes, like a snake staring at its prey. Li Shuyi's heart was immediately alarmed, but she knew that she was no match for me, so she had to pretend to be calm, put her hand on the door handle, and said indifferently, "The transaction is over. I'm going home." To Li Shuyi's surprise, I did not stop her, and I didn't even frown. However, there was a hint of unconcealable mockery in my eyes. The meaning was very clear. It was a mockery, mocking Li Shuyi for not figuring out the situation even at this time. Li Shuyi felt that she should be angry, but at this moment, she only felt fear. Suddenly, I smiled, a very bright smile. I asked her, "Can you survive with your own strength?" Li Shuyi's body tensed up, and the knuckles of her fingers gripping the door handle turned slightly white. I shattered her last bit of hope, and the fear in my heart became clear. She originally exchanged her body for food, and judging from the result, I did practice a fair trade. But what about next time? Moreover, the real fear was far more terrible than she had imagined. My cold voice echoed in the room. "Think about it. There is food here, and when you go out, you will be the food." Li Shuyi's pupils suddenly shrank, and she reacted suddenly. My legs went weak and my body started shaking uncontrollably. She almost forgot that there was a moving vine in the corridor. Chapter 6: Becoming an Awakener. Li Shuyi's lips turned pale as she recalled the scene when Su Chun pulled her into the house just now. The image of twisted and thick vines flashed through his mind. She was lucky this time and was rescued by Su Chun and not killed, but what about the future? A chill ran down Li Shuyi's spine. At that moment, she understood everything. No wonder Su Chun always looked calm and composed. It turned out to be because he knew. He knew that she had no choice at all. After realizing this, Li Shuyi gritted her teeth. It is a very complicated feeling: unwillingness, anger, and helplessness. Li Shuyi loosened her hands that were holding the door handle, let them hang on both sides of her body, and clenched them tightly. She resigned herself to her fate and said, "I understand. I will live here." Then she took a deep breath and her face flushed, as if she had made a great decision. Li Shuyi spoke with difficulty. Her voice was low, but every word was clear. I am willing to be your girlfriend." But no one responded to her. The room was quiet. A long time. "Girlfriend?" Su Chun supported his chin with one hand and asked back softly. Still with the look in his eyes as if he were sizing up the goods, he asked her slowly, "Are you sure you are qualified?" Li Shuyi's heart sank. She had given everything she could, but in Su Chen's eyes, everything was still insignificant. Su Chen's voice was cold, as if it had broken ice. "Kneel down," he ordered. In the crisis of the end of the world, Su Chen does not need a so-called girlfriend. What he needs is submission. Li Shuyi couldn't cry anymore. Her world completely collapsed, forcing her to accept the reality that even her beauty, which she had always been proud of, still did not receive much sympathy in the eyes of this man. Her self-esteem was shattered in the compromise, and Li Shuyi realized in a trance that she was not as proud as she thought. Because she did kneel down. "Go cook." Su Chun gave a simple order. Li Shuyi nodded. "Okay." Su Chun no longer cared about Li Shuyi. He took out his cell phone and started browsing the news. In this situation, the hottest topic is always related to food. Desperate city dwellers risked poisoning and tested several edible plants. It's a mess of true and false, and few people dare to eat it as it is. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes paused, and he saw a video released by a startup organization claiming to be the Evolutionary School. The whole world has changed, and only humans are safe and sound. The normality of humans is the biggest abnormality. During this critical period, the only way is to save yourself. Instead of hiding at home and starving to death, it is better to actively contact the outside world and take the initiative to get infected so that you can still have a glimmer of hope. Don't be afraid of being poisoned. Eating mutated plants and the flesh and blood of dead animals is the first step in human evolution. After saying these dangerous and radical remarks, the poster of the video clenched his fist and smashed a brick with his bare hands. He finally said, "Do as I say, and you can become an awakened one too." The comment section below the video was filled with curses. Even if you are an awakener, you can't say such irresponsible things. That's right. Who knows how he awakened and made us eat mutated things? This guy has no good intentions. What kind of organization is the Evolutionary faction? It feels like there are a lot of awakened people in it. After a while, the video was deleted. This video involves the promotion of extreme ideas and endangers social security and has been removed from the shelves. Su Chun raised his eyebrows. It was obvious that although the scale was not large, there was already an awakened organization among the people. And like all emerging organizations, they were suppressed by the authorities. Putting down the phone, Su Chen murmured and repeated the last sentence in the video. "Do as I say, and you too can become an awakened one." Su Chun turned his gaze to the window. He didn't have the ability to confront the mutated animals and plants head-on, but there were 2 blood-red bird eggs on the air conditioner unit outside his balcony. According to the video, only by eating flesh and blood can you have a chance to evolve and awaken. So what about eating mutated bird eggs? I don't know whether the news is true or not, but the temptation is indeed great. Su Chen turned around and glanced at Li Shuyi, who was busy in the kitchen. Then, he carefully climbed out of the balcony, stepped on the air conditioner unit, and retrieved the 2 bird eggs. Su Chen handed one of them to Li Shuyi. Su Chen said succinctly, "Eat it." Becoming an awakened one is a great temptation. He cannot risk his life, but Li Shuyi can. But the blood-red bird eggs are really too weird. Li Shuyi frowned, mustered up the courage to refuse. "I don't want it." Su Chen didn't indulge her. He beat the egg liquid into a bowl, then pried open her mouth and forced the liquid into her mouth. A bird egg enters the stomach. Ding! Li Shuyi ate a mutant swallow egg, and 200 eggs were returned and stored in the basic package. Mutated swallow egg. After eating, you can awaken the ability. Seek benefits and avoid harm. Repeatedly eating the same food can increase the ability level. It really works. Su Chun was delighted. He released his grip on Li Shuyi's hand, and Li Shuyi took a step back. Li Shuyi asked in panic, "What did you just give me to eat?" Su Chun did not hide it and smiled. "The mutant bird egg will make you an awakener." What? Li Shuyi was stunned. She never thought that Su Chun would give her such a precious thing. For a moment, she stood there in a daze, almost speechless. Su Chun continued to ask, "Have you felt the changes in yourself?" Li Shuyi shifted her attention to herself, and after a while, she answered with a look of surprise. "I feel my 5 senses have become much sharper. Even with my eyes closed, I can still feel your presence." After a pause, Li Shuyi added, "I can still feel that your attitude towards me is indifferent and without any malice." Su Chun simply responded, "Yeah." Li Shuyi's feeling was not wrong. He was just using her and would not torture her deliberately. She also had no affection or sympathy for him. But at this moment, Li Shuyi's attitude towards Su Chun was completely different. Li Shuyi clenched her fists, unable to hide her excitement. Awakened. She is really awakened. She looked at Su Chun steadily, and for a moment she was not so scared anymore. She couldn't help but think to herself, no matter what, he gave her the ability to awaken. Even if it was a bit excessive before, it was not that difficult to accept. She wanted to express her gratitude to him, but saw that he had already left the kitchen. Su-chun returned to the sofa in the living room, took out the bird eggs from the basic package, and ate them himself. The system prompt sounded. Seek benefits and avoid harm. First level awakening. Enhance intuition and sensory abilities. The host can sense danger signals and goodwill signals within 1 meter. It is true. Su-chun did not stop and took out another bloody bird egg and started eating it. According to the system's prompt, as long as he ate it repeatedly, he could improve his abilities. He wanted to see how many eggs he had to eat before he could evolve, seeking benefits and avoiding harm, to the second level. The bird eggs were eaten one by one. Li Shuyi, who was standing nearby and silently watching Su-chun the whole time, was completely stunned. She finally understood why Su-chun gave her the precious awakening bird eggs to eat. It turned out that Su-chun had plenty of them. I saw Su-chun eat 10 bloody bird eggs in one breath. Li Shuyi's expression had changed from shock to numbness. She was thinking vaguely, could it be that the mutant bird eggs were purchased from Su-chun? Su-chun's luck was really good. When he ate the 11th one, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading, seeking profits, and avoiding harm, to the second level awakening. The host can sense danger signals and goodwill signals within 20 meters and automatically activate the all-seeing eye. There are no secrets in what you see. Chapter 7 New Powers. Upgraded. Level 2 Awakening. Su-chun was delighted. Su-chun silently said in his heart, "Open the eye of all-seeing." In an instant, the world became clear. With a slight movement of his mind, a hint of blood-red light flashed in Su-chun's pupils, and everything he saw became clear. And everything within a range of 20 meters, whether walls or furniture, could no longer obstruct his vision in the slightest. Su-chun stood up and looked around the wall of the house. The range of the all-seeing eye was within 20 meters, so his observation object was not limited to Li Shuyi. His sight penetrated the wall and extended outwards. Whether it was upstairs, downstairs, or outside the balcony, every detail of the situation in the building opposite fell within Su-chun's observation range. Su-chun kept the conditions of the neighbors around him in mind. The disaster happened during the day on a weekday, and most people were outside. So there were not many people left in the rooms, and most of the rooms were empty. After a round of inspection, Su-chun only found 2 people, the girl living alone downstairs and old lady Su in the building opposite. None of them noticed Su-chun's gaze, and naturally did not show any kindness or malice towards Su-chun, but their every move and various home furnishings all fell into Su-chun's eyes. Su-chun made a comparison and found that there was still a lot of rice, flour, grain, and oil in old lady Su's house, but the home of the girl living alone was almost out of food and ammunition, and she was afraid that she would not last more than 2 days. Su-chun didn't care about other people's situations. In the end times, the most taboo thing was to have an excessive sense of saintliness. Su-chun retracted his gaze, feeling more and more satisfied, and thought to himself, with this ability, no one around me will hide secrets from me. But it's not enough. With a flip of his wrist, another blood-red bird egg appeared in Su-chun's palm. The second level awakening is so practical. I really wonder how powerful the third level awakening will be. Su-chun became more and more expectant. As the bird eggs were eaten one by one, the reminder sound rang again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading, seeking profits, and avoiding harm, to the third level awakening. And the range of the all-seeing eye has been expanded to 30 meters. Done. Su-chun stood up and felt a dull pain in his stomach. You know, he just ate nearly 40 mutant bird eggs in a row. My body has begun to protest. My muscles are sore and cold sweat is appearing on my forehead. It is obvious that the discomfort is caused by absorbing too much energy at one time. Su-chun closed his eyes for a while, then slowly opened them again. He stepped onto the balcony, opened the window, and looked downstairs. Everywhere you look, there is still a large area of pale yellow pollen that covers the sky. But now, they can no longer have any impact on Su-chun's vision. Everything within a range of 30 meters slowly unfolded like a flat scroll, spreading out before Su-chun's eyes. A total of 32 households were exposed in front of him. Some rooms are empty, some rooms have women browsing their phones, some rooms have a mutated pet dog lying on the ground, and some rooms have half a bag of instant noodles and a box of chocolates hidden in them. At this moment, Su-chun felt that he was extremely close to God. Because as his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm awakened to the third level, he could even see the strength of all living beings. Humans are generally weak, but the alienated plants and animals are often terrifyingly strong. Su Chun did not find the mutated owl, but the strength of the vines crawling on the outer wall of the building should not be underestimated. Su analyzed the situation silently and felt that he was no match for the opponent at the moment. At this time, Li Shui had already come out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodles. She is not good at cooking, so the taste is not appealing. But it didn't matter, because Su Chen couldn't eat anything now. Li Shui put it down and did not say anything, just looked at Su Chen silently. She became an awakener because of Su Chen, but at the same time, she was also afraid of Su Chen's indifference and methods. When facing Su Chen, she couldn't help but feel conflicted. Suddenly, Su Chen turned around and asked, "Have you seen enough?" Li Shui's face froze and she thought, "Oh no, I've been caught." Su Chen didn't care. Based on the advice of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he knew clearly that Li Shui's attitude towards him had quietly changed. Although she couldn't be said to like him, she didn't have any hostility either. Thinking of this, Su Chen moved his wrist. Before Li Shui could figure out how to explain her peeking behavior, a blood-red bird egg was handed to her. "Eat it," Su Chen ordered. Different from what Su Chen had eaten before, what Su Chen gave this time was another one from the bird's nest. Li Shui took it flattered. Pursing his lips, he whispered, "This is very precious, right?" Su Chen smiled, indicating that he didn't care. Li Shui no longer hesitated and swallowed it impatiently. Ding! Li Shui ate a mutant swallow egg, and 200 eggs were returned and stored in the basic package. Mutated swallow egg. After eating, you can awaken the ability, as light as a swallow. Repeatedly eating the same food can increase the ability level. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Although both seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and as light as a swallow, are related to the agile and clever characteristics of swallows. But although they are both mutated swallow eggs, the two eggs have different abilities, which is really magical. At the same time, Li Shui, who had taken the bird eggs, stretched her body involuntarily. Su Chen asked, "What does it feel like?" "How should I put it?" Li Shui tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "I feel full of energy. Besides that, I feel like I have become very light." And as if to test her own strength, Li Shui suddenly jumped forward. With a light leap, he crossed the entire hall. Although the distance was less than 2 meters, he landed very lightly, with almost no sound. Su Chen raised his eyebrows unconsciously when he saw it. With this ability, although there is no way to fight against mutated animals and plants head-on, it can be used to lurk and hide. If used properly, it can also be used to hide or escape in times of crisis. In that case, take another one. Another bird egg is brought in. Su Chen only felt that his limbs were full of strength, his muscles stretched, and his brain's reaction speed increased rapidly. The system prompt sounded. Light as a swallow, first level awakening, enhancing body agility and reaction speed. The host can complete precise jumps within a distance of 3 meters. With a new ability awakened, Su Chen used seeking advantages and avoiding harm to confirm that there were no dormant mutant animals or plants around the balcony. Only then did he find the right direction and jump. Li Shui saw Su Chen jump 3 meters away and was so surprised that her jaw dropped. She was not surprised by Su Chen's ability, but was confused by the direction Su Chen chose. If she saw it correctly, Su Chen had just jumped onto her balcony, right? Etc. Su Chen went to her house. Li Shui leaned over and saw Su Chen's silhouette walking into the room from her balcony. Chapter 8. The neighbors are jealous. Su Chen pushed open the door to the balcony and came to Li Shui's room. The home decoration style of this female executive is not as cold as she appears and is dotted with some natural wood-colored decorations. Su Chen opened the closet and saw that it was filled with luxurious brand-name clothing, some of which didn't even have the labels removed. Su Chen didn't care and put everything into his basic package without any hesitation. In addition, he also took away all of Li Shui's regular medicines, skincare products, and toiletries, meticulously and comprehensively, even leaving out some common hygiene products. After a while, Su Chen came back. With a flip of his wrist, he placed all of Li Shui's belongings in the living room. Su Chen simply instructed, "Go and pack your things." Li Shui was no longer surprised by Su Chen's ability to create things out of thin air, but she couldn't help blushing when she saw all her daily necessities, including some private items, piled up in the hall by Su Chen. Li Shui complained in a low voice, "How could you rummage through my things?" Su Chen ignored him and continued to order, "Change into clean clothes." Only then did Li Shui realize that the shirt she was wearing when she came was already wrinkled. Li Shui looked slightly embarrassed and nodded slowly. She squatted on the floor of the hall, sorting her things while thinking, When has she ever been so messy? After she is cleaned up, she will have to take a shower quickly. At this time, Suchin took out a bunch of ingredients from the basic package and said, "Whatever you want to eat tonight, just make it yourself. Don't worry about me." Precious ingredients were piled up haphazardly in the kitchen. Li Shuyi looked at them, her expression becoming more and more upset. It's not like she hasn't tasted delicacies from land and sea before, but in this context, Su Chun was still willing to share precious food with her, and the significance of this was naturally very important. Li Shui felt touched. She couldn't help thinking. Although she was bullied, she could have enough food to eat, had her own clothes to wear, and was even lucky enough to become an awakener. Stop, stop, stop. Li Shui was frightened by her own thoughts and broke out in a cold sweat. I don't have Stockholm Syndrome, do I? That night, Su Chun did not eat dinner, but ate 20 mutated swallow eggs in a row. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading Light as a Swallow to the second level awakening, which will further enhance the host's physical agility and reaction speed. The host's overall physique will be upgraded to 3 times that of an ordinary human. Su Chun just felt comfortable all over. Every bone and muscle seemed to have been cleansed and filled with a new strength. Su Chun decided to do a small test. He hid the express knife that he had searched from Li Shuyi in the palm of his hand. He moved his fingers slightly, and the blade was pushed out and clamped between his fingers. The whole process happened in just a moment. Su Chen raised his hand forward, his movements smooth and swift, and the blade was thrown out, piercing straight into the cheap decorative painting on the wall. Su Chun was more and more surprised. He could feel the flexibility of his fingers increasing rapidly. He had strong control, and it felt like he could move his fingers at will. Keep eating. Su Chun ate more than 50 pills and felt a little uncomfortable before he finally heard the system's prompt sound. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading Light as a Swallow to the third level awakening, which will further enhance the host's physical agility and reaction speed. The host's overall physique will be upgraded to 5 times that of an ordinary human. Su Chin's eyes lit up. Having a combat power that is 5 times stronger than that of an ordinary person is definitely not as simple as fighting 1 against 5, because in a real battle, there are often many unexpected situations. And most importantly, this reaction speed ensures that he will never be harmed by sneak attacks. Su Chun tried to swing his fist, leaving a trail of afterimages. Su Chun felt more and more satisfied. With such a reaction speed, Su Chun felt that he could catch bullets with his bare hands. At this time, Li Shuyi had finished her shower. She changed into a rather loose black dress. Her wet long hair had not been dried yet, and her pretty face had a slight blush from the steam. Su Chun saw it and waved at her. Li Shuyi hesitated for a moment, suppressed her timidity, put on a smiling face, and moved closer. You looking for me? Li Shuyi's tone was so gentle that she even startled herself. Li Shuyi's pretty face turned red, and she couldn't help but blame herself in her heart. Really, why was I so gentle just now? Su Chun is obviously a gangster, and after being a senior executive for so many years, how come he has come to like the feeling of being treated roughly? Su Chun naturally noticed the changes in Li Shuyi. He raised his eyebrows slightly and threw 2 mutated swallow eggs to her. Li Shuyi took it in a panic, and after seeing clearly that it was a mutant bird egg, she was extremely surprised. Thank you, Brother Shin. Ding. Li Shuyi ate a mutated swallow egg, which has the attribute of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. 200 eggs are returned and stored in the basic package. Ding. Li Shuyi ate a mutated swallow egg, which has the attribute of light as a swallow. 200 eggs are returned and stored in the basic package. Li Shuyi was slightly puzzled. Brother Chun, why didn't I feel any new changes? Su Chun said, you need to accumulate little by little. If you want to upgrade, you need luck. Li Shuyi nodded thoughtfully. After a day of getting along, she had completely understood the current situation. The world outside was extremely dangerous now. The only way to survive was to be a good wife to Su Chun. Li Shuyi secretly made up her mind. It seemed that later on, she would not only have to wash her own clothes, but also wash Su Chin's clothes, mop the floor, learn to cook, and tidy up the room. She had to prove her own worth in order to get Su Chin's protection. An hour later, after Li Shuyi confirmed with Su Chun that the balcony was safe, she went to hang clothes. Unexpectedly, her charming dark figure quickly attracted the attention of many neighbors in the community. Am I seeing right? Isn't that the beautiful Lady Li from our neighborhood? I heard that he was an executive of the listed company Wanxia Company. How did he end up at the home of that security guard? For the sake of stuttering, I even lost my dignity. Looking at her previous attire, I thought she was a social elite, but I didn't expect her to be so despicable. Countless people were talking about it. If it were in the past, Li Shuyi would definitely feel very ashamed and feel that she had done something very shameful. However, after witnessing Su Chen's ability with her own eyes, Li Shuyi no longer had any hesitation in her heart. What's the point of face? Is food important? I am definitely lucky to be able to follow Su Chen and get a share of the mutant bird eggs. What's more, Li Shuyi has rich work experience, a thorough understanding of the ways of the world, and is most aware of the attitudes behind other people's words. Take the old lady Su across the street, for example. She seems to be trying to give good advice, but in fact she is full of jealousy and resentment. The neighbors talked about her, not because they wanted her to live a good life, but because they hoped she would starve like them. Li Shuyi had a cold face. She finally understood why Su Chen deliberately had a barbecue on the balcony before. It turns out that he just wanted to piss off those neighbors who couldn't stand seeing others doing well. Li Shuyi was holding her breath. After hanging up the clothes and preparing to go back to the house, she found that Su Chen was holding a big loudspeaker in his hand. He looked at her with a smile in his eyes. What Li Shuyi didn't know was that ever since Su Chen's seeking benefits and avoiding harm evolved to the third level of awakening, in his eyes, she no longer had any secrets at all. Her every move and every little thought were all under Su Chen's control. Su Chen said, "Since you are unhappy, don't make others happy." After saying that, Su Chen stuffed the loudspeaker into Li Shuyi's hands. He whispered in her ear, "Go to the balcony and find me another beauty." On the balcony, Li Shuyi was wearing a long dress. She had a dignified temperament and an elegant figure. Her voice was crisp, neat, and clear. However, the words she said were very inconsistent with her personal image. Li Shuyi held up the loudspeaker and shouted what Su Chen asked her to say. Collect beauties, collect beauties. Fair skin, beautiful face, curvy figure. Food and accommodation are provided. Come quickly if you're interested." Next to Li Shuyi were rows of fresh and delicious ingredients, accompanied by beer, instant noodles, a pile of unopened sausages, and many other packaged foods. This isn't for eating, this is for showing off. At this moment, Su Chen had moved a rattan chair to the balcony. He lay down and enjoyed the cool breeze comfortably. Su Chen instructed, "Hey, little Shuyi, stop shouting and come over here to rub my legs." "Yes, yes, yes, that's the strength. Go and look at the meat." "Yes, yes, yes. Find a fresh piece and let it cool down a bit. Open another bag of pickles. I'm tired of eating only meat every day." The neighbors were so angry when they saw Su Chen being so arrogant. "You little bastard. This is a time of crisis, but you don't care about the people and only care about your own luxury and enjoyment. Do you still have a conscience? We are all hungry, but you are eating and drinking here. If I were you, I would have shared the food long ago. Young man, you will be punished for what you did sooner or later. There are many monsters outside. If you stay here, you will become food sooner or later. Food will eventually run out. How long can you keep being so arrogant?" Faced with all kinds of accusations, Su Chen turned a deaf ear. "Anyway, he isn't the one who's going to starve. I just don't know when the next woman will come." Chapter 9, Wang Dazhuang's Plan. In the southernmost house on the 6th floor, Zhao Xiaoqing had a worried face and sighed heavily towards the glass window. The pale yellow pollen floating in the air not only obscured the distant scenery, but also affected the sunlight. Since the disaster, her house had become darker and darker. If it continued to get darker, it would probably be completely darkened. Zhao Xiaoqing frowned, feeling more and more uncomfortable. She felt like she was about to collapse. Pollen, 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 pollen everywhere. I dare not even open the window these days. Noticing that Zhao Xiaoqing was in a bad mood, security team leader Wang Dazhuang quickly came over. "Xiaoqing, don't worry. There must be a way. Maybe a strong wind will blow and all the pollen will disappear." However, this disgusting call not only did not make Zhao Xiaoqing feel good, but instead gave her goosebumps. Zhao Xiaoqing turned around and stared at Wang Dazhuang's fat face, feeling even angrier. Zhao Xiaoqing raised her eyebrows and scolded, "Wang Dazhuang, since the disaster happened, you were the one who came up to me and said you wanted to help me, but now there is nothing to eat at home." It would have been fine if food wasn't mentioned, but as soon as food was mentioned, Zhao Xiaoqing felt even more aggrieved. Zhao Xiaoqing is a flight attendant. Because of her outstanding appearance and talents, she has always had many suitors. But after the disaster, those pursuers were all too busy to take care of themselves and lost contact with each other. Only security captain Wang Dazhuang refused to give up. Relying on the fact that they lived in the same community, he asked about Zhao Xiaoqing's well-being every day and said he wanted to protect her. Zhao Xiaoqing tried every possible means, thinking she had grabbed a life-saving straw, but she didn't expect that Wang Dazhuang was not very capable. After the two of them shared half a box of instant noodles that Wang Dazhuang brought, they had no other food left. The situation was getting worse and worse, and Zhao Xiaoqing felt that she was about to despair. Wang Dazhuang said anxiously, "Xiaoqing, don't worry, I will definitely find a way for you, and I will never let you starve." Zhao Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. Solution? How can there be such a good solution? You are not as good as your subordinate, the little security guard named Su Chan. He holds a loudspeaker and shouts every day that he wants beauties, and he provides free food and accommodation. Speaking of Su Chan, Wang Dazhuang's face became more and more embarrassed. You didn't see the owner group, did you? This guy is immoral. Everyone scolds him. I want to find him before, but this stinky boy is stubborn and won't even open the door. He just waits for beautiful women to come to him. Suddenly, Wang Dazhuang's eyes lit up, and he slapped his head and said, "Hey, Xiaoqing, aren't you a beauty? Su Chen won't open the door for me, but he can definitely open it for you." Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoqing's expression changed instantly, and she angrily said, "Wang Dazhuang, what do you mean? Do you want me to exchange my body for food?" Wang Dazhuang laughed. "How is that possible? You are my woman." Wang Dazhuang turned and went to the kitchen. He took out a kitchen knife and held it in his hand, with a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Who is Su Chun? He is just a small fry working under me," Wang Dazhuang said viciously. "Although I can't enter his house, you can trick Su Chun into opening the door. As long as he shows his head, I can rush over and control him. By then, are you still afraid that he won't give us resources?" Su Chun was playing games at home when the doorbell rang. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly, thinking, finally here. In fact, after Su Chen acquired the ability to seek benefits and avoid harm, anything that happened within a radius of 30 meters could no longer escape his observation. He could easily detect whether others were hostile to him. As for the visitors outside the door, in Su Chen's view, their full of malice was almost materialized. Through the screen of the video doorbell, Su Chan saw Zhao Xiaoqing's charming figure. She deliberately wore the airline's uniform, paired with high heels, with her hair tied up and delicate makeup, looking like she was carefully dressed up. "Haha, I'm quite well prepared." Through the door, Su Chan deliberately teased, "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Xiaoqing raised her eyes and said with a shy expression, "I came here because of the loudspeaker. I was looking for you." Su Chen didn't waste any more words and directly pointed out, "If you want to find me, just find me. Why bring Wang Dazhuang with you?" Zhao Xiaoqing's face froze. She had never expected that her carefully prepared beauty trap would be exposed by Su Chen before it even officially began. Zhao Xiaoqing glared to the side and thought, it must be that Wang Dazhuang didn't hide well, so Su Chen discovered the abnormality. You know, they had originally planned to have Wang Dazhuang rush forward with a kitchen knife when Su Chen opened the door. Wang Dazhuang, who was leaning against the wall, was confused. What was going on? He didn't show his head just now. Seeing that coaxing failed, Wang Dazhuang simply stood up. He hid the kitchen knife behind his back, put on a romantic look, and said, "Su Chen, don't get me wrong. Zhao Xiaoqing is my girlfriend. I came up here just to see her off. As long as you promise to treat her well, I will have no complaints." Wang Dazhuang's acting was poor. Su Chen couldn't help laughing after hearing it. "Oh, Dazhuang, you've made a big sacrifice. You can endure being cuckolded?" Wang Dazhuang's face flushed, and he glared, "Su Chen, you can't be so arrogant. We are all colleagues. Why do we have to tear each other apart? When you were under my command, I took good care of you." After a pause, Wang Dazhuang added, "Don't worry. As long as you share the food with us, I will definitely let you work fewer night shifts in the future, and I promise to return all the night shift subsidies that I didn't give you before." Su Chen really didn't expect that at this time, Wang Dazhuang would dare to mention the immoral things he had done in the past. Su Chen cursed happily, "Shabi, stay away from my house." This time, Wang Dazhuang finally stopped pretending. He took out the kitchen knife from behind and waved it angrily. Wang Dazhuang threatened, "Su Chen, don't be complacent. When the disaster is over, I will be the first to deal with you. You are your captain, and I can make it impossible for you to survive in the community." Su Chen's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he said coldly, "I tell you, you won't live to see the end of this disaster." Chapter 10. Li Shuyi is being spied on. That night, Wang Dazhuang was almost mad with rage. He paced frantically in the room, cursing loudly, accusing Su Chun of being cold-blooded and ruthless with every word. In the end, Zhao Xiaoqing couldn't bear it anymore. She slammed the table, reached out and grabbed Wang Dazhuang. Her cold look didn't show any of her usual pitiful look. We absolutely cannot let Su Qin go, Zhao Xiaoqing suggested. Dezhuang, if you are not allowed to enter through the door, let's take another route. Wang Dazhuang was unable to react. Xiaoqing, what do you mean? Zhao Xiaoqing paused, her pretty face showing a hint of anger. She frowned and said, you are so stupid. If he doesn't open the door for you, can't you just climb in through the window? Wang Dazhuang was dumbfounded when he heard this. Xiaoqing, Su Qin lives on the 21st floor. Even if you live on the 6th floor, there are still 15 floors between us. How can we climb through the window? Zhao Xiaoqing patted his head and said, it won't work from below, let's go from above. She continued to explain, Su Qin's house is on the 2nd top floor. Let's go directly to the roof, tie a safety rope, land on his balcony, and bring a hammer. I don't believe we can't get into his house. A bright light ignited in Zhao Xiaoqing's eyes, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of her thin lips. When that time comes, no matter what food he has at home, it will all be ours. Zhao Xiaoqing said it straightforwardly, but when Wang Dazhuang imagined such a scene, his legs couldn't help but go weak. This is Wang Dazhuang's secret. He is afraid of heights. Wang Dazhuang looked embarrassed and evaded the point. Xiaoqing, why don't we think of another way? If we do this, it will be like burglary. Zhao Xiaoqing frowned. How can it be called burglary? This is called the rational redistribution of resources. Besides, it's the end of the world now. Who cares whether it's illegal or not? When Su Chun used a loudspeaker to show off his food every day, did he ever consider the lives of the two of us? Zhao Xiaoqing noticed Wang Dazhuang's hesitation, and she continued to add fuel to the fire, saying affectionately, Dazhuang, you are different from all the men I have met before. You are the one who stayed with me when I was in the most difficult time. I really want to spend my whole life with you. After a slight pause, Zhao Xiaoqing solemnly promised, if we can survive until this disaster is over, I will marry you. The cake was drawn big and round, which immediately attracted Wang Dazhuang. He is just a community security guard. It would be such a glorious thing if he could marry a young and beautiful flight attendant. Wang Dazhuang's eyes lit up. Xiaoqing, you are finally willing to marry me. Zhao Xiaoqing nodded shyly. Ha 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 ha. Wang Dazhuang was so happy that he hugged Zhao Xiaoqing and spun around, scaring Zhao Xiaoqing so much that she screamed out. Wang Dazhuang put Zhao Xiaoqing down and assured her, don't worry, Xiaoqing, I will never let you starve or be bullied. It's just a safety rope, right? Let's go and deal with that kid Su Chun tonight. What the two of them didn't know was that Su Chun, the person they wanted to murder, was standing on the balcony of Zhao Xiaoqing's house at this moment and could hear their conversation, which they thought was secret, clearly. There was no way. The malice in these two people was too strong. They would definitely not give up. Su Chun was forced to be extra cautious against them. And because of the blessing of seeking benefits and avoiding harm and being as light as a swallow, Su Chen's anti-tracking technology even surpassed the best agents in the world. He moved along the outer wall of the building to the balcony on the 6th floor, and then went down with such ease and agility that it seemed as if he was walking on flat ground. After listening to their plan, Su Chen touched his chin, thought for a while, and couldn't help but chuckled. Oh, she actually wanted to use a safety rope to come to my house. How could this woman think of that? If I don't have fun with them, it would be a shame to Zhao Xiaoqing's wonderful ideas. That night, Wang Dazhuang and Zhao Xiaoqing went to the roof together. The two of them climbed from the 6th floor of Zhao Xiaoqing's house all the way to the 21st floor. They were both very tired. Zhao Xiaoqing's breathing was uneven, and Wang Dazhuang, as an obese man, was sweating all over. Even the back of his shirt was wet, and he looked very embarrassed. The two men casually threw the hammer and safety rope they had prepared in advance on the ground. Wang Dazhuang came to the edge of the building. He looked down, and his legs began to tremble. He scratched his head and stammered, Xiaoqing, this is too dark. I can't see anything clearly. Zhao Xiaoqing looked dissatisfied. You are stupid. You just want others not to see it. Zhao Xiaoqing glared at him and said, Dezhuang, this matter concerns our lifelong happiness. You can't back down at this time. Wang Dazhuang did not respond directly, but took a step back unconsciously. He picked up the heavy hammer beside him, put it in his hand, and waited as if nothing had happened. Wang Dazhuang defended himself. I'm not afraid. I just feel a little uneasy about this matter. Zhao Xiaoqing noticed that Wang Dazhuang was about to back out, and immediately fanned the flames. What's wrong with this? I tell you, Su Chan is not a good guy. He traded food for women. We control him and get rid of harm for the people. Zhao Xiaoqing spoke with confidence. Wang Dazhuang was stunned. He realized something and suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. I almost forgot that Su Chan had kept women. There was not only food in his room, but also a beautiful woman. Wang Dazhuang swallowed hard. He remembered the discussions in the owners' group and couldn't help but become fascinated. You know, that beauty is not an ordinary person. That is Li Shuyi, a senior executive of Wanxia Company. She is famous for being a cold beauty in the community. Wang Dazhuang's eyes fixed, and he couldn't help thinking, Su Chun is really lucky, but this good fortune will soon be his. After he broke the window, he would beat Su Chen severely with a hammer and then throw him out. No matter whether it was a plant or an animal, he would die without a burial place. By then, everything Su Chen owns will belong to him. Wang Dazhuang made up his mind and responded immediately, Don't worry, Shaoqing. I'll be down right away. Zhao Shaoqing thought that her persuasion had worked, and she became more and more proud. She put the safety rope around Wang Dazhuang's waist and said gently, Dazhuang, remember, this is all for our future. You are my hero. In the doomsday, Wang Dazhuang was her only trump card, forcing her to endure the nausea and use the methods she used to deal with the rich second generation to perform deep affection with a fat security guard. Naturally, Wang Dazhuang did not mention his little thoughts. A pair of adulterers were admonishing each other face to face. They each had their own purpose and both thought they were so smart. After making a lot of vows, Wang Dazhuang finally suppressed the fear in his heart. He tightened the safety rope around his body and slowly descended along the wall into the pitch-black night. Wang Dazhuang's heart was beating fast, and he couldn't help but think, Su Chun, here I come. Chapter 11. Losing both the wife and the army. However, what Zhao Shaoqing and Wang Dazhuang didn't know was that the plan they thought was perfect was actually all under Su Chen's surveillance. In the darkness of the night, Su Chen quietly hid in the corner of the rooftop, observing the conspiracy against him with great restraint. He was very patient. He waited until the two of them had finished talking to each other. Zhao Shaoqing knelt on the edge of the roof, and Wang Dazhuang slowly descended along the safety rope. Then Su Chen slowly appeared with steady steps. Su Chen sneered in his heart. In order to seize his supplies, these two people are really desperate and even dare to fall down from the roof. Zhao Shaoqing was still immersed in the sweet dream of getting food, and was so excited that she didn't notice the movement behind her. She thought to herself, Wang Dazhuang is tall and fierce, and he is also Su Chen's captain. In the unexpected attack, Su Chen has no chance of winning. As long as Wang Dazhuang attacks from the balcony, all the food and supplies in Su Chen's house will be hers. However, at this moment, suddenly, a strong sense of oppression came from behind her. Zhao Shaoqing felt her breathing stagnate, and her neck suddenly tightened. A big hand grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her up from her kneeling position. The switch of the old flashlight made a crisp, click sound. A bright beam of light suddenly lit up and pierced Zhao Shaoqing's eyes. Zhao Shaoqing's mind went blank. She looked in the direction of the light and saw the face of a young and handsome man. Su Chen? Zhao Shaoqing was shocked and blurted out, Why are you here? Su Chen's expression was indifferent. He just narrowed his eyes slightly, and a dangerous cold light flashed in his eyes. Su Chen replied coldly, Of course I came to take a look. Who is so blind as to want to steal from my house? When her conspiracy was exposed in front of her, Zhao Shaoqing opened her eyes wide and looked extremely ugly. But Zhao Shaoqing didn't give up. Her brain was working fast, and she thought with a glimmer of hope. Now Su Chen already knows their plan. Wang Dazhuang is still hanging on one end of the safety rope and cannot be relied upon at all. The current situation is critical. He doesn't know if the beauty trap can guarantee his safe escape. Zhao Shaoqing was in a state of confusion and was about to open her mouth to argue when she suddenly felt a pain in her abdomen. Ah! Zhao Shaoqing let out a scream. Su Chen held the flashlight and hit her in the abdomen. His movements were quick and decisive, with no mercy shown to women. Zhao Shaoqing's tears immediately flowed out. She cried out in pain. It hurts. It hurts. Su Chen's eyes were cold. He didn't give her any chance to explain. He grabbed her with his backhand and pressed her to the ground. Zhao Shaoqing fell down. She curled up and hunched her body like a twitching shrimp, completely losing the ability to defend herself. Su Chen kicked Zhao Shaoqing and said coldly, How dare you two plot against me? Then, the system prompt sounded. Name, Zhao Shaoqing. Age, 24. Appearance, 8 points. Beautiful and lovely. Attribute, uniform stewardess. Final score, 8.5 points. Final evaluation, flexible mind, flexible body, passed the system review. Since she is a beauty who has passed the system's review, Su Chen will naturally not waste her. Su Chen walked away from Zhao Shaoqing. He smiled and said, You are lucky. I will deal with you later. Su Chen came to the edge of the roof and looked down at Wang Dazhuang, who was hanging in the air below. The fight just now was intense, and Wang Dazhuang naturally heard all the conversations. He raised his head and looked upwards, and saw Su Chun holding a flashlight, looking at him with a cold expression. Wang Dazhuang's expression froze instantly. He subconsciously clenched the rope in his hand, his eyes flashing with ferocity. Wang Dazhuang shouted, "Su Chun, I advise you not to be ungrateful. If you have the guts, pull me up and let's fight one-on-one." Su Chun smiled brightly. "Fatty Wang, are you qualified to negotiate with me? You were caught in the act of robbing a house. As the owner of the house, I am here to teach you a lesson." With a flip of his wrist, Su Chen's fingertips flashed with cold light, and a small express knife appeared in Su Chen's hand. Wang Dazhuang panicked and said hastily, "No, I didn't mean to rob you. I just wanted to go down and take a look." This lie was so unreliable that Su Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. He bent one leg and half knelt on the edge of the roof. Su Chen whispered, "I want to see how long you can keep being stubborn." Wang Dazhuang became more and more nervous. "Su Chun, what are you going to do?" Su Chun curled his lips and smiled, looking relaxed. "Don't you want to go down and take a look? I'll help you." Su Chun placed the flashlight on the ground, and the warm yellow light shone diagonally onto one side of Su Chen's face. Combined with his cold smile, it looked a little weird in the night, like a demon from hell. Wang Dazhuang was completely panicked. His legs were shaking unconsciously in the air, but he couldn't find a good point to apply force. He wanted to land safely, but he didn't know how to use his hands, so he could only scream helplessly. At this time, Zhao Xiaoqing, who had been beaten up by Su Chun, recovered. She glanced at Su Chen's back, made up her mind, and stood up with difficulty. Run. She had to run, and run now. But someone didn't fulfill her wish. Wang Dazhuang was hanging in the air, wailing in despair, "Xiaoqing, save me." Zhao Xiaoqing's body stiffened. In addition to nervousness, the emotion that surged in her heart was anger. She thought to herself, "Wang Dazhuang is such a useless man. He won't behave himself even when he's tied up." Zhao Xiaoqing sneered in her heart, "I am just a weak woman. I can't do anything. At this moment, all I can do is protect myself." Zhao Xiaoqing made up her mind and ignored Wang Dazhuang's request for help. Instead, she retreated to the back, wanting to sneak away while Su Chun was dealing with Wang Dazhuang. But how could her small action escape Su Chen's observation? "You can't run away," Su Chen said indifferently without even turning his head. "I have already locked the door." Zhao Xiaoqing paused, gritted her teeth, and hugged her arms unconsciously. The pain in her abdomen became more pronounced again, and this time, she was really helpless. Su Chen's eyes were still on Wang Dazhuang's twisted face, and his hands kept moving. The small knife pressed against the rope and cut it slowly, making a faint and terrifying slow sound. Wang Dazhuang couldn't stand it anymore. He was shaking and his face was pale. He just kept saying in fear, "No, don't cut it. I'll fall." But it was too late. The rope gradually became thinner, and the bearing capacity of the safety rope became weaker and weaker. Wang Dazhuang's fat body swayed below and was about to fall. Tear. The rope broke completely. Boom. Wang Dazhuang felt his body lighten, and then he fell heavily onto the balcony on the 22nd floor. If you fall from this height, you won't die, but you will definitely be seriously injured. Crack. This is the sound of bones breaking. Su Chen raised the flashlight and shone it downwards, and saw that one of Wang Dazhuang's legs had been broken into a strange shape, and the pain made his face look hideous. Wang Dazhuang stared at him with a pair of red eyes, howling and cursing. "Ah, my legs. Su Chun, I will kill you. You will die." Su Chun turned a deaf ear to him. He waved his hand indifferently, motioning Wang Dazhuang to look to the other side of the building. Su Chen mocked, "Save your energy. Don't you see who is waiting for you?" Wang Dazhuang turned his head as Su Chen indicated, and saw a bunch of strange blood-red vines slowly extending towards him. Chapter 12, Recovering the Mutated Vines. The mutated vines crawled up like dozens of venomous snakes of varying thicknesses. Wang Dazhuang fell on the balcony on the 22nd floor. Seeing this horrifying scene, he was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out. In the darkness of night, the sound of the sparse vines rubbing against the ground made his scalp tingle. Wang Dazhuang wanted to escape, but he only felt a sharp pain. The hammer that he had once held tightly in his hand had slipped out of his hand and fell a few steps away from his side, and his broken right leg didn't even allow him to get up. Along with the fear of death, Wang Dazhuang felt a sense of despair. He cried out, "Ah, monster, monster." The vines slowly climbed over and wrapped around Wang Dazhuang's limbs like a snake. Compared with before, their appearance had changed a little. Not only had their number increased a lot, but some of them also had barbs. When they scratched across Wang Dazhuang's limbs, they left streaks of blood, and the tiny leaves would drill into Wang Dazhuang's injured muscle tissue, as if they wanted to hollow out his flesh and blood as well. Wang Dazhuang let out a scream and no longer cared about his injured leg. He twisted his body and beat those horrible vines with his bare hands. He was injured again, and his hands were covered in blood. "Stay away from me. I don't want to die. Help, help." Zhao Xiaoqing heard Wang Dazhuang's screams below. She didn't dare to look, but soon smelled the strong smell of blood in the air. Zhao Xiaoqing's face turned pale as she murmured, "Kill people. Those monsters will kill people." For a moment, Zhao Xiaoqing felt a chill on her back. Not far from her, Suchen looked normal. He was silently observing the movements below, his eyes slightly bright, and he even seemed a little interested. Since becoming an awakener, Suchen's observation ability has improved rapidly. He keenly noticed that these vines had various shapes, were numerous, and had a very clear functional structure. As long as the two thick vines with barbs can be dealt with, the rest are nothing to worry about. Suchen felt a little confident in his heart. He even felt that he could go down and have a good fight. Thinking of this, Suchen no longer hesitated. He turned around, put his arms around Zhao Xiaoqing's slender waist, and held her in his arms. Then, Suchen found the right moment, jumped lightly, and landed next to Wang Dazhuang with Zhao Xiaoqing. He wanted to have a fight and test his strength through actual combat. If he wins, he will accept Zhao Xiaoqing as a reward. If he loses, he will use Zhao Xiaoqing as a meat shield to buy him time to escape. Suchen ignored Zhao Xiaoqing's screams and Wang Dazhuang's look as if he had seen a savior. Suchen knelt down and picked up the hammer next to Wang Dazhuang. He raised it high, aimed at the center of one of the vines, and smashed it down hard. The mutant vine shrank back as if in pain, and when it tried to attack Suchen again, its reaction was much slower. Suchen immediately took out a sharp folding knife from the basic package and held it in his hand. He thrust the sharp tip of the knife deep inside, and a stream of blood-red juice spurted out. Suchen dodged and cursed in his heart. Could this damn thing be poisonous? However, he soon realized that it was not ordinary plant mucus, but Wang Dazhuang's blood absorbed by the plants. Then, something magical happened. The vine actually stopped moving. It silently lay around Suchen, carefully moving its branches. Its barbs also retracted, and it looked extremely soft and well-behaved. Suchen was surprised, because according to the display of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, the vine's aggressiveness towards Suchen had been reduced to a level close to zero. Suchen felt helpless. So this vine looks powerful, but it's actually weak inside and only bullies the weak and fears the strong? Besides Suchen, Wang Dazhuang was completely stunned. What did he just see? Suchen can actually fight against mutant plants? Is this still a human being? As for Zhao Xiaoqing, who was forced to watch the entire battle, her eyes were wide open. Fast enough, fierce enough, and accurate enough. She never knew that a community security guard needed to be so strong. She thought of the beating she had received from Suchen before, and suddenly a strange idea came to her mind. In this comparison, it seems that Suchen still showed mercy to her. At this time, Suchen finally freed his hands and walked towards Wang Dazhuang. Wang Dazhuang was so frightened that his mind suddenly became clear, and he stopped pretending. Wang Dazhuang begged for mercy. "I was confused for a moment. Let me go, Suchen. I beg you. Let me go." Wang Dazhuang screamed loudly, and because of his fat body, he looked like a pig about to be slaughtered. Suchen looked at his wounds and responded calmly, "Don't worry, you won't die for the time being." After a moment of silence, Suchen raised his eyebrows and added, "Since you dare to set your sights on me, how can you not make the most of it until the last moment?" According to Suchen's observations of the community environment these days, apart from the large number of vines, the biggest threat is the owl. Leaving Wang Dazhuang here as bait will allow the owl and the vines to fight each other and see which of them is stronger. Suchen ordered Zhao Xiaoqing to use the half of the safety rope scattered on the ground to tie up Wang Dazhuang's hands and feet. Zhao Xiaoqing's face turned pale, and she trembled as she responded. Although she knew that doing so would cut off Wang Dazhuang's last chance of escape. But while following Suchen's orders, she also felt a strange sense of peace. She can survive. Following a man like Suchen, she will have a chance to survive. Suchen was very satisfied with Zhao Xiaoqing's ability to know the situation. After resolving all the issues, Suchen carried Zhao Xiaoqing and returned to the room from the balcony. Li Shuyi was standing in the hall in her nightgown. The noise from above was so loud that Li Shuyi woke up from her dream. She was curious and wanted to see what was going on. Su Chun pushed Zhao Xiaoqing from behind, and Zhao Xiaoqing staggered into Li Shuyi's arms. Su Chen ordered coldly, "Find her a set of clean clothes first. She will live here from now on." Li Shuyi had a general idea in her mind. She looked at Zhao Xiaoqing and saw that she was tall and pretty. She had no makeup on and was only wearing the most ordinary white t-shirt and sports pants, but she still looked like a pitiful beauty. For a moment, Li Shuyi felt mixed emotions. This was not only because of Su Chen's straightforward arrangement, but also because of the slight resentment caused by jealousy. Why? Isn't having her enough? Could it be that she was still unable to satisfy Su Chen? Li Shuyi recalled Su Chen's appearance at night. Then she admitted rather reluctantly that she might really need a sister to help. Because of this slightly strange sense of identification, Li Shuyi did not have too much hostility towards Zhao Xiaoqing. But Li Shuyi changed her mind and thought again. If the other party was not honest and tried to sow discord between her and Su Chen, she would definitely have to be on guard and fight back. "We'll be good sisters from now on," Li Shuyi greeted with a smile. Chapter 13: Harvesting Vines. The next morning, Li Shuyi got up an hour earlier and went to the kitchen to prepare a hearty breakfast. She was not good at cooking, but in order to gain more impression points from Su Chen, she had to start learning. There was no way. Last night, the noise made by Su Chen and Zhao Xiaoqing in the next room was so loud that it made her nervous. The arrival of a new person in the house immediately aroused her sense of crisis. Not long after breakfast was prepared, Su Chen and Zhao Xiaoqing walked out of the master bedroom. Li Shuyi quietly observed their states. There was a big difference between the two. Su Chen was still standing tall and straight with a calm expression, but Zhao Xiaoqing had unsteady steps and a lazy look, as if she was overworked and couldn't sleep well. When they met on a narrow road, the two women looked at each other deeply at the same time, with a sense of mutual admiration. Li Shuyi couldn't help but think, "It's okay, sister, I understand you." Li Shuyi took the chopsticks, smiled friendly, put on a virtuous look, and greeted Su Chen, "Good morning, Brother Chen." Then he said to Zhao Xiaoqing, who was standing beside him, "You must be exhausted last night. Breakfast is ready. This is the first meal the three of us have together." Li Shuyi was very satisfied with her performance. She thought clearly that Su Chen was an awakened person with strong abilities and was destined to have many women. Since she couldn't stop him, she might as well act like a queen. She still didn't believe it. She had been fighting in the business world for many years and had made great achievements. She was also the first to come to this family. Even if she couldn't handle Su Chen, could she not handle a newcomer who was younger than her? However, Zhao Xiaoqing did not seem to understand Li Shuyi's thoughts. The moment she saw breakfast, the only thought in her mind was eating. Zhao Xiaoqing's eyes lit up and she swallowed hard. On the table are steaming eggs, bread, steak, and ham. "Oh my God, these are all good things to satisfy your hunger," Zhao Xiaoqing said excitedly. "Brother Chen, I am so happy to be able to follow you." After saying that, she didn't even pick up the chopsticks, but reached out to grab a piece of steak. But before he could touch her, Su Chen grabbed her wrist. Zhao Xiaoqing paused and subconsciously raised her eyes, which fell into Su Chen's cold eyes. Su Chen looked at me with contempt and asked in a cold voice, "Who allowed you to move such an unruly thing?" Li Shuyi on the side just thought that this new woman was really brainless. She just slept with Su Chen, but she dared to ignore the difference between the superior and the inferior. Eat first? Is she worthy? Zhao Xiaoqing realized her own gaffe and quickly put on a classic, pitiful look. She learned how to address Li Shuyi and said timidly, "Please, give me some food, Brother Chen. I didn't mean it just now. I was just too hungry." But Su Chen is not Wang Dazhuang, and he doesn't fall for Zhao Xiaoqing's tricks at all. Su Chen released Zhao Xiaoqing's wrist, pushed her away from the table, and said coldly, "If you want food, you have to follow my rules." Then he grabbed the steak and threw it to the ground. Su Chen ordered, "Kneel down and eat." Zhao Xiaoqing's face flushed for a moment. She raised her head and instinctively wanted to refuse, but happened to see Li Shuyi's face. Zhao Xiaoqing's attention had been on the food before. When she got closer, she discovered that the woman preparing breakfast was not only tall and slender with fair skin, but also had a temperament as cool and elegant as a snow lotus. This is such an outstanding beauty. In an instant, Zhao Xiaoqing felt alarm bells going off in her mind. It was a close call. Someone almost took advantage of her. Her competitor was so strong. If she didn't perform well, how could she stay with Su Chen in the future? Zhao Xiaoqing is a very realistic woman. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to cooperate with Wang Dazhuang at the end of the world. So after realizing her situation, she quickly figured everything out and decisively put on a well-behaved and obedient expression. "Brother Shen, I am already your woman. You can ask me to do anything." After saying this, Zhao Shaoqing knelt down immediately. Her figure was flexible, her expression natural, and her movements smooth and neat, without any hesitation. Su Chen noticed through seeking advantages and avoiding harm that the other party's attitude was friendly and gentle. Apart from the initial anger, there was no hostility at all. Su Chen smiled and said, "You are quite obedient." Zhao Shaoqing stuffed meat into her mouth and said, Yeah, I'm obedient, Brother Shen. Don't worry, Shaoqing, I'm the most obedient." Ding. Zhao Shaoqing ate a piece of steak and returned 200 yuan, which was put into the basic package. Su Chen's lips curled up slightly, looking proud. Li Shuyi, who was standing by, turned pale when she saw this scene. Thinking back to when she first entered Su Chen's house, she was slapped hard in the face. Who would have known that this new woman didn't suffer at all? Li Shuyi felt that she could no longer pretend to be virtuous. She complained in her heart, "Are you throwing away your dignity just for food?" She knelt so easily and licked so thoroughly. How could she compete with her in the future? After the three of them had breakfast, Su Chen went to the balcony to check again. Everywhere you look, there is a deep green. Dozens of vines were crawling on Su Chen's balcony. When they saw Su Chen coming out, they slowly moved towards him, but not too close. They just rubbed and circled around his feet, shaking excitedly, standing up their leaves, and tremblingly greeted him. Ever since this monster vine was subdued by Su Chen, it has often lingered around Su Chen's balcony. At first, Su Chen thought it was looking for revenge, but after a night of observation, Su Chen confirmed that it had no ill intentions. Frequently guarding the entrance to one's balcony is nothing more than a form of worship of a more powerful being. Regarding this point, Su Chen really didn't know whether he should say that they had vision or were stubborn. After all, Su Chen knew clearly that he was a person who used others without mercy, not to mention that these others were some mutated vines. We must make the best use of everything. Having made up his mind, Su Chen took out a small knife from the basic package and walked towards one of the thorny vines. He discovered this when he was fighting yesterday. The main body of the vines is very soft and can be pierced with a sharp knife, but the thorns on the vines are hard and sharp and extremely destructive. They can be removed and used as hidden weapons. Su Chen was proud of his discovery. Ever since I awakened to the state of light as a swallow, my overall quality has improved significantly. There is no need to be afraid of fighting when facing a battle, but there is always a lack of some unexpected means of attack. And these spikes seem to be tailor-made for him. Su Chen found the right direction and focused his eyes. He moved quickly. With a swipe of the knife, he removed the thorns from the vine along with part of the vine itself. The vine was startled and struggled to break free from Su Chen's control. It wanted to escape and retreat, but was caught by Su Chen. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want a few of your thorns." This is not a lie. Su Chen does not intend to exhaust all resources. He also wanted to wait for the vines to rest for a while, and then replenish his hidden weapon resources after they had recovered. The vines seemed to know that they couldn't escape, so they resigned themselves to their fate and behaved themselves. 20 minutes later, Su Chen placed all the collected spikes into his basic package and was very happy that he had one more means of attack. In the bright living room, the two women who had been silently watching Su Chen were stunned with surprise. Wait, what did they see? Su Chen was actually harvesting the thorns from the mutated vines? The most important thing is that the vine didn't dare to resist. So, between Tangman and Su Chen, who was the real monster? Chapter 14 Upgrade. Level 4 Awakening. After harvesting the thorns from the vines, Su Chen went upstairs to check on Wang Dazhuang's condition. Wang Dazhuang was still lying on the ground and had not woken up. His body was tied tightly with a safety rope, his brows were furrowed, his lips were chapped, and the wounds scratched by the sharp thorns of the vines had already festered. In addition, there were some red scars on his skin, which were obviously abrasions caused by the struggle. Su Chen squatted down and patted Wang Dazhuang's face with his palm. "Wake up." Wang Dazhuang woke up in a daze, his eyes confused for a moment, but when he recognized Su Chen's face, despair and fear filled his eyes at the same time. He spoke with difficulty, "Water, water." Su Chen followed suit. He took out a bottle of mineral water from the basic package and poured it on Wang Dazhuang's face. Su Chen said quietly, "Captain Wang, we are colleagues who work together. How could you come up with such a vicious method to harm me? It's really not like your style." These highly suggestive words immediately ignited Wang Dazhuang's hope for life. Wang Dazhuang thought Su Chen still had feelings for him, and immediately began to frantically defend himself as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Yes, I never thought of harming you, Su Chen. Please save me. I was bewitched by that bitch." Su Chen smiled and said, I heard you. You can do the rest. Wang Dazhuang was stunned and followed Su Chen's gaze, only to find that Zhao Xiaoqing was standing aside with a bag in her hand. Zhao Xiaoqing looked embarrassed and thought to herself, so Su Chen asked her to come up just to let her see with her own eyes how Wang Dazhuang sold her out? At this moment, Wang Dazhuang also knew that he had been fooled. Su Chen, you bastard, you bitch, you betrayed me too. Zhao Xiaoqing no longer paid attention to Wang Dazhuang's verbal abuse. She followed Su Chen's instructions, pointed the phone at Wang Dazhuang, placed it on the phone stand, randomly selected a song, turned it up loud, and silently turned on the recording function. Su Chen took Zhao Xiaoqing down the stairs. Su Chen seemed to be in a good mood and said with satisfaction, that's all. With Wang Dazhu and the sound as bait, it will probably come soon. Zhao Xiaoqing asked in confusion, who is it? Su Chen glanced at her and said calmly, that owl. Zhao Xiaoqing's face suddenly turned pale. She knew that there was a man-eating owl in the community. A neighbor had been attacked before, and the screams made her, who lived on the 6th floor, feel terrified. So Su Chen asked her to leave her phone on the roof to record a video just now, just to film the owl? Zhao Xiaoqing felt a chill down her spine. Her steps became unsteady, and she almost fell down the stairs. As if he had sensed Zhao Xiaoqing's fear, Su was silent for a moment, and then, very rarely, he said something to comfort her. Don't worry, it's just a test. What? Zhao Xiaoqing felt like she was hallucinating. Su Chen patiently explained, the plants and animals are evolving madly. We can't just hide from them. We also need to collect information about them and understand their strengths. Su Chen's voice was calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Su Chen said, when the owl came over, it would definitely encounter the vines on the balcony downstairs. They would compete for the common food, and there must be a winner. I left the video on my phone, which can be used for research. Zhao Xiaoqing finally couldn't bear it anymore, and her body was shaking like a sieve. Before today, Zhao Xiaoqing was just afraid of Su Chen, but now, she felt terrified. Oh my god, what kind of devil did she offend? The plants and animals were mutating wildly, and everyone was hiding at home and didn't dare to go out. Hunger, panic, anxiety, the biggest problem people face is how to get food. However, when everyone was struggling to survive, Su Chen not only obtained a large amount of resources without anyone noticing, he even had the mind to study the extent to which the animals and plants in the outside world had mutated. What kind of terrifying man is he? That night, Su Chen did not eat dinner. Instead, he sat on the rattan chair on the balcony, eating the bloody bird eggs one by one. He threw all the fallen shells on the ground. The vines, which had been stripped of a layer of thorns, seemed to like the shells very much and rolled them away as if they were treasures. Su Chen didn't care. He knew these shells were useless. And when the vines gradually crossed the border and began to approach Su Chen's feet, Su Chen would take out a bottle of mineral water from the basic package and pour it on the ground of the balcony. The twisted vines immediately retreated from Su Chen's feet. They swarmed forward, crowding into the small puddle of water, greedily absorbing it, and soon it was all absorbed. Su Chen could feel that the vines had become more friendly. They nestled there, their leaves lazily stretched out, as obedient as if they were drunk. Su Chen looked at their satisfied expressions and found them quite interesting. He unconsciously recalled the joy he had when tending to the flowers and plants before the end of the world, except that the interaction was not so strong. Su Chen stretched out a hand to touch the vine, and it felt a little slippery. Su Chen noticed that the vines recovered very quickly. The places where he had removed the thorns had already begun to recover. He believed that in a few days, he would be able to harvest another wave of hidden weapons. Another bird egg was eaten. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading, seeking advantages, and avoiding harm to the 4th level awakening. The host can sense danger signals and goodwill signals within 100 meters, and automatically upgrade the all-seeing eye to detect the energy level of the target object. Finally upgraded, Su Chen smiled with relief. Su Chen felt that the space around him suddenly became wider, and his vision was broader than ever before. Even the pale yellow pollen in the air no longer had any effect on him. Every move within a radius of 100 meters fell under his observation, but after experiencing many upgrades, Su Chen was no longer too excited. His focus was on the second half of the sentence. After the all-seeing eye is upgraded, what does the so-called energy level mean? Suddenly, Su Chen's expression froze. He found something unusual. He noticed a bright white light appearing in the room of the building opposite. Su Chen looked carefully and found that the halo was emanating from the owner of the house, Chen Jian. Chen Jian is not an ordinary person. He is an awakened one and can breathe fire. Su Chen lowered his brows in thought, and a bold inference flashed through his mind. It seems that this blazing white halo is a special symbol possessed by awakened people. Su Chen's expression became slightly serious. Yes, he is not the only lucky person in the world. In the end times, the safest way is to strengthen your own power. Thinking of this, Su Chen no longer hesitated. He is different from those awakened people on the internet who like to show off. Unless necessary, he is not willing to disclose information about the bloody bird eggs. But now it's different. He already has 2 level 4 awakening levels. Su Chen felt that he could now take some risks for the sake of power. Su Chen took out his phone and sent a message in the group. 2104, collecting bloody bird eggs, can be exchanged for food. If interested, please send a private message. Chapter 15. Happy Fatherhood. Su Chen did not dare to be careless. After sending a message in the WeChat group, he used the seek benefits and avoid harm method to search within his field of vision. It was discovered that except for Chen Jian in the opposite building, no one else showed signs of awakening special abilities. Su Chen felt much more relieved. It was at this time that Su Chen suddenly discovered that since some time ago, Chen Jian was no longer the only one in his home. Su Chen's first reaction was that Chen Jian had found a helper for him, but after confirming again, he found that the extra person was a woman around 35 years old. Su Chen curled his lips and smiled, without commenting. Su Chen knew something about the family life of this community secretary with a bad reputation. He divorced his ex-wife a few years ago and had no children. Every day he either drank tea in the office or looked at women's thighs on the street. Chen Jian is a man with a wretched appearance, low income, and a pretentious personality, so he has never been liked by women. At this time, a woman came in. It must be because she was attracted by Chen Jian's awakened supernatural powers. Just as Su Chen was thinking to himself, the balcony of Chen Jian's house was opened, and the woman came out carefully and picked up the clothes hanging outside. Su Chen took this opportunity to take another close look at her appearance. He saw that although this woman was not young and beautiful, she had a plump figure, graceful movements, and a unique, mature charm. Su Chen thought, although this woman was not to his liking, and was not as good as Li Shuyi and Zhao Shaoqing, she was more than suitable for Chen Jian, the pregnant man. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Su Chen's ears. Name, Wu Manin. Age, 35. Appearance, 7.7 points. Mature and experienced. Attribute, pregnant. Final rating, 3.8 points. Final evaluation. I don't know the biological father of the child. I am desperate to find a buyer. The woman's morality is not good, and the system review failed. At this moment, Su Chen was stunned, and the charming thoughts just now disappeared in an instant. Pregnant? Chen Jian was really unlucky. It was the end of the world, and she finally became an awakener, but she had to raise a child for another man. Chen Jian, just enjoy the warmth of your family life. Su Chen mourned for Chen Jian in his heart for a second. Then, Su Chen changed into a pair of sneakers that were convenient for movement and started to get down to business. The disaster happened suddenly. Many people were working outside and did not go home at all, which resulted in the supplies in many rooms becoming unowned. And because Su Chen has the blessing of light as a swallow, he can enter houses through windows and search for supplies door to door. The refrigerator is the main target of collection, as meat, fruits, and vegetables are stored in it. Although Su Chen has the blessing of the return system and is not short of food, he is very keen on increasing the variety of ingredients. After all, after eating enough delicacies from land and sea, he also needs some light porridge and side dishes to adjust his appetite. Basic supplies such as rice, flour, and oil will naturally not be left behind. In addition, all small commodities produced by industrial assembly lines must also be looted. Toothpaste, shower gel, toilet paper, cotton swabs, gauze, medicines, clothes, blankets. Although they were just ordinary objects in the past, they have become irreplaceable items in the apocalypse as each one is used up. Su Chen put all the things he thought he could use in his daily life into his basic bag. But as time went on, Su Chen became less and less picky. Anyway, there was no space limit in the basic package, so Su Chen, with the mentality of having come here anyway, packed more and more. In the end, even large items such as sofas, bookcases, air conditioners, and televisions were all stored in the basic package. Su Chen's efficiency was amazing. When he came to his neighbor's house, he didn't care about the other party's decoration style, whether it was low-key luxury, European-style fine decoration, classical Chinese style, or warm cream style. When he left, all of them were transformed by Su Chen into the style of poverty, decluttering, minimalism, and bare walls. In the building opposite, Chen Jian was still enjoying his life as a local emperor. You know, ever since Chen Jian became an awakened one and was able to control fire, he felt that he was the chosen one, and his mentality kept swelling. His attitude towards Wu Manyin, the woman who came to him on her own initiative, also changed from surprise and cherishment at the beginning to arrogance. So when Wu Manyin yelled at him to read the group messages, his first reaction was not curiosity, but accusation. Chen Jian said impatiently, "What are you arguing about, bitch?" Wu Manyin explained anxiously, "Secretary Chen, this is no small matter. The guy named Su Chun no longer accepts beautiful women. He has started to accept bloody bird eggs." Chen Jian was shocked. Bloody bird eggs? Chen Jian stood up hastily, snatched the phone from Wu Manyin's hand, and said solemnly, "It seems that this kid already knows how to awaken his superpowers." At the beginning, Chen Jian ate the bird eggs on the balcony because he was so hungry that he couldn't stand it anymore. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, and he awakened the ability to control fire. He wanted to show off at that time and was not on guard against Wu Manyin, the woman who came to him. So Wu Manyin found out. After that, he became much braver and had even better luck. He used his new fire control ability to kill a mutant gecko lying on his balcony, thus ensuring their food supply for the next few days. Right now, he is at the peak of his powers, so how can he tolerate others having the opportunity to step on his head? Chen Jian's face was gloomy, and he said viciously, "No, we must not let this kid succeed. He already has the one in the picture. If he eats it again, wouldn't he be even more arrogant?" Wu Manyin's eyes turned and she said softly, "In my opinion, we can bid so that the person who has the bird eggs will give them to us instead of Su Chun." Chen Jian scolded without mercy, "Idiot, didn't you hear the loudspeaker Su Chun played when he was grilling on the balcony? When it comes to food, can we compare with him?" Wu Manyin looked slightly embarrassed and patiently persuaded, "No matter how much food there is, it will eventually run out. In my opinion, Su Chun is desperate. Otherwise, he wouldn't consider eating mutant bird eggs. After all, you know that thing is very strange. If you are not desperate, who would dare to eat it?" After a short silence, Chen Jian came to his senses. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Wu Manyin, you are so keen on letting me take this bird egg. Do you think I will share it with you?" After her thoughts were revealed, Wu Manyin stopped pretending. After all, in her opinion, Chen Jian was really nothing special. He was just luckier. If she could also taste the bloody bird eggs, she might be better than Chen Jian. But you still have to find the right reason. Wu Manyin's eyes turned, she gritted her teeth, and thought to herself, she had originally wanted to keep it as a trump card, but the situation had changed, so she had to use it in advance. Wu Manyin murmured, "I am already your woman. We must consider our future." Wu Manyin looked up, her eyes full of longing and love. "Brother Chen, I'm pregnant with your child." Chapter 16, The Request of Female Stars. Chen Jian felt his mind go blank, and he was suddenly at a loss. To be honest, he did not have any love for Wu Manyin. He enjoyed the happiness of being a local emperor and the feeling of submission to a woman who obeyed him in everything. As for having children, it was not part of his plan. Moreover, in the end times, without adequate medical care, giving birth to a fragile child is definitely not a wise choice. Taking a step back, he couldn't be 100% sure whether Wu Manyin was really pregnant. Wu Manyin saw Chen Jian's hesitation and immediately gave a definition while expressing her loyalty. "It's absolutely correct. I know my own body. My period hasn't come yet, so I must be pregnant. Now that you have a baby, I will follow you wholeheartedly." Chen Jian finally tasted some benefit from this sentence. Yes, this woman is already pregnant, and no other man will want her. At this point, she can no longer run away and can only stay by his side obediently. There is no need to worry about her loyalty. Besides, they have not been together for a long time, and there will be many changes in the future. He still needs this woman, so there is no need to break up with her in advance. Chen Jian calmed down and waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm not an irresponsible man. Since you're pregnant, I will take good care of you. A little Su Chun can't cause any trouble." Chen Jian said proudly, "When I get another blood-colored bird egg, I will take away Su Chin's supplies. By then, you and your mother will definitely benefit from it." Seeing that she had been fooled, Wu Manyin breathed a sigh of relief. She came close to Chen Jian, touched her belly, and said softly, "Let me make it clear first. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this for our son." Chen Jian laughed loudly. "Then I have to work harder to find some good things for our son." The two heartless people clung to each other tightly, each thinking that the other had already recognized them and would never betray them. After having a general idea, Chen Jiqing sent a message in the owners group. "Neighbors, The situation is getting more and more dangerous. The entire community is under threat from mutated plants and animals. The areas below the 12th floor are all covered in pollen. The low-rise residents have obstructed vision and limited mobility. As the community secretary, I call on everyone to help each other in times of crisis and overcome the difficulties together. I suggest that people living on the lower floors move to the upper floors and live together with the upper floor owners. As soon as this suggestion came out, the whole community was shocked. The owner who lives on the upper floors was the first to express his displeasure. With resources so scarce and people so anxious, how can we allow others to enter the house? The owners living on the lower floors strongly supported it, saying, "Now is a special period. Resources should be allocated in a unified manner, and we are willing to obey the instructions of the community secretary." The high-rise owner was furious. Of course, the people living downstairs are willing to do that. To put it bluntly, they just want to come upstairs and suck our blood. Some lower-level people reacted and said, "Don't be impulsive. Suddenly asking us to go upstairs is like walking into a tiger's mouth." Everyone was making a fuss, saying all sorts of things. Seeing that everyone was arguing for a while, Chan Jian added, "Don't panic. This move is entirely based on the principle of mutual benefit and complete voluntariness. Residents living on the lower floors who wish to rent a room on the upper floors need to provide a certain amount of food or other valuable materials to the upper floor owner. Only after both parties agree can the rental behavior proceed. As the community secretary, I am willing to guarantee the transaction for everyone." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire owner group immediately gave positive comments. This is a good move and can fully realize the circulation of resources. My home is on the 18th floor. We have run out of food. Welcome the owners downstairs to live with us. All you need to do is provide 2 bags of instant noodles. I'm on the 7th floor, and there's no extra food. I'm willing to trade cigarettes and alcohol for a higher-level position. Looking at the lively group messages, Chen Jian put down his phone and smiled sinisterly. Chen Jian thought, "This is good. I just have to wait and see which low-level owner will contact him first to act as a guarantor." As long as the low-level owners appeared in front of him with food, they were all his prey. On the other hand, Su Chun was still busy and having a great time collecting supplies from door to door. He only entered empty rooms and did not rob houses with people in them. So even when he knew through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm that the weak female resident lying on the bed in the room next to him was Luo Xinghe, he did not deliberately approach her. You know, Luo Xinghe is not only a beauty, but also a female star. However, since the other party had no intention of surrendering to him, Su Chun naturally did not bother to force her. After all, in the end times, beautiful women were worthless, and as for celebrities, they were just insignificant things. However, while Su Chun was looting supplies, his seeking benefits and avoiding harm made him aware of the change in Luo Xinghe's mood in the next room. From weak confusion to slight panic due to palpitations, it finally evolved into an extremely solemn sense of vigilance. Did she find him? Su Chun was slightly puzzled. He stopped what he was doing and looked towards the source of the vigilance. Only then did I notice that this house was different from other houses. There was a connecting door in the wall. Su Chun walked calmly to the door. After confirming through energy detection that the other party would not pose a danger to her, he fixed his eyes, fastened the door handle, and pulled it hard inwards. Wow! Luo Xinghe was suddenly exposed behind the door that was suddenly opened, looking panicked and frightened. Luo Xinghe was wearing a black suspender nightgown. She had a thin waist and wide hips, big wavy hair, and a small teardrop mole on her plain and pale face. Her eyes were so charming that they could draw out a person's soul. If it weren't for the fact that she was holding a golf club for self-defense, Su Chun would admit that this chance encounter was quite touching. When Su Chun was working as a community security guard, he had naturally met Luo Xinghe. However, for the sake of privacy protection, although Luo Xinghe had purchased real estate in the community, she would be picked up and dropped off by an assistant every time she went out. Not only that, she was also tightly wrapped in sunglasses, masks, hats, and various concealing measures. The current situation can be considered the first meeting between Su Chun and Luo Xinghe. Su Chun reached out and pushed the golf club away from Luo Xinghe's hand. The system prompt sounded in Su Chun's mind. Name: Luo Xinghe. Age: 26. Appearance: 9.7 points. Sexy and charming. Attribute: movie star. Final score: 9.8 points. Final evaluation: can sing and act, famous, passed the system review. I have no ill intentions. Having been disarmed, Luo Xinghe instantly became more timid. I bought 2 adjacent houses, one for myself and one for my assistant. I connected them in the middle and installed a door. I heard some noise just now, so I wanted to come and take a look. Su Chen nodded without commenting. He was just searching for supplies, but was not keen on looting. Su Chen's indifference gave Luo Xinghe courage. Luo Xinghe was thin, with pale lips, and his physical condition was not optimistic. His life energy was very weak, and he was already in a state of malnutrition. She pursed her lips and pleaded with Su Chen, "I recognize you. You are the security guard of our community. Can you give me some food?" Luo Xinghe said faintly, "I am willing to exchange something with you." Luo Xinghe's black pajamas were loose, which made her skin look even whiter. Su Chen just felt that he had roughly understood it. He understood and asked, "You want to trade your body?" To Su Chen's surprise, Luo Xinghe shook his head calmly. "I have something better." "Oh." Su Chen became interested and asked seriously, "What can you bring me?" Luo Xinghe's eyes narrowed. She pursed her lips and said, "I've seen your message in the group. I have a bloody egg." Chapter 17. Fighting for Favor. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Through the reminder of the ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, Su Chen confirmed that Luo Xinghe was not lying, and she did have a red bird egg in her hand. Su Chen was certain in his heart that in the end times, one's own strength was the foundation of everything. Since Luo Xinghe had taken the initiative to bring it up, he would definitely not miss it. He was determined to obtain this third superpower. Opposite Su Chen, Luo Xinghe caught the excitement in Su Chen's eyes. She pursed her lips slightly and felt that she had regained some initiative, and immediately felt much more at ease. Luo Xinghe made a request, "I want 2 kilograms of beef." Su Chen noticed Luo Xinghe's little pride, and he bargained expressionlessly, "Half a caddy, forget it if it doesn't work." Luo Xinghe was slightly stunned, as if he had not expected Su Chen to offer such a high price. Although she didn't know the value of the red bird eggs, she knew that Su Chen, who grilled on the balcony every day, was not stingy with food. Seeing that Su Chen acted as if he didn't want it or not, she was a little unsure. Maybe the red bird eggs are not that important to Su Chen? Luo Xinghe was a little confused, and then he negotiated, "Can't we have more?" Su Chen's icy voice sounded at the right time. £1 at most. To do business with me, you must have basic sincerity. Luo Xinghe's heart tightened, and he felt that Su Chen's oppression was very overwhelming. Just at this moment, a desperate cry for help interrupted their conversation. "Help! Help!" The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a gray-haired old man being driven onto the balcony of the building opposite. Behind the old man was a young man holding a metal pipe. The old man yelled at the top of his lungs, "Who are you? This is my house. Get out of here." The strong man pressed on, "You old fool. You're about to die, yet you're still talking so much." The old man waved his cane and wailed, You are robbing." The only response he got was a dull thump sound. A long metal pipe hit the back of the old man's head hard, and blood spurted out. Swish. Luo Xinghe suddenly pulled the curtains. She was trembling and her face was pale, as if she couldn't accept what she had just seen. Su Chen's expression remained calm. This day will come sooner or later. It just happened to be today. The world's order began to collapse, and with the deterioration of the environment, people's sense of morality became precarious. In a crisis environment, in order to snatch and occupy resources, people will always choose to wield the knife against the weaker ones. The elderly, children, and women will be the first prey to be targeted. Luo Xinghe felt his body trembling slightly. Then, she grabbed Su Chen's hand as if she was trying to grasp a life-saving straw. She pushed further and said, "Protect me. I'll give you the bird eggs, and you protect me." A teasing smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's lips, as if he was mocking her for being too aggressive. Su Chen said calmly, "There are 2 women in my room. Do you want to join them?" These highly suggestive words made Luo Xinghe's face turn red instantly. She blurted out, "No." The words of refusal came out in an instant, but after she said it, she regretted it a little. Su Chen looked very capable. Maybe, just maybe, she should have agreed. But Su Chen did not give her a chance to regret. "I have reserved the bird eggs. When you have made up your mind, contact me again." Su Chen jumped out of the window and left. His movements were graceful and neat, without a trace of reluctance. He was not in a hurry. In the end, no matter whether it was the bird eggs or Luo Xinghe, he would get them all. Before Su Chen went home, he went up to the balcony on the 22nd floor again. Wang Dazhuang had already died completely. Some tangled vines were lazily wrapped around his broken flesh and blood. It would not be long before the ugly corpse was completely absorbed by the vines. Those vines recognized Su Chen, and when he came closer, they approached him very closely. Su Chen picked up a vine and looked at it carefully. He saw that the gap on it was very narrow and long, and mucus was overflowing, as if it had been attacked by claws or something. Su Chen had a vague guess in his mind. He took out his cell phone and started looking through the videos inside. The owl did come, but it did not engage in a fierce battle with the vines. It just circled low for a few times, hit the vines climbing on the balcony with its claws a few times, and then flew away angrily. Su Chen thought, could it be that monsters also have their own sense of territory? Su Chen shook his head and thought it was impossible. After all, in today's world, plants and animals mutated very quickly, changing every day. In the stage of crazy invasion, how could the boundaries of balance be set so quickly? Su Chen frowned slightly and thought, could it be that the owl wants to be the big one? After putting away his messy thoughts, Su Chen went downstairs and went home. As soon as he walked to the door of the house, he smelled an extremely tempting aroma of food, which made him more hungry than usual. Su Chen guessed with satisfaction. Li Shuyi usually cooks. Could it be that this woman is good at cooking? Su Chen opened the door and was greeted by Zhao Xiaoqing, who was wearing a pink lace apron and looked extremely well-behaved and cute. Zhao Xiaoqing's eyebrows curved, her voice was sweet, and she said enthusiastically, Brother Chen is back. I made today's meal. Please ask Brother Chen to comment on my cooking skills. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and did not embarrass Zhao Xiaoqing anymore. This time, the three of them sat down together. Su Chen was very satisfied with the meal and praised Zhao Xiaoqing's enthusiasm and cooking skills. However, Li Shuyi looked much more uncomfortable, and even her usual arrogance was slightly lost. As if knowing that she was at a disadvantage in cooking, Li Shuyi took the initiative to move closer to Su Chen after dinner. Li Shuyi said considerately, Brother Chen, let me rub your shoulders to help you relieve your fatigue. Su Chen didn't comment. Okay. Zhao Xiaoqing's face looked uglier again. Su Chen naturally noticed the undercurrents between the two women, but he did not speak out to stop it and even deliberately fan the flames. After all, appropriate competition can help him improve the quality of his life. Sure enough, before she had waited for a while, Zhao Xiaoqing couldn't help it. She brought out a cup of hot water, placed it at Su Chen's feet, and said softly, Brother Chen, you must have worked hard on your trip. Let me give you a foot massage. As he said that, he knelt on the ground and took off Su Chen's socks. Seeing this scene, Li Shuyi, who was massaging Su Chen's shoulders, turned green in the face. She is a senior executive, used to being arrogant and giving orders. When it comes to career development and overall planning, she doesn't know how many levels higher she is than Zhao Xiaoqing, but she has to specialize in her profession. When it comes to being humble, acting nice and pleasing, showing weakness and acting coquettish, then this new Zhao Xiaoqing can easily beat her by 18 miles. There is no comparison at all. Chapter 18 Teasing Lin Siya. Li Shuyi was angry and wanted to compete with Zhao Xiao, so she unconsciously increased the strength of her hands. Su Chen felt that the massage on his shoulders was too strong. He frowned and said unhappily, Be gentle. Li Shuyi paused, apologized hurriedly, and quickly changed to a gentler technique. Zhao Xiaoqing watched from the side. She was trying to hold back her laughter while scolding Li Shuyi for being stupid. She was almost hurt from holding back. At this moment, a red bird egg was held in Su Chen's hand and placed in front of Zhao Xiaoqing. Su Chen said, Xiaoqing, you performed well. This bird egg is a reward for you. Zhao Xiaoqing was slightly stunned. Su Chen said calmly, Eat it. The bloody bird egg looked very strange. Zhao Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment and then took it obediently. She didn't notice that Li Shuyi's eyes, which seemed to be spitting fire, were standing next to her. Of course, even if Zhao Xiaoqing really noticed it, she wouldn't care. After all, no matter how stupid she was, she knew who the real boss of the family was. She just needs to take good care of Su Chen. As for Li Shuyi, why don't she go wherever is cooler? Zhao Xiaoqing didn't hesitate any longer, peeled the shell and swallowed it directly. Soon, she noticed the changes in her body and her mind became clearer than ever before. In addition, she felt that her sixth sense seemed to be enhanced. She sensed neutrality from Su Chen and hostility from Li Shuyi. Su Chen explained, The bird egg just now awakened your ability to seek benefits and avoid harm. From now on, you can feel the kindness and malice of people around you. This will become a good way for you to protect yourself. Zhao Xiaoqing suddenly realized, Thank you, Brother Chen. Thank you, Brother Chen. As her perception became sharper, Li Shuyi's hostility towards her became clearer, but Zhao Xiaoqing didn't care, and even felt a little bit of fighting spirit. What a joke. Zhao Xiaoqing was a stewardess who had made it through the race for the female race. How could she lose to a self-righteous woman like Li Shuyi? If the other party is hostile, then so be it. Holding Su Chin's thigh is the most important thing. Besides, she doesn't think she will lose to Li Shuyi. A melodious music sounded in the room. It turned out that Su Chin's WeChat phone call was ringing. Who would contact him at this time? Su Chin picked up the phone and saw a familiar note on the screen. Ex-girlfriend Lin Xia. A sneer flashed across Su Chin's eyes. He was not surprised by the call from his gold-digger ex-girlfriend. After all, the incident had happened quite some time ago, and most people no longer had any food left at home. The return system hadn't mentioned Lin Xia's name for 2 days. Lin Xia must be starving. Su Chun curled his lips into a smile and answered the phone. The attitude on the other end of the phone was unexpectedly soft and humble. Lin Xia cried and kept apologizing. Su Chun, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, give me something to eat. Lin Xia called Su Chun under the coercion of her mother Fu Hong. Lin Xia's eyes were filled with tears. She had never imagined that disaster and hunger would change her mother's temperament so drastically. Fu Hong said angrily, I have given so much to you. Shouldn't you repay me? Her mother, who usually doted on her, became crazy and harsh. If you still have me as your mother, you should fulfill your filial duty. At least don't let me starve to death here. Lin Xia couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, there's nothing I can do. Fu Hong's eyes were red, and he was close to the edge of madness. It's all because of you, a money loser. I raised you for so many years. What use have you been to me? I should have strangled you to death and given me another son. Fu Hong pressed. I'm telling you, either go out and find me some food, or ask someone to bring food to us. Otherwise, I will never acknowledge you as my daughter again. It was under such circumstances that Lin Xia called Su Chun. However, Fu Hong's spirit had collapsed, and she was restless when Lin Xia called. So all the urging and fighting in Fu Hong's mouth fell into Su Chin's ears. Su Chin immediately understood the general idea. He knew this mother and daughter too well. Even at the end of the world, they only wanted to absorb the flesh and blood of others to nourish their own lives. When they were in school, they cheated others of their money. In the end of the world, they coveted others' supplies. For such people, even if they starved to death at home, it would be an excellent ending. Suddenly, Su Chun had an idea and he thought of a brilliant way to punish this selfish mother and daughter. Su Chun changed his tone and pretended to be sad. Yeah, I really liked you in the past, but we can't go back. You know, I can't afford your betrothal gift. Hearing these words, Lin Xia felt shocked. There is hope. Su Chun still has feelings for her. Lin Xia said excitedly, how can I not go back? The betrothal gift is not important at all. As long as you can give me food, the food is the betrothal gift. My mother is very easy to talk to. She will definitely be able to accept you. Su Chun sneered in his heart and then acted, it's too late, yeah. I already have a girlfriend. She treats me very well. I think there is no place for you in my family anymore. These words were like a bolt from the blue. Lin Xia never expected to hear such an answer and immediately accepted it helplessly and said, no, this is impossible. Su Chun smiled in his heart and thought, you can't help but believe it. Then, Su Chun turned on the mute button and turned on the camera on his phone. He pulled Li Shi closer to him and instructed, yes, smile sweeter. This is our first photo shoot, so make your movements more sexy. Li Shui felt flattered when Su Chun embraced her, but she quickly adjusted herself and showed her most noble and moving side. Su Chun took several photos in a row, picked out the one he was most satisfied with, and sent it to Lin Xia. In the photo, Li Shui had a ruddy complexion and elegant temperament. She was leaning on Su Chin's shoulder, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. Her black hair was loose and her face was lightly made up, which made her figure look more plump and charming. In contrast, Lin Xia, who was pale and thin and had no interest in taking care of herself, was simply a fallen woman. In this situation, any man would know what to choose. Faced with the ironclad facts, Lin Xia felt that he had been devastated and had lost all his confidence. Su Chun has a girlfriend? Su Chun really has a girlfriend? By this time, Lin Xia finally regretted it. She couldn't help but wonder, if she hadn't chosen to break up, would her life be different? In this dangerous world where animals and plants mutate, will she be able to hide in a warm and clean house with Su Chun, enjoying rich food? And there will never be a woman more beautiful than her who will appear to replace her position and share the resources that would have belonged to her. My nose felt sore, my eyes were dry, and the hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. But on second thought, Lin Xia felt confused again. Did she really do something wrong? She is a graduate student, so young and beautiful, with such a bright future. Just because Su Chun once supported her for a few years, does she have to give her whole life to him? A trace of unwilling anger flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. No, she is not wrong. She was just fighting for a better future for herself. What was wrong with her? But since she did nothing wrong, why did she feel so bad? Lin Xia felt her brain go blank, and she blurted out, Su Chun. I feel so bad. Su Chun was totally unmoved, because he knew that the reason why Lin Xia felt uncomfortable was not because she had a guilty conscience, but because her stomach was empty and she was feeling hungry. Chapter 19 Chun Jian reveals his true colors. The hunger in her stomach made Lin Xia feel uncomfortable, but it couldn't make her brain clear. Lin Xia thought of how Su Chun had treated her without regrets back then. She refused to give up and said, No, brother Su Chun. I don't believe that you don't have me in your heart. We went through so much together back then. How could you possibly fall in love with another woman? Su Chun recalled what Lin Xia had said. He did experience a lot back then. When Lin Xia was in school, she would come to him every day to complain about being poor. She despised Su Chun for not being motivated and unable to satisfy her desire for a beautiful youth, which made her lose face in front of her friends. And when Su Chun started to work 2 jobs a day to make money, Lin Xia would start to act pitiful and miserable, complaining that Su Chun worked every day and had no time to accompany her. In short, Lin Xia said both the positive and negative words. No matter what Su Chun did, she was not satisfied, and the focus was on the transfer of money. During this process, Su Chun has been silently giving. He tolerates Lin Xia's various requests as harmless little vanity, but he doesn't know that Lin Xia is actually an ungrateful woman who can never be tamed, a vampire who lies on men. Whenever Lin Xia called, she would ask for money. Later on, there were more WeChat transfer records than WeChat chat records. What's even more outrageous is that when they were about to break up, Lin Xia actually did something big and directly transferred all the money in Su Chen's phone. This woman is so shameless that she has no bottom line at all. Su Chen sneered, Sister, we've broken up. If you keep pestering me like this, it will make my girlfriend unhappy. Lin Xia said anxiously, Brother Su Chun, there are many misunderstandings between us. You were just lonely, so you were seduced and bewitched by that woman, but Yaya can explain it. Seeing Lin Xia working so hard, Su Chun felt even more contemptuous and couldn't help but find it funny. Su Chun glanced at the scenery outside the window and said faintly, Lin Xia, I am willing to give you a chance to explain to me. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. I knew it, Brother Su Chun. You love me the most. Su Chun smiled brightly. His voice was kind and warm. Of course I am willing to forgive you, as long as you are willing to come and apologize to me in person. Lin Xia was stunned. She subconsciously looked out the window. The pale yellow pollen was becoming denser and denser. They stuck to the glass, covering the entire city like heavy smoke and blocking any light that might penetrate into the room. The room was gloomy, like a set from a horror movie. However, this is not the most terrifying thing. What is even more creepy are the mutated animals and plants, spiders, lizards, centipedes, and birds hidden in it. These little creatures that used to hide in the corners of the city have now all changed their appearance. They hide their bodies, are ferocious and patient, just waiting for the right time to deliver a fatal blow to the humans who appear by chance. Lin Xia felt a chill on her spine and shivered subconsciously. No, she can't go out. Going out at this time would mean certain death. She either got lost in the pollen or was eaten by monsters hiding in the dark. Lin Xia's voice trembled with faint sobs. Brother Su Chun, please don't scare ye anymore. Su Chun was completely unmoved. His voice was cold and cruel. Why? You don't want to? Lin Xia naturally couldn't answer. Su Chun cut off the call cleanly. From the moment he recognized Lin Xia's true face, Lin Xia died in his heart. In the end times, the environment is harsh, so he would not care about Lin Xia's life or death. But if this woman still refuses to repent and tries to tear a piece of flesh from his body, then he doesn't mind torturing her severely before Lin Xia dies. After all, the painful struggle between hope and despair is far more profound than simply accepting one's fate. Chun Jian's proposal to change rooms received responses from many people in the group. After all, the pollen has spread to the 12th floor, seriously affecting the lives of the residents on the lower floors. Even speaking normally can easily cause itchy noses and sore throats. There are many lower-level users who want to move to higher floors. As time went on, many residents living in high-rise buildings could no longer afford food and wanted to take the opportunity to share rooms to replenish their food rations. When both parties have needs, things will go smoothly and everyone wants to get together and talk openly. So under Chen Jian's arrangement, at 5 o'clock the next afternoon, on the inter-building corridor on the 13th floor, the community that had been quiet for a long time suddenly became lively. Luo Xinghe also attended the rally. She lived on the 13th floor, and her room was not greatly affected by the pollen. But she knew that sooner or later, the pollen would spread to the upper floors, and relocation was a matter of time. But at least in the next few days, she still wanted to try her luck and see if she could get some extra food. The gradually collapsing moral system frightened her. Out of a cautious protective mentality, she deliberately put on ugly makeup before going out, put on a mask and a hat, wore several more layers of clothes, and slightly hunched her back, creating the illusion of being fat and old. Luo Xinghe couldn't help feeling sad when he thought about how the acting skills he had studied so hard in the acting academy had to be used in such a place. It was only when he opened the door and stepped into the corridor that Luo Xinghe realized that it was even more lively outside than he had imagined. With a quick glance, he saw more than 30 people coming from the upper floors, and slightly fewer people from the lower floors. They were holding simple food in their hands to pay for their rent, mostly packaged food such as sausages and chocolates. Luo Xinghe was still frightened by the previous home robbery, but this gathering on the 13th floor was a collective action. The location was very close to her home, and there were a large number of people, which immediately made her feel at ease. Luo Xinghe touched his empty stomach and thought, just a little bit of food will be fine. Thinking of this, Luo Xinghe thought of Su Chen again. Luo Xinghe felt a little resentful towards this man who suddenly appeared and left. After all, if Su Chen had given her half a pound of beef directly, then she wouldn't have to come to this kind of gathering and share her house with a stranger. Luo Xinghe frowned slightly, thinking, I wonder what Su Chen is waiting for? If she doesn't show up, she might be so hungry that she might have to cook and eat the bird's egg, risking poisoning. Just thinking about the strange color of the bird eggs, Luo Xinghe felt nauseous again. Luo Xinghe comforted herself in her heart. Just hold on a little longer, she didn't want to fall into that situation. At this moment, Luo Xinghe saw Chen Jian appear in front of everyone, dragging a big bag in one hand and holding Wu Manin's arm with the other. Chen Jian said in a loud voice, very good, everyone is here. After seeing the organizer of the event, Luo Xinghe felt a lot more at ease. At this time of panic, a person who is willing to take responsibility can best bring comfort to the confused masses. But what Chen Jian said next made Luo Xinghe's legs go weak. Chen Jian shouted, please put down the food in your hands and put it in the bag in my hand. Chapter 20. Su Chen is targeted. As soon as these words came out, the whole corridor exploded. The people gathered in the corridor now are all owners who listened to Chen Jian's call in the group and gathered together to trade housing space and food. Who would have thought that Chen Jian's real plan was to gather them together and then extort them for food? Everyone was angry and started cursing at Chen Jian. Chen Jian, who the hell are you? How dare you confiscate our food? This food is the rent I want to collect. No one can take it away. Go ahead and dream on. You've deceived your father. Listening to everyone's accusations against him, Chen Jian still stood there holding the big bag, but his eyes were vicious and his face was ferocious. Suddenly, Chen Jian shouted, who among you dares to disobey the organization? Chen Jian's eyes were wide open. His fists were clenched, veins on his hands were bulging, and he shouted loudly. A cluster of hot flames burst out from in front of Chen Jian. In an instant, red light flashed and heat waves were overwhelming. The faces of the people around him suddenly changed drastically, and they said in panic, fire, fire. Chen Jian can spit fire. Seeing that the situation was not good, everyone hurriedly moved away from Chen Jian and tried to flee in all directions, but it was too late. Chen Jian had already found his target. He rushed forward and raised his hand to grab the long-haired woman closest to him. Flames instantly shot out from Chen Jian's arm and rushed straight to the woman's face. In just 1 second, all of the woman's hair was on fire. Ah! The woman screamed and rushed into the crowd with her fiery hair. When the people around saw this, they were all shocked. But Chen Jian still felt it was not enough. He pressed on step by step, slapping the woman's back several times with his hands, and the scorching flames wrapped around her. In a flash, the living woman was burned into a black charcoal. Seeing this horrifying scene, everyone's faces turned pale with fright. Everyone wanted to escape in a hurry, but Chen Jian was blocking the door. No one dared to rush in and could only huddle in the corner and tremble. At this moment, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. Murder, murder, Chen Jian murdered. Ha 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 ha. Chen Jian put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. At this moment, Chen Jian only felt that his self-esteem was greatly satisfied. Before the end of the world, he was just a small community secretary. After his divorce, he couldn't even find a woman. But now, he can make everyone afraid of him. Chen Jian said proudly, my neighbors, this is a critical period. If you don't want to be burned to death, you must obey my command. At this time, naturally no one dared to object. Chen Jian then instructed, residents on the lower floors should not push their luck and hand in their supplies honestly. After all, who knows if there is a virus in the pollen? I am willing to let you come up, which is already a great kindness. As for the food collected, it will also be used to compensate the upper-level owners. However, the bulk of the supplies will naturally be allocated to me as the manager. Although the distribution method was unreasonable, those living on high floors all agreed with Chen Jian's arrangement in their hearts. Although so far, the pollen has not brought people any side effects different from ordinary pollen, they do not want to conflict with Chen Jian, the awakened one. After all, for residents living on high floors, no matter how Chen Jian arranges resources, they can still gain some tangible benefits from the residents on the lower floors. Having grasped the psychology of the upper-level owners, Chen Jian began to brainwash the lower-level owners. Chen Jian is in his 40s and is a seasoned veteran. He knows that after using a big stick, he also has to give some sweet treats. Chen Jian said, "Please rest assured, the crisis is temporary and the difficulties will eventually pass. Although the situation outside is extremely bad and has seriously affected our normal lives, no matter how the plants mutate, they are flammable. My awakened fire controlling ability is most effective against these plants. As a leader, I will naturally help you to fix the environment and provide protection." When they heard Chen Jian say this, hope was rekindled in everyone's hearts. After all, no one wants to be surrounded by a tangled mass of mutated plants. Now it seems that it is a good idea to burn the mutated plants while ensuring the safety of the residents. Anyway, modern buildings are made of large blocks of steel and concrete. As long as they are handled properly, they do not pose a huge safety hazard. On the contrary, such measures can gradually expand the scope of human activities. Chen Jian noticed that everyone's attitude had softened. He grinned and raised the stakes again. Chen Jian said loudly, "To be honest, the reason I am still alive today is entirely because I hunted a mutant gecko before. I can only survive by eating its meat." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up, and in addition to fear, there was also a bit of admiration in the way they looked at Chen Jian. Wu Manning stepped out from beside Chen Jian at the right time and said, "Please rest assured, neighbors. Secretary Chen Jian will definitely lead everyone out of the difficulties. Now please obey the organization's arrangements, stand on both sides, and hand in the supplies in an orderly manner." Chen Jian cast an approving look at Wu Manning at the right time. Many lower-class users who carried food with them knew that they had no choice at all. They dared to be angry, but not to speak out. They were obviously very heartbroken, but they could only obey orders helplessly. Chen Jian was holding a big bag and moving back and forth among the crowd. Seeing food from every household falling into his bag, Chen Jian felt more and more proud. Just at this moment, an indifferent voice sounded from behind Chen Jian. "Hey, are we distributing supplies? Who's been assigned to my house?" Chen Jian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Su Chen, wearing loose home clothes, with his hands in his pockets and a lazy look on his face, appearing at the end of the corridor. Compared with the people around him who looked pale and thin due to hunger and had dazed expressions, Su Chen had a ruddy complexion and a leisurely tone. Where he stood, he could almost be called a crane standing out among chickens. Chen Jian's eyes focused instantly. He had always been extremely wary of Su Chen, who might have known the method of awakening and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. But now that the other party had put himself in front of him, how could Chen Jian miss it? His eyes turned, and he handed the bag in his hand to Wu Manning, saying, "Su Chen, don't think you can stay out of this just because you live on a high floor. Everyone's lives are closely related to you. Now is a time of crisis, so resources must be allocated in a unified manner. If I remember correctly, you have a lot of food at home, right?" As soon as these words came out, everyone seemed to wake up from a dream. In terms of resources, who can compare to Su Chen, who is only 21 years old? As if they had found their prey, everyone's eyes turned to him. Su Chen grills on the balcony every day with an arrogant attitude, and I don't know how many neighbors he has angered. It was just because the environment at Doomsday was dangerous that everyone stayed in the house and couldn't go out at all. Otherwise, they would have attacked Su Chen's supplies long ago. Now Su Chen was alone, exposed, empty-handed, and without even a handy weapon. At this time, if we don't subdue him, control him, and force him to hand over the supplies, what are we waiting for? Everyone stared at Su Chen, as if a group of hungry wolves had found a piece of fat mutton. They were all rubbing their hands in anticipation, their eyes glowing green. Chapter 21. Kill Chen Jian instantly. Su Chen, you are also a member of our building. You should also contribute your strength. I have elderly people and children at home. Are you going to watch us starve to death? Secretary Chunjian is in charge now. We must all obey orders and hand in supplies. No one can make exceptions. You are the security guard of the community. It is your job to protect the safety of the owners. The crowd came up and surrounded Su Chun tightly in 3 layers. Chun Jian watched from the side, feeling more and more proud, and thought to himself, Su Chun is a capable boy, but unfortunately he is still too young and does not know how to hide his shortcomings. Now Su Chun was hated, and with just a little advice from me, everyone surrounded Su Chun and attacked him. Feeling that the atmosphere was about right, Chun Jian pushed through the heavy crowd and walked leisurely to Su Chun. He pretended to be serious and said, "Little brother, don't feel pressured. In times of crisis, we always have to sacrifice the interests of a small number of people to support the interests of the majority. When the disaster is over, the masses will not forget your kindness." Chunjian thought, even if Su Chun has supernatural powers, so what? In the end, he will still have to obey his manipulation. The underworld is about human relationships and worldly wisdom, not just simple fighting and killing. However, he didn't feel happy for long as he felt a chill on his neck. Su Chun raised his hand slightly, and a flash of cold light flashed from his fingertips. The hidden weapon he used was the long thorn he had picked out from the vine earlier. The situation suddenly changed. Chun Jian's body lost strength, and he staggered backwards. Before everyone could react, a trace of blood spurted out from Chan Jian's throat. The obese body collapsed and fell next to the body of the woman who had been burned to charcoal. Su Chun said in a cold voice, "Are you qualified to make arrangements for me?" The air suddenly became quiet, and the pungent smell of blood became stronger and stronger in the closed corridor. Su Chin's cold gaze swept across the entire audience, and everyone's heart sank. They all lowered their heads silently, not daring to look Su Chun in the eye. Chun Jian is dead? How could Chen Jian, who was so arrogant just now and could easily burn a living person into charcoal, die just like that? After being shocked and frightened, everyone finally had the energy to think. Chen Jian is an awakened one with the ability to control fire, but he was killed instantly by Su Chen. Such a terrible change can only mean one thing, that is, Su Chen is also an awakened person, and his ability is far superior to Chen Jian. After realizing this, everyone felt a little regretful. You know, they just relied on their numerical advantage to force Su Chen to donate food to everyone. Now think about it. This is such a foolish behavior. The first person to lose her mind was Wu Manning. 5 minutes ago, she was still following Chen Jian, feeling fearless and even complacent, as if she was taking advantage of the power of another. But now, Chun Jian is dead and her support is gone. How can she accept such a huge gap? Wu Manning bravely asked Su Chun, "Su Chun, do you want to take over the command of our building?" It seemed that he had not expected that at this time, there would be someone who dared to negotiate with him. Su Chun raised his eyebrows and responded, "I am not interested in managing you. I just think the management system proposed by Chen Jian is quite desirable." Then, Su Chun raised his hand and pointed casually toward a corner of the crowd, his fingertips pointing at a person in the distance. He calmly ordered, "You will live in my house from now on." Everyone looked in the direction of Su Chen's finger, only to see that he was pointing at a middle-aged woman with plain clothes and an ordinary face. The middle-aged woman, who was chosen, also looked hesitant, not knowing whether she should go or not. Others couldn't tell, but Su Chun could tell from the system's prompt that this so-called middle-aged woman was actually the female star Luo Xinghe in disguise. He still had a red bird egg that he hadn't taken from Luo Xinghe, so he took this opportunity to harvest both the person and the egg together. Su Chun walked up to her step by step and reminded her in a low voice, "You still haven't given me something." Luo Xinghe was stunned, and finally confirmed that Su Chun had completely recognized her. She pursed her lips and nodded heavily. When everyone saw this, they all looked confused. Everyone had the same idea in their mind. As an awakened being, Su Chun acted so domineeringly. Shouldn't he pick the youngest and most beautiful one to stay with him? Why did he choose such an ordinary-looking woman? Among the crowd, Wu Manin's eyes suddenly lit up. She naturally didn't know that Su Chun had chosen Luo Xinghe in disguise, and only thought that Su Chun was a man with unique taste. Wu Manin couldn't help but think, if we really talk about mature woman's temperament, my figure and appearance are not inferior to the woman Su Chun just ordered. So, doesn't she have a chance? Thinking of the baby in her belly, Wu Manin felt that her chances of winning were greater. She finally figured it out. In such a chaotic and dangerous environment, as a weak person, she could only survive under the protection of the awakened ones. Since she had been able to control Chen Jian with her child, She could naturally use the same method to control Su Chun. Wu Manyin was determined. She came close to Su Chun and said flatteringly, Su Chun, my sister's house is also on the lower floor. Why don't you let me serve you? When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked by Wu Manyin's shamelessness. She appeared with Chen Jian to plot against everyone, and as soon as Chen Jian died, she was able to climb Su Chen's high branch without any psychological burden. She was really shameless. Unfortunately, Su Chen's taste remains a mystery, and no one knows whether he will be interested in Wu Manyin. Everyone cannot see clearly where the situation is headed, so naturally they dare not comment too much. Wu Manyin noticed that the people around her looked down on her, but she didn't care. At this moment, the most important thing was to hold Su Chen's thighs tightly. What Wu Manyin didn't expect was that her operation was so amazing that even the person involved, Su Chun, was caught off guard and dodged. Su Chun subconsciously looked at Wu Manyin's belly. It was slightly bulging and seemed to be just ordinary soft flesh, but it would not be long before a clear curve would appear. He is not a fool like Qin Jian. He has no interest in becoming a father. Su Chun felt unhappy, and his cold eyes fell on Wu Manyin's hand. The voice was sinister. You should worry more about yourself. Wu Manyin heard the malice in Su Chen's words. She was slightly stunned and looked down in the direction of his gaze. Only then did she realize that she was still holding the bag that Chen Jian had given her. Wu Manyin's face froze instantly. You know, this bag is heavy. It is filled with food for the neighbors. When Chen Jian was alive, no one dared to touch her, but now that Chen Jian is dead, the neighbors will naturally want to snatch the food back. No, it could be even worse. Wu Manyin looked back and saw that those who had been forced to hand over food before all had hatred on their faces and were staring at her with murderous eyes. Chapter 22 End of Transaction. Su Chen naturally would not show mercy to Wu Manyin. He smiled coldly and reached out to push the woman on the back. Wu Manyin's body became unstable, and she was forced to move away from Su Chen. She staggered 2 steps, and the things in her hands scattered and fell to the ground. Ham, instant noodles, chocolate. These things were all evidence of her bullying her neighbors by abusing her power. Su Chen made it clear that he would not protect her. Now, Wu Manyin had to face the angry crowd alone. It's you, woman. You actually spoke up for Chen Jian just now. I've seen it a long time ago. You and that Chen Jian are in cahoots. Who do you think you are? How dare you set your sights on our family? Hurry up and return our food with interest. Chen Jian is already dead, and Wu Manyin, who had appeared with him, instantly became the target of public criticism and was bound to bear everyone's anger and deep resentment. Su Chen naturally ignored it and even deliberately fanned the flames, allowing the crowd to rush forward and surround Wu Manyin. Su Chen stood at the outermost edge of the encirclement, glanced at Luo Xinghe beside him, and said calmly, "Let's go." Luo Xinghe, who had been a little hesitant at first, was now as obedient as a little rabbit. She followed Su Chen, walking step by step, and vaguely sensed the danger of the collapse of order and the coming storm. Sure enough, before long, this one-sided crusade turned into a fight. After all, everyone had limited rations, and they were all put into bags. At this point, how could anyone tell whose rations belonged to whom? Everyone gathered in the corridor and started fighting. Anger surged, and they started a fight. Wu Manyin, who was at the center of the storm, was the most miserable. Countless fists came at her face, making her see stars and scream like a pig being slaughtered. When Luo Xinghe heard the sound of fighting behind him, he felt a lingering fear and unconsciously moved closer to Su Chen. She had been following behind Su Chen. From this angle, she couldn't see Su Chen's expression, but seeing that he walked leisurely with his back straight, looking like someone who was very trustworthy, she gradually felt more at ease. After only a few steps, Su Chen stopped. Luo Xinghe paused, and then she realized that Su Chen did not take her upstairs again, but stopped in front of the door of her house on the 13th floor. Luo Xinghe knew she had no choice. She pursed her lips, took a step forward, and opened the door with the key. Su Chen followed her in with a calm face and more relaxed movements than if he had entered his own home. As a well-known entertainment star, Luo Xinghe has long been accustomed to people's curious eyes on her. She knows that many people want to know about her private life, but what Su Chen did was not considered as prying into her privacy. On the contrary, Su Chen directly and brazenly broke into her life. Luo Xinghe only felt that his thoughts became a mess in an instant. She knew in her heart that although Su Chen had not really done anything to her so far, she would not be able to resist if he forced her. However, judging from the current situation, Su Chen seemed to be reasonable and willing to make a fair deal with her. He was not a robber and could be considered a decent person. Luo Xinghe thought that Su Chen was quite friendly to her, and might even be willing to protect her. She even had some confidence. Su Chun was an awakened person, but he was also a man, and as long as he was a man, there was no man who was not fascinated by beautiful women. If she asked Su Chun for help at this time, Su Chun would most likely agree to her. But after a second thought, Luo Xinghe was entangled again. Did she really want to do this? Selling her body in exchange for shelter and resources, wasn't this the behavior she looked down upon the most in the past? Moreover, Su Chun said that there were already 2 women in his room. What would it mean for her to go there at this time? As he was thinking about it, the tragic scene before Qian Jian's death suddenly flashed through Luo Xinghe's mind. Luo Xinghe's thoughts stopped abruptly and his body shuddered. She finally remembered the point of the whole thing. No matter what Su Chen's attitude towards her was, Su Chun was a dangerous person who could easily take someone's life. Giving up all her self-deceiving thoughts, Luo Xinghe no longer dared to play any tricks. She took out the blood-red bird egg she had hidden from the small compartment in the kitchen. Compared with the 2 eggs Su Chun had found before, the size of this bird egg was obviously much smaller, only the size of a glass bead. Luo Xinghe pursed his lips and said, "Before the disaster began, I raised a canary. Later, it mutated and its beak became longer than my finger. I was scared and let it go. This bird egg was left behind at that time. I didn't notice it at the time, but later I saw the message you sent, so I hid it." Su Chen listened patiently. He took the bird eggs, made sure they were not damaged, and put them into the basic package. Then, Su Chun flipped his wrist, and half a pound of beef immediately appeared in his hand. Luo Xinghe watched it with his eyes almost falling out. She was dumbfounded and stammered, "Su Chun, how did you do it?" Su Chun did not explain. He put the half pound of beef on the kitchen counter and said calmly, "The transaction is over." After saying that, he walked straight to the gate without hesitation. Luo Xinghe was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect Su Chun to let her go so easily. For a moment, she felt mixed emotions and didn't know whether she should feel relieved or disappointed. But in a hurry, she still followed the human instinct to admire the strong and shouted behind Su Chun, "Can I go up with you?" Su Chun glanced at her, his eyes dark and unclear. Luo Xinghe waved his hands hurriedly and said, "Don't get me wrong. I just want to go up and take a look, just take a look." Su Chun saw Luo Xinghe's hesitation, and he said without comment, "It's up to you." He was not in a hurry. The bird eggs were already in his hands, and half a pound of beef would be eaten soon. It wouldn't be long before Luo Xinghe would cry and beg to surrender at his feet. The more hesitant Luo Xinghe was at this time, the more he would have to pay later. He had plenty of time to see this woman regret it. Luo Xinghe was delighted and put the beef in the refrigerator. The cleverness in his heart surged up again. She thought to herself, "Su Chun has a lot of supplies, but I don't know exactly how much. This time I go up there, I can just test it out." By the time the 2 of them came out together, everyone in the corridor outside had left. The smell of blood was much stronger in the air. The big bag of food that people were most concerned about had been completely snatched up. The bodies of Chen Jian and the woman who was burned to death were lying on the ground, and no one had collected their bodies. Wu Manyin, who had been severely beaten by the angry crowd, was curled up on the ground with disheveled hair, holding her head with both hands and screaming in pain. The sound of Luo Xinghe opening and closing the door startled her. Wu Manyin suddenly opened her eyes wide. She saw Su Chun and a resentful light flashed in her eyes. She said viciously, It's you who pushed me." Su Chun ignored him, but Wu Manyin had been beaten into a trance. When Su Chun walked past her, she actually reached out to grab Su Chun's ankle. This time, Su Chun did not indulge her. He raised his long legs and stepped hard on the back of her hand. Wu Manyin let out a scream at the right time. "Ah!" This shrill sound seemed even more terrifying and horrifying in the silent corridor. Luo Xinghe was so frightened by the horrible scream that his legs almost went limp. Chapter 23 Luo Xinghe goes upstairs. Luo Xinghe followed Su Chun and walked up the stairs to the 21st floor. When she arrived, she was already sweating slightly, and the ugly makeup on her face was about to be smudged. After the door opened, Li Shuyi and Zhao Shaoqing, who had already heard the noise, hurried out to greet them. Luo Xinghe met their gazes, and for a moment, he felt quite at a loss. Although she knew that Su Chun had no need to lie to her, and that there were indeed 2 women in his family, the shock of seeing it with her own eyes was different. Luo Xinghe herself is a beauty. Although she has been a big shot in the entertainment industry, she has never felt inferior to the amateur circle. But when she saw the 2 girls with well-proportioned figures, decent clothes, and delicate and simple makeup, they were able to maintain their spirits even in the doomsday environment. They could be called radiant. The comparison made her feel a little uncomfortable. As for the two women in the room, they were slightly surprised when they saw Luo Xinghe. They didn't know that Luo Xinghe was deliberately making himself ugly. They just thought that Su Chan had brought in a woman of mediocre appearance. For a moment, they didn't know whether to lament first that they had gained another competitor, or to lament that Su Chin's aesthetic taste had been degraded so seriously in just a few days. But the time they spent looking at each other didn't last too long. Li Shuyi was the first to react. She welcomed Luo Xinghe in with a bright smile and said in a friendly tone, "A new sister is here. Welcome, welcome." Seeing this, Zhao Xiaoqing had no choice but to put on a friendly look and hold Luo Xinghe's hand. She also did not see through Luo Xinghe's makeup skills. She just comforted herself in her heart. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This new woman is mediocre in appearance and old. She is no match for me at all. No matter how undercurrents were surging inside, on the surface, the atmosphere between the three women was unusually harmonious and friendly during this first meeting. Luo Xinghe was welcomed into the house by the two girls. Looking at the two warm, smiling faces in front of her, she thought anxiously that it seemed that staying here was indeed a good choice. Zhao Xiaoqing, who was better at cooking, also needed to prepare dinner in the kitchen. So Li Shui volunteered to take on the responsibility of taking care of the newcomers. She found a slightly loose suspender dress from her clothes and said with a smile, "We're already home. Why are you still wearing outer clothes? Go wash your face first. We still have to eat together later." Luo Xinghe blushed, and for a moment, she didn't know how to explain. She had only wanted to come up and take a look, but if she said that she had no intention of staying, she would be lying. Seeing that Luo Xinghe didn't say anything, Li Shui thought that she was just shy and didn't care. She was also considerate enough to prepare pillows, bedding, and other sleeping supplies for her. Before the apocalypse, Su Chan was just a security guard, so he naturally would not rent a whole 3-bedroom, 1-living-room house in such a high-end community. However, Su Chin's previous roommates were working outside when the disaster occurred, and they have not returned yet. I guess they have lost their lives. So within 2 days of the disaster, Su Chan moved to the master bedroom. As for the remaining 2 rooms, Li Shuyi and Zhao Qing are each occupied one. Now that Luo Xinghe was here, he would have to squeeze in with one of them. Seeing that Zhao Xiaoqing had the advantage in cooking, Li Shuyi was of course unwilling to let go of Luo Xinghe, her new teammate, so she was extra considerate and attentive to her. After preparing the bed, Li Shuyi deliberately found small items, such as towels for her to facilitate cleaning. Luo Xinghe was being arranged by Li Shuyi, and he felt dizzy in his head, but he also relaxed a lot unconsciously. It was not until she closed the bathroom door, looked in the mirror and saw her face after putting on makeup that she became slightly alert. It's the end of the world now. There aren't so many people who hit it off at first sight. It's just the weak relying on the strong and sticking together. But what about her? Does she want to be one of them? 10 minutes later, when Luo Xinghe took off her makeup and came out of the bathroom, Zhao Xiaoqing's meal was ready. On the table was a roasted crispy sea base, golden and crispy, and the crystal clear and plump rice was dotted with black sesame seeds. There were also 2 refreshing vegetarian stir-fried side dishes. Such food would have made people salivate even before the end of the world, let alone now when resources are so tight. Just because Su Chan didn't come to the table, the 2 girls didn't pick up their chopsticks first. Just as Luo Xinghe was staring at the dining table, Zhao Xiaoqing had already recognized her. Zhao Xiaoqing exclaimed, "Are you Luo Xinghe? That celebrity?" Luo Xinghe nodded. Zhao Xiaoqing's expression suddenly became complicated, and she only murmured, "Su Chan is a very lucky guy." But after all, this was just a small episode. Compared to Luo Xinghe's identity as a female star, the 2 girls' attention was quickly attracted by Su Chan, who walked out of the master bedroom door. They rushed to surround Su Chan. Li Shuyi rubbed his shoulders, Zhao Xiaoqing massaged his legs, Zhao Xiaoqing pulled out a seat, and Li Shuyi picked up the dishes. The 2 fair-skinned and beautiful women surrounded Su Chan like 2 maids vying for the favor of an ancient emperor, with bright smiles and extremely flattering looks. But Su Chan also looked as if it was a matter of course. Luo Xinghe watched from the side and felt quite uncomfortable. Su Chan did not deliberately invite Luo Xinghe to sit down and eat together. In fact, he did not even give him a glance. Luo Xinghe stood alone beside the dining table for a while. In the end, she didn't have the nerve to beg for food. It wasn't that she couldn't accept bowing to a powerful man, but she felt uncomfortable when she thought about being with 2 strange women. After a moment of silence, Luo Xinghe lowered his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said with difficulty, "You guys eat slowly. I'm going home first." Luo Xinghe comforted herself by saying that she was different from the 2 women in front of her. She had just made a deal with Su Chan for the redbird eggs, and there was still half a pound of beef in the refrigerator. If she ate it sparingly, she might be able to hold on until the disaster was over. Su Chun saw what Luo Xinghe was thinking, but did not point it out. People are like this anyway. They will never give up their fantasies until the last moment. But when Luo Xinghe said this, the two girls surrounding Su Chun were a little overwhelmed. After all, in their opinion, Luo Xinghe was handsome and a star, and Su Chun, as a man, would definitely be fascinated by him. The two of them had already made preparations for the four of them to live together in the future. So how could they have expected that Luo Xinghe would suddenly change his mind? It was just that the two girls felt an inexplicable sense of peace. After all, although Luo Xinghe was a little depressed due to hunger, she was a female star with a sexy and charming style. If they really competed for the job, the pressure on them would be too great. But the other party's blatant rejection was too sudden. Wouldn't it anger Su Chun? Li Shuyi looked at Luo Xinghe with a hint of worry in her eyes, while Zhao Shaoqing looked as if she was secretly gloating. But Su Chen's reaction was very calm. It doesn't matter. Of course you can leave. A cold light flashed across Su Chen's light-colored eyes, and he slowly added, "It's just that my resources are limited, and I will only leave them to those who submit to me." Then, Su Chan turned his wrist, and the blood-red bird egg that originally belonged to Luo Xinghe appeared in Su Chen's hand. Then, in front of Luo Xinghe, Su Chan gave the blood-red bird egg to Li Shuyi, who was standing beside him. Chapter 24: The Ability to Distort Space. Li Shuyi took it with great joy and looked at Su Chun with eyes full of gratitude. These days, Zhao Shaoqing had taken over her cooking job, and she was very worried that her status in Su Chen's heart would decline. Now that she saw that Su Chen was actually willing to give her the mutant bird eggs, she felt a lot more relieved. Li Shuyi swallowed, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you, Brother Chen. Thank you, Brother Chen." Su Chen smiled slightly and raised his hand to rub Li Shuyi's head as if he was treating an obedient little animal. Su Chen said casually, "Eat quickly, little greedy cat." Li Shuyi didn't delay any longer and swallowed it in one gulp. But it was not enough to finish eating. Li Shuyi smiled sweetly and even leaned in Su Chen's arms, clamping her throat and imitating the soft meow of a cat. "Thank you, Master Meow." Zhao Shaoqing was watching from the side and was so angry that she almost exploded. She never expected that after just 2 days, Li Shuyi had learned all her skills of pleasing others and being nice. If this continues, what else can she use to compete with Li Shuyi for Su Chen's favor? Luo Xinghe, who had been standing nearby and watching the whole process silently, also felt bad. She had vaguely realized the preciousness of the mutant bird egg from Li Shuyi's excited and surprised tone, as well as her wolfing down movements. She had to admit with a painful heart that she must have lost money on the previous transaction with Su Chan. But it's too late to regret now. As Li Shuyi swallowed the whole bird egg, the system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Li Shuyi ate a mutant canary egg, and 300 eggs were returned and stored in the basic package. Mutated canary egg. After eating, you can awaken the ability, space distortion. Eating the same ingredient repeatedly can increase the ability level. Su Chun smiled with satisfaction. After confirming the safety and efficacy of the mutant bird eggs, Su Chun immediately took one out of the basic package. After swallowing it, the system prompt sounded again. Space distortion. First level awakening. The host can distort the space within 1 meter, and the host can pass through the small space hole after distortion. Su Chen's eyes focused, and he placed one hand on a solid wall, imagining that it was a curtain that could be twisted at will as he wished. The next moment, the wall in front of Su Chun deformed like a whirlpool, revealing the structure behind the room. Different from the warm and bright decoration style of Su Chen's home, the style of the room behind the wall is mainly black, white, and gray. The simplicity reveals a sense of luxury that is out of touch with the world. That's Li Shuyi's home. The vortex grew bigger and bigger, and it had expanded to a point where one person could pass through. Su Chen gradually mastered the key points. He put down his arms, and the hole in the wall did not disappear. Su Chen raised his long legs and stepped in. When he completely stepped into the next room, the wall behind him also recovered. Luo Xinghe, Li Shuyi, and Zhao Shaoqing. The 3 girls looked at everything in front of them and were almost stunned. They touched the wall that Su Chen had just passed through. The touch of their palms was smooth and solid, and there was nothing special about it. But Su Chen clearly passed through this wall just now. Li Shuyi was the most excited. After watching Su Chen's demonstration, she immediately understood how to use the strange energy that suddenly appeared in her body after taking the bird eggs. Li Shuyi fixed her eyes on him and imitated Su Chen's movements, twisting the entire wall like a whirlpool. Everything behind the wall was revealed. Su Chen stood on the other side of the wall, staring at her with a smile in his eyes, and seemed to be in a good mood. Li Shuyi looked at the familiar furnishings in her house. Her eyes moved slightly, and she also raised her legs and stepped over. However, she was obviously not as calm and relaxed as Su Chun. When she landed, her breathing was uneven and her forehead was sweating. When the two of them returned together, she was even a little exhausted. Li Shuyi panted and said, "Brother Chun, you are really awesome. I haven't been going out lately, and my physical condition has deteriorated." Su Chun said indifferently, "It's okay. I'll take you to exercise in the evening." Li Shuyi blushed. Luo Xinghe had a complicated expression, and Zhao Shaoqing was so jealous that her eyes were red. You know, Li Shuyi's home is right next door to Su Chin's, but Su Chun didn't allow the two of them to go out just for safety reasons. But now, Li Shuyi already has such a convenient skill. From now on, she can leave whenever she wants. Although she is physically limited and cannot go far, it is really convenient if she just wants to go home. This is simply a great leap in quality of life. Zhao Shaoqing said sourly, "Hubby, you are so nice to Sister Li." Su Chin scratched Zhao Shaoqing's nose and teased, "Don't worry. As long as you behave well, you will have it too." Zhao Shaoqing was pleasantly surprised, and her fighting spirit was rekindled. Humph. What does it matter if Li Shuyi eats one more bird egg? One day, she will eat it back 1,000 times. Zhao Shaoqing tapped her feet, kissed Su Chin on the face, and said admiringly, "Brother Chin, you are really great." Su Chun smiled softly and grabbed Zhao Shaoqing's slender waist. "Of course. This bird egg was hard to come by. I spent half a pound of beef to get it from Luo Xinghe." Upon hearing this, the two girls were stunned. Others may not know, but the two girls know best. What does the so-called half a pound of beef mean to Su Chun? It means nothing at all. Su Chun has so much food that it can be described as inexhaustible. But mutant bird eggs are different. They are good things that can awaken superpowers, enhance strength, and even be used to save lives. The two girls looked at each other, then looked at Luo Xinghe together, with complex expressions in their eyes. The two girls usually argue with each other, but they rarely reach a consensus on this matter. They looked at Luo Xinghe, and the meaning in their eyes was clear. What a stupid woman. She actually exchanged such precious bird eggs for half a pound of beef. Luo Xinghe naturally received this silent evaluation. She pursed her lips and her face became stiff. She no longer had the face to stay in this room, so she pursed her lips and turned away. But the aroma of delicious food on the table lingered, penetrating into her nostrils and lungs. This made Luo Xinghe feel even more bitter, and she couldn't help but think, did I really do something wrong? After Luo Xinghe left, Su Chun immediately took out one canary egg after another from the basic package and ate them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading space distortion to the second level awakening. The host can distort the space within 5 meters. Su Chun continued to eat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the space distortion to the third level awakening. The area of the space hole after distortion has increased. Not enough. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading space distortion to the fourth level awakening. The range of space distortion objects has been expanded to include liquids. Su Chun stopped moving and thought. Since the ability to distort space can be used not only in solids but also in liquids, then his range of activities is much larger than that of ordinary people. Maybe he can even set some underwater traps. Keep eating. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the space distortion to level 5 awakening. The host can stay in the target space for a short time. Su Chin's eyes lit up. If I could hide in the wall, wouldn't that be equivalent to being temporarily invisible? Chapter 25, Bailey's Supermarket. Su Chin made a judgment on his new ability. In addition to short-term hiding, the greatest function of space distortion is that it can help him reach many secret places that are heavily guarded or surrounded by iron walls. But that's for later. So far, Su Chin's top priority is to collect enough supplies and gradually expand the new search range. In practical terms, he temporarily does not need to go to the balcony to collect supplies for himself. After all, although walking on the balcony is convenient and fast, it is too conspicuous. In some emergency situations, hiding inside the room is the safest and most effective method. From this perspective, the ability of space distortion is simply tailor-made for him to collect supplies. Su Chun fell down floor by floor, and before he knew it, he had landed back in the house next to Luo Xinghe's assistant. There was a clear sobbing sound coming from next door. It turned out that Luo Xinghe was lying on the bed crying. Woo woo woo. Did I do something wrong? It was obvious that Luo Xinghe had realized the gap between her and Su Chun, and the half-pound of beef in the refrigerator could no longer soothe her hurt mood. Not only did she lose a bird egg that could give her superpowers, She also failed to successfully cling to Su Chen's lap. Luo Xinghe felt that she was a complete failure. At this moment, Luo Xinghe only felt that he had missed out on 100 million. But it's too late to regret now. Su Chen listened to Luo Xinghe's crying without any feeling of sympathy, and his heart was calm. He knew that if he showed up again at this time, Luo Xinghe would beg for his favor as if he had seen a savior. However, since the other party only cried in his room and not in front of him, it meant that Luo Xinghe still couldn't let go of his pitiful star attitude. So Su Chen did not show up, but left by activating the distorted space again. He decided to leave Luo Xinghe alone for a while. After 2 busy days, Su Chen finally made a risky decision. The supplies in the community have been almost collected, and next, he needs to go outside for a walk. After careful consideration, Su Chen decided that his first destination was a large supermarket 10 kilometers away from the community. For safety reasons, Su Chen prepared a full set of equipment for himself. Although the spring atmosphere was not hot, it was somewhat stuffy. However, Su Chen still carefully changed into a windbreaker, put on a pair of gloves, and put on a safety helmet that he would only use when riding an electric bike. Before going out, he deliberately changed into a pair of thick-soled and sturdy hiking shoes. Although this outfit is somewhat incongruous from the perspective of styling, it has first-class practical value and is the best equipment Su Chen can get under the current circumstances. When Zhao Xiaoqing saw Su Chen dressed like this, she knew that Su Chen must be going to a far place this time. She admired him, but also felt a little worried. Seeing that Su Chen had no weapon in his hand, she went to the kitchen to get a boning knife and brought it to him. Zhao Xiaoqing said with concern, "With this, at least you can scare people." Su Chen was in a state of confusion. Although he did not bring any large tools such as knives or hammers, his basic package contained more than 200 long vine thorns as hidden weapons. With his current agility and accuracy, as long as he did not encounter any hot weapons, he would not be afraid of fighting even if he was surrounded. What's more, he has the newly awakened ability to distort space. If he really can't win, it won't be difficult for him to retreat safely. Su Chen used his ability to seek benefits and avoid harm to re-examine Zhao Xiaoqing, but found that her kindness was so strong that it seemed that she really relied on Su Chen. Su Chen understood everything in his mind. Zhao Xiaoqing was different from Li Shuyi. Although she had a good appearance, she did not have outstanding personal abilities. So in a harsh environment, her good appearance was her ability, forcing her to rely on Su Chen wholeheartedly. Su Chen curled his lips and smiled. "Don't worry, but you, be careful and don't open the door." These words sounded like those given to a child, but Zhao Xiaoqing felt particularly happy after hearing them. After all, being able to receive Su Chen's care and concern made her feel happy, regardless of whether it was true or false. And this is indeed not a lie. After all, Su Chen is reluctant to part with these 2 material replicators. If they died, Su Chen would have to find them again, which would be so troublesome. Su Chen activated his skill of being as light as a swallow and moved back and forth in the city. Although the distance was quite far, he moved between the major buildings and almost walked in a straight line, so it didn't take too long. But when he got there, he could hardly recognize it. Jinli Supermarket used to be one of the most prosperous areas in the city, with lights on and a lot of traffic, but now it just looked dark and scary. Su Chen stood on a large amusement facility near Jinli Supermarket and looked down, but it seemed as if he was looking at a bare round tombstone. Perhaps because a large area of floor tiles were laid near the supermarket, the area was not severely invaded by plants, and there were no terrifying vines like those in Su Chen's community. After sensing the surrounding situation through, seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and confirming that no large mutant animals were found, Su Chen jumped to the top floor of Jinli Supermarket. Instead of going through the main door, Su Chen used a half-open glass window as an entrance and went into the supermarket. The stench that came from the air almost choked him. Su Chen then realized that he had come to the fresh food area by chance. Turning on the flashlight I carried with me, I saw shelves full of rotten fruits and vegetables, covered with mold and crawling with maggots. Su Chen felt like he was going to vomit. Su Chen suppressed the nausea in his stomach and managed to identify the direction, then walked towards the packaged food area downstairs. What surprised Su Chen was that he had been walking for a long time but had not seen any human corpses. This kind of large supermarket should be crowded even on weekdays, not to mention the staff. Su Chen thought for a while and then concluded that when the disaster occurred, the person in charge of the supermarket must have noticed something was wrong and organized the evacuation of personnel at the first opportunity, so that no one was trapped inside the supermarket. However, judging from the current situation, perhaps the chances of survival would be higher if we stayed in the supermarket. After all, there were so many supplies. Su Chen stopped in front of rows of large shelves. There were many packaged foods on it, including sausages, biscuits, jellies, dried fruits and vegetables, cola, juice, and self-heating pots. Suchon curled his lips and smiled. And now, all the things in this supermarket have to be sold to him at a low price. Suchon had taken adequate protective measures this time, intending to stay a little longer and take everything away in one breath. Suchin opened the basic package and decided to put something in it. At this moment, Suchin discovered through seeking benefits and avoiding harm that there were 2 men and 1 woman walking towards him. Suchon was surprised. He really didn't expect that when he went out, he would actually meet people who came to loot supplies like him. Chapter 26. The Evil Woman. Although they were more than 30 meters apart, Suchun was able to find out the other party's basic situation through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. The other side was a team of 3, 2 men and 1 woman, all in their early 20s. Both men were awakened, with white light on their bodies, but there was a very obvious difference in strength. The man walking in front was tall, with tight muscles all over his body, and the white light on his body was shining. He was about twice as tall as Chen Jian, and it was obvious that he was the leader and main combat force of this small team. The short man following behind the tall man had a dim white light on his body, a hunched back, unsteady steps, and a cautious look, which showed that he was a timid person. As for the tall woman next to the 2 men, she was wearing a mask and a hat, covering her face tightly, and she did not have the slightest supernatural power. Suchon saw it and silently estimated the combat power in his mind. Regardless of getting rid of the woman without superpowers, the enemy is in the dark and he is in the light. 1 against 2, his chances of winning are still very high. The supermarket was very quiet. The team of 3 people gradually got closer to Suchun, and Suchun heard their conversation. The short man spoke first. "Brother Chun, this place is too weird. There is no one here. Let's just gather some supplies and leave quickly." Chun Tianhua said angrily in a low voice. "Nonsense. If anyone still wants to take our turn to pick up the missed supplies, hurry up and do your job honestly." The tall woman glanced at the short man and said, "Sun Chao, listen to Brother Chen. We can survive only because of his strength. Hurry up and fill your backpack, or else you will make Brother Chen unhappy." Sun Chao agreed meekly, but he felt unhappy in his heart. Why? He, Chen Tianhua, and Qian Fenger were all junior students at Beihai Sports University. When the disaster occurred, the 3 of them were trapped together in the school gymnasium. Because they both liked Qian Fenger, when the disaster happened, they both contributed their food to Qian Fenger, and the 2 of them went to take bird eggs outside the window to eat. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Both of them awakened their special powers and had the resources to go out and look for supplies. But Chun Tianhua's special ability is infinite strength, which allows him to charge into battle and fight others head-on. But his special ability can only play a supporting role, and he can't even hold the hand of a beautiful woman. To be honest, he liked Qian Fenger before the disaster, which was half a year earlier than Chen Tianhua, whom he met later. While taking food from the shelf, Sun Chao daydreamed and thought, if Chen Tianhua hadn't interfered, he might have already been getting along with Qian Fenger by now with his identity as an awakened person. But at this time, he naturally would not complain. It was the end of the world, and it was good enough to have something to eat. What's more, he did benefit from Chen Tianhua. The full backpack of food on his back was the best evidence. Su Chun, who was standing not far away, had a clear view of the 3 people's thoughts. In the end times, it is very common for people to work together but have their own thoughts. Su Chun lost interest and turned to leave. Suddenly, Sun Chao, the shortest of the 3 people, spoke. Who's there?" Su Chun turned around and stopped. Discovered? Both men are psychics, but the white light on Chen Tianhua is obviously much brighter than that of Sun Chao. From their conversation, it can be inferred that Chen Tianhua is the core of this team. Therefore, Su Chun really didn't expect that the first person to discover him was Sun Chao, who looked harmless and even weaker. When Chen Tianhua heard Sun Chao's reminder, his eyes tightened. He took out the hammer behind him and said in a low voice, "Sun Chao, are you sure you heard it clearly?" The short man named Sun Chao nodded frantically, then he skillfully hid behind Chen Tianhua and raised his hand to point in the direction where Su Chan was standing. "That's it. There's someone walking in the hallway. I heard the sound." Su Chan raised his eyebrows slightly. He had intended to leave quietly, so he would not deliberately make any sound. And even at such a distance, Sun Chao could hear his footsteps, which could only mean that Sun Chao was an awakened person and must have awakened the ability of extraordinary hearing. Now that he was discovered, Su Chen's advantage of being in the dark was gone. Su Chen flipped his wrist and put a long vine thorn between his fingers. Once he had made up his mind, he showed up openly. When the two met, all four of them looked at each other with vigilance. On the side of the three-person team, Chen Tianhua stood at the front, and Sun Chao hid behind him. He tilted his head to glance at Qian Feng'er beside him, gritted his teeth, and bravely took a step forward. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. Name: Qian Feng'er. Age: 22. Appearance: 8.6 points, vibrant and sunny. Attribute: gymnastics specialty student. Final score: 8.8 points. Final evaluation: youthful and energetic, passed the system review. Su Chen didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise at this time. The look he gave Qian Feng'er suddenly became more scrutinizing. Qian Feng'er was dressed as thickly as Su Chen, revealing only a pair of alluring almond-shaped eyes. However, she was tall and had an upright posture, and just standing there she had a unique charm. Qian Feng'er is not the traditional fragile beauty, she even has a big frame, but her body is well-proportioned, her muscles are firm, and her lines are smooth. She looks very energetic, full of passion and strength. If it were normal, Su Chen wouldn't mind taking one extra to raise as a food replicator. As soon as Su Chen saw the malice in Qian Feng'er that was almost materializing, he instantly lost interest. Su Chen's ability to seek benefits and avoid harm has almost reached the level of perfection. So he knew that Qian Feng'er's malice was so strong that it was not only directed at himself, but also at everything around her, and even at his teammates. Su Chen laughed secretly in his heart. Qian Feng'er has a simple, enthusiastic, and energetic appearance, but she is actually a real femme fatale. It's just a pity for the two awakened people who served her so well. They were sold out and had to help her count the money. Just as the two sides were confronting each other, Qian Feng'er, who had been standing behind, spoke. In the serious and tense atmosphere, she looked quite calm. She said to Su Chen, "Brother, we are all here to search for supplies. There is no need to confront each other. There are plenty of things here, enough for both of us." Su Chen had seen a lot of intrigues and deceptions in the Doomsday, but he didn't expect that the first group of people he met outside would be willing to be reasonable. But it is not incomprehensible. After all, those who can come out at this time must be awakened people with outstanding abilities. Everyone has their own abilities, but they don't know each other's cards. When they meet each other, they naturally don't want to create any more trouble. However, Su Chen was more skilled. From the strong malice in Qian Feng'er, he guessed that her real intentions were definitely not simple. Sure enough, Qian Feng'er smiled friendly and suggested, "The road is wide and straight. Let's each go one way. We go south and you go north." Su Chen looked in the direction Qian Feng'er pointed, and through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he saw a vague shadow of a mutant lizard. This woman really has bad intentions. Chapter 27. Lizards in the Exotic Pet House. Su Chen did not respond, and there was a cold look in his eyes when he looked at Qian Feng'er. As a well-known beauty on campus, Qian Feng'er was used to being stared at by all kinds of men. But now, when Su Chen stared at her, she felt extremely nervous. She wasn't sure whether Su Chen had seen through her tricks, and she had no way to ask. She only felt her mouth was very dry, forcing her to move her throat nervously. Among the three people, Sun Chao was the most observant. He quickly caught the strange atmosphere between Su Chen and Qian Feng'er, but his brain was not enough and he thought completely wrongly. He just thought that Su Chen was attracted by Qian Feng'er and coveted her. Fortunately, this strange stare did not last too long. Su Chen's aura suddenly relaxed. His eyes turned and he smiled brilliantly. He said in a relaxed tone, "Okay, there are a lot of things here anyway, so we can just take our own." Su Chen had made a plan in his mind. Since these people wanted to harm him, he would take advantage of their trick and teach them a good lesson. So he pretended not to know and agreed readily. Hearing Su Chen say this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Tianhua, who was standing at the front and confronting Su Chen, felt his heart return to his stomach. He glanced at Qian Feng'er beside him with an approving look in his eyes. He thought to himself, this woman is worthy of his affection. She could remain calm at the critical moment and come up with such a good plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. In order to pursue Qian Feng'er, he had accompanied her shopping in Bailey Supermarket several times and was very familiar with the structure and arrangement of the place. The north that Qian Feng'er pointed to Su Chen just now was none other than the newly opened exotic pet pavilion in Bailey Supermarket. The so-called exotic pet shop is naturally different from ordinary shops that sell cats and dogs. Before the disaster, it was more of a place to take photos and check in than a pet shop. People looked at new things like lizards, spiders, corn snakes, chameleons in small boxes, and occasionally teased the colorful talking parrot at the door to satisfy the curiosity of city dwellers. However, now that the plants and animals have mutated, that place has long become the most dangerous area in the entire shopping mall. Qian Fenger asked Su Chan to go north just now, which was actually asking him to die. Among the three people, Sun Chao was the only one who didn't know the information about the exotic pet house. He just thought it was an ordinary negotiation. Seeing that Su Chan agreed and the two sides didn't need to fight anymore, he was quite happy. Sun Chao smiled. That's right. It's hard for everyone to find food now. Let's just stay out of each other's business. Su Chan also smiled, and his smile was quite sunny. I don't have any objection, but I have a large family, so I won't save any for you. Sun Chao was completely unaware of the seriousness of Su Chen's words. He nodded and said, of course, we will each rely on our own abilities. After all, in Sun Chao's opinion, the supermarket is so big, Su Chan is just one person, and he doesn't even have a sack. Even if he tries his best to load supplies, he can't load much. The three of them are in a group, so they have a clear advantage. We met on a narrow road, but there was no need to fight. Is there anything better than this? Su Chan turned and left. Sun Chao still had a silly smile on his face. Qian Fenger and Qin Tianhua looked at each other tacitly. The meaning was very clear. This kid Su Chan would not survive. After the two groups parted ways, Su Chan walked about 10 meters to the north. When he looked back, the figures of the three people had been completely hidden in the pollen and could not be seen clearly. Su Chan grinned and mocked himself. How naive. He had indeed promised the three men just now that he would go north and the others would go south, and they would go their separate ways and not interfere with each other. But can't I go back on my word after I've promised? Su Chan immediately activated the skill, light as a swallow, jumped downstairs, then found another way up and rushed directly to the southernmost side of the supermarket. Su Chan stood in front of the shelf and with a wave of his hand, all the things on the shelf were put into his basic package. This efficiency is even better than that of a moving company. Su Chan collected the supplies very quickly. He scanned the shelves one by one, and in a short while, he had emptied the entire first floor of goods. So when the trio tiptoed southward, carefully selecting the supplies they wanted to take away, they suddenly saw a long row of empty shelves. The three of them looked up at the incredible scene before them and were all stunned. Qian Fenger's face darkened. What's going on? Why is this supermarket empty? Chen Tianhua was also shocked. Where are the things? Where are the things on the shelf? As for Sun Chao, he was so anxious that he was jumping around. Who took our supplies away? After asking 3 questions in a row, a familiar figure appeared in front of the 3 people. Su Chan waved to the 3 of them in a friendly manner. Hey, we meet again? The expressions of the 3 people changed instantly. Sun Chao was the first to be unable to hold back. He widened his eyes and asked, Didn't you go to the north? Why did you suddenly run ahead of us? Su Chan smiled and responded, You prepared a great gift for me in the north, so of course I have to know how to reciprocate. After that, Su Chan pointed behind him and said arrogantly, Although I never leave anything for others, considering your enthusiasm and friendliness, I will still leave the shelf for you. Shelves? Is this also called leaving things? The trio all knew they had been tricked, and they were all angry. However, the current situation was so strange that their brains could not react. In fact, they felt more surprised and helpless than angry. From the time they met Su Chan to the time they negotiated the terms and went their separate ways, the whole process took only 15 minutes. But in just 15 minutes, all the items on the shelves were cleared out. Packaged food, pots and pans, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, mops and towels, all disappeared. How is this done? But before they could ask any questions, Su Chan disappeared into the heavy pollen with light footsteps. And at the moment when they passed each other, Su Chan's sinister voice was clearly heard. Su Chan said, Don't worry, I really like the gift you prepared for me in the north. Chen Tianhua reacted and wanted to stop him, but Su Chan's movements were too fast, and he didn't even touch the corner of Su Chan's clothes. Chen Tianhua's face froze, and he felt like he had provoked some powerful person. But before he could come up with a countermeasure, Sun Chao behind him shuddered. He stammered, Brother Chen Fenger, this is not good. This is not good. Chen Tianhua frowned. He had always looked down upon Sun Chao's timid appearance. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had awakened the ability of extraordinary hearing, he would not have wanted to team up with such a coward. But what was happening before his eyes was so strange that he couldn't help but become nervous. Sun Chao, did you hear that man's movements again? Sun Chao nodded with a pale face and shook his head twice in panic. It's not a human. It's a lizard. Chen Tianhua and Qian Finger's expressions changed instantly. The two of them had just teamed up to trick Su Qian into walking north, just to make Su Qian run into the mutated creatures in the exotic pet house. If Su Qian was not prepared, he would definitely be killed by those mutated creatures. But what if Su Qian had been prepared? The three people's hearts suddenly tightened. A sound of breaking air was heard behind Chen Tianhua. Chen Tianhua turned back subconsciously and saw a blood-red whip coming towards him. The scarlet color is eye-catching and extremely terrifying. The long whip wrapped around his waist and lifted him into the air. Ah! Chen Tianhua screamed. It was not until the last moment of his life that he realized that the blood-red whip was none other than the tongue of the lizard in the exotic pet house. Chen Tianhua's pupils suddenly widened. He couldn't imagine Su Qian's strategy and strength, so he didn't understand until he died. The lizard that was supposed to stay in the exotic pet house on the north side and was supposed to be used to attack Su Qian could actually be used. Now, the lizard was lured by Su Qian, leaving the exotic pet house and attacking him. Chapter 28 New Bird Eggs. Chen Tianhua, the strongest of the three-man team, was suddenly rolled up by the lizard's tongue, and the remaining two people panicked instantly. At the critical moment of life and death, Sun Xiao no longer cared about Qian Fenger. Relying on his extraordinary hearing ability, he avoided the lizard's position and hurriedly ran to the lower floor. However, because he moved too hastily, he fell and rolled directly down from the stationary escalator. When he fell to the lower level, he was still screaming ouch, and it was obvious that he had fallen quite hard and could not stand steadily. However, Sun Xiao did not give up and crawled on the ground using his hands and feet. Qian Fenger also wanted to run, but the incident happened so suddenly that she couldn't tell the direction for a moment. At this critical moment, a big hand suddenly came from behind Qian Fenger and covered her lips tightly. The thought flashed through Qian Finger's mind like lightning. She quickly determined the identity of the person behind her. It's him. Qian Fenger was shocked and instinctively wanted to struggle, but she couldn't break free from Su Qian's shackles. Don't make any noise. Su Qian lowered his head and whispered in Qian Finger's ear. Then, Su Qian exerted force with his hands and dragged Qian Fenger to the corner of a shelf. Not far from them, a huge mutant lizard dragged its heavy steps, passing by the shelves diagonally to their side step by step. Qian Fenger's pupils contracted slightly. With the sunlight from the window, even through a thick layer of pollen, she could still see the terrifying and heavy shadow cast by the huge lizard on the ground. She was trembling all over, and her pretty face was covered with tears. Her frightened and panicked expression completely destroyed her warm and sunny beauty. Su Qian felt the tears dripping on the back of his hand, frowned slightly, and thought to himself, what a trouble. If it weren't for the fact that you passed the system review, I wouldn't have saved you. Only when the mutant lizard finally walked away did Su Qian let go of the hand that was covering Qian Fenger. She was breathing deeply and her face was as pale as paper. She glanced at Su Qian and said with difficulty, why did you save me? Heh, Su Qian smiled softly. I want to ask you, why do you want to hurt me? Qian Fenger's face changed, and she hurriedly explained, no, I didn't. Su Qian stared at her, his tone cold. You asked me to go north just now. Didn't you want me to die at the hands of that mutant lizard? Now that I brought the lizard out, why don't you admit it? A trace of despair flashed in Qian Finger's eyes. She finally understood that Su Qian knew everything. What he did just now was not to save her, but because he didn't want to let him go so easily. She was nervous and spoke incoherently. I just wanted to protect myself. Su Qian turned a deaf ear to him. He showed no mercy to this vicious woman who was trying to harm him. Su Qian's eyes fixed, and he actually grabbed Qian Finger's hair and dragged her to this floor of the warehouse. The door of the warehouse was wide open, and Su Qian pushed Qian Fenger in without any hesitation. Seal the door and keep the key. Through the door, Su Qian coldly ordered, wait obediently and reflect on it carefully. Ignoring Qian Finger's pleading, Su Qian walked downstairs. Bailey Supermarket has 7 floors. He has just searched 1 floor, and there are still 6 floors left to explore. There is no space limit in the basic package. Since he is here, he must search it thoroughly. Interestingly, he did not see Sun Xiao, who fell down the stairs in panic. Su Qian used the seek advantages and avoid harms technique to check the surroundings, only to find that in order to avoid him and the giant lizard, Sun Xiao had actually supported himself with 1 lame leg, climbed out of the window, and hid outside. In response, Su silently commented, you are courting death. 2 hours later, Su Qian, who had returned with a full load, opened the warehouse where Qian Fenger was imprisoned. The light shone in and Qian Fenger raised her eyes in panic. She was huddled in the corner of the warehouse, but when she saw Su Chun, she knelt down at his feet with a plop. The waiting without any concept of time almost made her collapse. Qian Fenger grabbed Su Chin's trouser legs and begged, "Please, let me go." Su Chin looked down at her, knowing that the initial deterrence had taken effect. He said calmly, "Okay, in that case, let's talk." Su Chin looked at Qian Fenger calmly. His eyes seemed to be frozen with a piece of ice. He took out a dagger from the basic package and put it against Qian Fenger's snow-white neck. He demanded in a cold voice, "Next, you have to tell the truth." Qian Fenger nodded frantically, and her fragile skin accidentally touched the cold blade, leaving a faint blood mark. Qian Fenger's heart tightened. She didn't know how long she had been locked up in this dark warehouse. It was just from panic and wailing at the beginning to numbness and despair later. Qian Fenger felt like she was going crazy. Given the current situation, as long as she wasn't caught and locked up again, she would do anything Su Chun asked her to do. Su Chun got straight to the point and said, "You are a woman with no special abilities. Why do you want to go out?" This is a question that Su Chun must clarify. Qian Fenger's appearance was too abnormal. She clearly had two psychics as companions. Even if it was just for food, there was no need for her to take the risk alone, unless she had a reason to go out. Qian Fenger shrank back and responded, "My sister went missing when the disaster happened, and I have to find her." Su Chun raised his eyebrows. He really didn't expect that Qian Fenger's reason for going out rashly was so noble. Su Chun still had doubts in his heart. "So you came here to take risks for the sake of family affection?" Since the disaster, the entire human moral system has been gradually collapsing, and all kinds of self-serving, insidious, and violent means have emerged one after another. Even he himself has become different from before the end of the world. However, it was at this time that he met a person who really cared about others, even though this person was just planning to kill him. "Yes," Qian Fenger nodded. As if she was afraid that Su Chun would not believe her, she explained in more detail, "My sister used to work part-time at the exotic pet house, but we lost contact after the disaster." Exotic pet house? Su Chen remembered the scene of the huge lizard sticking out its long tongue and rolling a whole person into its belly. Brutal. So brutal. Su Chen gave his own judgment coldly. It's more likely to be dangerous than safe. After hearing this, Qian Fenger didn't feel sad, but she also didn't show any anger that showed she wasn't willing to accept the cruel truth. Qian Fenger's expression was calm, almost confident. "No, she's still alive." Qian Fenger tapped her heart and explained, "Although it sounds incredible, we are twin sisters, and there is telepathy between her and me." Qian Fenger's eyes became firm. "So, she is definitely not dead. I will go find her." Stupid. Su Chun gave a straightforward evaluation. Su Chun put away the dagger in his hand. He rubbed his temple and said with disdain, "The disaster has been over for a long time. It will be very difficult to find clues even if you go back to the exotic pet house. You don't have any special abilities. If you go out rashly, you will be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth." Qian Fenger shook her head gently. She pursed her lips, seemed to hesitate for a moment, and finally said, "No. My sister left me a message when she contacted me for the last time. She said that there was a blood-colored bird egg left in the exotic pet house, and that as long as I find a chance to eat it, I can also become an awakened one." After Su Chun heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. He never expected that he would receive clues about bird eggs at this time. Chapter 29. Qian Fenger's Loyalty. Su Chun was overjoyed when he suddenly got the news about the bird eggs. He wanted to run over and find out what was going on right away. But he quickly regained his composure, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and a dangerous light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He asked Qian Fenger, "Why did you tell me this?" At this moment, Qian Fenger had regained her composure. She smoothed her messy hair and said with a bitter smile, "I don't have a choice anymore, do I?" In this situation where her life and death were completely controlled by another person, Qian Fenger seemed to become a little smarter. She steadied her breath and counted on her fingers to explain the interests to Su Chun, trying to persuade the other party to show mercy and spare her life, or even go a step further and protect her. Qian Fenger's tone was firm. "Chen Tianhua is dead. If I want to get protection, I need to prove my worth to you. You can regard the information of this bird egg as my sincerity." This seemed like a good explanation, but Su Chun was unmoved and said bluntly, "Maybe the news about the bird eggs is true, but you played your cards too early. From the moment you told me the location of the bird eggs, you have become worthless to me." Qian Fenger's expression was slightly stiff, but then she relaxed. She smiled confidently and continued, "I know you are an awakener. It is amazing that you have powerful abilities, but don't forget that my sister knows the effects of bird eggs, which also shows that she is also an awakener. Qian Fenger's words were full of hidden meanings. Su Qin's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he asked sarcastically, "Why? Do you think I'm afraid of revenge?" After the disaster, the whole world changed, and death was the most common thing. Although Su Chun was cautious, he was not afraid of fighting. What's more, in today's world, even if Su Chun killed Qian Fenger, her sister probably wouldn't be able to guess who the murderer was. However, Qian Fenger was not threatening Su Chun. She shook her head and said softly, "On the contrary, I think my sister will be very grateful to you if she knows you saved me." Qian Fenger's eyes became firm. She looked at Su Chun and said word by word, "The disaster will not pass immediately. Only unity can allow us to survive for a long time. The abilities of awakened people are much better than those of ordinary people, but as time goes by, fights between awakened people will also occur more frequently. I believe that you also need companions." It was such a misfortune that what Su Qian needed was a submissive person, not a companion. "But why not be direct and be my woman? I will provide you with shelter and food," Su Qian responded, "and help you keep an eye out for news about your sister." After receiving Su Qian's reply, Qian Fenger's face flushed instantly. She felt that she should feel ashamed and angry, but in fact, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although her proposal was not taken seriously by Su Chun, she still survived. In response to this, she sighed in her heart, half disgusted and half relieved. Sure enough, all men are the same, but fortunately she is good-looking. What Qian Fenger didn't know was that the reason she was still able to survive was not because Su Chun was attracted by her beauty, but because her appearance passed the system's scoring assessment. What's more, twin sisters have the same appearance and their scores should be similar. Su Chun felt that it was not a loss to keep Qian Fenger as bait. Su Chun stood up and said calmly, "Wait here for a while. I'll go check on the bird egg now." "Yeah." Qian Fenger nodded. Although a cooperative relationship had just been established, Su Chun still locked the warehouse door again when he went out. Su Chun was not worried that Qian Fenger would lie. After all, Qian Fenger was completely under his control. At this moment, if anything happened to him, Qian Fenger would not survive. Su Chun returned to the exotic pet pavilion and used his ability to seek benefits and avoid harm to re-observe the situation in that area. The lizard was still outside patrolling its territory and had not returned. There was a huge spider lying in the center of the venue. The dense white spider webs turned the exotic pet hall in the corner into a small horror house. After confirming that the two mutated creatures had not noticed him, Su Chun moved closer. Through the glass of the exotic pet house, he saw a blood-red bird egg. Su Chin's eyes lit up, but he was only happy for a moment before he frowned as if in trouble. The lizard's long tongue can be used for long-range attacks, and the spider web as an obstacle is even more troublesome. If you are not careful, you will be trapped in it. The bird eggs are protected by two monsters. Given this position, it is really difficult to get them. Su Qin imagined the scene when Qian Fenger's sister discovered the red bird egg and tasted the weirdness in it. The location of this mutant bird egg is dangerous. Qian Fenger's sister is an awakener and can't get it, but she wants to leak the news to her sister. Could it be that Qian Fenger, as an ordinary person, is more powerful than an awakener? Su Qin thought of the two men in Qian Fenger's team, Chen Tianhua and Sun Chao. There are two mutated monsters in the exotic pet house, and the two men are also awakened. If each of them lures one away, it will just give Qian Fenger the opportunity to pick up bird eggs. Su Qin couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This woman is not simple. There was no futile attempt. Su Chun did not think that his current strength could fight two mutated monsters at the same time. After observing silently for a while, Su Chun finally made up his mind. He stared at the bird egg and thought, he must take the egg, but not today. When opening the warehouse door again, Qian Fenger was much more proactive. She came up to him with a concerned look on her face and asked, "How is it? Are you sure you can get the mutant bird egg?" Su Chun was a little surprised by Qian Fenger's sudden change. "You still need to prepare. But you, what? Are you not afraid of me anymore?" Qian Fenger said calmly, "It's already this time. Of course I'll have a better chance of winning if I follow you." Su Chun nodded with satisfaction. "You are very smart." Qian Fenger smiled sweetly. Her gentle eyes seemed to be filled with gratitude. "Of course. What's more, you promised to help me find my sister." When it comes to this topic, Qian Fenger's tone is actually much more serious. "Don't worry, my sister is an awakener. You take care of me now, and when we are reunited, she will repay you well." Su Chun smiled noncommittally. "I'm waiting for that day." Su Chun thought that the twins looked similar and had the same score. so they were both tools for him to produce materials. It would be more pleasing to the eye to have a pair of sisters. Qian Feng'er had no idea what Su Chun was thinking. She just felt her body lighten, and Su Chun held her in his arms. Qian Feng'er cried out subconsciously, "Ah, what are you doing?" Su Chun replied calmly, "Take you home." Walking back along the same route, Su Qian, holding Qian Feng'er, jumped out of the window of Bailey Supermarket, walked across the terraces and rooftops of high-rise buildings, and ran straight back to the community where he lived. Chapter 30. A Mahjong Table. When Qian Feng'er, Chen Tianhua and Sun Chao came out, they walked on land. Not only was the thick pollen blocking their vision, but they also had to be careful of mutated plants and animals. They felt extremely cautious and faced numerous dangers. And now, with the ability of light as a swallow, Qian Feng'er was held by Su Chun and moved with him among the high-rise buildings in the city. The warm wind blew across her cheeks. Although she was nervous, she felt a sense of unreality as if in a dream. The deserted city invaded by plants quickly receded from Qian Feng'er's sight. Qian Feng'er felt her defenses loosen a little bit, and the instinctive admiration for the strong surged up, making her unable to help but rely more on Su Chun. She couldn't help but think, it seems not bad to be protected by such a person. Because of her competitive sports training, Qian Feng'er's temperament is tougher than that of ordinary women, but she knows in her heart that she is not that kind of careless and silly woman. On the contrary, she is very smart. In order to obtain the mutant bird eggs, she could even cleverly use Chen Tianhua and Sun Chao as stepping stones. If she hadn't run into Su Chen halfway, according to her original plan, Chen Tianhua would deal with the mutant lizards and Sun Chao would attract the mutant spiders. Without having to worry about the lives of those two people, she could easily get the bird eggs and become a true awakener. Only now, she seemed to have a better choice. Qian Feng'er secretly glanced at Su Chen's handsome features and thought to herself, "You are so lucky. I will have to trouble myself to please you in the future." However, she never expected that the situation would arise just as she made up her mind. In front of the gate of Su Chen's house, the high-spirited Qian Feng'er and the hesitant Luo Xinghe met each other. Both of them are beauties. Luo Xinghe is more outstanding as a female star, but if we only talk about aura, neither of them is inferior to the other. Luo Xinghe spoke first, pretending not to see Qian Feng'er. With tears in her eyes, she stared at Su Chun and said softly, "Brother Chen, I'm here to see you." In an instant, alarm bells rang in Qian Feng'er's mind. Acting pitiful, pretending to be weak, calling me brother. This tea tastes so good. There was hostility in Qian Feng'er's eyes as she looked at Luo Xinghe. In addition, Qian Feng'er was also furious, specifically directed at Su Chun. "Haha, no wonder you spoke so skillfully when you put forward the conditions. It turns out that you already have a woman, right?" Qian Feng'er couldn't help but glared at Su Chun unconsciously. But objectively speaking, Su Chun felt a little unfairly treated with such a glare from Qian Feng'er. Su Chun has a woman, but she is not the one next door. In fact, when Su Chun saw Luo Xinghe at his doorstep, he himself was a little surprised. Although he knew that Luo Xinghe would definitely regret it, he really didn't expect that Luo Xinghe would regret it so quickly. A hint of doubt flashed across Su Chen's eyes. "It's the end of the world. Why haven't you learned to be thrifty? Half a pound of beef was finished so quickly?" Luo Xinghe noticed Su Chen's doubts, and his face flushed red for a moment. The reason she came again was not because her self-esteem suddenly dropped. However, of all things in this world, the word comparison is the most feared. After Luo Xinghe witnessed the rich food in Su Chen's house and watched Su Chun share the precious bird eggs with his woman, how could she be willing to stay in her home? In fact, Luo Xinghe had arrived a long time ago, but the two women in the room told her through the door that Su Chun was not there and they did not have the authority to open the door, so they asked her to wait outside. Luo Xinghe has already made a great decision, but he still needs to wait for Su Chen's attitude. Su Chun said coldly, "My home is not a place where you can come and go as you please." Luo Xinghe was well prepared. With red eyes, she swore, "I know. I will prove my worth." Su Chun smiled lightly and said indifferently, "What is your value?" Luo Xinghe blushed and said with difficulty, "I can dance, act, and do the splits." Su Chun raised his eyebrows slightly, expressing his satisfaction with Luo Xinghe's advice. Qian Feng'er was watching from the side. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was easing and was about to move towards a happy ending, she finally couldn't help it. Qian Feng'er gritted her teeth and cursed in her heart. "Bitch, you actually want to steal my man? I am a student with a specialty in aerobics, the most beautiful girl in the university voted by the whole school. How can I lose to you, a traffic star?" Qian Feng'er was not convinced, So she used her professional expertise to perform a high kick, which passed directly in front of Luo Xinghe's eyes. Qian Feng'er smiled and said, "You can do the splits, right? It's just a split. Is it that difficult?" Luo Xinghe took a step back after being startled by Qian Feng'er's move. Qian Feng'er was very proud, and she took Su Qian's arm and said, "Brother Qian, I am a sports student, and I have very good physical fitness." Luo Xinghe was watching from the opposite side, and his face turned green. She had always deliberately ignored the women around Su Qian, but the fact was the fact. In the blink of an eye, Su Qian brought back another beautiful woman. Luo Xinghe regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She didn't have much feelings for Su Qian. Although she couldn't say that she was in love with him, she did have some admiration and worship for him. But I didn't expect that after missing the first time, I would have to start competing if I wanted to enter Su Qian's house again. Li Shuyi and Zhao Xiaoqing in the room heard the noise outside. After confirming that it was Su Qian who came back, they silently opened the door. And the moment the door opened, Su Qian didn't waste any time and pushed Luo Xinghe and Qian Feng'er on their slender waists. The two women stumbled into the door at the same time and fell into the arms of Li Shuyi and Zhao Xiaoqing respectively. Su Qian looked indifferent. Jealousy among women was none of his business, but his sowing return system should be upgraded. Now the return is 300 times, and after tonight, it will be 500 times. Li Shuyi and Zhao Xiaoqing, who had been in the room, looked at each other. This time, they acted quite calmly. After all, they have figured it out. A man as powerful as Su Qian will definitely be followed by many women at the end of the world. They cannot stop him, and they are lucky enough to be the first group of women to be blessed. There were suddenly 2 more women in the house, so at dinner time the originally small table seemed even more crowded. Su Qian sat down in the main seat. He was in a particularly good mood today. He led 2 women into the house at once and collected a large amount of supplies. Most importantly, he even found out the location of the next mutant bird egg. Compared with before, today was a fruitful day. After such a long time since the disaster, he rarely felt like relaxing. Looking at the 4 beautiful women around him, Su Qian suddenly said teasingly, "Yes, you 4 women can just make a good mahjong table." Zhao Xiaoqing noticed Su Qian's good mood. She frowned slightly and seemed to think seriously for a while before saying, "What's the point of just playing? It's fun to win something." Luo Xinghe wanted to integrate into this family, so he followed Zhao Xiaoqing's words and said, "Yes, we have to win something valuable." Li Shuyi, the most mature of the 4 girls, smiled helplessly. "That's what I said, but now I can't spend the money, so I really don't have any bargaining chips." Qian Feng'er, who had just arrived, rolled her eyes. She was a good mahjong player. How could she not take the opportunity to get some benefits for herself at this time? Qian Feng'er glanced at Su Qian, waved her jade hand, and suggested with a bright smile, "If you ask me, a man's love is the most precious. Why don't we play mahjong to win the right to use the master bedroom?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of the girls all became slightly subtle, and they all looked at Su Qian with curiosity, passion, shyness, or teasing. Su Qian was stared at by them and felt that the atmosphere was inexplicably weird. Wait, has he been too relaxed with these women lately? If he understood correctly, he was clearly teased by his 4 women. Chapter 31 Great Artist. While Su Qian and 4 beauties were happily enjoying dinner on the 21st floor, in a room on the opposite building, Wu Manin was hiding in her house, shivering, holding her injured wrist. Wu Manin lives on the 1st floor, which is the floor most affected by the disaster. There is a serious pollen problem and plant infestation. Through the locked windows, one can see many signs of mutated animals moving around in the community. However, Wu Manin is helpless and can only deceive herself by pulling the curtains, suffering from her precarious life. In fact, she was not a dull woman. As soon as she realized that the situation was not good, she quickly hooked up with Chun Jian, who lived in a high-rise building. But Chun Jian was short-lived. After he finally awakened his special powers, he didn't even get to give her a few days of good life and died early. What's even more infuriating is that Chun Jian's plan to get everyone to hand over their supplies had angered everyone. As a result, Wu Manin, who had managed to survive, became a rat crossing the street, and everyone wanted to kill her. When Wu Manin thought about this, she trembled with anger. She gritted her teeth and said bitterly in her heart, "Su Qian, it's all that Su Qian's fault." If Su Qian had not intervened, Chun Jian would not have died. According to her plan, she could still hide under Chun Jian's protection and seize the food from those stupid neighbors. She can live in a high-rise building, free from the intrusion of pollen, give birth to a child smoothly, and live a fairy-like life in this resource-scarce doomsday. But now, she has nothing. She could only return to her house on the first floor and face death in fear and hunger. Wu Manning closed her eyes in despair. However, no, she couldn't accept such an ending. Wu Manning stood up suddenly and suppressed the fear in her heart. Pacing back and forth in the dark room, her face looked ugly, like a beast trapped in a cage and unable to rest. She comforted herself, why should I be afraid? Even if Su Chun is an awakener, so what? No one can escape the catastrophe. Chun Jian is also an awakener, so he can die at any time, right? But she doesn't want to die. Wu Manning felt like she was going crazy. Fear and panic almost destroyed her ability to think. All Wu Manning could do was keep talking to herself, but this made her more like a madman who couldn't control herself. Wu Manning squatted down with her head in her hands. Save me, it's too late. No matter who it is, come and save me. And at this moment, the glass window of her house suddenly shattered. With a loud crash, it was the sound of something being broken by a heavy object. Wu Manning's breathing stagnated, and her cerebral cortex felt numb. She didn't think it was a sign from God. What's more, good people don't climb through windows. Wu Manning huddled in a corner of the house. She clearly heard the sound of a person climbing through the window and his feet landing on the floor of her house. Amidst the fear, Wu Manning's mind flashed through Su Chin's condescending expression. At this moment, Wu Manning only felt that her wrist, which had been stepped on by Su Chun, was becoming more and more painful. It's Su Chun? That man must have come here to laugh at her. No, Su Chun is cruel and ruthless. He must have come to her house to kill her and silence her. This man has destroyed everything she had, and now he is going to take away her last hope. At this moment, the man who entered the room had already discovered her. Wu Manning was still huddled in the corner of the room, shivering. She lowered her head and saw a pair of white sneakers slowly step into her sight. In extreme despair, Wu Manning finally couldn't bear it anymore. Her eyes were red as she looked up. I thought, Su Chun, you are going too far. With the pale moonlight, Wu Manning finally saw the face of the person who came. It was a man, very thin and young, with dyed blonde hair, a red t-shirt, green shorts, a crooked dragon tattooed on his arm, and a shiny knife in his hand. The man who came was a robber, but he was not Su Chun. Besides that, the visitor had extremely poor fashion taste. The situation was still very dangerous, but Wu Manning felt inexplicably relieved. After all, in Wu Manning's heart, Su Chun, who was full of murderous aura, was much more dangerous than the man with a knife in front of her. The robber Luo Feng also noticed the changes in Wu Manning's mood, and for a moment, he felt quite complicated. I thought, why? Am I so kind? In fact, Luo Feng is also a resident of this floor. His main job is a gangster, not a robber. After the disaster, all the instant noodles were eaten up and they were about to starve. After much thought, they came up with the idea of breaking the window and stealing supplies. When I started a new business for the first time, I chose a room on the first floor where the lights were not on. Unexpectedly, there was someone in the room. It was a bad start, but he couldn't lose in terms of momentum, so Luo Feng shook the knife in his hand and threatened. Can't you see? I'm robbing. Hand over all the food in the house. At this moment, Wu Manning had completely calmed down. She stared at the knife in Luo Feng's hand, gritted her teeth, and tore open her shirt with a whoosh. This set of operations completely confused Luo Feng. Although he was a young man in society, he was young after all and had not seen the world. Faced with such an emergency, Luo Feng felt nothing in front of his eyes. Then, his body went limp and he couldn't even hold the knife in his hand. Luo Feng was at a loss and asked, You? What are you doing? Luo Feng had never seen such an exciting scene. Seeing Wu Manning being so proactive, his first reaction after he came back to his senses was to turn his head away. Wu Manning on the opposite side felt relieved when she saw Luo Feng's immature behavior. She knew that she had made the right bet. Wu Manning calmed down and said with a burning gaze, Brother, I have nothing here except my sister. If you really want to rob me, come and rob me. I am a weak woman and I can't survive in the end times. If you provide me with shelter, I will serve you. After saying that, she reached out and put her arms around Luo Feng's waist. Wu Manning was no longer young, but she was experienced and skilled. Luo Feng had never seen such a scene before, and driven by instinct, he quickly surrendered. The two of them rolled all the way from the side of the bed to the bed. Afterwards, Luo Feng still felt dizzy. It took him a long time to slowly savor the ecstasy in his heart. Before the apocalypse, he was just a small gangster, but now he has become the symbol of wildness and power. This is not the end of the world. This is clearly heaven. But he didn't want to show his timidity. He lay on the bed, patted Wu Manin's round shoulders, pretended to be mature, and asked, "Are you really willing to follow me?" Wu Manin nodded frantically. "Of course, after all, you are so manly." As Wu Manin spoke, she touched Luo Feng's arm, where a rough dragon tattoo was found, with its fangs and claws bared, wrapping around Luo Feng's entire arm. Wu Manin said, "Look at the dragon you tattooed. It's so majestic." Luo Feng's brain got hot, and he hugged the woman in front of him again and bit her hard twice. Who is the most rare person in this world? Is it a woman? No, no, no. He, Luo Feng, is definitely not that superficial. What he lacks is a confidant. For a moment, Luo Feng's eyes almost filled with tears. Finally, someone finally knows how to appreciate his artistic taste. You know, he designed this tattoo himself, and he saved up 3 months' worth of money to get it tattooed. Now I finally met someone who understands and appreciates me. Luo Feng smiled with satisfaction. Just based on your vision, you are good enough to be my woman. Wu Manin nodded obediently. In fact, she guessed that Luo Feng had designed the tattoo himself from the first moment she saw him. After all, there are very few tattoo artists with such bad taste. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Wu Manin quickly got to the point. "Hubby, if it weren't for this disaster, you would have definitely become a great artist. It wouldn't be like now. The whole community is dominated by that person named Su Chan." In Wu Manin's heart, it was all Su Chen's fault that she was so miserable. Now that she finally had a new support, of course she had to take revenge on him. Chapter 32: The Arrival of the Rescue Team. What Wu Manin didn't expect was that after she said this, Luo Feng not only did not share her hatred for the enemy, but his face froze and he looked at her with a very complicated look. Luo Feng asked, you don't want me to deal with Su Chen?" Wu Manin thought to herself that something was wrong. "I was careless. I didn't expect that Luo Feng, who looked quite non-mainstream, was smarter than Chen Jianxiang and didn't want to be used as a gun by her." Wu Manin quickly changed her expression and said, "How could that be? I just feel sorry for you." Luo Feng looked alert and said in a cold tone, "That would be the best." The incident in which Su Chan killed another psychic named Chan Jian in the corridor caused a lot of controversy. He is just a gangster, not a moron. When it comes to robbing, one also has to consider the target. How desperate must he be to want to target Su Chan? As for being with Wu Manin, it was purely a matter of going with the flow, and there was no need for me to stand up for her. Luo Feng said, "I will try my best to bring you some food in the future, but don't try to play tricks on me." Wu Manin nodded in agreement, pretending to be aggrieved and said, "I never played tricks on you. I just wanted to tell you how to awaken." As soon as these words came out, Luo Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He never expected that this woman was actually pregnant. He asked anxiously, tell me quickly, how did you awaken?" Wu Manin pretended to be concerned and said, "You are my man. Of course I will tell you everything." In fact, Su Chan had posted a photo in the group before. As long as you eat that bloody bird egg, you can become an awakener. This information was not valuable. After all, blood-colored bird eggs were not common. Wu Manin just wanted to use this method to gain Luo Feng's trust. She was not in a hurry because she had a baby in her belly. As long as Luo Feng is willing to maintain a relationship with her, she will always find a way to make Luo Feng take responsibility for her. At the moment, having food to eat is the most important thing. As for Su Chan, Wu Manin, who has hope, is not in a hurry anymore. She thought to herself, she will get revenge sooner or later anyway. The night in the community gradually darkened. At this time, no one could have expected that not long after, a group of outsiders would drive modified cars and drive into the gate of Shanghua Garden Community in a mighty manner. It was the early morning of 3 days later. When the sky was just beginning to turn pale, the roar of a car engine broke the tranquility that had been building in Shanghua Garden Community in recent days. The outsiders were very powerful. They drove modified cars, wore specific combat uniforms, and used flamethrowers to burn a large open space in the center of the community. The sound coming from the loudspeaker was harsh and loud, but at this moment, the content inside sounded like the sound of nature. "Please rest assured, we are a rescue team sent by the state. We have received clear orders to carry out a plan to burn and clean up the mutated environment. This measure has been successfully tested in a small pilot. Please go downstairs under the guidance of staff to avoid accidental injuries from the fire. During these difficult times, please unite as one, do not panic, and listen carefully to our instructions." When they suddenly heard this news, everyone hiding in the room almost cried for joy. After a long and difficult wait, the state apparatus finally took action. The thick pollen blocked everyone's vision, But at this moment, they were not so scared because they saw hope. Many people knelt down at home and cried the moment they heard the news. Woo woo woo, we're saved. I knew the country would not ignore us. The rescue team is finally here. Finally, we can go back to the old days. Naturally, everyone in Su Chin's house also knew the noise outside. Because they had not suffered much, the reactions of these four women were not so exaggerated, but they also felt excited and thrilled. Human desires are endless. When they were hungry, they just hoped for a hot meal, but when they really received Su Chin's protection, they began to yearn for freedom and more things. In the room, Zhao Xiaoqing was very optimistic. She said excitedly, "That's great. We don't need to worry anymore. I believe it won't be long before we can go back to our old days." Li Shuyi was infected by Zhao Xiaoqing's emotions, and a smile appeared on the corner of her lips. "Yes, I can go out normally from now on, go shopping, buy clothes, and work normally. By the way, I haven't taken care of my hair for a long time." Luo Xinghe also thought of her acting career. "I had just finished filming half of my movie, but then I lost contact with the director team. I don't know if my fans are still waiting." Luo Xinghe couldn't continue speaking halfway through. She was a person who was favored by the times before the disaster, so she was particularly eager to return to her original life. But the choice she made in this disaster could completely destroy her brilliant star path. Even though she never played innocent roles and her image on screen was always charming and sexy, it was too shameful for one man and four women to live under the same roof. Luo Xinghe was a public figure. Among all the girls, Qian Feng'er was the calmest. Unlike the group of women who had been hiding in the community, Qian Feng'er had gone outside to investigate in person, and even had a plan to use her own strategies to become an awakened person. Although she still had beautiful hopes of restoring her pre-disaster life, she was not blindly optimistic about the rescue operation at hand, but took a cautious wait-and-see attitude. Qian Feng'er carefully observed Su Chen's expression, but seeing that Su Chen's expression was solemn, she knew that the other party had the same idea as herself, and she felt relieved. Rather than being blindly optimistic, at least Su Chen, like her, was able to accept the cruel reality. The rescue team once again issued a safety alert and asked everyone to gather downstairs. Su Chen thought for a moment, then told the girls, "Everyone, go down." The girls hurried to their rooms to change clothes and went downstairs. Qian Feng'er was the fastest. When she came out, she deliberately touched her long hair. She came close to Su Chen and said in a teasing tone, "Don't worry, even if the disaster is over, I will follow you." In fact, Qian Feng'er didn't believe that the disaster would end there. This promise was just some sweet talk for free. Su Chen noticed the other party's little thoughts and smiled in his heart. "I thought to myself, since the other party is so proactive, I must give her a chance to show my loyalty in the future." Through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, Su Chen discovered that the rescue team had already brought out things like flamethrowers, fire extinguishers, and ordnance shovels. The rescue team was true to their word, and they were indeed going to start setting the fire. Chapter 33. The World After the Fire. The open space in the center of the community that was cleared by the rescue team became lively. The residents of the community who had been stuck in their rooms for a long time, with the company of their families, suppressed their tension, stepped out of their homes, and stood in their respective positions. After simple preparation, the members of the rescue team began their cleanup work. 20 minutes later, the residents watched as tongues of fire rolled up the outer walls of the buildings. Soon, the entire sky was dyed red. This scene is so spectacular and so terrifying. Someone was worried and asked, "They actually set a fire. Will the whole city be burned down?" Someone consoled him, "Don't worry. These people are professionally trained and they must have dug a quarantine zone." That's good. Just don't destroy my house." Someone said disdainfully, "How much is a house worth now? It's just a cage. Things that can get us out of the house are valuable. Freedom is the most valuable thing." In the most difficult times, surviving humans always need to make a choice between complete despair and embracing fantasy. Obviously, everyone in Shanghua Garden community chose to believe in a miracle. So they gathered together, looked at the blazing fire, and sighed with relief, feeling that freedom and civilization were finally coming back to them after a brief period of loss. But at this moment, an accident happened. A plant that was completely on fire seemed to be enraged by the scorching flames. It moved suddenly, swung out its vines fiercely, and attacked the gathered crowd like crazy. Everything happened so fast that there was no time to react. The mad vines were like an angry python, with flames burning all over its body. It twisted and tumbled, and then accurately attacked the nearest modified armored vehicle. The people standing around the armored vehicle failed to dodge in time, and lost their lives on the spot. Several people were hit by the flames and screamed, rolling around on the ground frantically. Seeing this, the people around them turned pale and retreated away. Then, there was a loud whoosh sound. The vines actually rolled a modified car into the air. This movement was so huge that even people who were far away were shocked. They tilted their heads, staring in amazement at the horrifying scene before them, forgetting even to scream. For a moment, the optimistic atmosphere of everyone in the community disappeared instantly. The vine did not hold out for long as the flames ignited its entire body. It moved a few more times before it fell down along with the modified car it had lifted up. There was a loud boom, sparks flew, and dust rose. Everyone in the community witnessed this horrifying scene and felt their legs go weak. Fortunately, the people in the rescue team were well trained, and with their encouragement, the frightened people gradually calmed down. Su-chun stood in the crowd. He looked at the blazing fire in front of him with a calm expression, without any joy at all. He even remembered an ancient poem. Wildfires cannot be extinguished, they will rise again in the spring breeze. During this process, someone in the crowd finally recognized Su-chun. In fact, Su-chun himself was very conspicuous. Among a group of pale and thin people with dazed expressions, Su-chun's clothes were clean and tidy, and his complexion was excellent. What's more, he was accompanied by 4 beautiful fair-skinned beauties. It was just that when everyone just went downstairs, they were all attracted by the rescue team who were fully equipped and dressed in uniform, so they didn't pay attention to him. But now it's different. The rescue team has arrived, and everyone feels that there is hope ahead. Social order will soon be restored, and the eyes they look at Su-chun are gradually becoming unfriendly. But they were still concerned about the fact that Su-chun was an awakened person, so no one really dared to stand by Su-chun's side. Everyone was afraid, so they didn't dare to talk loudly. After they were sure that no one could hear them at this distance, they dared to whisper to each other. "That's the guy who barbecues on the balcony every day, right? Did you see those 4 good-looking women? They are all shameless bastards. The disaster will soon be over, and Su-chun will soon be finished. That's right, this kid has gone crazy. He killed someone before? I don't know how long it took, but the flame finally went out." However, Shanghua Garden Community, which once had abundant green areas as its selling point, has now been completely turned into a scorched earth. The outer walls of the tall building were turned black by smoke and fire. There was no trace of the dense weeds, and the vines that grew on the walls disappeared overnight. The rescue team left in a modified car, in a hurry, just like when they first arrived. Su-chun guessed that they still needed to go to the next residential gathering place. But are such cleaning measures really effective? Compared with cities, the vegetation density in rural areas is greater, so the situation there is bound to be worse. Do we have to burn it with fire too? What's more, there are places in this world like forests and rainforests where the plant species are even more complex. Can the fragile human organization really compete with the entire mutated nature? Su-chun expressed his doubts about this. But just looking at the present, the changes are still huge. Although it is barren, the green plants that once existed have actually been burned out. Looking at everything in front of them, some people couldn't help but shed tears. Great, the disaster is finally over. No more living in fear. We still have to trust the organization. Su-chun was not affected by the crowd. His expression remained calm, with a bit of scrutiny. He thought to himself, is the disaster really going to end? Su-chun stretched out a hand, and the pale yellow pollen fell on his palm, making it itchy. Su-chun's eyes focused. Although the plants were burned, the pollen in the air did not disappear. Just wait a little longer and these horrific plants will return. Thinking of this, Su-chun ran back to the ruins without hesitation after sending his 4 women home. Su-chun used the abilities of seeking advantages and avoiding harm, and, as light as a swallow, to observe the area around the community. Among them, he found a large number of corpses of mutated animals. They have all been burned to charcoal, but one can still tell what they look like when they were alive through their appearance. Basically, they are creatures like centipedes, mice, beetles, etc. Su-chun noticed that he did not find any amphibians such as frogs, but he soon found out why. There is an artificial lake near the community where some animals live, so they escaped the disaster temporarily. Naturally, the aquatic plants that originally grew under the artificial lake also escaped the fire and remained intact. Plants cannot be killed. At this moment, Su-chun's attitude towards whether humans can quickly restore their former civilization is very clear. The rescue team's efforts were in vain. The world after a disaster cannot be changed by just a fire. Chapter 34. Fire-resistant vines. After searching outside, Suchin returned home and found that the atmosphere at home had obviously changed today. I think it was because of the arrival of the rescue team that made everyone relax a lot. The four women were much braver than usual. They opened the windows, stood on the balcony, stretched their necks, as if watching something. Suchin looked at them from behind and thought, maybe they are indeed blindly optimistic, but they are not stupid. At least they don't think that everything will be fine as long as the rescue team arrives. So far, they are still obeying the arrangements at home. But people as cautious and rational as them are ultimately a minority. Suchin just took a walk around the neighborhood and found that many people in the community had gone out in groups of 3 or 4. Judging from the direction they were heading, they should be heading to a nearby supermarket. It's just a pity that they are destined to be disappointed, because the Bailey supermarket closest to the community has long been emptied by Suchin. What's more, it's not safe outside. Thinking of the situation he had just surveyed around him, Suchin frowned slightly. He never hesitated to imagine the worst outcome for the future. Suchin recalled what happened when the disaster first occurred. After the pale yellow pollen enveloped the entire world, only a few hours later, creatures all over the world began to evolve madly, and the speed was so fast that the entire human society was caught off guard. In the face of the changes in nature, human beings' reaction speed can only be described as slow. So it's the same now, it's just a big fire. The plants will soon make a comeback, and they may even evolve a mechanism to coexist with fire. Thinking of this, Suchin's expression became even more solemn. He recalled the situation he had just inspected outside. The remaining black, dead trees, like black skeletons, decayed on the land baptized by fire. It looked tragic and desolate, but that definitely did not mean the end. Because Suchin discovered a waxy substance on the surface of those surviving plants that he had never seen before. Suchin easily guessed its effect: to seal the leaves and promote water retention. If the timing is right, these surviving plants can even use the ashes after the fire as nutrients and become pioneers in rebuilding the ecosystem. At this time, everyone in the room had noticed Suchin, and they gathered around him, their voices full of concern. Li Shi said, "Brother Chen, you are back. What is the situation outside?" Suchin had no intention of hiding anything and told the truth. "It's terrible." Hearing this, the girls were all slightly disappointed, but then they all felt a little relieved. After all, at this time, being able to get Suchin's protection was already an extremely lucky thing. Only Luo Xinghe still had fantasy in his heart, and he refused to give up and said, "But the rescue team has already arrived, and many people have gone out." Suchin gave her a cold look and said, "If you want to go out to find supplies, go ahead. I won't stop you." Luo Xinghe quickly shut his mouth. How could she be so desperate that she would go to find supplies by herself? Did she think she had too long to live? At this time, Zhao Xiaoqing, who had always been very optimistic, frowned slightly. Wearing a pair of white gloves, she walked in front of Suchin holding a bloody object. Zhao Xiaoqing said timidly, "Brother Chun, come and take a look at this." Suchin looked at Zhao Xiaoqing's palm, only to find that what she was holding was nothing else but a thin vine. It was covered with ashes, thin and soft, and all the places where the barbs should have grown were picked off. It was the one that was lying on Suchin's balcony before. However, after the previous fire, only a short section of the originally lush vines remained, and even stranger was that even the color had changed. This vine actually turned red. It curled up in Zhao Xiaoqing's palm, slightly twisted, like a soft little snake. Through his ability to seek benefits and avoid harm, Suchin determined that the vine had no ill intentions. After thinking about it, Suchin took out a bottle of mineral water from the basic package and poured it on the poor vine as before. After a while, it was all absorbed happily. Suchin took the little thing from Zhao Xiaoqing's hand and found that it felt a bit waxy and sticky, just like those plants outside that were suspected to have fire resistance. Suchin's eyes sank slightly. He held the small section of vine in his hand and played with it for a while. Then he took out a lighter from the basic package and burned the small section of vine. When the flame came into contact with the plant, the temperature rose suddenly. The sharp leaves of the vine curled up, and the wax on the surface of the leaves faded into a crimson light like a chameleon, but the vine was not ignited. Suchin couldn't help but take a deep breath. He put away the lighter, held the small section of vine in the palm of his hand, and observed its changes. As the temperature dropped, the red light on the vines gradually faded, returning to its original slightly dim appearance. It even rubbed lazily on Suchin's fingertips. Suchin's eyes focused, knowing that this little vine that had escaped death had become fire-resistant. His speculation turned out to be correct. The mutations of plants were becoming more and more terrifying. Humans' blind and arrogant actions based on past common sense may even have accelerated their evolution. Suchun stared at the small vine in his hand with a heavy look. He couldn't help but think, it can survive without soil, is as flexible and soft as a small snake, and has excellent resistance to fire. Such a small thing can already be considered a new species. But it doesn't matter. In Suchun's mind, there is a general term for alienated animals and plants. Suchun smiled slightly and thought, they are all monsters. However, if he could tame and utilize these mutated plants, then he would naturally become a more powerful being than these monsters. Suchun placed the red vine on the balcony, intending to restore it to its previous state. Suchun knew very well that the arrival of the rescue team not only increased people's hope, but also facilitated the actions of some people with ulterior motives. He often goes out now, and the 4 women in the house are too eye-catching. Leaving the vines on the balcony can prevent anyone from attacking from the balcony. Thinking of this, Suchun took out another, seeking benefits and avoiding harm, bird egg from the basic package. After thinking about it, Suchun gave the bird egg to Qian Finger, who came last. Qian Finger widened her eyes and said in disbelief, "You actually still have some red bird eggs left?" Suchun said indifferently, "I have plenty of this stuff. Anyway, he consumes the most bird eggs of this type, so he really needs to replenish them." Qian Finger was a connoisseur of good things, so he didn't refuse. He took the bird egg with both hands and swallowed it in one gulp. Suchun looked at her anxious expression and smiled. "Bird eggs are not eaten for nothing. We both have things to do later." Qian Finger frowned slightly, her face flushed. "What are you talking about in broad daylight?" Suchun said calmly, "Time is running out. We will set off together to the exotic pet pavilion in Bailey Supermarket later. Although there will be many people during the day, it will be more convenient. I must get that bird egg." Qian Finger was slightly stunned when she heard Suchun's serious tone and thought to herself, wait, did she misunderstand something just now? Chapter 35, Meeting Lin Xia. The rescue team marched along and also came to the residential area where Suchun's ex-girlfriend Lin Xia lived. When she saw the blazing fire and billowing smoke taking away all the mutated plants, Lin Xia almost cried for joy. Lin Xia knelt in front of Fu Hong and wailed, "Mom, we are saved. We can finally get out." Hearing such a call, Fu Hong, who was on the verge of madness, seemed to finally regain some rationality. She stammered, "Yes, is there food?" Lin Xia nodded heavily, "Yes, Mom. Let's pack up and go to the supermarket quickly." During this period of time, she and Fu Hong had eaten up everything in the house. In the end, they even ate the leather sofa in the living room. They cut off a piece and boiled it in hot water over and over again. How can something like this be considered food? There were many moments when Lin Xia felt that she was going to starve to death at home, and her mother's madness made her even more desperate. During this period, Lin Xia even had a terrible guess. That is, after her death, her mother would bite her own flesh and blood without hesitation. But now it's different. She finally sees hope again. The plants have been burned by the fire of the rescue team, and a stable life is about to come. What she had to do now was to take her mother to the nearest supermarket and stock up on some food. There were many people who had the same idea as her. Everyone in the community ran downstairs, walked together, groping their way through the thick pollen, and set their destination as the Bailey Supermarket not far away. For safety reasons, Lin Xia took down the clothesline on the balcony of her home as a weapon for self-defense, but after taking a few steps, the clothesline became a crutch. Her malnourished body could not withstand too much walking. She was so hungry that she even felt too weak to walk, but she could not give up. She knew the principle of first come, first served. If she went too late, there would be no food. It was unknown how long it had been before she finally took her mother to the door of Bailey Supermarket. This is originally a busy commercial center, but under this special circumstance, it is even more crowded. But the atmosphere was a little different from what she expected. People gathered in groups of 3 or 5, holding large bags they brought from home, but the bags were empty. Then, Lin Xia heard the cursing and shouting of people in front. The supermarket is empty. There's nothing. It must be that the rich and powerful took the initiative and shipped all the food away in advance. No, how can there be no food? I walked 10 kilometers to get here. It must have been hidden by you guys in the front. Hand it over quickly, or we won't let you go. Lin Xia listened to the noisy quarrels in front of her, and her mind went blank. No, that's impossible. She had finally gotten here. How could she have no food? A fierce look flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. Liars, all liars. Those who arrived earlier don't want to let those who come later in, so they say such things to confuse people. She is so smart. She will never fall for this. Thinking of this, Lin Xie gritted her teeth. She took Fu Hong's hand, used the clothesline in her hand to push away the chaotic crowd, and walked towards the top floor of Bailey's supermarket. She had been here before and knew where the food was sold. She just couldn't believe it. The supermarket was so big. How could there be no food at all? Even if someone really arrived early, it would be impossible for them to take away all the things. But the truth of things is often cruel. As she climbed the stairs, Lin Xie's heart became heavier and heavier. Half an hour later, when Lin Xie finally arrived at the food area of Bailey's supermarket after great effort, there was only emptiness on Lin Xie's tired face. There is no food. There is really no food. There is no food here at all. The shelves in the supermarket were empty. Not only food like rice, flour, and oil, but even cosmetics, gold jewelry, water cups, bed sheets, and the like were all gone. Lin Xie felt like her heart was dead. The clothes hanger in his hand had been slightly deformed and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Lin Xie collapsed on the ground, feeling that she even had no strength to breathe. Her eyes were hollow as she murmured helplessly, "Mom, there is no food. What should we do?" Then, a hint of burning hatred stained Lin Xie's eyes. Lin Xie felt her teeth chattering. She said angrily, "Su Chun, it's all that Su Chin's fault. He obviously had so much food. If he just gave her a little, she could live comfortably. There was no need for her to work so hard and feel so desperate." The empty shelves mocked her previous efforts, and Lin Xie couldn't help but fall into self-pity. Is there anyone in this world more pitiful than her? It just so happened that any bad situation had the chance to get worse, especially when order collapses and resources are scarce. Because at this moment, Lin Xie suddenly felt a malicious gaze. Greedy and vicious, it was shooting towards her without any concealment. Lin Xie felt a chill on her spine. She turned around hurriedly and saw three men with sinister looks walking towards her step by step. Lin Xie asked in panic, What do you want to do?" "What?" The leading man was named Nyo Weha. He was fat, with big ears, broad shoulders, and a thick waist. He chuckled and stared at Lin Xie with undisguised desire in his eyes. "My little beauty, either you follow me obediently, or I'll beat you up right now before you follow me." After saying that, Nyo Weha flipped his wrist and a folding knife popped out instantly. Lin Xie's heart was startled. She really didn't expect that she would be robbed at this time. But the hunger in her stomach reminded her that she actually had nothing worth being robbed, except herself. The instinct for survival filled Lin Xie with strength again. She jumped up from the ground as if she had a last breath of life and rushed in the opposite direction of the person who came. No, the disaster was about to pass, and she absolutely could not fail and let herself fall into the hands of these people. Just at this moment, a familiar figure caught her eye at the corner of the shelf. Lin Xie quickly recognized the identity of the person passing by. Su Chun, her ex-boyfriend. Lin Xie's eyes lit up, and she rushed towards Su Chun as if she had found a life-saving straw. She shouted, "Help! Su Chun, I'm Yeye, come and save me." Until this time, Lin Xie still had fantasies in her heart. She is Su Chen's ex-girlfriend. Su Chun will definitely not ignore her. As long as Su Chen sees her, he will definitely be fascinated by her as before. As long as Su Chen fights hard with those three men, she will have a chance to escape. But soon, Lin Xie's cry for help was stuck in her throat. Because she noticed that Su Chan was not alone, there was a woman beside him. Chapter 36. The Thug Seeking Death. Lin Xie's expression froze, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Qian Fenger, who was following behind Su Chun, also noticed the panicked woman. She glanced at Su Chun, feeling a little undecided, and asked softly, "Brother Qian, does she know you?" Su Chun didn't expect to meet Lin Xie in this place. He was slightly stunned, but he reacted immediately. Su Chun smiled calmly and responded to Qian Fenger beside him, "I know him, but it doesn't matter anymore." During this pause, the three men behind caught up. Lin Xie was embarrassed when she heard what Su Chun said, but the situation was critical and she didn't care about her face anymore. She could only continue to pretend to be pitiful and hurriedly hide behind Su Chun. But Su Chun did not do as she wished. He glanced at the three men who were chasing after him and knew that Lin Xie was in trouble. As for this ex-girlfriend who was trying to drag him into trouble, Su Chun had no intention of helping her. Lin Xie wanted to hide behind Su Chun, so Su Chun reached out and grabbed Lin Xie's wrist. He stared at her, with a hint of smile in his tone. Su Chun said softly, "I really didn't expect that you were still alive at this time." Lin Xie's body stiffened, and she could no longer pretend to be pitiful. At this time, Fu Hong, who had been left behind and ignored, finally realized that the situation was not good. She hurriedly caught up. A ray of light suddenly flashed in her turbid eyes. She gritted her teeth and staggered forward, trying to protect her daughter. She blocked Lin Xie behind her and shouted at the three men in front of her. Who are you? How dare you want to take advantage of my daughter? My daughter is going to marry a rich man in the future. She was responded with a hard slap. Get out of here, old man. Niu Weihe hit Fu Hong without any mercy, causing Fu Hong's eyes to glow, and he fell to the ground. The two little followers behind Niu Weihe took the opportunity to kick Fu Hong twice from the front and back, then turned around and tried to press down Lin Xie's arm. This violent scene made Qian Fenger, who was nearby, couldn't help but let out a small cry of surprise. Su Chun just watched from the side, his hands in his pockets, looking indifferent. He had no shortage of food. This time he went out just to take out the mutant bird egg from the exotic pet house while there were many people around. As for meeting Lin Xie, it was purely an accident. It is obvious that Lin Xie, who is in a bad situation, still has expectations for Su Chun. At the critical moment, she made a choice between the burly man with a hideous smile on his face and her ex-boyfriend Su Chun. Lin Xie's eyes widened. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, she shouted at Su Chun. Su Chun, are you still a man? Are you just going to watch your woman being bullied? As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Fenger became unhappy. Who the hell is this woman? Su Chun has said that he has nothing to do with her anymore, but she still wants to hold on to Su Chun. Woman? She is Su Chin's woman, right? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Chin's mouth. Lin Xie, let me tell you again. We have broken up, and your life or death now has nothing to do with me. Lin Xie was in despair, tears welling up in her eyes. She really didn't expect that Su Chun would be so heartless. You know, Su Chun used to be very obedient to her. No matter whether she wanted a red envelope or jewelry, Su Chun would do his best to satisfy her. But since they broke up, everything has changed. Su Chun was no longer willing to give everything for her, and even unknowingly became an unattainable existence for her. Lin Xie clenched her teeth, feeling that she had never been insulted so greatly. She said bitterly, Su Chun, I really didn't expect that you would be so incapable of perseverance. Your so-called love can't even withstand such a small test. I am really disappointed in you. At this point, Su Chin didn't even want to look at Lin Xie. This woman is hopelessly stupid. Even though it's the end of the world, she still thinks she is a fairy. No, it is also possible that she realized her own incompetence in the apocalypse, so she was particularly unwilling to accept reality. However, no matter which situation it is, it has nothing to do with Su Chun now. Go away. Su Chun raised his leg and kicked Lin Xie hard in the chest, completely cut off her last hope. When Qian Fenger saw this, she couldn't help but feel relieved. That's right. Although a man like Su Chun is powerful and attractive, he is definitely not someone who will accept everyone. Only a woman like her is worthy of a man as outstanding as Su Chun. As for the others, they are just daydreaming. However, Su Chin's attitude had a different meaning in the eyes of Niu Weihe, who was planning to take advantage of Lin Xie. Niu Weihe thought that Su Chun was so cruel to Lin Xie because she was afraid of his methods, so he laughed and said proudly, Ha 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 ha, you really know how to handle things. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't kill you. Then, Niu Weihe pushed the issue further. He pointed to the side of Su Chun and said with a grin, Just leave the woman next to you for me. When he said this, he was still holding the folding knife in his hand, with the tip of the knife pointing at Qian Fenger. However, to Niu Weihe's surprise, unlike Lin Xie's panic, Qian Fenger's face was calm, without even the slightest anger. She looked at him with a faint look, as if with a hint of sadness for him. If Niu Weihe was smarter, he would have realized that it was clearly the look of a dying person. But Niu Weihe no longer has the chance to correct his mistakes. How dare you set your sights on his woman? Su Chin's eyes darkened, and he took out a vine spike from his basic package. He flipped his wrist, and the long spike pierced Niu Weihe's throat. The situation suddenly changed, and the arrogant Niu Weihe suddenly became silent. Niu Weihe's fat body fell to the ground with a bang, and blood gushed out. Seeing their boss being killed, the two followers following Niu Weihe also reacted instantly. Run. If you don't run, are you going to be buried with him? But their speed was no match for Su Chin's attack. Another spike stabbed out, and the follower who was slightly slower also lost his life instantly. At this moment, seeing that his two companions were all dead, the last little follower named Xiao Chong had his legs limp and could no longer move. He slumped on the ground and said to Su Chun in a panic, Brother, I am not in the same group with them. Su Chun listened, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Although he would definitely not leave these thugs alive, The lie of this little follower was too clumsy. Even if they are not in the same group, can they come out together to rob women? Xiao Chang felt like he was about to cry. Brother, I am also looking for food. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, a light flashed in his eyes that were full of fear. Brother, please let me go. There is a super beautiful girl in our base camp. I will take you to find her now. Xiao Chang pointed at Qian Fenger beside Su Chun and said loudly, that girl is so pretty, even prettier than her. As soon as these words came out, Qian Fenger's face instantly turned green. This guy deserves to die. He actually wants to send a woman to Su Chun and even says that she is prettier than her. Doesn't he know that there is no room for him in his house? Chapter 37. The Woman on the Hospital Bed. Qian Fenger got angry and kicked Xiao Chang without caring about the danger. You little bastard, you're looking for death. At this time, Su Chun, who always acted decisively, actually put away the spikes in his hand and did not kill Xiao Chang. Su Chun judged through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm that Xiao Chang had been frightened out of his wits. There was only fear in his expression, not hostility. He shouldn't be lying. Because in addition to this, Su Chun also observed that compared with other people in the apocalypse, Xiao Chang had a ruddy complexion and did not look like he was hungry. If Xiao Chang and others could ensure a good food supply in the end times, then with such strength, they would be able to attract beautiful women like himself. When Xiao Chang saw Su Chun stop moving, he immediately judged that there was hope of survival. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily to Su Chun. Brother, what I said is true. Don't kill me. I will lead you. Tisk. Qian Fenger looked disdainful but didn't dare to say anything to stop him. Su Chun glanced at Qian Fenger beside him, and seeing that she looked angry, he couldn't help but find it funny that this jealous woman looked a little funny. Su Chun said to Xiao Chang, who was kneeling on the ground, come on, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Xiao Changda was overjoyed and climbed up from the ground using his hands and feet. He flattered her, don't worry, big brother. The woman I found for you is absolutely fair-skinned and beautiful, the most beautiful woman in the world. Qian Fenger's face turned even darker. She moved closer to Su Chan and whispered, forget about the woman, but the bird eggs. Don't worry, we'll talk when we get back. Next to them, Lin Xia, who had unexpectedly escaped danger, was so shocked by all these unexpected events that her expression was dazed. Su Chen noticed it and suddenly smiled softly. He said to Lin Xia, yeah, we will be back later. Think about it carefully. Do you want to wait for me here? There is an exotic pet house on this floor. If Lin Xia doesn't want to live long, she can stay here for a while. Xiao Chang did not take Su Chen and Qian Fenger to the residential building, but took them to a private clinic. Facing Su Chen's puzzled look, Xiao Chang explained, that woman is the doctor here. When the disaster broke out, everyone was trapped here and no one could get out. Led by Xiao Chang, the three of them walked towards the deepest part of the clinic. The light gradually dimmed, and Qian Fenger felt a little scared. Xiao Chang didn't notice and just continued. She was lying on the bed in the innermost room. We tied her up because we were afraid she would run away. After hearing these words, Qian Fenger became more uncomfortable, but Su Chun looked normal. Su Chun was not surprised by this arrangement. After all, in the end times, if a beautiful woman fell into the hands of a group of men, she would basically be like a cursed prey. Finally, they arrived in front of the ward, and Xiao Chang opened the door attentively. Su Chun glanced inside lightly. On the hospital bed, a pale-skinned woman was lying on it, her body tied tightly with restraints. The system prompt sounded immediately. Name, He Shinran. Age, 28. Appearance, 8.0 points. Attribute, Pharmacy Expert. Final score, 6.8 points. Final evaluation, physically weak, mentally closed, in critical condition, failed the system review. 8. Su Chen glanced at Xiao Chang beside him, feeling a little disappointed. It seemed that the other party had exaggerated in order to survive. This woman's appearance score is only 8 points, and she can only be called a beauty in the eyes of people like Xiao Chang. However, the other party is a pharmaceutical expert, so keeping him around would be somewhat useful. Su Chan moved closer to take a closer look, only to see that the woman's body was riddled with holes. Her clothes were torn and stained with dried blood, and she looked horrible. Su Chen thought of the system's final evaluation and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Being tied to the bed every day would definitely cause his mind to be closed. Moreover, the woman's body was covered with deep wounds, which were man-made and obviously knife wounds. It was good enough that she didn't die. She was lucky to be able to breathe now. What's a little strange is that some of the wounds have recovered very well and have already formed scabs. Su Chen looked away and found a blood-stained knife on the table next to the bed. Su Chen felt his heart go empty, and he instantly understood why Xiao Chong and the others had rosy complexions and plenty of food. "You're cutting her flesh," Xiao Chong hurriedly explained. No, we just wanted to survive. There was no food in the hospital, so we had no choice. That woman is an awakened one. She has a strong ability to heal herself. No matter how much flesh is cut off, it will grow back. She will not die." Su Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. Even though he was not a compassionate person, at this moment, he realized the cruelty of the matter. Qian Fenger, who was standing next to her, reacted even more obviously. She started shaking and her face turned pale instantly. Through Xiao Chong's two simple sentences, she was able to imagine the tragic experience, endless torture, and life worse than death of this woman tied to the bed during the disaster. After a moment, Su Chen picked up the blood-stained knife on the bedside with a serious expression. When Xiao Chong saw this, his face changed instantly. "Brother, we agreed at the beginning that I would lead the way for you, and you would not kill me." Su Chen didn't even glance at him and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Xiao Chong let out a breath and relaxed slightly. In front of his eyes, Su Chen untied the woman's restraints and handed the knife in his hand to the woman's palm. "You can go and take revenge now," Su Chen said to the woman. But compared to a human, at this moment, this woman is more like a beast with a dead soul. Qian Fenger had been watching everything in front of her silently. When the woman's pale hand grasped the hilt of the knife, she actually felt a sense of pleasure in her heart. Xiao Chong, who was slow to react, finally realized that something was wrong. He tried to escape in a panic, but it was too late. Shinran suddenly stood up from the hospital bed and stabbed the sharp knife in his hand into Xiao Chong's neck. Blood gushed out. At this moment, the dust has settled. Qian Fenger, who was closest to the scene, noticed in the bloodbath that Shinran's eyes were strange. There was no joy of revenge in them, but a deep numbness. Qian Fenger's heart tightened. She didn't think she was a philanthropic person, but when she saw Shinran's miserable condition as a woman, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Before the end of the world, doctors who were respected and saved lives have now become humanity's reserve food. This situation is truly tragic. But after this deep sympathy, a faint sense of relief quietly crept into Qian Fenger's heart. She glanced at Su Chen beside her and thought, it was because she followed such a powerful man that she was able to survive in the apocalypse and not become a poor lamb like Shinran to be slaughtered. In comparison, I am really lucky. Chapter 38 Hell and Heaven. Shinran killed Xiao Chong. His body was stained with blood and his eyes became empty. She did not feel the pleasure of revenge, but instead a feeling of melancholy arose in her heart. At the beginning of the apocalypse, she was so hungry that she ate a bird egg and awakened her healing ability. Originally, she wanted to use this ability to help other people, but who could have imagined that Xiao Chong and his people would occupy her clinic, tie her to the bed, and make her not only a tool for treatment, but also their food, and even an object of venting. The human heart is hard to predict. In just a few days, she felt like she was living in hell every minute and every second. Shinran also thought about biting her tongue to commit suicide, but her healing ability prevented her from dying. Even if she bit off her tongue, it could still grow back. She had already lost hope in life and closed her heart. But Su Chen's unexpected appearance set her free, and she avenged her great revenge, and her closed heart slowly loosened. Shinran turned to look at Su Chen with a wooden expression and forced a smile on his indifferent face. "Thank you." Qian Fenger looked at Shinran, who was covered in blood, and her whole body trembled. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she subconsciously grabbed Su Chen's arm. Su Chen glanced at Qian Fenger, then turned to look at Shinran and said indifferently, "Your healing ability is useful to me. Follow me in the future." Shinran's expression tightened, and he gripped the knife tightly in his hand, like a wild beast about to go crazy. "Do you want to tie me up and bully me too?" Qian Fenger felt the threat from Shinran, and she held Su Chen even tighter. Su Chen raised his eyebrows, turned his head and said, "Let go. I'm here. What are you afraid of?" Qian Fenger pursed her lips and slowly loosened her hand. However, her eyes were full of worry when she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't care at all. He turned to look at Shinran and said coldly, "I will give you a spacious room and let you live your life before the end of the world. Don't say I'm bullying you. If you don't want to, I'll turn around and leave." He said so, but if Shinran changed her mind, he would kill her without hesitation. What is most lacking in the apocalypse is not people, but resources. Food, medicine, water, and other things that were commonplace before the apocalypse are all treasures in the apocalypse, and are even 10,000 times more precious than gold. Shinran's healing ability is so strong that not only will he not die if injured, his wounds will heal quickly, and even his flesh and blood can heal other people. It's because people like Xiao Chong are short-sighted. Otherwise, people like Shinran would definitely be highly valued. Su Chun certainly didn't want to face an awakened person who could quickly heal the wounded in the future. So Shinran had only two choices. One was to follow him, and the other was to die. Shinran was silent for a while, then a light flashed in his eyes. I want to see the conditions you mentioned first. Okay. Su Chen responded. Qian Fenger thought of something and quickly leaned over to whisper in Su Chen's ear. Are you not looking for the bird eggs anymore? Su Chen responded in a low voice. The bird eggs are protected by lizards and spiders. No one can get them for a while. Shinran's matter is more important. Qian Fenger looked at Su Chen in confusion. Seeing that Su Chen had made up his mind, she did not continue to stop him. Soon, Su Chen brought Qian Fenger and Shinran back home. As soon as Shinran entered the door, he saw the warm and spacious living room. There were 3 beautiful women in home clothes in the house. Her appearance was originally quite outstanding, but compared with these women, there was a world of difference. What's more, she was now wearing bloody clothes and holding a knife in her hand, which was out of place with the atmosphere here. When Li Shuyi and the others saw Su Chun coming back, they stood up happily. But when they saw Shinran, fear appeared on their faces. If Su Chen hadn't been there, they would have screamed. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room had become awkward, Su Chen introduced Shinran and Li Shuyi to the others. After Li Shuyi and the others heard about what happened to Shinran, the fear in their eyes disappeared and pity gradually rose in their hearts. Shinran is so pitiful. How could a good woman become so miserable in the apocalypse? Fortunately, they met Su Chen. Otherwise, their fate would definitely not be much better than Shinran's. Li Shuyi and the others quickly welcomed Shinran into the house and kept chatting with him. Shinran looked at Li Shuyi and the others blankly. She felt as if she had returned to the time before the end of the world. Although the end of the world has just arrived, people's hearts are expanding wildly in such an undisciplined situation, and anything can happen. However, no one here has to worry about food. There is no intrigue and no evil in human nature. Compared to the clinic she was in, this place was like heaven. Maybe following Su Chen is a good choice. Shinran felt that there was gradually a crack in her closed heart, and there was light in her eyes. She looked at the clean and tidy environment around her, and then looked at her own tattered clothes with blood stains on them, and she felt that she was out of place here. Luo Xinghe was thoughtful and noticed that Shinran was a little reserved. She smiled and said, Shinran, you've suffered so much outside. Go and take a shower. Li Shuyi followed up by saying, it just so happens that our bodies are similar, and you can wear my clothes. I'll change into your clean clothes. Shinran felt a little embarrassed. This is too much trouble for you. Li Shuyi laughed heartily and said, what's the problem? You join this big family and we will be sisters in the future. She naturally thought that Su Chen wanted to take Shinran in. Although Shinran is not very good looking, she has a pretty good figure. Luo Xinghe and the others all had the same idea and secretly glanced at Su Chen, wanting to see his reaction. Su Chen didn't care what they thought. Shinran was just his personal physician and couldn't increase his return multiplier. He would not do anything to Shinran anyway. Li Shuyi and the others secretly saw that Su Chen neither admitted nor refused, so they took it as Su Chen's tacit consent and treated Shinran very well. They immediately prepared Shinran's toiletries and new clothes, and pulled Shinran into the bathroom. Shinran felt the warm family atmosphere. She felt as if she was in another world, as if she was dreaming. There is such a paradise in the end times. It is so happy to live here. She also knew that everything here was the result of Su Chen's hard work. If she wanted to live here, she would have to listen to Su Chen in everything. But if Su Chen wants to live together, that's not impossible. It's better than being tied to the bed in the clinic and being bullied. After a while, Shinran came out of the shower. Su Chen, Li Shuyi and others were waiting for her in the living room. As soon as they saw Shinran, their eyes lit up. After taking a shower, Shinran's hair is smooth. Her face is fair, and she looks fresh and refined. It looks so much better than when it was covered in blood. It's like a different person. Su Chen was also slightly stunned. He never thought that the end of the world could ruin a person like that. It's only because Shinran is awakened that he can be useful to the people in the clinic. Otherwise, the situation would only be worse. When Shinran was looked at like this by everyone, she felt a little shy and walked over slowly with her head down. Su Chen recovered and looked at He Shinran, who was walking in front of him, and asked in a deep voice, He Shinran, have you decided to stay now? As he spoke, he held the fire-resistant vine in his palm. As long as He Shinran dares to say no, the fire-resistant vines will bleed immediately. Chapter 39, Large-Scale Power Outage. He Shinran didn't know that Su Chun was going to kill her. She had already fallen in love with this aspect of Su Chun, and a smile finally broke out on her wooden face. I do. Su Chun smiled slightly and quietly released the fire-resistant vine in his hand. You made the right choice. Indeed, if He Shinran had not agreed, he would have been a corpse now. Su Chun continued to make arrangements. From now on, you will be my personal doctor. Just live next door and be ready to treat us at any time. When you have nothing to do, you can study the mutation of plants and herbs. As soon as the words fell, Li Shuyi and the others looked at Su Chun in surprise. This is a little different from what they thought. Could it be that Su Chun has no plans to accept He Shinran? Although He Shinran is not as pretty as them, she is also a pretty girl. He Shinran didn't care either. She just wanted to find a quiet place to heal her wounded heart. She nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. Su Chun felt completely relieved. Being able to have an awakened person with healing abilities join the big family was like adding an extra layer of protection for everyone. With He Shinran here, as long as Li Shuyi and the others encounter danger and don't die immediately, they will be rescued. You have to know that in this doomsday environment, medicines are very scarce. Once a person is injured, there is a high probability that he will die. Su Chen arranged for Li Shuyi to take He Shinran next door, and then he left alone to go to Bailey's supermarket to see if the bird eggs were still there. With his ability of as light as a swallow, he quickly arrived near the exotic pet hall of Bailey's supermarket. Through the ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he clearly saw the lizards and spiders in the exotic pet house patrolling their territory back and forth. With these two mutant beasts here, no one can take away the bird eggs or even the large amounts of food in the exotic pet house. Su Chen was planning to use his space distortion ability to go into the exotic pet pavilion to see what was going on and take the bird eggs away if he had the chance. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly saw a strange phenomenon happening in the exotic pet house. A figure appeared out of nowhere near the bird eggs. His heart trembled and his brows furrowed. There were clearly only lizards and spiders in the exotic pet house just now. How did this person appear in the exotic pet house? Moreover, the bird eggs that were discovered with great difficulty must not be taken away by others first. Su Chen quickly used the space distortion ability to pass through the wall and stayed in the wall not far from the man. He stuck his head out from the wall and saw clearly that the person was a woman, and she looked exactly like Qian Finger. Could this be the twin sister that Qian Finger mentioned? Moreover, this woman is an awakened one. Otherwise, she wouldn't suddenly appear out of nowhere. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Su Chen's mind. Name: Qian Yinger. Age: 22. Appearance: 8.6 points. Quirky and eccentric. Attribute: a student with a specialty in painting. Final score: 8.7 points. Final evaluation: lively and cheerful, a rare happy fruit, passed the system review. Su Chun narrowed his eyes, looked at Qian Inger, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that she was really Qian Finger's twin sister, and they have all passed the system review. I haven't tried sisters yet, now I have a chance. Qian Inger looked at the bird eggs in the exotic pet pavilion and said with resentment, Sister, why don't you take the bird eggs away? How can an unawakened person survive in this world? Before she could finish her words, a long whip-like tongue suddenly swung towards her. Su Chen saw clearly that the lizard had discovered Qian Inger's trail and launched an attack. Qian Inger also noticed the danger and quickly tiptoed onto the ground, flew into the air, and avoided the lizard's attack. She frowned and complained, Damn lizard, damn spider, why are you so annoying? Sooner or later I will kill you and make soup with you. As she spoke, the woman casually drew a circle in the air, and a round green vortex of light appeared out of thin air. Then the woman leaped forward and rushed into the green light. But surprisingly, the woman disappeared as soon as she entered the light and shadow, as if she had never been there. As the woman completely entered the light and shadow disappeared instantly. Su Chun was shocked by the woman's series of actions. It seemed that Qian Finger's twin sister's awakened ability was teleportation. Teleportation is amazing. I don't know what the limitations are, but being able to travel through space greatly increases my range of activities. I didn't expect Qian Finger's twin sister to have such amazing abilities. If I don't get her, it would be a shame for the system to approve her. Seeing that it had missed its target, the lizard was stunned for a moment, then retracted its tongue and turned to look in the direction of Su Chen. Then, it suddenly stuck out its tongue and hit Su Chen. Su Chen's ability to seek benefits and avoid harm came into play, and he discovered the lizard's malicious intent. He came to his senses and quickly used his space distortion ability to push his head back into the wall, then broke away from the wall and sank to the next floor. Bang! Fortunately, he dodged in time. The wall where he had just hidden was punched by the lizard's tongue, leaving a hole the size of a wash basin. This is too fierce. Su Chen couldn't help but break out in sweat on his forehead. If it were hit by a lizard's tongue, wouldn't it make a big hole? Su Chen landed downstairs, looked up at the lizard above his head, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the lizard didn't know that he had the ability of space distortion. Otherwise, it would be difficult to avoid him. However, this also reminded him that there are too many mutated creatures in the world now, and many of them have evolved to be very powerful. Even lizards can easily break through walls by sticking out their tongues, not to mention large beasts like lions and tigers. Su Chen thought about it and realized that with his current ability, it would be very difficult to defeat the lizard, let alone the spider that had not yet made a move. It seems that this bird egg does not belong to Su Chen for the time being. He will come back to get it when he has the strength. Of course, this trip was not in vain. I unexpectedly discovered Qian Inger. Although I don't know why Qian Inger didn't contact Qian Fenger, the fact that Qian Inger came to the exotic pet house shows that Qian Inger still cares about Qian Fenger very much. Su Chen coveted Qian Inger's similar teleportation ability, and of course he also wanted the sisters to serve him together. We have to find a way to start with Qian Fenger and take down Qian Inger. Su Chen thought for a while, and seeing that there was no need to stay in Bailey's supermarket, he went out and used his ability of light as a swallow and quickly returned home. Soon, it was evening. Li Shui volunteered, "I'll go to the kitchen." Zhao Shaoqing immediately stood up and said, "I'll go too." She puffed out her chest and looked at Li Shui provocatively. At this moment, bang, 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 there was a commotion outside the window. Su Chen looked outside and couldn't help but frown. The city that was originally brightly lit has now become mostly dark. Many buildings near Shanghua Garden Community have also turned black. Massive power outage. Is it finally here? Su Chen knew that this kind of thing would happen sooner or later. Fast-growing plants and terrifying animals have become the overlords of the city. They run rampant in the city, and it is difficult not to destroy the city's power equipment. Su Chen walked to the balcony and through the moonlight saw panicked figures moving around in a residential area in the distance where there was a power outage. Screams echoed throughout the night sky. Unlike before the apocalypse, humans now have an extremely urgent need for electricity. If we lose the light provided by electricity, our chances of survival will be greatly reduced. Those who live in the pollen are even more desperate. They have to rely on electricity for lighting during the day. Now they are completely plunged into darkness. How can people survive like this? Li Shui and Zhao Shaoqing stopped competing for favor. They also came to the balcony and looked at the community where the power was out. Their faces were full of worry. Will we have a power outage? Su Chen said calmly, "It's only a matter of time." Chapter 40. Call your sister over. Night. Su Chen let Qian Fenger into his room alone. Li Shui, Zhao Shaoqing, and Luo Xinghe looked at Qian Fenger's back as she entered the room, and they stomped their feet in anger. When Qian Fenger came home, Su Chen really doted on her, which really pissed them off. We are all Su Chen's women. Why can Qian Fenger monopolize Su Chen? However, they dared not speak out because in this family, Su Chen had the final say. After Qian Fenger entered the room, she looked at Su Chen shyly, fiddling with her hands in front of her body. Even though she had had contact with Su Chen before, she was still a little nervous when she was suddenly called into the room. Su Chen sat on the bed openly, looked up at the shy Qian Fenger, and said with a smile, "Come and sit. I won't eat you." As he spoke, he patted the mattress beside him. Qian Fenger took a deep breath, carefully moved to Su Chen's side, and slowly sat down. Su Chen went straight to the point. "Qian Fenger, I met your sister today." Qian Fenger's nervousness disappeared instantly. She turned around and looked at Su Chen with light in her eyes. "Where did you meet?" "In the exotic pet shop of Bailey Supermarket. Your sister should have a similar ability to teleport and appeared out of thin air near the bird eggs." Su Chen said truthfully. She is still thinking about me." Qian Fenger looked melancholy, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. "I'm telling you this mainly because I want you to be reunited with your sister." Su Chen expressed his thoughts. Qian Fenger was very smart and immediately understood what Su Chen meant. This is an attempt to take advantage of all sisters. But now is the end of the world. Everyone has today but no tomorrow, and being able to lean on a big tree is also a good choice. And Su Chun is a thriving tree. Maybe it would be nice if her sister could come and join her. After this period of contact with Su Chun, Qian Feng'er gradually became dependent on Su Chun. This is the admiration for the strong in human nature, especially in an environment without order like the end of the world. The strong should be admired. Of course you can, but I can't get in touch with my sister. How can I get her to come over? Su Chun said confidently, the reason your sister went to the exotic pet museum is that she is still thinking about you. So as long as you leave a message for her at the exotic pet museum, she will definitely come. Qian Feng'er thought about it for a while, then nodded and said, then I'll do as you say. Su Chun told the plan, you can write a letter and put it near the bird eggs in the exotic pet pavilion, and then put one of your personal belongings there to attract your sister's attention. After your sister sees the letter, she will definitely take the bait. Qian Feng'er did not refuse, no problem, I'll write it now. Su Chun smiled slightly, took out the paper and pen that he had prepared long ago and placed them in front of Qian Feng'er, right? Qian Feng'er blinked her eyes and looked at Su Chun in disbelief. You've been ready for this for a long time? Su Chun smiled and said nothing. Qian Feng'er felt that Su Chun had grasped all her little tricks, and everything went according to Su Chun's plan. Anyway, she is Su Chun's person now, so there is nothing wrong with asking her sister to come over. Thinking of this, Qian Feng'er picked up a pen and started writing quickly. At the same time, in a building 10 miles south of Shanghua Community, Qian Inger jumped out from a green light and landed in the living room of her home. This was her sanctuary, on the 25th floor of the building. When the pollen arrived, Qian Inger happened to be working part-time at the exotic pet house and was trapped in the house. She likes a budgie in the exotic pet house very much and plays with it every day. But later on, the situation in the exotic pet house became increasingly strange. The lizards and spiders became increasingly larger, and they even ate the pets in the house. Qian Inger was also very scared and hid in a compartment holding the budgie. Later, she was so hungry that she ate an egg laid by a tiger parrot, and then she awakened the ability of space jumping. Originally, she wanted to find her sister Qian Feng'er as soon as possible, but she became an awakened person and was afraid that her sister would treat her as a freak and dislike her. So she sent Qian Feng'er the message that there was a bird egg in the exotic pet house, then threw away her cell phone and found a place to live outside by herself. Of course, she also brought the budgie here. Qian Inger had just landed. A heavy female voice rang out in the room, "Idiot, why did you come back just now?" Qian Inger turned her head and saw a palm-sized tiger parrot sitting on the sofa, looking at her with contempt. She glanced at him and said angrily, "Xiao, who is the idiot? If you didn't have me, you would starve to death sooner or later." As she spoke, she took off a backpack from her back and took out a bag of bird food from it. "I went to the exotic pet museum to find it for you. Come and eat it." Qian Inger only knows how to space jump, which is an ability that makes movement easier but has no actual combat power. So she usually only went to the familiar Bailey supermarket to find supplies. However, Qian Inger underestimated the sinister nature of human beings in the end times. She encountered 3 or 4 robberies in Bailey supermarket and could only watch as the supplies she had collected with great difficulty were snatched away by others. There was even one time when she was almost dragged into a small dark room by a group of hooligans. Fortunately, she had the ability of space jumping and escaped in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Qian Inger opened the bird food in her hand and poured it into the empty plate under the sofa. Then she looked up at the budgie and said proudly, "Little tiger, I'm awesome, don't I? Come on and praise me." The parrot rolled its eyes and turned its head away from Qian Inger. In fact, it had no shortage of food. It would always sneak out to get a snack when Qian Inger wasn't paying attention. On the contrary, Qian Inger was hungry and full at times, and had no ability to survive at all. Calling her a fool is flattering her. Qian Inger didn't care. She had encountered too many people and things in the apocalypse, and the parrot was the most caring. Of course, there is also her sister Qian Feng'er, but I don't know how her sister is doing now. Now the parrot is her best friend. Qian Inger sighed softly, and her worried face immediately turned into a smile. "Xiao Hu, today when I went to the exotic pet museum, I encountered lizards and spiders and was almost killed by them. Fortunately, I had more skills than them, so I was able to dodge their attacks." The parrot looked at Qian Inger like a human. "Stupid. It's so dangerous. Have you found anything to eat?" Qian Inger said with a bitter face. "I don't know who is so wicked that they emptied out all the things in Bailey's supermarket and left nothing for me." 10 miles away in Shanghua Community, Su Chun, who was watching Qian Feng'er writing a letter, couldn't help but sneeze twice, wondering, who is scolding me? The parrot looked at Qian Inger pitifully and said, you haven't eaten for a whole day. Why don't you eat some of my bird food? Qian Inger said stubbornly, I am a human being. Even if I jump off a building, I will never eat bird food. As soon as the words fell, gurgle. Qian Inger's stomach rumbled. She lowered her head in embarrassment and saw the bird food on the plate with an enticing aroma. Each grain looked like a chocolate ball and seemed delicious. Qian Inger subconsciously drooled from the corner of her mouth. He reached out, grabbed a handful, put it in his mouth and started chewing. So delicious. However, Qian Inger quickly came to her senses. This little bit of bird food was not enough to satisfy her hunger. No, I have to go out and look for supplies tomorrow. And I have to look ugly, or else I'll be targeted by some hooligans. Qian Inger rolled up a curl of hair with her fingers and muttered while sitting on the sofa, Xiao Hu, there is a large-scale power outage in the city. I guess the water and gas will be cut off soon. I will bring back more mineral water when I go out next time. Otherwise, we will have no water to drink. The parrot glared at Qian Inger unhappily, flapped its wings and flew into an open birdcage to rest. Qian Inger's eyes lit up, and she said to herself, Xiao Hu, I will take good care of both of us. Chapter 41. Trouble. Midnight. Su Chen looked at Qian Fenger, who had finished writing the letter, and said, with this letter, your sister will come over. Qian Fenger folded the letter, then took off a necklace from her neck and tied it to the letter. When my sister sees the necklace, she will know it is my letter. Then, he handed the letter to Su Chen. I did everything you said, but why did you put the letter in the exotic pet pavilion? Su Chen took the letter and put it into the space of the basic package. Leave this to me, and wait to serve me with your sister. He looked at Qian Fenger and said, it's getting late. Qian Fenger immediately understood what was going on. Her pretty face turned red and she pursed her lips and slowly stood up, while Su Chen was fighting. In a corner of the Bailey supermarket, a mother and daughter are huddled together for warmth. It was Fu Hong and Lin Xia who were injured. They slowly woke up half a day after Su Chen left Bailey supermarket. When they saw the dead Niu Weihe, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Niu Weihe almost killed them. He was so arrogant and terrifying. But even such a person died in Bailey supermarket. Didn't they say that once the rescue team arrived, order should be restored in the city? How come things are getting more and more chaotic? Murder and arson seem to have become commonplace, but no one is stepping forward to stop it. Fu Hong and Lin Xia were seriously injured, and having been hungry for such a long time, they no longer had the strength to go home, so they could only stay in the Bailey supermarket to rest. When Lin Xia thought of Su Chen's attitude towards her, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, Su Chen is a scumbag. It's just a little betrothal gift. How could he fall in love with someone else so quickly? Now you are being cruel to me. You are a completely different person. Fu Hong complained. I always told you not to break up with Su Chen, but you never listened. Now that Su Chen has become rich, you must be regretting it. Humph. Lin Xia said angrily. I don't care about him. Three-legged lizards are hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. As soon as the words fell, thump, a figure climbed through the window and came to Bailey supermarket. Fu Hong and Lin Xia were startled and quickly hugged each other, looking at the black figure not far away in horror. The visitor also noticed them and walked over slowly, limping on one leg. Do you have any water? I haven't had any water for a whole day. When Fu Hong and Lin Xia saw that the person coming was a short man with a limp in one leg, they relaxed their vigilance a lot. However, they have experienced so many dangers of human nature and understand that they should always be on guard against others. So they still maintained a defensive posture. If the short, lame man dared to do something bad, they would not let the short, lame man succeed even if they used up their last bit of strength. Lin Xia bravely said, We have only been here for a short time. Let alone water, we haven't even found anything to eat. The short, lame man was stunned for a moment, then stomped his feet heavily. Damn Su Chen. How could he forget that he had already emptied the supermarket? What? Fu Hong and Lin Xia sat up suddenly, looking at the short, lame man in disbelief. You said Su Chen emptied the supermarket? How is that possible? The short, lame man was none other than Sun Chao, who followed Qian Fenger. Last time, in order to avoid the lizard's pursuit, he climbed out the window to escape, but fell to the ground and fainted. After waking up, he searched for supplies nearby but found nothing. Finally, he returned to Bailey supermarket, hoping to try his luck. Unexpectedly, he met Fu Hong and Lin Xia. Sun Chao's back teeth were almost broken as he shouted angrily, "How could it be fake? That bastard tricked us into coming to the supermarket, but used his awakened ability to come to the supermarket early to move things, and then lured the lizards from the exotic pet pavilion to eat us. He is guilty of a heinous crime. Once this pollen passes, I will call the police and have him arrested." Lin Xie seemed to have found a soulmate. "I also know Su Chun. I know Su Chun killed someone. I can help you testify and send Su Chun to prison." Fu Hong calmed down and asked in confusion, "Wait, what is the lizard you were talking about?" Sun Chao explained, "The world has changed now. The city is no longer a place for people to live. The most powerful thing in the supermarket is a mutant lizard half a person's height. Its tongue is so long that it can spit out 10 meters and sweep people away." He became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice almost spread to every corner of the supermarket. Lin Xie also reacted and said in panic, "Speak softly. What if the lizard hears us talking and comes over?" Sun Chao curled his lips and said, "The lizards are usually in the exotic pet pavilion. This place is quite far from the exotic pet pavilion, so the lizards won't come here." He hasn't finished speaking yet. Lin Xie and Fu Hong saw a horrifying scene. Suddenly, a long whip flew to Sun Chao and quickly wrapped around his waist 3 times. Before Sun Chao could react, he was pulled away by a long whip. Lin Xie and Fu Hong looked in the direction where the whip had gone, only to see a half-human high lizard slowly walking towards them, chewing something in its mouth. They reacted immediately, their whole bodies trembling, and they ran away from the mutant lizard as if they were risking their lives. The world has really changed. Even the lizards have become more than half a person's height. They even treat people as food. They quickly found a shop with its door open and hid inside. Maybe the lizard thought Sun Chao was too noisy, so it just dealt with Sun Chao and slowly returned to the exotic pet house. But Fu Hong and Lin Xie didn't know that they were so scared that they dared not move, and they even dared not breathe. In this way, they spent the night in the shop in fear. Early the next morning, Su Chen arrived at Bailey Supermarket early, used his space distortion ability to pass through the wall to the location of the bird eggs in the exotic pet pavilion, placed Qian Finger's letter next to the bird eggs and left. But he was still discovered by the mutant lizard, just at the moment when Su Chen passed through the wall and left. Bang! A long whip smashed through the wall. If Su Chen hadn't acted quickly, the wall would have been Su Chen's fate. Su Chen sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the mutant lizard through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. He saw that the lizard was emitting a red and black light, and its malicious intent towards him was very obvious. Fortunately, the mutant lizard was not interested in the letter. When it saw that it failed to hit Su Chen, it walked away slowly. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had already left a letter for Qian Inger and was just waiting for Qian Inger to take the bait. He used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to look at the people inside Bailey's supermarket, and suddenly found that Fu Hong and Lin Xie were still in the supermarket. But Su Chen won't care about them and let them fend for themselves. Seeing that there were no supplies worth collecting in Bailey's supermarket, he used his ability of light as a swallow to quickly return to Shanghua community. When Su Chen just returned to the corridor of the community, from upstairs came the noisy sounds of residents. Everywhere else has a power outage, and our neighborhood will soon be one too. The downstairs is already uninhabitable, and it will be even worse if the power goes out. Why don't we move upstairs? There's an empty room upstairs anyway. No, there's simply not enough empty rooms upstairs for you people downstairs. We are all neighbors. How about we live in the house of the person above you? Get lost. We upstairs don't allow you to live here. Su Chen frowned slightly when he heard the noise from these people. It finally started. The residents of the community were previously managed by Chunjian and were more obedient. Now that Chunjian is gone, coupled with hunger and power outage crises, there will only be more and more troublemakers. The conflict between residents and the community is about to break out. After all, no one wants to live in dire straits. Chapter 42, Complete Power Outage. Su Chen did not intervene in the residents' conversation. He just wanted to live his own life. He used his 2 abilities, space distortion and as light as a swallow, to rush home along the floors. He passed by an empty room on the way and put all the useful supplies in the room into his basic bag. Anyway, his basic bag has unlimited space and can store items permanently, so he can collect more supplies, as they may come in handy someday. Soon, Su Chen returned home. Li Shuyi and her friends were eating potato chips and drinking Coke in the living room. Suddenly, Su Chen emerged from the floor, scaring them so much that they almost choked. However, they all knew Su Chen's abilities. so they reacted quickly and breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Shaoqing was the most scheming. She rolled her eyes, quickly stood up and came to Su Chun, saying in a charming voice, "Su Chun, you scared me so much that my heart is still pounding. If you don't believe me, just stay silent." Seeing this, how could Li Shuyi admit defeat? She immediately rushed over and clamped Su Chin's arm with both hands. "I'm also very scared. Please comfort me." Luo Xinghe and Qian Feng'er were stunned. How could they make Su Chin happy like this? It truly is a pioneer, having arrived early and bringing about radical changes. Luo Xinghe and Qian Feng'er also reacted immediately. Su Chun was the master of this family, and the peaceful life they were leading now all depended on Su Chun. As long as they stay in this apocalyptic world, they will not be able to leave. But will the apocalypse ever really end? Su Chun finally chose Zhao Shaoqing's service. He walked out of the room, came to the balcony, and looked outside in deep thought. Only 3 days after the fire, the plants downstairs grew back quickly, even more lush than before. The bushes have grown to about 30 meters, the zoysia grass in the community lawn is 1 meter high, and the light yellow pollen has become more intense. Even during the day, residents living on floors covered in pollen cannot live a normal life without turning on the lights. It is no wonder that the lower-level residents are trying to move to the upper levels. It is really inconvenient. Su Chun used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to observe the situation of the nearby residents. Because of the appearance of the rescue team before, the residents had hope and boldly went out to look for supplies. However, most of them did not come back, and only half of the residents were left. Of course, there were also a small number of people who returned with a full load, taking away many daily necessities, so they could live a little longer. At this moment, bang, 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 a deafening sound suddenly came from the northwest suburbs. Su Chun was startled and immediately looked up. All I saw was flames flying everywhere at the power plant on the outskirts of the city, and thick smoke slowly rising. At the same time, Su Chun felt the building shake violently, as if a magnitude 7 earthquake had occurred. Li Shuyi and the others ran to the balcony in panic and stuck their heads out to look outside. What happened? Is there an earthquake? Why is the building shaking so violently? It looks like the power plant is on fire. Qian Feng'er quickly ran into the house and turned on the light switch. But the light didn't respond at all. Li Shuyi and Luo Xinghe's faces turned ugly when they saw this. "It's over. We'll have to grope in the dark at night. What should I do? I'm afraid of the dark." Su Chun saw this and frowned. "It's not even night yet. Why are you panicking?" His words worked. The women immediately quieted down and quickly leaned against Su Chun. Li Shuyi subconsciously hugged Su Chin's arm. Only Su Chin's strong arms could make her feel at ease. Su Chun looked downstairs again. The lights that were originally on for the residents downstairs were now dark. The city has a complete power outage. The electricity age, which mankind is proud of, has come to a successful conclusion at this time. Soon, the sky gradually darkened. Su Chun emptied out the supplies from Bailey's supermarket and collected things from the empty houses in the building. His basic package contained more than 300 candles. He directly took out 100 candles from the package and said, "Li Shuyi, we will use candles for lighting from now on." Li Shuyi's eyes lit up and she said happily, "Okay." As she spoke, she found a lighter in the house, lit a candle and placed it in the living room. The originally dark living room suddenly became brighter, but it was still not as bright as the electric lights. However, the faint candlelight still made Li Shuyi and the others feel more at ease. But a candle can't last long. 2 hours later, a candle is almost burned out. Li Shuyi took out another candle and lit it reluctantly. Just when Su Chun was about to ask Li Shuyi to stop being so frugal, he heard a system sound. Ding! Li Shuyi consumes 1 candle, and the system returns 500 candles, which are stored in the basic package. Su Chun was slightly stunned. It was returned so soon? What was returned before were food and water, so why are candles being returned? Is it possible to use a method? Thinking of this, Su Chun immediately took out a paper cup from the basic package and walked to Li Shuyi. "Burn this." As he spoke, he handed the paper cup in his hand to Li Shuyi. Li Shuyi took the paper cup in confusion. "Why did you ask me to burn this?" "Just burn it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Su Chun said calmly. Li Shuyi didn't dare to ask anymore. She lowered her head obediently and burned the paper cup. Really? At the moment when the paper cup completely turned into ash, Su Chun received a system sound. Ding! Li Shuyi consumes 1 paper cup, and the system returns 500 of them, which are stored in the basic package. Su Chun suddenly became excited. The return was indeed related to the method of use. but he still had doubts in his mind. The toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, and paper towels that Li Shuyi and the others used were all his. Why didn't he return them? Wouldn't it be necessary to completely change the material in order to trigger the system's return? Su Chen's heart trembled, and he immediately took out a handkerchief from the basic package and handed it to Li Shuyi. Burn this too. Li Shuyi didn't dare to ask more questions and quickly took it and burned it. Ding. Li Shuyi consumes a handkerchief, and the system returns 500 yuan, which is stored in the basic package. Su Chen was overjoyed. As expected, to return it, the properties of the substance must be completely changed. To verify this idea, Su Chen asked Li Shuyi to burn other things. Toy cars will not be returned. Cotton skirt, returnable. Air basketball shoes will not be returned. Tight yoga clothes can be returned. The four girls were all stunned. They had no idea what Su Chen was going to do, or why he burned so many things in one breath. Su Chen was indeed understanding the truth more and more. The return really required the woman around him to completely change a substance. Otherwise, the system would not trigger the return. There are metal materials in the toy cars, and they cannot be completely changed. There are also technological materials added to the air basketball shoes, and they cannot be completely destroyed. So these two items will not be returned. Pure cotton skirts and tight yoga clothes are made of flammable materials, which will completely change the original substances after burning. So the system determines that they can be returned. Su Chen's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It turned out that the return was based on this principle. What if there is a furnace where the temperature of thousands of degrees can completely change the properties of most things? Then, can't he get whatever he wants? It's a pity that Su Chen doesn't know how to make a furnace, but as the number of people in the family grows, there will always be someone who knows how to make a furnace. Su Chen was in a good mood and immediately took out 500 candles from the basic package and distributed them to the four women. From now on, let's light candles for lighting. Don't let others think that I, Su Chen, have no strength. Let's light 10 candles, 10 in each room. Chapter 43. I'm the boss here. Li Shuyi and the others were used to Su Chen being able to take things out of the basic package, and they didn't find it strange at all. They quickly lit 10 candles in every room according to Su Chen's request. Suddenly, the dark room was brightly lit, almost indistinguishable from daytime. In the entire building, Su Chen's room is the most eye-catching. The residents of the community looked at Su Chen's room blankly and couldn't help but complain. Why is his house so bright? What a waste of candles. If you light so many candles, they will all be used up sooner or later. Let's see what you will do next. They didn't know that Su Chen had a return system. The more candles were burned, the more they would be used up. They could never be used up. When Su Chen saw the light in the room, the atmosphere instantly became less depressing. It turned out that light could give people hope. Li Shuyi and her friends were bathed in candlelight. Although candlelight was not as bright as lanterns or sunlight, it made them happier. The residents of the community were groping their way forward in the dark room, but when they saw that Su Chen's room was still glowing, they were so angry that their teeth were itching. Whose house is this? Why are there so many candles? The night is getting darker and darker. Residents on higher floors who were not affected by pollen were living more comfortably, but residents on lower floors could not stand it. Before the power outage, residents on the lower floors could still rely on lights to barely survive in the apocalypse. Although the sunlight was blocked by pollen, it did not affect their normal life. But after the power outage, the house was in darkness all the time, and no one kept candles at home. Even if they did, they were not enough for consumption, and lighting devices such as flashlights and mobile phones quickly ran out of power. The house was completely plunged into darkness. I had to grope in the dark even to go to the toilet, and I couldn't even find where the toilet was. As the power went out, resources that rely on electricity, such as water and natural gas, soon followed suit. There is no light, no water, no natural gas. Not only the low-level residents, but everyone is panicking, especially the low-level residents who live in dark huts, listening to the strange, rustling sound outside the window, as if something is flying around outside, and maybe even rushing into the room. Most of them couldn't stand such a horrible environment, so they quickly fled their homes and rushed to the high-rise corridors to settle down. After all, humans are social animals. They gathered together and chatted in the dark. Alas, life is getting harder and harder. The lower floors are simply not a place for people to live. But living in the corridor isn't a good idea. How about talking to the residents on the upper floors so we can get through this together? What a joke. Who can be so magnanimous at this time? I talked to the residents on the upper floors before, and they were not willing at all. Ciao. We are all human beings. If you don't help in times of crisis, Are you still a human being? There's no point in scolding. They won't open the door. There's nothing we can do. If it doesn't work, wait until they open the door and come out, then we'll rush in. Wouldn't that be robbery? Let's find an empty house to live in. Some residents have gone out these past 2 days and haven't come back yet. There are many empty houses on the upper floors. Don't even think about it. These are all security doors now. Who can unlock them? The people around suddenly fell silent. Well, there's no one from the locksmith company. One of the tall and strong men suggested, I'm very strong. I can try to break the door open. As he said that, he slammed the door of a room twice. But he almost broke his arm, and the door was not damaged at all. However, the room he bumped into was not empty. There was an old lady living in the room. She was so scared that she didn't dare to open the door or say a word. The strong man gave up after trying twice and said helplessly, No, this door is harder than stone. Some people began to spread discontent. I'm speechless. Normally, the lower and upper floors are good neighbors. But now these sons of bitches on the upper floors have no humanity at all. Are they going to watch us die? Some people have also begun trying to persuade high-rise residents. Please be merciful. I have a 60-year-old mother and a 10-year-old child. Can anyone take pity on us and take us in? The corridor is so gloomy, and you senior people have the heart to let us low-level people live in the corridor? My wife is still pregnant. She can't spend the night in such a gloomy corridor. However, no matter how they shouted, none of the residents on the upper floors dared to come out and talk to them. People are very smart. Now the residents on the lower floors are going crazy. Opening the door is like inviting a wolf into the house. So many people have gone missing. Are they all missing? There must have been murder. At a time like this, it's good enough to ensure that your family is alive. Who would dare to rescue others? As expected, the lower-level residents erupted in serious anger. Fuck you. You sons of bitches, stay in your rooms all the time. If you come out, I'll kill you all with a knife. These senior executives deserve to die. They have no humanity at all in times of crisis. You are all a bunch of selfish bastards. If the pollen disappears, I wonder how you will ever see us again. The sounds of abuse and accusations were endless, not only in the corridor, but the entire building was filled with the voices of this group of low-level residents. How could the residents on the upper floors not hear it? But they were furious and didn't dare to go out and vent their anger. Who knows who the people outside are? What if someone rushes in when the door is opened? Will this family have any chance of survival? The lower-level residents in the corridor made a commotion for a full hour. But they were all exhausted, and no one was open. There was no other way. The lower floor was too scary and the upper floors were closed, so they had no choice but to lie in the cold corridor to spend the night. Some people are smarter and secretly go home to get quilts, blankets, etc. to spread on the ground to sleep, which makes them more comfortable. More people followed suit and went home to get the things. After a while, the entire high-rise corridor was filled with bedding, mats, and even folding beds were brought in. The lower-level residents found a good place to spend the night. But the residents on high floors suffer. The originally quiet high-rise buildings now have a lot of inconvenience in their lives due to the presence of this group of low-rise residents in the corridor. They can't even open the doors. However, they had no solution at all. Su-chin didn't want to care about the grudges between these residents. He just wanted to live his own life well. However, he used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to see that the lower-level residents had already occupied the upper-level corridors, and even his doorstep was not spared. How is this possible? Su-chin knew that he couldn't open the door. Even if he had awakened all kinds of abilities, if he opened the door, this group of people would rush in and he wouldn't be able to deal with them all in time. So he first used his space distortion ability to pass through the wall to the top of the building, and then slowly walk down the stairs. He came to the high-rise corridor and saw the low-rise residents piled up in layers. He frowned, stretched out his fist, and smashed the fire extinguisher box in the corridor 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. A moment. The lower-level residents who had just fallen asleep were suddenly woken up. Who's the one who's not quiet? Why are you knocking? Are you annoying? When Su-chun saw that most of the residents on the lower floors had woken up, he shouted in a deep voice, I'm Su-chun. I was the one who knocked on the firebox. Does anyone have any objections? When the residents on the lower floors heard that it was Su-chun, they all fell silent. In order to confirm whether it was true, some people took out their mobile phones, turned on the flashlight with only 1 bar of power left, and shone it on Su-chun. When they saw that it was really Su-chun, their faces turned extremely ugly. Chun Jin died at the hands of Su-chun, who among them dared to say a word. Seeing that they had quieted down, Su Chun cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Since you all have no objections, then I declare that I am the one making the decision here. Do any of you have any objections?" Chapter 44. Are you dissatisfied? As Su Chen's voice fell, the lower-level residents all started talking about it. This kid just has some supplies, right? Now he wants to be the owner of this building. That's too much. Speak softly. He has superpowers now. Even Chen Jian died in his hands. It's a good thing that someone is in charge. Otherwise, it will be hard for everyone to live if things continue like this. Su Chen listened to the discussions of the crowd and, through his ability to seek benefits and avoid harm, he felt that most of these people had ill intentions towards him. But he doesn't care. In this situation, the strong fist is the real thing. Su Chen said calmly, "It seems that some of you are not satisfied. If you are dissatisfied, you can come and tell us." As soon as the words fell, the residents on the lower floors all fell silent, their eyes all falling on Su Chen. They all knew Su Chen's strength. If they really expressed their dissatisfaction, they might be killed by Su Chen. But there are still people who don't believe in evil and want to bring bad luck to Su Chen. "I'm not satisfied." A middle-aged woman suddenly stood up and walked up to Su Chen arrogantly. "Why do you want to be the owner of our building?" Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and he stretched out his hand and threw the fire-resistant vine in his hand. The vine was sharp and flexible, and it pierced the old lady's throat in an instant. It happened suddenly. The residents on the lower floors didn't react in time, and then in the faint moonlight, they saw blood gushing out of the old lady's neck, making a gurgling sound. Murder. This kid Su Chen killed someone again. Last time, Chun Jian robbed them, and Su Chen helped them by killing Chun Jian. They also agreed with Su Chen's approach. But now Su Chen started killing people, just because the aunt did not agree with Su Chen being the owner of the building. This is surprising. They all widened their eyes, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief, but no one dared to speak. The middle-aged woman glared at Su Chen hatefully, then her eyes gradually lost their luster. Finally, her legs went limp, her body fell to the ground, twitched twice, and she stopped breathing. Su Chen slowly put away the fire-resistant vines, looked at the middle-aged woman on the ground with cold eyes, and said coldly, "I asked you to mention that you were not satisfied, and you really did?" After saying that, he raised his head and glanced at the lower-level residents. Through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he found that very few of them had any ill will towards him, and most of them were afraid of him. Su Chen didn't care about their attitude at all, and asked in a cold voice, "Is there anyone else who is dissatisfied? You can come and raise it." The lower-level residents looked at each other in bewilderment. The last person who stood out had failed, so who would dare to be the next one to stand out? They showed no resistance and immediately loudly supported Su Chen. "I think you are a good kid. There will be no problem for you to be the owner of this building. We all listen to you. We will do whatever you tell us to do. As long as you give us food and shelter, we will definitely support you." Through his ability to seek benefits and avoid harm, Su Chen knew that these people did not truly support him, but were just afraid of his abilities. But it doesn't matter. As long as these people don't disturb his life, he won't do anything to them. Su Chen cleared his throat and said loudly, "Okay, since no one is dissatisfied with me being the owner of this building, I will take office immediately." He announced, "From today on, no matter you are living on the upper floors or the lower floors, all of you must move to floors below 20. All the rooms above are mine." Isn't this bad?" a tall young man said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. "Why? Are you dissatisfied?" The tall young man looked at the middle-aged woman on the ground and shook his head like a rattle. No, I was just saying it casually." Su Chen hugged his shoulders and said calmly, "I am a fair person. If anyone is dissatisfied with me, you can tell me in person. Don't hide it." The tall young man was so frightened that he almost knelt down before Su Chen. He stepped back repeatedly and waved his hands, saying, No, I'm really not dissatisfied." The residents on the lower floors looked at the tall young man, and they all gloated over his misfortune. "You've been provoked by Su Chen, the living devil. Now you know you're in the wrong." They are smart and listen to Su Chen in everything, so they definitely don't suffer any loss. Su Chen did not argue with the tall young man. He continued to announce, "Also, from today on, you all have to go down and catch bugs. 5 bugs can be exchanged for a bucket of instant noodles, and 10 bugs can be exchanged for a bottle of water. Do you have any questions?" In fact, he did this mainly to use insects to attract mutant birds, and then catch and adopt them. Mutated birds might lay eggs, which are things that can awaken abilities. Catch more birds, and you can gain more abilities. In the end times, materials are just the foundation, and abilities are the hardware requirements for survival. The more abilities he has, the better he can survive in this apocalypse. After hearing Su Chen's arrangements, the residents on the lower floors were all stunned. Why are you catching bugs for no reason? Those bugs are all mutated. Even bees can eat people. Isn't this sending them to their deaths? But Su Chen opened their mouth and gave them away to exchange for food and water. Instead of feeling resentment, a large number of them expressed goodwill towards Su Chen. Su Chen saw this and couldn't help but raise his brows. He didn't expect that he could win their favor by exchanging insects for supplies. As expected, in the end times, whoever can provide everyone with food is the real parent. Su Chen cleared his throat and said coldly, "You guys move down quickly and then talk to the residents on the upper floors. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can ask me to come and help." After saying that, he went up the stairs to the rooftop and then used his two abilities, as light as a swallow and space distortion, to return to his home. As Su Chen left, the low-level residents living in the corridor were furious. All floors above the 20th floor of our building belong to Su Chen. So doesn't that mean Su Chen is the local tyrant here? What's the point of you being dissatisfied now? Why didn't you mention it to Su Chen just now? How dare I? What if Su Chen tries to kill me? What are you talking about now? Hurry up and call the people from the upper floors out. Not only can we not live in the upper floors, but even the people from the upper floors have to move down. These low-level residents only dared to complain behind Su Chen's back, and then they would immediately knock on the doors of the high-level residents and tell them Su Chen's orders. The upper-floor residents were now panicking and not only refused to open the door for the lower-floor residents, they also used the security door to prevent them from entering the house. But Su Chen is an awakened one, and even the awakened one Xinjian was killed easily. How could they be Su Chen's opponent? The residents on the upper floors hesitated for only a moment, but most of them chose to open the door and move with their families to the floors below the 20th floor as Su Chen requested. In fact, if they had opened the door to the low-level residents early, Su Chen would not have been woken up by this group of low-level residents and would not have been in a bad mood, so he would not have come out to do these things. In other words, it is the high-rise residents themselves who drive away the high-rise residents. However, there are also people who are reluctant to leave after opening the door. The tall young man encountered a tough guy. After he delivered Su Chen's order to a 60-year-old woman who lived alone in room 2003, the old woman, who was also in menopause, did not buy it at all and directly wanted to close the door and drive away the tall young man. The tall young man didn't dare to provoke Su Chen. He quickly pulled the door that he had finally opened and wanted to have a good talk with the old woman. The old woman naturally didn't want to do that, so she immediately started fighting with the tall young man. The tall young man still had some conscience, so he didn't take any action and defended himself the whole time. When the nearby residents rushed over after hearing the noise, the tall young man had 3 large cuts all over his body from being scratched. They quickly pulled the tall young man and the old woman apart, and finally forcibly took the old woman downstairs and explained Su Chen's orders to her. The tall young man looked at the bloody wound on his body with a look of horror. This is the end of the world. Besides the severe shortage of food and water, the most lacking thing is medicine. If it were normal times, these 3 big cuts would not be a big deal at all. But now there is no medicine, and there is pollen everywhere. If this big wound gets infected, it will be fatal. The tall young man burst into tears. I'm done. What should I do? Chapter 45. Please, save me. The residents around heard the tall young man crying and came over to check what was going on. When someone saw the big cut on the young man's body, they couldn't help but gasp. Fuck. Your wound is as long as a pencil. If you don't disinfect and bandage it, it will get infected and it will be over. The residents around also saw the big wound on the young man's body and couldn't help but look at him with pity. Do you have any alcohol at home? Go back and get some to disinfect. Maybe there's still time. It's too late. People's nails are dirty to begin with, and they don't want to heal if they scratch themselves. It's even worse now. Young man, your wound has started to fester. If it doesn't work, just have it cut off. The more the young man listened, the more frightened he became. The wound had become festered so quickly, and he even had to have it removed directly. But under the current conditions, cutting out the wound would just enlarge it, and that would lead to death faster. Besides, all public facilities are closed now, including hospitals. Without doctors, who can perform this operation? The young man wanted to die and cried even louder. Not long after Su Chen returned to the house, just when he was about to have a good sleep, he was woken up by the noise in the building. He raised his eyebrows, tidied himself up, got out of bed, and immediately used his space distortion ability to pass through the wall and come to the corridor. The residents were all surrounding the young man, and no one noticed that Su-chan had appeared. Su-chan took a look and shouted, "What are you arguing about? I didn't tell you to live below the 20th floor. How come it's been so long and you're still above the 20th floor?" When the residents heard Su-chan's voice, they stopped trying to comfort the young man and quickly went downstairs. The young man was still squatting there crying. It was so hysterical. Su-chan was stunned for a moment, then slowly walked to the young man's side and saw 3 big cuts on his arm at a glance. Even Su-chan couldn't help but take a breath. These 3 big wounds are really shocking, and the wounds are already festering. Su-chan knew this tall young man. He almost asked him to take action to clear the wound just now, but he escaped because he was timid and afraid of death. Why did he have such a serious wound on his arm now? He asked curiously, "Stop crying and tell me what happened." The young man fell silent, then suddenly looked up at Su-chan, his eyes filled with a desire to survive. "Please, help me." As he said that, he stretched out his hands and was about to grab Su-chan's shoulders. In his opinion, Su-chan has so much food and drink, maybe even medicine. If Su-chan doesn't have medicine, then no one else in this building can be relied upon. Su-chan glared coldly. The young man's hands stayed in the air, then he timidly took them back. Then, in order to survive, he quickly said, "I am Zhao Jun from 901. I just followed your instructions and notified the residents on the upper floors to leave, but I didn't expect to meet a tough guy who scratched me." Zhao Jun spoke with true feelings and even shed tears of grievance as he spoke. Su-chan didn't want to help at first, but when he heard that Zhao Jun's injury was related to him, he decided to save Zhao Jun. Although he is not a good person, he is definitely not a bad person. He doesn't like to owe favors to others. And it just so happened that he had just hired a personal physician, Shinran, so he could take a chance to test out Shinran's medical skills. Su-chan didn't want others to know that Shinran had healing abilities, but Shinran was a pharmacist and also ran a small clinic. Maybe he could research some new medicines suitable for use in the apocalypse. And Zhao Jun is the guinea pig in this experiment. Su-chan thought of this, his eyes rolled, and he said lightly, "Don't cry. I can save you. You do have medicine." Zhao Jun said excitedly. "Who said I have medicine?" Su-chan said with a fatal blow. "Besides, in this situation, do you think the previous medicine can still be used?" I don't know." Zhao Jun's eyes dimmed. "Don't be discouraged. I have a doctor who can help you." Su-chan threw out the bait. "But she may do some small experiments on you. Can you accept it?" Zhao Jun immediately took the bait, his eyes sparkling. "I can accept it. As long as you can cure my disease and let me live, you can do as many experiments on me as you want." Su-chan smiled gently, "Then come with me. My doctor is sleeping now, so you can live next door to her. If you can survive this night, I will let her treat you." "No problem." Zhao Jun also found hope for survival. This was the only life-saving straw. Not to mention waiting for a night. He would even be willing to wait for a week. Su-chan nodded, and then took Zhao Jun to live in the room in the corner of the 21st floor. In fact, Zhao Jun did not live next door to Shinran. After all, Shinran lived next door to Su-chan and was his personal physician. If Zhao Jun did something out of line at night, he would regret it. So Su-chan was on guard against Zhao Jun. This is the best survival rule in the end times. You must never tell important news to others, even to people you know. However, Zhao Jun was very grateful to Su-chan and kept praising him. Su-chan's ears were almost calloused from listening to it. He said goodbye to Zhao Jun and went back home to rest. "I can finally have a good night's sleep. It's so relaxing." Early the next morning, Su-chan got up early and had breakfast with Li Shuyi and the others. Then he took out another 500 candles from the basic package and distributed them to them. Anyway, there are plenty of candles now. As long as Li Shuyi and the others don't burn down the house, you can light as many candles as you want. It's so generous. When Li Shuyi and the others were cheering, Su-chan pushed the door open and left, heading to the room where Zhao Jun lived. He used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to explore the entire building and found that above the 20th floor, apart from his family and Shinran next door, there was only Zhao Jun in the corner. Everyone in the entire building was still afraid of Su-chan, so they evacuated completely in just one night. But it's better this way. If there are any disobedient ones, he doesn't mind letting the fire-resistant vines get stained with blood. Su-chan came to the room in the corner and asked loudly, "Zhao Jun, are you dead?" Zhao Jun's weak voice came from the room. "I'm not dead yet, but I can't hold on any longer." "It's okay as long as you're not dead. Come out now, and I'll take you to see Dr. Shinran." Suchin said. Zhao Jun's voice became a little excited, but still very weak. Great. I'll be right out. Soon, Zhao Jun pushed the door open and walked out. Su Chun just took a look and his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Overnight, Zhao Jun seemed to have become 10 centimeters shorter and 20 kilograms lighter, and he looked a whole lot smaller. Moreover, the wound was already oozing pus and emitting a foul smell. This is what it's like to be injured in the apocalypse. If you don't get timely treatment, you can die overnight. This is because Zhao Jun is in good health and lives on a high floor, so it is difficult for him to be disturbed by pollen. If Zhao Jun went to the lower level covered with pollen, there would be no need for rescue now, and the bodies could be cremated directly. Are you really Zhao Jun? Su Chun was a little unbelievable. How dare I lie to you? Zhao Jun said weakly. Su Chun heard that it was indeed Zhao Jun's voice and nodded. Let's go. After saying that, he brought Zhao Jun to the door of He Shinran's room. Zhao Jun was slightly startled and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say that I should be placed next to Dr. He?" Su Chun didn't even look at him and said calmly, "It's next door, just 12 rooms away." Chapter 46 New Discovery. Zhao Jun understood Su Chun's words instantly and began to tremble like a sieve. Su Chun is on guard against him. It turns out that in the end times, there is no one I can trust except myself. If his wound got more infected last night and there was no one next door, no one would know if he died. Although Zhao Jun had cursed Su Chin's ancestors in his heart, he still kept a flattering smile on his face. "It's okay. I'm already very happy that you can save me." Su Chin ignored him, raised his hand and knocked on the door gently. "He Shinran, I brought a patient here. Please treat him." As soon as the words fell, a wooden female voice came from the room. "Okay, I'll come and open the door." Then there were the sounds of footsteps in the room, and the door was quickly opened. When Zhao Jun saw the woman coming out of the room, he was stunned. The woman in front of me was wearing a white hospital doctor's robe, a mask on her face, and gloves on her hands. She wrapped herself tightly, but her figure was curvy, and with this doctor's uniform, she was so charming. Su Chin almost didn't recognize that the woman in front of him was He Shinran. If he hadn't seen the kindness in He Shinran through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he would have killed her with the fire-resistant vines. "He Shinran, why are you dressed like this? Didn't you say I was your personal physician? I have to act like a doctor." He Shinran said calmly. Su Chun curled his lips and smiled. "You are very conscious, so you should wear this from now on." If He Shinran had not failed the system review and had not experienced what happened at the clinic, Su Chun would not mind taking He Shinran down. This doctor's uniform is really tempting. It's time for Li Shuyi and the others to wear these professional clothes. At this moment, Zhao Jun raised his hand and interrupted. "Can you, ahem, take a look at me first?" Su Chun and He Shinran looked at Zhao Jun at the same time, but there was no emotion in their eyes. Ever since what happened in the clinic, He Shinran no longer trusts anyone. If Su Chun hadn't rescued her and given her the experience of life before the end of the world, she wouldn't even believe Su Chun. Wanting her to save people is just a daydream. He Shinran frowned slightly and looked at Su Chun with dissatisfaction. "What's going on? Didn't you say that I was your personal physician?" Su Chun did not hide it. "Aren't you a pharmacist? It's a good opportunity to use him as an experiment to see if you can develop a new drug." He Shinran nodded in agreement. Zhao Jun's body trembled violently, and he looked at Su Chun in surprise. "Su Chun, are you using me as a guinea pig?" Su Chun glanced at Zhao Jun coldly. "That's right. If you don't want to, go down and wait for death now. I won't stop you." Zhao Jun opened his mouth, but finally swallowed his words. There are only two choices before him now. One is to die with dignity, the other is to live in humiliation. After a little thought, Zhao Jun immediately chose the latter. Better to live a miserable life than to die. As long as you are alive, there is hope. I'll be the guinea pig. After Zhao Jun finished speaking, he seemed to have used up all his strength and looked dejected. Su Chun smiled faintly, knowing this would be the result. "Let's go in then." Afterwards, Su Chun and He Shinran walked into the house. Zhao Jun looked up at the wide-open door, gritted his teeth, and followed in. Everyone entered the house. Su Chun was shocked to find that He Shinran had only lived in the house for one day, but the place had already changed drastically. The previously cozy little house was turned by He Shinran into a clinic laboratory. A table was placed in the middle of the living room, filled with bottles and jars, and each of them had a label. All other common living room items such as sofas, coffee tables, TV cabinets, etc. were cleared out. He Shinran, did you make all this yesterday? Well, since I have agreed to be your personal physician, I have to shoulder my responsibilities, so I went out to find a pharmacy yesterday, moved some experimental equipment, and changed the layout of the living room of this house. Hishinran said calmly. Su-chun was slightly startled when he saw that Hishinran's kindness had exceeded the limit through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. I didn't expect Hishinran to get into the role so quickly and be so loyal to him, Su-chun. This Hishinran's rescue was not in vain. Su-chun smiled faintly. Well done. Hishinran nodded seriously, then his eyes fell on Zhao Jun, whose arm was already oozing pus. Come and sit down. I'll clean your wound. Zhao Jun nodded blankly, followed Hishinran tremblingly to the laboratory table, and sat down obediently. Hishinran checked Zhao Jun's wound, then turned around and started preparing the medicine with the bottles and jars on the laboratory table. Su-chun saw this and walked forward in confusion. What are you doing? Shouldn't such a wound be disinfected with alcohol first, then anti-inflammatory drugs, and finally wrapped with gauze to prevent infection? That was in the past. Hishinran said calmly, the situation is different now. Because of the presence of pollen, the wound deteriorates quickly. Alcohol disinfection and anti-inflammatory drugs are not very effective. We need to use a new potion. Su-chun seemed to have discovered a new world. It was the first time he heard of this. In other words, being injured outside now is no different from being dead? Hishinran nodded and said, that's right. After Su-chan heard this, his heart trembled and his eyes gradually focused. He felt the horror of the pollen world, but he didn't expect it to be so dangerous. In the end times, even a minor injury could lead to death. Zhao Jun heard the entire conversation between Su-chun and Hishinran, and his heart skipped a beat. No wonder he was injured last night, and his condition became so serious overnight. It turned out to be the pollen outside that caused the problem. Fortunately, he asked Su-chun for help and gritted his teeth and agreed to be Hishinran's guinea pig. Otherwise, he would have died soon. Compared with nature, human beings are too fragile and insignificant. At the same time, in Bailey's supermarket, in order to avoid the attack of mutant lizards, Fu Hong and Lin Xia spent a day and a night in a shop in a supermarket. They hadn't eaten for 5 days and were so hungry that their eyes were dizzy and they were too weak to even move. They had lost more than 20 pounds and were just skin and bones. Even people who knew them wouldn't be able to recognize them unless they looked closely. Fu Hong complained to Lin Xia angrily, "You useless thing. I have raised you for more than 20 years, and now you are almost starving your mother to death." Lin Xia's eyes were red, and she felt countless grievances in her heart. She is a top student who graduated from a prestigious university. She has countless suitors and numerous high-paying jobs waiting for her. It can be said that her future is limitless. I didn't expect that I would end up starving for 5 days. It's all Su-chen's fault. If Su-chen hadn't appeared in Bailey's supermarket, she might have found supplies and returned home and was lying in the house resting. Mom, it's my daughter's fault. I also want to go out and find supplies now, but that mutant lizard is too scary. I will definitely die if I go out. You are such a heartless little thing. Fu Hong also lost her previous motherly image and started to act like a spoiled brat. Your mother is almost starving to death now. Can't you go out and find her something to eat? Isn't it just a mutant lizard? If you don't make any noise, that lizard will never hurt you. If you still have any filial piety, get out now. Chapter 47. The Wind Rises. Ah. It hurts, it hurts. Dr. He, can you be gentler? I feel like I'm going to die. In Hishinran's room, Zhao Jun kept howling in pain. Su-chen's heart trembled as he watched Hishinran use a red-hot needle to pierce Zhao Jun's wound. Although the needle didn't prick him, he seemed to feel the pain. Hishinran used a needle to prick Zhao Jun's wound with a wooden face, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Keep your voice down. Don't you know you have to keep quiet during surgery? Zhao Jun grimaced in pain, but in order to save his life, he did not move Hishinran. Surgery requires an anesthetic injection, and you didn't give me one. This is the condition. If you don't want to be treated, I will stop now. Hishinran said calmly. Zhao Jun immediately shut his mouth. Even though he was in excruciating pain, he clenched his teeth and remained silent. When it comes to pain, being able to survive is the most important thing. It is said that after all hardship comes happiness. When his body recovers, he may become a powerful awakener. At that time, he will first kill Su-chan who exploited him, and Li Shuyi and the others. No one will be able to escape. As for the female doctor who saved his life, he would tie her to the bed and ravage her. This pain must be returned no matter what. Hishinran didn't care about what Zhao Jun thought. She was Su-chen's personal physician now, so she would do whatever Su-chen asked her to do. But Su Chun saw the growing malice in Zhao Jun. His heart sank and his eyes turned cold. I saved your life with great kindness, but you still hold a grudge against me. What an ungrateful person. This is also the reason why Su Chen did not choose to rescue the residents of the community when facing the end of the world. In peacetime, everyone gets along politely with each other. But when disaster strikes, almost everyone will persecute others for their own benefit. This is the ugliness in human nature, which is simply unavoidable. However, Zhao Jun might not be able to survive He Shinran's treatment, so he didn't care that much. In Bailey's supermarket, Lin Xie couldn't persuade Fu Hong in the end, and she forced herself to walk out of the shop carefully despite her frail body. In fact, she was also very hungry. She knew that if this continued, she and Fu Hong would both die in the Bailey supermarket. Along the way, Lin Xie saw countless corpses lying in the Bailey supermarket. Most of them had a hole in their bodies, and they were obviously killed by the mutant lizard. And there was a rancid smell in the air, which made her vomit. But she hadn't eaten for 5 days, and all she vomited out was bitter bile. Don't even mention how uncomfortable that feeling is. However, in order to find food and water to survive, she still insisted on looking for supplies in this environment. However, she was not the only one looking for supplies. Groups of people were also searching for supplies in the Bailey supermarket despite the stench. Lin Xie cautiously avoided them and acted alone. But even so, she went everywhere except the exotic pet pavilion, and there was not even a single drop of food or water to keep her alive on the shelves. Most of the supplies in Bailey's supermarket were taken away by Su Chun. In addition, people have been coming to explore during this period of time. How could there be anything to eat and drink? But Lin Xie is worthy of being a highly educated person. She knows that genuine leather is edible, and there may be water in the toilet tank. Finally, she found a brand-name leather bag that she couldn't afford before and that no one wanted in the apocalypse, and then she took the 2 bags to the bathroom and filled 2 bags with toilet water. Fu Hong almost fainted in the shop and finally waited for Lin Xie to come back. She immediately perked up, frowned, and stepped forward to curse, "You damn girl! You come back so late. Do you want to starve me to death?" Bang! Fu Hong slapped Lin Xie in the face. Lin Xie hadn't eaten for such a long time, and she was carrying a brand-name bag filled with toilet water, so she was weak. She was beaten so hard that she collapsed on the ground, with the toilet water spilling all over the floor. When Fu Hong saw this, her eyes turned red. She didn't feel sorry for her daughter, but for the hard-earned water. Fu Hong didn't think twice, and immediately lay down and licked the water stains on the ground. She and Lin Xie haven't had much water for 2 days, and their throats are already smoking. Although the toilet water on the ground is dirty, it is better than dying of thirst. When Lin Xie saw Fu Hong's crazy look, she burst into tears. But she didn't dare cry too loudly. In case it attracted mutant lizards, it would be all over. However, she was thirsty for 2 days, but there was only thunder but no rain. In the end, she was also tempted by the toilet water on the ground, and she also followed Fu Hong and lay on the ground to lick it. A graduate student from a prestigious university had a bright future, but who would have thought that he would end up drinking toilet water in the apocalypse? If Su Chun saw this, he would definitely laugh. However, Su Chun is now witnessing He Shinran treating Zhao Jun. He Shinran cleaned Zhao Jun's wound and then sprinkled it with the disinfectant she had just prepared. Hiss! Zhao Jun endured the pain for such a long time, but he still couldn't help but make a sound. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. It's more painful than killing him. He Shinran said woodenly, "Don't make a sound. This is still disinfectant. The anti-inflammatory medicine will hurt more later." Zhao Jun couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Being a guinea pig is really hard. It almost cost him his life. But in order to survive, he can endure anything. Zhao Jun immediately followed He Shinran's request, clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and did not allow himself to make any sound. He Shinran followed the procedure and took out gauze to wipe the disinfectant, and then sprinkled anti-inflammatory medicine on it. Zhao Jun didn't make any sound, but his body was shaking violently, as if he had touched an electric switch. His fists were clenched, his body was straightened, his face was red, and his forehead was covered with sweat. Su Qian just watched, and his hands unconsciously exerted force. He Shinran ignored Zhao Jun's reaction completely, as if in her eyes, Zhao Jun was just a wooden man. After she applied the anti-inflammatory medicine, she took out gauze to bandage Zhao Jun's wound. "Okay, go back and rest for 2 days. Don't remove the gauze during this time. Come back for a checkup in 2 days." After He Shinran finished speaking, he cleaned up the laboratory table by himself and recorded the experimental process in a notebook. Zhao Jun took a long time to relax. His complexion slowly returned to normal, and his body seemed to have aged 10 years. He slumped in the chair, motionless, and gasped heavily. He opened his eyes slightly, with a look of life after death. Thank you, Dr. He. Shinran acted as if he didn't hear it and didn't even look at it. Zhao Jun was embarrassed and lowered his head slightly. Su Chun said calmly, "Let's go. Don't disturb Dr. He from doing his research." Zhao Jun nodded, then stood up with all his strength. "Okay, let's go." After saying that, he slowly walked out of Shinran's room. Su Chun followed behind and saw that Zhao Jun wanted to go to the room at the edge. He immediately frowned and said, "Zhao Jun, I told you guys that you are not allowed to live above the 20th floor. Now that you have been treated, get down now." Zhao Jun's body froze for a moment, then he nodded with his back to Su Chun and said, "Okay, I'll go down." Su Chun watched Zhao Jun's back as he walked down the stairs and discovered that Zhao Jun was filled with strong malice, and he probably even wanted to kill him. However, he didn't need to pay any attention to the mice used in the experiment. At the same time, through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, Su Chun sensed that the residents of this building had followed his orders and gone downstairs to catch insects. He wanted to go over and take a look, so he used his light as a swallow and space distortion abilities to go downstairs. But just got downstairs, Su Chun felt a gust of wind coming, blowing him so hard that he could hardly stand. The residents downstairs were blown all over the place. The scene was extremely chaotic. They all stopped catching bugs and ran back into the building desperately. Su Chun stood facing the wind, frowning tightly. The wind is so strong. How come the pollen isn't decreasing at all? Chapter 48: Mosquitoes in the Wind. Su Chun looked at the strong wind sweeping the pollen all over the sky. The scene was like a pollen hell. Even he was a little scared. The strong wind also carried all kinds of creatures in the air, dancing wildly in the sky, and there were even half-human-sized mosquitoes that hit the first floor of his building. Although the residents in the building saw it, who dared to go up and deal with it? Any wounds that occur at this time are likely to be fatal. Besides, if you can't beat the mosquitoes, you may become their food. After so many days, they have all seen bees and mosquitoes sucking people dry outside. Su Chun did not rush over. If he was attacked by mosquitoes, it would be a big trouble. Moreover, through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he saw that the mosquito was flashing with vague malice. Although it was not completely dead, it was extremely confusing and he didn't know what was going on. Su Chun was not going to pay any attention to the mosquito. If there was any problem, it would happen first on the lower floors. He lived above the 20th floor, so it would not affect him at all. Thinking of this, he walked into the building. The residents at the stairs looked nervously at the strong wind outside, feeling a little overwhelmed. As soon as they saw Su Chun walk into the building, their eyes lit up and they immediately surrounded him. "Su Chun, it's so windy outside right now, we can't help you catch bugs. You see, we have been hungry for such a long time. Shouldn't we be given something to eat as an emergency measure? We promise to always listen to you. As long as you give us food, we can do anything." Su Chun looked at the residents around him coldly and snorted. "I said, 5 bugs for instant noodles, 10 bugs for a bottle of water. There is no free lunch in this world, and I am not a good person. If you want to exchange food and water from me, then exchange them for bugs." He turned his head to look at the room where the mosquito was, squinted his eyes and said, "I'll give you a chance too. Whoever brings the mosquito to me, I can give you a bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of water." After saying that, he stretched out his hand to push away the crowd and walked upstairs on his own. The residents downstairs looked at each other. Each of them was hungry and pale. They also wanted to catch insects to exchange for food, but the wind outside was so strong now, just like the typhoon on the southeast coast before the end of the world. If they went out, they couldn't even stand steadily, let alone catch insects. But now Su Chun's attitude is very firm. Without insects, there will be no food and water. They can't just go out into the wind and share the cold with the bugs. It is impossible to resist Su Chun. The fire-resistant vine in Su Chun's hand is too powerful. No one can be his opponent. The best solution at the moment is to try finding that mosquito. But if I go to find the mosquito, I might lose my life. If I don't go to find it, I'll go hungry. I'm in a dilemma. Damn, which warrior will go and explore the way? You can go if you want, but I won't go and die. Why? Do you have food at home? The residents argued for a while, and then no one chose to try their luck with mosquitoes. Instead, they chose to go home and lie down, which would save some energy. However, as luck would have it, the first floor that the mosquito crashed into was right next to Wu Manin's house. Wu Manin and Luo Feng were sleeping in the room. After the power outage, they did not go to the top floor but chose to live on the first floor. Fortunately, Luo Feng was a gangster with strong skills. He was getting better and better at breaking windows and locks. He collected some food and water on the first floor and lived a carefree life. Wu Manin also lived a comfortable life with everything provided for her. But the loud noise just now woke them up after a busy night. Wu Manin sat up angrily. Who is such a bastard? Not letting me sleep peacefully so early in the morning. Luo Feng had been completely captivated by Wu Manin. He rubbed his eyes and quickly comforted her. Don't be angry, baby. I'll go out and take a look. Wu Manin said tenderly, Husband, be careful. It's very dangerous outside. Don't worry. I've been out every day during this period. Nothing will happen. Luo Feng comforted Wu Manin with a few words, put on his clothes, and went out. As soon as he went out, he heard Su Chen's promise that insects could be exchanged for food and water, and there was a mosquito in the next room, which could be exchanged for a bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Luo Feng sneered. He and Wu Manin collected food from the entire first floor of the building. Although there was not much food and water, it would be enough to last them a week or two. Who cares about your food and water, Su Chen? Luo Feng closed the door, went back into the room, and told Wu Manin everything that happened outside. Wu Manin had already gotten up and snorted. That Su Chen is not a good person. The bugs outside are so dangerous. How much does it cost to have enough food and drink? She flirted at Luo Feng charmingly. It has to be my husband who got me so much food and drinks without any effort, and he's still so strong at night. I'm so happy. Luo Feng walked forward and hugged Wu Manin carelessly. Baby, I have met so many women before, but none of them is as gentle as you. Then, he leaned his head towards Wu Manin's lips. Wu Manin's heart also moved, and she narrowed her eyes and half-heartedly agreed. At this moment, buzz, buzz, buzz. A huge sound of flapping wings came from next door. The atmosphere that Luo Feng and Wu Manin had worked so hard to create was destroyed in an instant. Wu Manin pushed Luo Feng away, hugged her shoulders and snorted. It's so annoying. My good mood this morning has been ruined. Luo Feng took 2 steps back, steadied himself, and stepped forward to comfort him with a helpless look on his face. It's okay. I heard that the mosquito was blown into the house by the wind. It must have been seriously injured, and it won't live long. No. Wu Manin got angry. She was pregnant now, so her temper was much worse than usual. If you don't clean up the mosquito next door, don't come into this house. But I'm not an awakened one. I may not be a match for that mosquito. Luo Feng said in embarrassment. Wu Manin couldn't stand the noise made by mosquitoes next door anymore. Why did I find a loser like you? If you don't go, I will. After saying that, she pushed Luo Feng away and rushed out of the room. Luo Feng fell to the ground. When he saw Wu Manin leaving, his face changed and he rushed out quickly. He smashed the windows and broke the locks of almost all the rooms on the first floor that could be opened, and the room next door was his first target. Otherwise, how could the mosquito get in so easily? Moreover, the lock of the next door was broken. If Wu Manin pushed the door open, she would have to face mosquitoes half the size of a human. Luo Feng rushed out of the door, tumbling and crawling, and came to the open door of the next room. He looked inside and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Wu Manin was seen standing straight in front of a mosquito that was half the size of a human, with her neck pierced by the mosquito's long needle-like mouth, and her neck was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mosquitoes are eating people. Come and save them. Luo Feng was howling like a ghost, and his voice sounded like it came from hell. Before the residents even reached the 3rd floor, they were all frightened by the horrific scream. Su Chen had just reached the 10th floor, and he discovered the situation of Luo Feng and Wu Manin through the method of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. The mosquito quickly sucked Wu Manin dry, then flapped its wings and flew away. However, the mosquito did not fly far away, but lingered near the lower floor. He frowned tightly and his face turned ashen. Oops, that mosquito has set its sights on this building. He even pretended to be dead to deceive people who were trying to seek profit and avoid harm. What a fucking fool. Fortunately, he didn't go over there just now, otherwise Wu Manin just now might very well be him. Su Chen? Chapter 49 Newcomers Arrive. Su Chen felt relieved when he saw the mosquitoes had left and would only fly around the lower floors for a while and would not affect his home. But that mosquito is a big problem, and sooner or later it will bring devastating damage to this building. But what does this have to do with Su Chen? He just needs to protect himself. He immediately used his abilities of light as a swallow and space distortion and quickly returned home. Li Shuyi and her friends were eating hot pot and singing at home when they heard a man shouting on the first floor. They were extremely frightened and only breathed a sigh of relief when Su Chun appeared. Li Shui stepped forward and asked, "Brother Chun, there's such a big commotion downstairs. What's going on?" "It has nothing to do with us," Su Chun said indifferently. "Please don't open the windows during this period. If you find any flying insects outside the window, remember to close it immediately." Li Shui didn't ask any more questions, just lowered her head and slowly retreated. But she knew that no matter what happened outside, as long as she followed Su Chun, she would be very safe. Half a day passed. Strong winds are like typhoons. They come quickly and go away quickly. Seeing that the wind outside had weakened a lot, the residents took protective measures and went out to catch insects. They could never have imagined that before the apocalypse. They had to go out to work like slaves even if it was windy and rainy outside just to have food and drink, and after the apocalypse, they still had to catch insects for Su Chun just to have food and drink. Although Su Chun did not force them, they were really hungry. It was not until the evening, when it was already dark, that the residents returned to the building exhausted. They really tried their best, but they were city people and didn't know how to catch insects. Moreover, they were so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. If they moved for a while, they would see stars. How could they be as nimble as insects? The most pitiful thing was that the two middle-aged fat men were slow in their movements, and not only did they fail to catch the insects, they were also bitten by the mosquitoes lingering nearby. Fortunately, a nearby resident discovered it in time. Otherwise, it would have been done by two people again. The end result was that all the residents combined didn't catch a single bug. The residents all felt that Su Chun was deliberately making things difficult for them and gathered together to express their anger. "That stupid security guard is just playing tricks on us. Forget about catching 5 bugs to exchange for a bucket of instant noodles. We can't even catch one bug. I think he just doesn't want to give us food and water. He wants us to die of starvation and thirst. Stop talking. You'll all be crying out for water soon." At this moment, a gray-haired woman slowly approached. It was the single old woman who scratched Zhao Jun. The old woman lived well at home and was very dissatisfied with Su Chen's orders, but everyone chose to remain silent, so she just went with the flow. But when she saw that the residents were dissatisfied, she immediately found an opportunity. "In my opinion, that Su Chun is definitely playing tricks on you." The residents were already dissatisfied with Su Chun, and someone immediately took advantage of the situation. "That's right. Those bugs are bigger than my head. How can I catch them? Su Chun definitely did it on purpose. Let's go find Su Chun and seek justice. We can't let him play with us to death." "But Su Chun has killed someone. What are you afraid of? I don't believe that he can kill all of us if we go together." Just in case, Qian Inger, dressed in men's clothes, hid in a corner and listened to the residents' indignant words. She speculated in her heart. It seems that everyone in this building has a problem with Su Chun, and Su Chun seems to have a lot of food and drinks in his hands. Qianinger found the envelope left by Su Chun in the exotic pet house in the morning. When she saw that it was a handwritten letter from her sister Qian Fenger, she couldn't wait to come and take a look. But she didn't know what Qian Fenger's attitude was towards her being an awakened person, nor did she know whether Su Chun was a good person or a bad person. So she wanted to dress up as a young man and come over to test the waters. The residents happened to be gathered together to discuss Su Chun, so she hid in the corner and eavesdropped. Qian Inger saw that the residents were instigated by the old woman, and they all went upstairs angrily to bargain with Su Chun. She followed him quietly, wanting to see what kind of person Su Chun was. However, the residents had just walked up 2 flights of stairs. A cold male voice sounded upstairs. "You guys are having a great time chatting. Tell me about it and make me happy too." All the residents shuddered, their faces froze, and they stared blankly at the stairs upstairs. Then, Su Chen's figure slowly appeared from the stairs, squinting his eyes and looking at them, as if he was a cat playing with a mouse. He spent a perfect afternoon with Zhao Shaoqing and woke up feeling full of energy. Although he is now an awakened person and does not have such high requirements for sleep, which man does not like to hug a beautiful woman and enjoy it? Moreover, Zhao Shaoqing has a curvy figure and is very charming, which is simply too comfortable. However, Su Chun just stretched himself, and he discovered the existence of awakened people in this building through seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Coincidentally, this awakener was none other than Qian Fenger's sister Qian Yinger, the awakener who could use similar teleportation abilities. Su Chen's eyes narrowed into slits. "Qian Inger, you came at the right time. You almost missed dinner. Then he immediately dressed himself and went downstairs to find Qian-Inger. But when he went downstairs and heard the residents trying to bargain with him, a faint sneer appeared on his lips. Originally, Su-chan would not take these residents seriously, but Qian-Inger was mixed in the crowd, so he had to face the residents head-on and find a solution to this matter. But he has only one target, and that is Qian-Inger, and he doesn't care about anyone else. Su-chan slowly walked to the front of the crowd. Everyone, speak up and show the momentum you just showed. He glanced at Qian-Inger in the crowd intentionally or unintentionally. He had to say that Qian-Inger looked pretty good, and ordinary people really couldn't recognize her. The residents immediately quieted down, lowered their heads, and slowly retreated. No one dared to step forward. After all, Su-chan dared to be ruthless. Qian-Inger didn't know what happened in the building. She was confused. What's going on? Su-chan doesn't look like a vicious monster. Why are they all so scared as if they saw a ghost? She subconsciously looked at Su-chan, but didn't find anything surprising. Su-chan walked slowly through the crowd and pretended to stop beside Qian-Inger accidentally. He looked at the residents with amusement. Tell me everything. I want to hear it. The residents shuddered, and their eyes all fell on the culprit, the old woman. The old woman was so angry that her eyes turned red. A group of people didn't even dare to challenge Su-chan. They were too cowardly. She had always been alone at home and seldom went out, so naturally she didn't know about Su-chan's murder. The old woman took a deep breath and walked up to Su-chan righteously. You can't be so selfish. If you have something to share. Before she could finish her words, Su-chan suddenly raised his hand, and the fire-resistant vine in his hand pierced straight through the old woman's forehead. The old woman didn't even have time to scream. Her eyes rolled back and she fell straight backwards. The vines were then pulled out from his forehead. Suddenly, a stream of red and white rushed straight to the ceiling like a spring. It even spilled onto Qian-Inger's face. Qian-Inger was dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. Su-chan put away the fire-resistant vines in his hand, lowered his head and said playfully, Old woman, why don't you say anything? As soon as the words fell, not only Qian-Inger, but even all the residents present did not dare to speak out. I didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Chapter 50 Mutated Parrot Eggs. Su-chan looked at the residents in deathly silence, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The old woman won't say anything more. Do you have anything else to say? The residents trembled all over and got goosebumps all over the ground. How could they dare to say anything? They all looked at Su-chan flatteringly and waved their hands frantically. You are the owner of this building. Whatever you say is what it is. How dare we object? Right. We just came to check on you and then go downstairs to catch some bugs. Let's go. Let's go catch some bugs and not cause trouble for Su-chan. The residents immediately turned around and went downstairs in a panic, as if they were running for their lives. Qian-Inger was mixed in the crowd and wanted to go downstairs with them. This Su-chan is so terrifying. He kills people wherever he walks by. How can anything good come from following such a person? Even if her sister Qian-Fenger followed Su-chan, she would never follow Su-chan. But before Qian-Inger could take 2 steps, Su-chan reached out and grabbed Qian-Inger by the back of her neck, pulling her to his side. Qian-Inger, now that you're here, why are you still thinking about leaving? Qian-Inger was stunned. A chill rushed from her heels to the back of her neck. Finished. She was disguised as a man and was discovered by Su-chan. What should I do? Qian-Inger had been struggling in the apocalypse for such a long time. She rolled her eyes and immediately pinched her throat to pretend to speak like a man. You got the wrong person. I'm a man. Su-chan's lips curled up into a faint smile. Male? My family is in need of a man. Come with me. Qian-Inger was stunned. She turned around and stared at Su-chan blankly. She exclaimed with her big eyes flashing, Why don't you let go of even men? She was in a hurry and forgot to pretend to speak in a male voice, revealing her real female voice. Su-chan's eyes narrowed into crescents. You still said you were not Qian-Inger. You've been exposed, haven't you? Only then did he take a closer look at Qian-Inger. He had to say that Qian-Inger dressed up as a man very well. With her long hair hidden in the wig, she really looked like the real person. If he didn't have the ability to seek benefits and avoid harm, he might not even recognize her if they passed by. Qian-Inger suddenly panicked, lowering her head. At a loss, You, cough. She quickly pretended to be a man and said, You heard it wrong. I am a man. I was just scared by you. Su-chan laughed. It was quite cute that Qian-Inger was still being stubborn. He reached out and took off Qian-Inger's wig, leaving Qian-Inger nowhere to hide. Qian-Inger could no longer hide her fear. She covered her head and lowered her head in panic. You can't see me. You are not allowed to look at me. She was already speaking incoherently. Suchin grabbed Qian Inger's chin and asked her to face him. Qian Inger was still making a final resistance and making faces. Suchin chuckled. It was interesting to find out that Qian Finger's sister was so quirky. But no matter how ugly Qian Inger tries to look, her foundation is clear and she is a real beauty. What's more, there are the bonus attributes of sisters, which makes it even more attractive. Suchin's eyes showed satisfaction. Very good. Come with me. Your sister is waiting for you anxiously. Sister. Qian Inger immediately stopped making a face and looked at Suchin with blinking eyes. Does my sister really follow you? You'll know soon. Suchin didn't give any explanation. He just picked up Qian Inger by the waist and walked away. The surrounding residents were confused. How could a handsome young man suddenly turn into a beautiful woman? Suchin could even run into such a good thing. He has all the shit luck in the world. The men among the residents gnashed their teeth in hatred, but no one uttered a word. Qian Inger was held in Suchin's arms and only reacted after going up 2 floors. She struggled in panic. You already have my sister. Let me go. Suchin hugged her tightly. It's okay. There's not only your biological sister at home, but also 3 older sisters. Please let me go. I'm still young, and I don't even have a boyfriend. Qian Inger said aggrievedly. What are you thinking about? Suchin smiled faintly. I didn't say I'm your virgin girlfriend. Qian Inger trembled all over, tears in her eyes, and said, Please, let me go. Suchin's mouth twitched slightly, and he said impatiently, Hold it back, or I'll make you run around naked outside. Qian Inger completely lost her temper. After sobbing twice, she nestled obediently in Suchin's arms. Soon, Suchin returned home. Qian Fenger came forward and was delighted to see Qian Inger in Suchin's arms. Sister, you're here. Sister? Li Shuyi and others didn't know Qian Fenger and Suchin's plan yet, and were a little surprised. Sister. Qian Inger immediately became lively when she heard Qian Fenger's voice and quickly jumped out of Suchin's arms. Sister? Li Shuyi and the others finally understood a little. Qian Inger and Qian Fenger were exactly like each other. They were sisters. I have to say, Suchin is really good at having fun. He can actually find sisters in this doomsday. Qian Inger was very happy when she first saw her sister Qian Fenger, but when she glanced at Li Shuyi and the others in the room, her face suddenly became more bitter than a bitter gourd. How could she not understand how she would be treated here? But looking at Li Shuyi and her sister Qian Fenger, it seems that Suchin is not that cruel. Qian Inger turned to look at Suchin, making a final resistance. You won't force me, right? Suchin narrowed his eyes and smiled. I won't. Before Qian Inger could even breathe a sigh of relief, Suchin looked at Qian Fenger and ordered, Your sister, take care of it. Wash it and send it to my room. Qian Inger was stunned, and then was pulled into the bathroom by Qian Fenger, who was smiling. After a while, Qian Fenger pushed Qian Inger into Suchin's room. Suchin smiled slightly. Both sisters are here. How about going together? Qian Fenger is still a little thin-skinned. Although this is something that will happen sooner or later, she feels embarrassed now. I'd better go out first. Then go ahead. Suchin did not refuse. Good things come to those who wait. Qian Fenger breathed a sigh of relief, left Qian Inger behind and turned away. Qian Inger looked back at her sister who was leaving in a hurry, with a look of helplessness in her eyes. She really wanted to use her space jump ability to leave here, but Suchin's strength made her feel scared, so she had to submit first. Suchin sat on the bed and gently patted the empty space next to him. I have some delicious food here. Do you want to fill your stomach first? As he spoke, he took out chocolate, Snickers, and other exquisite snacks from the basic package. Qian Inger was immediately attracted by the tempting fragrance, turned her head and looked over, her eyes wide open. I want. She was so hungry that she ate bird food. These snacks were simply delicious. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully sowing 5 women. The reward is increased and the return conditions are, the materials consumed by the host's women can also be returned. Suchin's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. I didn't expect that the sowing return system would have special rewards. He can return everything his woman consumed in the past. This is too perverted. Moreover, Qian Inger is also an awakener. If the bird egg that can awaken the teleportation ability is returned, his ability will be further improved. Ding. 2 days ago, Qian Inger consumed a bag of bird food, and the system returned 600 bags, which were stored in the basic package. Ding. 7 days ago, Qian Inger consumed a sausage, and the system returns 600 sausages, which were stored in the basic package. Ding. 10 days ago, Qianinger consumed a mutant tiger parrot egg, and the system returns 600 eggs, which were stored in the basic package. Mutated tiger parrot egg. After eating, you can awaken the ability, space jump. Eating the same ingredient repeatedly can increase the ability level. Suchin even stopped breathing. It turned out that Qianinger's teleportation ability was called space jump. I originally wanted to ask Qianinger how she got this ability, but now the system has returned it to me. It really is effortless. Chapter 51. A Parrot with Human Nature. Suchin immediately took out a mutant tiger-striped parrot egg from the basic package and ate it. Space jump. Level 1 awakening. The host can use the jump space and freely jump within a range of 1,000 meters. The limit is 3 times a day. You can also set a space jump point within 200 meters of yourself every day. A bright smile appeared on Suchin's face. Marvelous. With the ability to jump through space, can't you go wherever you want? Suchin didn't stop. He took out the bird eggs from the basic package and started eating. The bird eggs were eaten one by one. Tired Qianinger turned over and was stunned when she saw Suchin eating the mutant tiger parrot eggs like eating candy beans. How come you have a tiger's egg? She had long guessed that Suchin was an awakener. Otherwise, how could the fire-resistant vine in his hand be so obedient? But she never expected that Suchin also had mutant tiger parrot eggs. Doesn't that mean Suchin also has the ability of space jump? Suchin stopped eating the bird eggs and smiled faintly. There are still many things you don't know. As long as you follow me, I guarantee you will have delicious food and spicy drinks, and you can eat as many bird eggs as you want. He casually threw 2 mutant tiger-striped parrot eggs to Qianinger. Qianinger picked up the bird egg in a daze and gently put it into her mouth. Suddenly, her space-jumping ability was improved a little. The bird eggs are real. How is this possible? Suchin's heart was already blossoming with joy. Ding. Qianinger consumes a mutant tiger parrot egg, and the system returns 600 eggs, which are stored in the basic package. Now you don't have to worry about not being able to upgrade space jump. He immediately took out the bird eggs and kept showing them off. Qianinger was stunned. Her pupils trembled. Why don't Suchin's bird eggs cost money? Where did you get so many bird eggs? Suchin responded casually, basic package. Qianinger frowned slightly and blinked her eyes, thinking about something. Suchin continued to eat the bird eggs, listening to the endless system prompts in his ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading space jump to the 2nd level awakening. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading space jump to the 3rd level awakening. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading space jump to the 8th level awakening. The host can use the jump space to freely jump within a range of 10,000 meters. The limit is 30 times a day. You can also set 2 space jump points within a range of 2,000 meters per day. Suchin stopped and an excited smile appeared on his face. A space jump of 10,000 meters to any position. This is too powerful. It can be heard outside the city. You can do it 30 times a day. You can go wherever you want, literally. Suchin patted Qianinger beside him with satisfaction, then took out a bunch of snacks from the basic package to reward this great contributor. These are all yours, enjoy them. Qianinger was already extremely hungry, and her eyes lit up when she saw the food Suchin took out. Now, with Suchin's permission, he immediately started eating without restraint. Suchin watched quietly, listening to the wonderful system prompt sound. Ding. Qianinger consumed a bag of chocolate, and the system returned 600 bags, which were stored in the basic package. Ding. Qianinger consumed a bag of Snickers, and the system returned 600 bags, which were stored in the basic package. Ding. Qianinger consumes a mutant tiger parrot egg, and the system returns 600 eggs, which are stored in the basic package. Suchin was so proud in his heart. Now the system refund has reached 600, so the supplies can be refreshed much faster. He patted Qianinger, who was choking, and said with a faint smile, "Eat slowly. No one will snatch it from you." As he said this, he handed Qianinger a bottle of water. Qianinger drank it all in one gulp and felt much better. She rolled her eyes, looked at Suchin and said, "Go and call my sister over. I want to chat with her." Suchin did not refuse. "Don't play tricks on me. I'll be back soon." He got up and left. As the door closed, Qianinger narrowed her eyes and immediately wrapped all the snacks with a quilt. "This Suchin is too scary. I can't stay with him." She raised her head and glanced at the door, her voice choking. "Sister, I'm useless and can't save you. You're on your own. I'm leaving first." Qian Inger bowed 3 times towards the door, then waved her right hand, and a green vortex of light with a radius of half a meter appeared out of thin air. She picked up the wrap quilt and jumped into the green light. It seemed like a dark passage in the light and shadow, and she made a space jump point in her shelter, flashing red light, which could be seen at a glance. Qian Inger waved her hand to turn off the green light and crawled towards her shelter using her hands and feet as fast as she could. That idiot Su Chun wants to trap me. Forget it. Su Chen took Qian Fenger back to the house. They looked at the empty room and each other. Qian Fenger said a little embarrassedly, "My sister is usually a little naughty." Su Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's okay. She will stop being naughty soon." Qian Fenger's whole body trembled, and she looked at Su Chen nervously. You are not going to do anything cruel to my sister?" Su Chen smiled slightly. "You are kidding. Your sister is my lucky star." He waved his hand, and a green vortex of light with a radius of 1 meter appeared in the air. The radius of the light was twice that of Qian Inger. Qian Fenger was stunned, blinked, and looked at Su Chen in confusion. Su Chen did not explain and walked calmly into this so-called jumping space. The jumping spaces are interconnected, and he is awakened to level 8, which is much higher than Qian Inger's level. He clearly saw the space jump point flashing red, and he knew it was the mark made by Qian Inger. Su Chen smiled slightly and walked slowly towards the space jump point. Qian Inger's shelter. The little tiger was flying around the house leisurely. Sudden, a green circular vortex of light with a radius of half a meter appeared on the roof. The little tiger flapped its wings and raised its head with disdain. Just as it was expected, Qian Inger suddenly fell out from the light and shadow. She didn't expect that she had chosen a bad location this time. The roof was about 2 meters above the floor, and she fell to the ground all of a sudden, screaming in pain. The little tiger wanted to cover his eyes with his wings. He couldn't bear to watch it. How could this human woman be so stupid? Qian Inger wanted to stand up with a bitter look on her face. At this moment, another green light and shadow appeared beside Qian Inger, but this light and shadow was much larger, with a radius of 1 meter. Su Chen walked out slowly and leisurely and stepped on Qian Inger's face. "Stop, it hurts." Qian Inger cried out in pain. Su Chen looked down, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect you have this hobby. You like lying on the ground?" As he spoke, he retracted his feet, crouched in front of Qian Inger, and looked at the quirky beauty in front of him with amusement. Qian Inger's face was as red as a monkey's butt. She tilted her head to look at the floor, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Shameful. It's so embarrassing. "Su Chen, did you step on my face on purpose?" "That's right," Su Chen replied casually. Then he looked around. The place was shabby, and there was a musty smell in the air. "My house is so nice. Why do you have to go back to this doghouse?" Su Chen saw the tiger parrot flying in the air, but he didn't think much about it and shifted his gaze to other places. The budgie's eyes lit up, and it flapped its wings and landed on Su Chen's shoulder. It even rubbed its head against Su Chen's ears, squinting its eyes and looking very intimate. Su Chen just reached out and touched it subconsciously. The budgie seemed to have understood human nature and actually fell asleep while standing on Su Chen's shoulder. Qian Inger saw this and her pupils widened involuntarily. "Xiaohu, you usually ignore me. How come you are so close to Su Chen?" Chapter 52. Bringing Sister into the Gang. Su Chen looked around the room and found no dangerous weapons, and he was completely relieved. He touched the tiger-striped parrot on his shoulder and glanced at Qian Inger. "Look, your parrot doesn't want to follow you. Your life is really miserable." Qian Inger stood up and said angrily, You broke into my house and took my things. You are simply a robber." Su Chen laughed and pointed at the snacks and quilts scattered on the ground. "You said I was a robber. Look at what you did." Qian Inger immediately lowered her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She was the one who took Su Chen's things back first. How could she have the nerve to call him a robber? Wrong. She came back using her space jump ability. How did Su Chen catch up with her so quickly? Qian Inger just fell to the ground and didn't notice Su Chen turning on the green light. She looked up at Su Chen in surprise. "How did you find my house?" Su Chen smiled slightly, raised his hand and drew a circle, and then a green vortex of light appeared in the air. Qian Inger was stunned and dumbfounded. How did you know my space jump?" "What do you mean by space jump?" "As long as you eat parrot eggs, you can awaken the ability of space jump," Su Chen explained. "Besides, I eat a lot, and my ability level is higher than yours. I can find all the space jump points you made." Qianinger was completely dumbfounded and could hardly close her mouth. How can there be such a powerful man in this world? Su Chun did not give Qianinger too much time to think. After all, this was not his home, so it was better for him to go back quickly. He walked forward, grabbed Qianinger, and took her into the green light and shadow. When Su Chun was chasing Qianinger, he specially set up a space jump point at home, so he returned home very conveniently. Qianinger gave up completely. Her ability was not as good as Su Chen's. Her only partner Xiaohu also followed Su Chun. Her sister also helped Su Chun. What could she use to fight Su Chun? Su Chun returned home and threw Qianinger to the ground. Come with me for dinner. Qianinger was completely dizzy after the fall, but when she heard about eating, she immediately perked up. I'll be right there. Anyway, she had used up all her space jumps, and she couldn't escape from Su Chen's five-finger mountain, so she might as well see what Su Chun was like here. Qianinger got up and followed Su Chun to the living room. As soon as she arrived in the living room, she was immediately attracted by the rich aroma of food. Qianinger looked in the direction where the fragrance came from and saw that the table in the living room was filled with delicious food, including Australian lobster, Japanese Wagyu beef, premium lamb chops, Asian salmon, and other delicacies that she couldn't usually afford. Is this not a dream? How can anyone eat so many delicious foods at this time? How is it possible? The flower world has begun for a while now, and now most people have trouble even getting enough food, let alone eating so many delicious foods. Although Qianinger is an awakened person, she has been living a life of poverty and has never had such a good meal. She looked at the delicious food on the table, and her saliva was almost all over the floor. Li Shuyi and the others were sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for them. When they saw Su Chen appear, they immediately stood up and greeted him. Su Chen waved his hand gently, looked down at the living room, and raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that there is not enough space. Li Shuyi said quickly, with Qianinger added, the space is barely enough, but if there are more, it won't work. Yeah. Su Chen responded softly. It's time to use the big table. As he spoke, he took out a large round tabletop with a radius of 1 meter from the basic package. He put this round tabletop into the basic package when he looted Bailey's supermarket. I didn't expect to use it so soon. Li Shuyi and the others were used to it and immediately started cleaning the table in the living room. Qian Fenger also quickly took the round tabletop from Su Chen's hand and slowly placed it on the previous table. Qianinger's eyes could hardly be seen. She could never have imagined that Su Chun could produce such a large round table out of thin air. And Li Shuyi and the others didn't find it strange when they saw it. This is too weird. Can't understand. Soon, Li Shuyi and the others had packed everything. Su Chun sat in the center and waved his hand gently. It's time to eat. As soon as the words fell, Li Shuyi, Luo Xinghe, Zhao Shaoqing and Qian Fenger immediately sat down to eat. Zhao Shaoqing and Li Shuyi stood close to Su Chun, almost wishing they could melt into Su Chen's arms. When Qianinger reacted, she was a little at a loss. She was used to living a hard life, so she felt flattered when she was suddenly asked to eat fine food. When Qian Fenger saw her sister was shy, she smiled and said, Sister, now that you are here, you are a member of this big family. Come sit down with me and have dinner. Seeing this, Li Shuyi and the others looked at Qianinger, nodded with a smile, and a meaningful look flashed in their eyes. The fate of the women who come here has already been arranged. Who can escape? Zhao Shaoqing said thoughtfully, Inger, you worked so hard today. If you don't take some rest, how can your body handle it? When Qianinger heard this, her cheeks turned red and she sat shyly next to her sister Qian Fenger. Luo Xinghe smiled faintly. Okay, Su Chen asked us to eat, so don't talk anymore. Qianinger looked at Luo Xinghe with gratitude, thinking to herself, since I'm here, I can't just not eat some delicious food. After she came to her senses, she immediately let go of her hands and feet, grabbed an Australian lobster with her left hand, grabbed a piece of premium lamb chop with her right hand, and started eating with both hands. Who would have thought that such a pretty girl would eat like a wolf, devouring everything in her path? Delicious. So delicious. This is the best meal I've ever had in my life. Qian Fenger was a little embarrassed and patted Qianinger on the back and whispered, Sister, eat slowly. No one is going to snatch the food from you. Qianinger didn't even raise her head. Sister, you don't know. I haven't eaten meat for 10 consecutive days. I'm so craving for it. After Su Chen heard this, he laughed and said, I have plenty of meat here. I am a little tired of eating it. Li Shui followed up and said, Brother Chun can take you in. It is your blessing. Not only can you eat delicious fish and meat every meal, you can even eat bird eggs. Qianinger looked up in surprise, her face still greasy. Can we eat those bird eggs? Su Chun smiled faintly and said, Didn't I give it to you to eat? How come you forgot so quickly? Qian Inger thought about it and realized that she had experienced so many things that her memory was a little confused. But the delicious fish and meat in front of me are still there. Qian Inger didn't care about anything else and just started eating. Li Shuyi and the others smiled slightly and started eating with Su Chun. After a while, everyone was full. Su Chen's eyes fell on Qian Inger and he asked softly, Have you considered staying? As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Qian Inger is an awakened person. As long as she refuses to stay, there is no way I will let her go. The ability of space jump is too powerful. Qian Inger set up a space jump point here, so she can come whenever she wants. He can't always watch her. And if Qian Inger joins the team, it will be a devastating blow to this place. The most important thing is that Qian Inger's ability is very special. If Qian Inger doesn't stay sincerely and can escape at any time, the subsequent troubles will be endless. So even though Qian Ing was Qian Fenger's younger sister, there were only two paths before her. Staying is the way to survive. Leaving is a dead end. Chapter 53 Supermarket Rescue Team. Su Chun was already prepared. If Qian Inger refused, he would make Qian Inger bleed to death on the spot. Such a dangerous person must not be leaked no matter what. Qian Inger had no idea that she was only one step away from death. She looked at Li Shuyi and others in the room, as well as her sister Qian Fenger, and she was a little hesitant. If this happened before the end of the world, she would have chosen to leave without hesitation. But now the world has changed. There is no public morality and no stable order. People outside will do anything to get a bite to eat. Qian Inger has been working outside for such a long time and is fed up with the life of having no food to eat. She had also seen some survivor camps that provided food to the survivors, but the survivors who entered the camp lived like dogs. Not only did they have to listen to the camp leader, but they also had to hand over all the collected supplies to the leader for distribution. Often, except for the leader and a few awakened people, most people in the camp are hungry. There is such a severe shortage of food. However, it was completely different here for Su Chun. It seemed as if there was endless food, and he ate as much fish and meat as he wanted without any reluctance at all. Qian Inger has also seen the situation of Li Shuyi and her sister Qian Fenger. None of them disobeyed Su Chenyin, and none of them had been abused. They all live a happy life here with Su Chun. It's even the same as before the end of the world. Everyone can eat, drink, and enjoy themselves, with no pressure in life at all. In short, as the master of this big family, Su Chun is fully capable of providing every family member with any necessary supplies. That's enough. Qian Inger really wanted to know where Su Chun got the supplies, but it was better not to know about such a secret matter. She thought about it for a while, and finally looked up at Su Chun and said very seriously, I agree to stay. Li Shuyi and the others immediately came forward happily, welcoming the new member of the big family. However, Zhao Shaoqing had ulterior motives, and there was one more woman vying for favor. Qian Fenger was genuinely happy. She hugged Qian Inger tightly and said, Sister, I believe this is the best choice you have ever made in your life. When Su Chun heard that Qian Inger agreed to join, a happy smile appeared in his eyes. Although he would take action the moment Qian Inger refused, Qian Inger was Qian Fenger's sister after all, so this would be somewhat inhumane. When the night is quiet, the fire-resistant vine in Su Chen's hand broke away from Su Chun and came to the living room. The tiger-striped parrot in the living room was sleeping on the corner of the sofa. It suddenly opened its eyes and said, What is that? Don't come near me. The fire-resistant vines suddenly stood upright, shaking their bodies, and their leaves made rustling sounds. The tiger parrot blinked like a human. Work together to kill that man? Take over this place? Then, it shook its head like a rattle. No, we have good food, drink, and sleep here. If I kill him, where else can I find such a good place? The fire-resistant vines made a rustling sound again. The tiger-striped parrot glared at me like a human. Don't even think about trying to persuade me to go into the water. And I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything, I'll bite you to pieces. The fire-resistant vines seemed to be frightened and immediately wilted. The tiger parrot yawned and said, Go back to sleep. The fire-resistant vines returned to Su Chun along the original path. Su Chun was sleeping soundly, completely unaware that he almost died in his sleep. Who could have thought that a plant like the fire-resistant vine would actually want to murder him like a human? Early the next morning, after Su Chun woke up, he found that the fire-resistant vine in his hand was not in the right position. He scratched his head and thought to himself, Did I sleep badly last night? Afterwards, he, Li Shuyi and others finished their breakfast and went to the balcony to watch the residents catching insects downstairs, thinking that it was time to go to the exotic pet pavilion in Bailey's supermarket to get the bird egg. Su Chun had seen the bird egg in the exotic pet house, and it was the same as none he had eaten before, which meant that the bird egg would awaken new abilities in people. He now has 4 abilities: seek advantage and avoid harm, as light as a swallow, space distortion, and space jump. All of them are abilities that can be used to develop while hiding, and none of them can be used for fighting. If he encounters a powerful awakener, or even a mosquito on the lower floor, he will definitely not be able to defeat them head-on. It's time to find more bird eggs to eat and awaken some reliable fighting abilities. Otherwise, how can he survive in this doomsday? Su Chun made up his mind. He said hello to Li Shuyi and the others, then drew a circle in the air with his right hand, and immediately a green vortex-shaped circular light and shadow with a radius of 1 meter appeared. Under the surprised gazes of Li Shuyi and the others, he slowly walked into the light and shadow. Although it was not the first time for Su Chun to enter the jump space, it was the first time for him to observe this jump space carefully. Jump space is another dimension of the world, where you can see all areas within the nearby range, but these areas are flat and distorted. If you want to get out of somewhere, that is, to complete a space jump, you can find the target location through these flat and distorted areas, and then use the space jump ability to appear in the real space. However, the dimensions in the jumping space are all distorted and deformed, and it is easy to choose the wrong target location. Otherwise, Qian Inger would not have fallen from the ceiling of her residence to the floor. However, Su Chen's awakening level was high, so the choice was much easier. Su Chen quickly found the location of Bailey Supermarket, then drew a circle in the air with his right hand, and green light and shadow immediately appeared. He stuck his head out and saw that it was the basement of Bailey Supermarket, where 30 skinny survivors lived, and no one was looking at the corner where he was. And among the survivors there were familiar figures, Fu Hong and Lin Xia. Su Chen walked out of the light and shadow, frowning slightly, and silently thought in his heart, "These 2 women are really lucky. They have been in Bailey Supermarket for so many days. How come they are still alive? But what does their life or death have to do with him, Su Chun? He came here to get the bird eggs." Afterwards, Su Chen used the abilities of light as a swallow and space distortion to pass through the wall in the basement and directly reach the ground floor, and went straight to the exotic pet pavilion on the 3rd floor. But when he reached the 2nd floor of Bailey Supermarket, his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm reminded him that there was danger nearby. Su Chen immediately hid in the wall and observed the surrounding situation. He had a full view of all the people and things in the Bailey Supermarket. Bailey Supermarket has experienced a bloody baptism for so many days, and it turns out that everyone inside is full of malice. Lin Xia and Fu Hong were even more malicious, and they would probably stab him with a knife if they saw him. However, unexpectedly, there was a team of 5 people near the exotic pet pavilion on the 3rd floor. There were 4 men and 1 woman. All of them were awakened, and their awakening levels were not low. Especially the woman. She was so powerful that it was suffocating. However, this team has no ill intentions, but also no good intentions, which is equivalent to a neutral state. Su Chen's heart sank, and he hid in the wall and slowly moved forward. However, he was very careful with every step he took. If there was an awakened person with perception ability in the 5-man team and his whereabouts were discovered, he would be in danger. But as he got closer, no one in the 5-man team noticed him. All I could hear was the 5-member team looking vigilantly in the direction of the exotic pet house, chatting idly. "It's still too late. This supermarket is full of corpses, and it stinks so much that I don't even want to look for any survivors here. How could there be any survivors here? Who can survive in such an environment?" The female awakener heard the complaints and shouted in a low voice, "Stop arguing. As awakeners, our purpose of forming a rescue team is to rescue survivors. Bailey Supermarket has so much supplies, there must be survivors staying here. Even if the environment here is so bad, we should be able to save as many as possible." Chapter 54. Whereabouts Exposed. When Su Chun heard that this 5-member team was going to the exotic pet house, his eyes lit up. It was like someone gave him a pillow when he went to sleep. He was just worrying about how to go to the exotic pet house to get bird eggs, and now someone came to help him, didn't he? Not only is the exotic pet house guarded by mutant lizards, but the entire room is also filled with mutant spider webs. If no one helps distract the 2 mutant creatures, it would be difficult to get the bird eggs. Su Chen originally wanted to use the 2 abilities of space distortion and space jump to get it, but it seems that now it won't be that troublesome. He smiled slightly, rolled his eyes, and immediately thought of a good idea. Su Chin immediately used his space distortion ability and flew towards the exotic pet pavilion. The five-member team didn't notice Su Chin's presence at all and was still moving towards the exotic pet house to search for survivors. When they arrived at Bailey's supermarket, they went upstairs and had no idea that there was a basement in the basement, so they did not find any survivors in the basement. The female awakener Gu Ruashi walked in front, her face full of worry. The situation is so critical now. Every second the survivors face the mutants, their lives are in danger. So we should find them as soon as possible and restock our supplies at Bailey's supermarket. Wang Dahai, an old awakener who followed behind her, coughed and said, Captain Gu, you'd better keep your voice down. The mutants have very sharp ears now. If you speak too loudly, it will attract their attention. Gao Yulin, a handsome young male awakener beside Wang Dahai, said nervously, Ruashi, old Wang is right. We must not feed the mutants before we find any survivors. Behind him followed two men who had just reached adulthood. They were the awakened ones rescued by Gu Ruashi and the others, and they also joined the rescue team. Gu Ruashi frowned slightly and stopped, then turned around and glared at Gao Yulin. Gao Yulin, you should call me Captain Gu. We were assigned by our superiors to rescue the survivors in the city and then send them to the prison camp outside the city. How could we be scared by these mutant creatures and not dare to move forward? Gao Yulin curled his lips and said, but we can't even contact our superiors right now, let alone the situation in the prison camp. If something goes wrong, can you take responsibility? I can, Gu Ruashi said in a resounding voice. As the captain of the rescue team, I will complete my mission. If you don't want to do it, I can fire you immediately. Gao Yulin's face turned cold, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Okay, you are the captain, I will listen to you. Although he said that, he felt resentful towards Gu Ruashi in his heart. This woman is pretty and has a good figure, but why is she so stubborn? The world is in such a mess now. We may not even know whether our superiors still exist. How can we complete the mission? Are we going to complete it for the devil? He had long wanted to force Gu Ruashi down, get rid of the burden of the three old and young people, and find a good place to live a happy life. But Gu Ruashi comes from an ancient martial arts family and won first place in the provincial martial arts competition. What's even more abominable is that she has awakened the ability to increase her combat power. If he dared to attack Gu Ruashi, he would be the one to fall down in less than a second. If Gu Ruashi wasn't beautiful and had a good figure, how could he follow her around like that? When Wang Dahai saw that Gu Ruashi and Gao Yulin were on the verge of a fight, he quickly acted as a peacemaker. Captain Gu, let's go rescue the survivors. Maybe there are some ahead? As soon as the words fell, there was a bang-bang sound of objects colliding coming from the direction of the exotic pet house in front of them. Help! Someone come and save me! A clean, anxious male voice sounded from the exotic pet house. Gu Ruashi immediately turned her head to look at the exotic pet pavilion, with a bright light flashing in her pupils. Quick! There are survivors ahead. Follow me to rescue them. As she said that, she took the lead and rushed quickly to the exotic pet pavilion. Wang Dahai and the other two male awakeners followed immediately. Gao Yulin blinked and looked at them. A hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he muttered, "What a fucking bastard! Just rush over when someone shouts for help. Don't you think about whether it's a trap? You're so stupid to still think people are so kind at this time." But after he finished speaking, he still followed slowly. Who made him want to get Gu Ruashi? There are not many beauties like Gu Ruashi in this world who are beautiful, good at fighting, and capable. Just as Gao Yulin thought. The male voice in the exotic pet house came from Su Chun. Su Chun had just arrived at the exotic pet house and hid in the wall closest to the bird eggs. Before he could get out, the mutant lizards and mutant spiders had already set their sights on him. He wanted to use the rescue team to attract the attention of the mutants anyway, so he used his space distortion ability to pass through the wall and rush towards the bird eggs. It would be best if he could get the bird eggs. If he was attacked by two mutant creatures before he could reach the eggs, he would immediately use his abilities of space distortion and light as a swallow to escape, and at the same time create the illusion that there were survivors attacked in the exotic pet house, so that the rescue team could come and attract the attention of the mutant creatures. But the result was that he had just taken 2 steps when he saw the mutant lizard's long tongue swinging towards him, and the mutant spider even spit a ball of spider silk the size of a wash basin at him. Su Chin didn't even think about it. He used his ability to escape while shouting. Sure enough, Gu Ruashi and others from the rescue team took the bait. Su Chin dived to the lower level of the exotic pet pavilion, looked up and used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to observe the situation in the exotic pet pavilion. looking for an opportunity to take the bird eggs. Guruwashi and the others soon arrived at the exotic pet pavilion and saw the two major mutant creatures inside at a glance. When the mutant lizards and spiders saw that they failed to hit Suchun, they were stunned for a moment, but then they found that humans had intruded into their territory again, which made them furious. They turned around and attacked Guruwashi and the others. When Guruwashi saw the two mutant creatures, she was also a little frightened. Although she was the provincial martial arts champion and an awakened person, she had fought with mutant creatures before and knew how powerful they were. Before she could ask Gao Yulin and the others to evacuate, the mutant lizard swung out its long tongue and flew straight towards her face. "Be careful." Wang Dahai's eyes flashed with silver light, and he quickly reminded. He awakened the ability of bullet time, which means that the flow of time in his eyes would be slowed down 10 times, so he could detect the mutant lizard's sneak attack in the first place. Guruwashi's eyes turned cold, and she immediately assumed a martial arts stance, similar to Master Yi in the movie, and then lightly swung her right hand to knock away the long tongue that was attacking her. The mutant lizard had never been knocked down when it attacked with its long tongue before, and now it felt the danger. It retracted its tongue, looked at the mutant spider, and shook its body, making a rustling sound. The mutant spider also turned its head to look at it, and then shook its body with a rustling sound. Soon, they reached a consensus that the 5 humans on the opposite side were very powerful, and they had to attack together. It happened in the blink of an eye. The mutant lizards and spiders launched a sudden attack. The lizards sprinted over with their tongues waving, and the spiders spit out silk and climbed onto the roof. Guruwashi and her group were suddenly attacked by 2 mutant creatures from above and below, and the situation became extremely dangerous. Gao Yulin arrived late, and when he saw the 2 mutant creatures, he was almost scared out of his wits. "Run! Hurry up and run! Are you waiting to be their excrement?" After saying that, he turned around and ran away. His speed was even comparable to that of a sports car. Guruwashi originally wanted to join forces with the 5 of them to fight the 2 mutant creatures, but when she saw Gao Yulin running away and the others showing fear on their faces, she knew that they would definitely lose if they fought. So she frowned and gritted her teeth and said, "Retreat. I'll cover the rear." Wang Dahai and his men felt relieved and immediately turned around and ran. It's not that they don't want to help Guruwashi, who in this world wouldn't be afraid of mutant creatures. Besides, it is better to live a miserable life than to die. Now, we don't even know if our superiors are still alive. The most important thing is that they are alive. Guruwashi sensed the danger coming, and she immediately turned around and stared at the 2 mutant creatures. She took a deep breath, her muscles bulged, and then she moved mysteriously between the 2 mutant creatures, dodging their attacks while attacking them. The common feature of mutant creatures is that they have thick skin and tough flesh, so her attack is just like tickling. However, the 2 mutant creatures were still injured, and they couldn't do anything to her. 5 minutes will be up soon. Guruwashi calculated the time accurately and used all her strength to push back the 2 mutant creatures, then quickly rushed in the direction they came from. As she ran, she looked back to see if the 2 mutant creatures had caught up with her. However, in addition to seeing 2 mutant creatures chasing her, she also saw a handsome man emerge from the wall, slowly walk to the center of the exotic pet hall, squat down and pick up something. What's going on? Are there always other awakened ones in the exotic pet house? Chapter 55. Lin Xie's Doomsday. Suchin picked up the bird eggs and put them into the basic package with a smile. It was really effortless. Even if there were 2 mutant creatures watching the bird eggs, so what? It was still in Suchin's hands. Of course, we also have to thank the 5 members of the rescue team, especially the female awakener, who was able to deal with 2 mutant creatures for almost 5 minutes. Although she didn't win, at least she ran away. Could it be that the ability of the female awakener is to become stronger suddenly? But there is a time limit. Suchin had been paying attention to the situation in the exotic pet house downstairs. Through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he discovered how powerful the female awakener was. If he had the ability of that female awakener, he would have combat power, and he wouldn't have to be so cautious when encountering mutant creatures or awakeners in the future. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked up in the direction where the female awakener left. The system prompt sounded suddenly. Name: Guruwashi. Age: 25. Appearance: 9 points, heroic and dashing. Attribute: heroine. Final score: 9 points. Final evaluation: a female knight who can look good in fight, a strong girlfriend, passed the system review. Suchin smiled and narrowed his eyes slightly. So your name is Guruwashi, you're already mine. But as he laughed, the smile on his face froze. Oh shit. How come the mutant lizards and mutant spiders came back to attack him? Although he is a knight, that is with Li Shuyi and the others. He has no interest in you. Su Chen immediately drew a circle in the air with his right hand, and a green vortex-shaped circular light suddenly appeared beside him. Without thinking, he rushed into the light and shadow, and then the light and shadow disappeared. The mutant lizards and spiders were stunned. How could humans be so abnormal now? The humans they killed before were all too weak. Gu Ruashi silently counted the time in her heart and escaped from the pursuit of the mutant lizard and spider at the last second. The bulging muscles on her body suddenly deflated like a burst balloon, but they didn't shrink as they should have. Gu Ruashi sat on the ground panting, her short hair covered in sweat. Gao Yulin and the others also calculated the time and came back to find her carefully. Wang Dahai spotted Gu Ruashi sitting in the middle of the aisle and said quickly, "Captain Gu, let me help you." Gao Yulin's nose is crooked, and he still wants to steal my job. He reached out and grabbed Wang Dahai, angrily saying, "Get out of my way. I'll be the one to help you if you need me." Wang Dahai was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Gao Yulin was angry, he quickly smiled and said, "You were right. It's just right that you come to help." Before Gao Yulin could even laugh out loud, Gu Ruashi took 2 deep breaths and said coldly, "I don't need your help. I've rested well." After saying that, she stood up suddenly. Gao Yulin's face turned livid, his teeth clenched, and he thought to himself, "This woman definitely did it on purpose. She's so fierce, but I just like to tame fierce horses." His expression quickly changed back to normal, revealing a flattering smile. Captain Gu is awesome. He was able to escape from 2 mutant creatures and recover his strength so quickly. Even a god can do this. Wang Dahai and the other 2 male awakeners had their hair standing on end and goosebumps all over their bodies. What a fucking liquor. They are ashamed of themselves. Gu Ruashi rolled her eyes and snorted. All right, there's no need to go to the exotic pet pavilion. Just now, an awakened one deliberately designed us to be bait in order to get the supplies in the exotic pet pavilion. Gao Yulin smiled and consoled, "Captain Gu, don't be sad. This is the end of the world. There are all kinds of people. There are many who would even sacrifice their lives just for food. If we encounter this kind of thing in the future, we will just ignore it." Gu Ruashi waved her hands. "That's not what I meant. This time it's a trap, but there will always be a time when it's real. I can't watch the survivors die in front of me." Gao Yulin froze for a moment, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Wang Dahai chuckled and said, "Is it time to pat the horse's hoof?" "Get out." Gao Yulin glared at him angrily. "All right," Gu Ruashi interrupted. "Let's go upstairs quickly. Maybe we can meet some survivors." After saying that, she started to search for survivors with Gao Yulin and the others. Bailey's supermarket is so big and has so many supplies, it is impossible that there are no survivors here. At the same time, Su Chen used his space jump ability to arrive at the nearest space jump point, the basement of Bailey's supermarket, where all the survivors of the supermarket are. Su Chen did not go out immediately, but looked at Gu Ruashi in the jump space. He was really envious, but reason told him that it was not so easy to get this woman. He knew how powerful Gu Ruashi was. If he really accepted it, and if Gu Ruashi turned against him, he would not be able to resist at all. He is a fierce man who can fight 2 mutant creatures alone. Although it was only 5 minutes, it was enough to roll Su Chen into a ball. Besides, Xinjiang City where Su Chen is now is so big. How can he find beautiful women? But if there is a chance to win Gu Ruashi, I will definitely not hesitate. As Su Chen thought about it, he gradually felt that his body was becoming more and more tired, and even his breathing was a little labored. He came to his senses, frowned slightly, and thought of something. Wrong. You will lose energy in the jumping space. Su Chen is an awakened one. His physique is stronger than that of special forces. How could he feel tired so quickly? He immediately waved his hand in a circle and walked out of the jump space. But as soon as he came out, he ran into a disheveled, skinny woman. Su Chen didn't care. He just said coldly, "Get out of the way." "Yes. I'm sorry. I just want to go to the bathroom." "You?" The woman lowered her head in panic to apologize. But when she looked up and saw Su Chen's appearance, her voice suddenly stopped. Then, the woman roared like a wild beast, "Su Chen, give me food and water." Su Chen was slightly startled. He lowered his head and looked carefully at the woman in front of him. His brows couldn't help but frown. You are Lin Xia?" He could never have imagined that Lin Xia, who had been haunting him before the end of the world, would become like this. Su Chen sometimes thought about it, and he still couldn't figure out what he saw in Lin Xie in the first place, and why he would be captivated by such a woman. I didn't expect you were still alive. Their voices immediately attracted the attention of others in the basement. The others looked up tiredly and saw Su Chan. He was dressed neatly and appropriately, and was plump and fair. He didn't look like he had been hungry for 9 meals in 3 days at all. Their eyes suddenly lit up, like hungry wolves. This man definitely has food. But in this end times, those who can live so well must be awakened, and they are not. Most people just think about it, but dare not take action. However, there were still 2 who were willing to risk their lives for a bite of food. They secretly pulled out fruit knives and moved towards Su Chan. Lin Xie still fantasizes that Su Chan appears here and still has feelings for her. Even if Su Chan had hit her, she had no other way out in her current situation. Su Chan was her only way out. Lin Xie conceitedly lifted her dry hair, wiped her dark face, and forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Su Chan, you are here to save me, right? I don't want anything. As long as you take me and my mother away from this damn place, I will agree to be with you. Fu Hong had heard Su Chen's voice a long time ago. She ran over breathlessly and asked weakly, my daughter has agreed to be with you regardless of the past. Come on, give us some water. Don't stand there like idiots. Bang! Su Chen didn't tolerate Fu Hong at all and slapped Fu Hong in the face. It was because he used too much strength that Fu Hong's head turned a full circle, and then his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Not to mention ordinary people, even the awakened ones can't survive. Su Chen shook his hands. My clothes are freshly washed. You are touching them with your hands so dirty. You have no morals at all. Lin Xie saw this and immediately felt a chill running through her bones. Su Chen has really changed. She looked at Su Chen in horror, her legs going limp. Don't kill me. I was a bad person before. I know I was wrong. Su Chen looked at Lin Xie coldly. You don't know you were wrong. You know you can't survive. As he said that, he put his hand on Lin Xie's forehead. Puff! Before Lin Xie could react, a fire-resistant vine emerged from the back of her head, with red and white interlaced on its branches and leaves. Lin Xie never expected that the last moment she saw Su Chen would actually be her real doomsday. Chapter 56, Rescue of Survivors. Lin Xie looked at Su Chen in shock, her pupils slowly dilated. Having a hole in the head is the happiest way to die. There is no pain at all, and the person is gone. Lin Xie fell to the ground with a thump, without any breath. Su Chen shook off the red and white on the fire-resistant vines, looked down at Lin Xie, and waited for the system's prompt. But Lin Xie was his woman, and the return was multiple. I wonder if her death would have any impact. When the people around saw Su Chen killing someone, they didn't react at all, because death was a common occurrence here. The 2 men holding fruit knives kept staring at Su Chen. When they saw Su Chen looking down at Lin Xie, they felt that the opportunity had come. They immediately took action and stabbed towards Su Chen with knives. Su Chen had already used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and noticed that the malice in these 2 men had reached the sky, and guessed that these 2 men would definitely take action. As soon as he heard the hurried footsteps behind him, he stretched out his right hand without even turning his head, and the fire-resistant vines suddenly stabbed out. The 2 men holding the fruit knives had no time to react and were instantly pierced in the throat by the fire-resistant vines. They opened their eyes wide and made gurgling sounds. Then they closed their eyes and collapsed to the ground, without a breath. The survivors around him still did not react. They were all guarding their own territories, and no one dared to cause trouble for Su Chen. Su Chen used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to take notice and discovered that the survivors here had ill will towards him, but it was just a hint of it, and none of them were willing to take action. He felt relieved and looked at Lin Xie attentively. After waiting for a while, Su Chen was certain that even if the woman died, the return rate would not be reduced. That would be awesome. If this continues, his living space will be greatly increased. Just capture the beauties who have passed the system, and don't worry about their life or death. In other words, as long as you can get a woman like Guru Ashi and get the right amount of leverage, it doesn't matter if you kill her afterwards. Moreover, if someone uses Li Shuyi and others to threaten Su Chen, he can also sacrifice 1 or 2 women in exchange for his interests. Of course, since Li Shuyi and the others are so obedient and easy to use, we should try to keep them if possible. A smile gradually appeared on Su Chen's lips. He glanced at Lin Xie, who had become hard and cold, and said lightly, I was too soft-hearted. I should have let your death be more painful. After he finished speaking, he drew a circle in the air with his right hand and used his space jump ability to return home. After Suchin left, the survivors in the basement of Bailey's supermarket immediately surrounded the bodies of Lin Xie and the others. They are really hungry. Leave one piece for me. Don't be so selfish. This is still warm, so you can still enjoy it while it's hot. It's better to save your energy and fill your stomach. In less than 10 minutes, the ground is clean and all the red and white have been collected. Today, the survivors in the basement of Bailey's supermarket can finally have a good meal. As for the stench on the supermarkets, there are mutant lizards patrolling, so who would dare to collect it first? Moreover, things spoil so quickly nowadays. If they are not handled in time, they will become rancid in 3 hours and will be completely inedible. After a while, Guruwashi's rescue team finally found the Bailey supermarket and the basement. They opened the heavy iron door and walked in, and saw a pile of white bones at a glance, and there was a fishy smell in the air. Even though they were awakened, their faces turned pale. Gao Yulin even turned around and leaned against the wall to vomit. Fuck, are the people here crazy? Why do they eat anything when they are hungry? Wang Dahai's face turned pale as he suppressed the rising acid. Captain Gu, there's no need to save these survivors. Why don't we just kill them all? Gu Ruashi frowned and glanced at every survivor in the basement with a cold gaze, feeling a little hesitant. The survivors in the basement discovered Gu Ruashi and the others. When they saw that they were wearing official rescue clothes before the apocalypse, their eyes lit up and they rushed to them like crazy. Are you from the country? Are you here to save us? Take us out quickly. I have paid taxes for so many years. You must protect me. You are such a bunch of losers. Why did you come so late? The survivors still retained some of their pre-apocalyptic habits and regarded themselves as the superiors, bossing and abusing Guruwashi and the others. Gao Yulin spat, punched the wall, and yelled with his eyes wide open. Shut up, everyone! I'm here to rescue you, not to be scolded by you. Wang Dahai's face was also full of resentment. Are you still thinking about the past? According to the previous order, if a murder occurred here, you would all be shot. The survivors looked at each other, but immediately started to argue and change the subject. It's because you guys came too late to rescue us. We can't starve to death, right? I've studied law. This is called emergency avoidance. At most, it's our fault. We can't be shot. Besides, we didn't kill these people. It was an awakened one who could teleport. Gao Yulin and Wang Dahai were so angry that they were shaking all over and were about to say something. Gu Ruashi suddenly interrupted and asked, These are all excuses. You are human beings, not animals. There are so many things you can't eat. Why don't you even let humans go? The survivors also discovered that Gu Ruashi was the head of the rescue team. When they heard what Gu Ruashi said, they immediately felt that they were about to be abandoned. Gao Yulin immediately stepped forward and agreed, Captain Gu, you are right. It is not a pity for these survivors to die. Let's not rescue them. Wang Dahai was even ready to use his abilities to quickly get rid of these survivors. However, Gu Ruashi shouted coldly, Save them, but tie them all up. I want to send them to the prison camp and imprison them one by one. Gao Yulin's expression changed, and he stared at Gu Ruashi blankly. Do you really think the prison camp exists? Gu Ruashi rolled her eyes. What else? We have been ordered by our superiors to carry out the rescue mission, and we must carry it out until the last moment. Gao Yulin and Wang Dahai looked at each other, with helplessness in their eyes. Captain Gu is so naive. It has been a long time since I have been able to contact my superiors, and I don't even know what stage the situation has developed to. Besides, they have never been to the prison camp, so who knows if it is dangerous there. However, they knew how powerful Gu Ruashi was and that they would be safer around her, so they did not refuse. The survivors were also very happy. These rescue team members are all plump and white, so they must have enough food and water. Although they were captured by the rescue team, they will not have to worry about food and drink in the future. They will even have a comfortable room to shelter from the wind and rain in prison. This is definitely better than the dark, damp, and foul-smelling basement of the Bailey's supermarket. No matter what other people think, Gu Ruashi regards obeying orders as her duty and just wants to complete the tasks assigned by her superiors excellently. Afterwards, she instructed Gao Yulin and the others to deal with the survivors gently. Suchin returned home and took a comfortable hot bath. Although there is no water, electricity, or gas now, his family still has enough candles, mineral water, and gas stove tubes collected from Bailey Supermarket. Everyone else is living a hard life, so Su Chun must demand a good quality of life. And when I meet this unlucky thing like Lin Xie, how can I not wash myself properly? Chapter 57. Selling Daughter-in-Law. After taking a shower, Su Chun came to the balcony clean and refreshed, thinking about what to do next. He already knew that as long as the beauty multiplier was successfully approved by the system, it would not be deducted even if the beauty died, so he had to find more beauties. Who would complain about having too many supplies? It's time to take the initiative and find beautiful women. Let's start with Shanghua community. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately used his ability of light as a swallow and jumped down from the balcony. Like a light swallow, he searched down layer by layer. However, there are no women in the building where he is located who have passed the system review. All he had were the residents who hated him to their core, and the giant blood-sucking mosquitoes patrolling on the lower floors. Su Chen hid in the wall and observed the half-human-sized mosquito. He found that the mosquito had grown larger, and he didn't know how many people's blood it had sucked. However, looking at the situation of this mosquito, the needs of it are already met at the lower level, and it will not fly to the higher levels for a while. It's better not to confront this mosquito head-on. Go to other buildings to look for beauties first. Su Chun immediately used his space distortion ability, and his body slipped underground, heading towards other buildings. Halfway through, he heard a rustling sound coming from the ground above his head. When I looked up, I found that it was raining, and the rain was quite heavy. In an instant, the water turned into a river. The residents of Shanghua community no longer cared about the mosquitoes, birds, and animals in the outside world, and immediately took out pots, pans, and utensils to get water. The water and electricity have been out for some time, and everyone is dying of thirst. However, Su Chen found something wrong. Even with such heavy rain, the pollen was still everywhere, with no signs of decreasing. He frowned slightly and wondered to himself, what on earth is this pollen made of, and why can't it be gotten rid of? Just as he was thinking, suddenly a system prompt sounded. Name, Zhang Lingxi. Age, 27. Appearance, 8.7 points. Graceful and graceful. Attribute, pretty widow. Final score, 8.8 points. Final evaluation. This naive pretty widow is the best choice for Chao Zhe and has passed the system review. Su Chen suddenly woke up, looked up, and found that there was a beautiful woman wearing a purple dress and holding a folding umbrella standing above his head. She was very feminine. Zhang Lingxi? Su Chen thought about it. Isn't this the legendary unlucky star of Building 7? On the wedding day, before they even entered the bridal chamber, the groom suddenly died of a heart attack. Everyone said it was Zhang Lingxi's fault, and no man dared to approach her since then. Originally, Zhang Lingxi should have returned to her parents' home, but the groom's family spent 100,000 yuan on the betrothal gift and did not want to lose both the money and the woman, so they asked Zhang Lingxi for it. But Zhang Lingxi's family was poor, and the 100,000 yuan betrothal gift had already been spent, so she couldn't afford to pay it back at all. There was no other way. So Zhang Lingxi finally came to the groom's house and continued to be the daughter-in-law, but she lived like a bullied nanny. Zhang Lingxi is also kind-hearted and very filial to the groom's parents. She has never had any rumors with any man. After Su Chen thought about it, he couldn't help but feel moved. He didn't expect that the 27-year-old Zhang Lingxi was still a youngster. This flower bud is about to bloom, and this industrious bee must collect nectar from it. Thinking of this, Su Chen crawled out of the ground and suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Lingxi. Zhang Lingxi was using a basin to catch the rainwater and didn't notice Su Chen coming out from the ground. It was impossible for her to think about it that way. After all, who has ever seen someone coming out from the ground? She was suddenly startled when she saw Su Chen appear in front of her. She took a step back in panic, looking at Su Chen with grievance in her eyes, but very gentle. This made Su Chen want to protect Zhang Lingxi, and he wanted to hold her in his hands and love her well. Zhang Lingxi looked at Su Chen nervously, especially when she saw Su Chen's unscrupulous gaze. She frowned slightly and became even more restrained. She was also panicked and her body froze. She didn't know whether to take the basin home or just ignore Su Chen and continue to collect water. However, the more she looked at Su Chen, the more familiar he looked to her, and she immediately thought of the security guard at the gate of the residential complex before the arrival of the pollen. You are the security guard, Su Chen? Su Chen smiled slightly. I'm not a security guard now. Zhang Lingxi was still a little nervous, recalling Su Chen's deeds. Were you the one who used a loudspeaker to call for beauties some time ago? Su Chen nodded. Well, I'll take it now. Do you have any ideas? Zhang Lingxi shuddered and shook her head like a rattle. I'm a widow, and I have parents to take care of. You should just give up on this idea. But she changed the subject and pursed her lips and said, but I want to exchange some food with you. Is that okay? Su Chen looked at Zhang Lingxi and asked with interest, what are you going to exchange for? Zhang Lingxi was stunned. looked at the water in the basin, and immediately stretched it out to Su Chun. I have water now. Change it with water. Su Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought that only the quirky Qian Inger had a big personality, but he didn't expect that this pretty widow Zhang Lingxi was also a fool. It's raining so hard right now that the ground has become a river. Water isn't that valuable. Besides, I have more supplies than I can use. Do I need to exchange food for your water? Zhang Lingxi looked embarrassed and lowered her head, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Zhang Lingxi, I knew you were an indecent woman, and sure enough I caught you seducing men. A rough and fierce old woman's voice came from a distance. Zhang Lingxi shuddered all over, glanced at Su Chun in panic, and said embarrassedly, I'm so sorry. I have something to do and I'll leave first. When I find something suitable, I'll exchange food with you. After saying that, she immediately turned around and ran towards the source of the old woman's voice. Su Chun looked up and saw an old woman rushing in front of Zhang Lingxi, the flesh on her face trembling. She stretched out her hand and slapped Zhang Lingxi without saying a word. Bang! Zhang Lingxi didn't even have time to react and was slapped to the ground. But even after falling, she still held the basin high with both hands to prevent everything from spilling out. Su Chin's heart tightened as he watched, and his eyes narrowed into slits. How could this woman be so stupid? It was obvious that the old woman didn't treat her as a human being. So why was she still trying so hard to protect the water she was going to take home? Su Chin also recognized the old woman. She was Zhang Lingxi's mother-in-law, Gao Meihua. Gao Meihua was not satisfied after slapping Zhang Lingxi, so she angrily kicked him in the waist. I'll beat you to death for seducing a man and letting my son down. Having said that, she raised her foot and continued kicking. Zhang Lingxi didn't even make a sound and said stubbornly, Mom, I didn't. That person is Su Chun. He has a lot of supplies. I just want to exchange for some food. Gao Meihua was stunned for a moment, her raised foot hanging in the air. Su Chun? The Su Chun who asked everyone in the building to come out to catch bugs and also collected beautiful women? Yeah. Zhang Lingxi admitted. Gao Meihua's eyes lit up, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Great. I was just worried that I couldn't contact him. She looked down at Zhang Lingxi and said meaningfully, You killed my son, so you should make a contribution to my family. After saying that, Gao Meihua turned and walked towards Su Chun. Zhang Lingxi was slightly startled, then immediately got up and caught up. Su Chun stared at Gao Meihua with a cold gaze, feeling very confused, wondering what Gao Meihua was up to. Gao Meihua walked up to Su Chun with a flattering smile on her face, which looked particularly ugly under the rain. Su Chun, right? Don't you collect beauties? Take a look at my Lingxi. Although she is my daughter-in-law, I promise that my son has never touched her, and she is still a virgin. I don't ask for much. As long as you provide my family with 3 meals a day, snacks and water, I will allow her to go to your house. Zhang Lingxi froze halfway through her run, and the basin in her hand fell to the ground, letting the rain wash away the dirt on her body. Su Chun chuckled and stared at Gao Meihua coldly. I see you are not asking me to collect beauties. You are trying to sell me your daughter-in-law. Zhang Lingxi is just your daughter-in-law, not your property. Why do you want to sell her? I have never seen such a shameless person like you. Chapter 58. Follow me. As soon as Su Chun finished speaking, there was a gleam in Zhang Lingxi's dim eyes, and she looked at Su Chun with blinking eyes. Gao Meihua looked embarrassed, her eyes rolled, and she said with a wry smile, Oh, don't be angry. I just wanted to see if you and Lingxi were okay. Now I know you are innocent. I feel relieved. Su Chun squinted his eyes, looked at Gao Meihua, and smiled gently. If it weren't for the ability to seek benefits and avoid harm that showed Gao Meihua had malicious intentions, I might have actually believed it. Stop pretending to be nice. If I really agreed to buy Zhang Lingxi, would you still say this? I can. Gao Meihua was slightly stunned and said with her neck stiff. She didn't expect that Su Chun guessed her thoughts at once and almost exposed her true colors. No. Before, she had exchanged all the valuable things in the house for food. Now, Zhang Lingxi is the only valuable thing left in the house. What if I hurt Zhang Lingxi's heart? How can I get food in return? In fact, Gao Meihua has already made up her mind to use Zhang Lingxi, this big tree, to exchange for her worry-free food and clothing. Since Su Chun doesn't buy it, you can try others. Gao Meihua was afraid that she would make more mistakes if she said too much, so she quickly turned around, took Zhang Lingxi's hand, and hurried home. Zhang Lingxi turned her head and glanced at Su Chun. Her eyes moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. Through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, Suchin discovered that Jiang Lingxi actually had good intentions towards him. I didn't expect that the little help just now would actually make Jiang Lingxi moved. Can this still make Jiang Lingxi take out his palm? Suchin's mind moved, and he used his space distortion ability to escape underground and catch up. He didn't want to use brute force to subdue a woman like Jiang Lingxi, who made him want to protect her. To win Jiang Lingxi's heart, Jiang Lingxi is definitely more loyal than anyone else. So he hid beside Jiang Lingxi, waiting for the opportunity to appear and take her away. At the same time, Gu Ruashi's team, with the survivors with their hands tied, stood at the entrance of Bailey Supermarket. They looked at the heavy rain outside and all frowned. Gao Yulin walked to Gu Ruashi in embarrassment and said, "Captain Gu, it's raining so hard now. It's not convenient for us to move with so many survivors. Why don't we take a rest at Bailey Supermarket and leave after the rain stops?" Gu Ruashi frowned slightly, but her eyes revealed determination. "No, the situation is so urgent now. There are survivors eating each other. We have to hurry up and rescue the survivors, as many as we can." The corner of Gao Yulin's mouth twitched, his expression turned gloomy, and swear words were on the tip of his tongue. However, he looked at Gu Ruashi's crystal-clear cheeks, took 2 deep breaths, and calmed down. Gu Ruashi thought about it, and suddenly her eyes lit up and her frown relaxed. She turned to look at the 2 young awakened ones in the team and said, "You will be responsible for taking care of the survivors from now on, and leave the rest to us." The 2 young awakeners looked at each other and immediately nodded in agreement. Gao Yulin and Wang Dahai looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. I don't know which man can control Gu Ruashi. Then, Gu Ruashi's team finished their preparations and headed towards the prison camp in the pouring rain. Every time they passed a residence, they would go in to search for survivors. However, in the last days, the land was devastated and 9 out of 10 houses were empty. Even if there were survivors, most of them gathered together, unwilling to trust the rescue team, and refused to follow to the prison camp. What's more, it was raining heavily and the water on the streets was not even above the knees. Who knew if there were any mutant creatures in there? Gu Ruashi respected their opinions and continued to head towards the prison camp. However, Gu Ruashi's team was only 3 miles away from Shenghua community where Suchan was. Suchan followed Jiang Lingxi and Gao Meihua until they returned to their home at 1703, Building 7. He found that no one lived next door to Jiang Lingxi's house, so he stayed next door to observe Jiang Lingxi's movements. After all, using the space distortion ability for a long time can't take it to the body. As soon as Gao Meihua returned home, she immediately yelled at Jiang Lingxi, "You slutty vixen, have you sold yourself to Suchen?" Jiang Lingxi had her back to Gao Meihua and couldn't help but tremble all over. She turned around in shame and anger and said, "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Don't call me Mom. You are not my biological child." Gao Meihua pinched her waist and said angrily, "You have been standing with that Suchan for so long. Have you already negotiated the price? You still owe my family 100,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Didn't you fail to pay it back before? Now that you've sold it for a good price, you must pay me back the money." "You." Jiang Lingxi stomped her feet in anger, with despair in her eyes. "Who do you think I am? I serve you with all my heart and effort, never dare to say a word to other men, get up early every day to cook for you, and carry you to the hospital when you are sick. Isn't all this worth 100,000 yuan betrothal gift? That's what you should do." There was no trace of emotion on Gao Meihua's face. "Tell the truth. How much did Suchen spend on you?" "Not a single point." Jiang Lingxi's eyes turned red with anxiety and tears welled up in her eyes. Gao Meihua was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Jiang Lingxi's entire body, curled her lips and said, "It seems that you really didn't sell it to Suchan." Then, she waved her hand gently and said, "Okay, you're all wet. Go inside and wipe it off. I'll go out and do something first." After saying that, she walked out of the room and actually locked the door. Jiang Lingxi got caught in the rain and fell into a mud pit. Now she feels cold and her throat hurts a little. She was afraid that she would get sick. Medicine in the apocalypse was no cheaper than food and water, and it was easy to die if she got sick. Jiang Lingxi hurried into the house to get a dry towel, not noticing that Gao Meihua had locked the door. Suchan had been keeping an eye on them, using his ability to seek benefits and avoid harm. He felt that Gao Meihua's behavior was very unusual. It was raining heavily outside, and there were so many mutant creatures. What could he do if he went out? Suchen immediately used the abilities of space distortion and light as a swallow to track Gao Meihua. Soon, Suchen followed Gao Meihua to room 2104 on the second top floor of Building 7. he discovered that there were only people living on the top floor and the second top floor of Building 7, and there were 1 man and 3 women there. The configuration was almost as good as his own house. Could it be that there is also a big brother in Building 7 who dominates the entire building like him? Gao Meihua didn't notice that someone was following her at all. She straightened her clothes in front of the door, put on a flattering smile, and knocked on the door gently. Is Brother Lu Tonggan at home? I'm Gao Meihua from 1703, and I want to make a deal with you. When Su Chun heard the name Lu Tonggan, his brows couldn't help but frown. Lu Tonggan is the owner of the Tonggan boxing gym in the city. He is well connected with all kinds of people. It is even said that if someone was killed in the boxing gym, he could find someone to settle the matter. Such a person can be said to have absolute power in Building 7. Soon, a middle-aged man about 1.9 meters tall and weighing 200 kilograms pushed open the door. His face was full of flesh, and his physique was strong and powerful. You could tell at first glance that he was a good fighter. Su Chun had seen this person before. It was Lu Tonggan. Seeing Gao Meihua at the door, Lu Tonggan curled his lips and sneered, "What can you trade? It's not your daughter-in-law, is it?" Gao Meihua curled her lips and narrowed her eyes. "I really let you guess it. My daughter-in-law and my son have never had a wedding night. Are you interested?" "No." Lu Tonggan pulled up his trousers. "Your daughter-in-law is a star of misfortune. I dare not be interested in her. Those are all rumors. In fact, my son had heart disease since he was a child. He was happy that day and accidentally died of an excessive heartbeat. I have the hospital report." Gao Meihua explained quickly. Lu Tonggan's eyes lit up. "Fuck. Is this true?" "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, come to my house. The hospital report is on my bedside table," Gao Meihua said quickly. Lu Tonggan showed a wicked smile on his face, scratched his thigh and said, "Okay, come with me into the house first, and we will discuss the price." As he spoke, he put his hand on Gao Meihua's waist. Gao Meihua trembled, a lingering smile appeared on her face, and she followed Lu Tonggan into the house. Su Chun didn't plan to look further. He could probably guess what would happen next. Lu Tonggan is a man who eats both meat and vegetables. He can even eat Gao Meihua. It is such a waste of talent that Jiang Lingxi fell into Lu Tonggan's hands. When Su Chun thought of this, he immediately returned to Jiang Lingxi's home. He walked through the wall into the living room and bumped into Jiang Lingxi, who had just dried herself and was wrapped in only a bath towel. Before Jiang Lingxi saw him, Su Chun immediately said, "You, follow me." Chapter 59. Stormy Weather. Jiang Lingxi was wiping her hair with her head tilted when she suddenly heard Su Chun's voice. She looked up with her eyes wide open. "Ah, why are you in my house?" She moved and forgot that she was still wrapped in a bath towel. The bath towel slides off freely. Su Chun took a look and his heart started pounding. As expected, she is a beauty who has passed the system review. Her breasts are really big and white. "Ah." Jiang Lingxi felt a chill on her body, and she quickly looked down and immediately screamed. Then, she squatted down as quickly as possible, picked up the bath towel, and covered herself tightly. Su Chun blinked, chuckled, and shook his head. "Why bother so much? We can see each other like this every day in the future." Jiang Lingxi frowned slightly, holding the towel tightly in both hands, and said carefully, "You? How can you do this? I won't go with you." Su Chun sat on the sofa indifferently and looked at Jiang Lingxi with interest. "You can choose not to go with me, but Lu Tonggan will come and take you away later." Jiang Lingxi looked at Su Chun in surprise and asked in confusion, "Lu Tonggan? So what if he comes? He is very superstitious and thinks I am doomed to die. He usually stays away from me." "You are not doomed to fail. Your husband died of a heart disease he had since childhood. He was too excited on your wedding day, and his heart beat faster, which led to his sudden death. It has nothing to do with you," Su Chun said calmly. "What?" Jiang Lingxi exclaimed in disbelief. "How could you possibly know this?" "Your good mother said so. If you don't believe me, you can go to her bedside table and look inside. There is a report from the hospital," Su Chun said in a loud voice. Jiang Lingxi's eyes suddenly widened, and then she quickly turned around and rushed into Gao Meihua's bedroom. Su Chun sat steadily on the sofa, waiting quietly. After a while, Jiang Lingxi, with a look of astonishment on her face, held a hospital report and walked into the living room in a daze. How is this possible? I'm not a doomed person. How could that bastard Gao Meihua keep lying to me?" I. Su Chun looked at Jiang Lingxi with tears on her face, slowly sat up straight, and a touch of pity rose in his heart. Faced with such a pitiful woman like Jiang Lingxi, he really wanted to rush over and hug her away. However, that would be too much of a disrespect to Jiang Lingxi, the lotus that grew out of the mud. A woman like this will only be devoted to her if she is completely conquered. Anyway, Lu Tonggan and Gao Meihua will be here soon, and then Jiang Lingxi will be completely desperate and throw herself into his arms. Jiang Lingxi took a long time to calm down before her eyes gradually regained focus. She looked at Su Chan and frowned slightly. You said Gao Meihua went to Lu Tonggan to sell me out? Do you have any evidence to prove it? Seeing that Jiang Lingxi was still unwilling to give up, Su Chan chuckled and said, Go open the door and you will know what is going on. A hint of doubt flashed across Jiang Lingxi's eyes, but she still opened the door as Su Chan requested. But when she pushed the door hard, she was shocked to find that it was locked and could not be opened from the inside. She tried it twice more in disbelief, but it was still the same. There was no longer despair in Jiang Lingxi's eyes, but complete giving up on Gao Meihua. I didn't expect that this woman, Gao Meihua, is more vicious than those who are trying to survive in the apocalypse. Obviously, she did nothing wrong, but Gao Meihua left her here and tortured her. Now they are being sold as commodities. How can people be bullied like this in the world? Jiang Lingxi slowly walked to Su Chan and sat down. Now she just wanted to find a broad shoulder to lean on. So she unconsciously grabbed Su Chan's arm with her hands and leaned her head on his shoulder. Su Chan turned his head to take a look and laughed secretly in his heart. Isn't this woman already in his hands? At this moment, squeak! The door suddenly opened. Gao Meihua walked in with a tall and strong man, followed by two young guys with dyed green hair. Su Chan and Jiang Lingxi were startled and turned to look at the door. Suddenly, everyone stared at each other in amazement. The scene was so awkward that you could hear a pin drop. Su Chan was puzzled. It had not been long since he came back, so how come Gao Meihua and Lu Tonggan came so quickly? Didn't they just go into the house to discuss the price? But since Lu Tonggan is here, let Lu Tonggan perform the last scene well, so that Jiang Lingxi will be completely desperate. Gao Meihua didn't expect Su Chan to be in their house, and to be blocking the house with Jiang Lingxi. This really disappointed Lu Tonggan. She said that Jiang Lingxi was a virgin. Now a man and a woman are alone in a room. Who can believe that nothing happened? Lu Tonggan's eyes turned, his gaze passed by Su Chan and fell on Jiang Lingxi. There was an evil smile in his eyes, and he pursed his lips and said, Widow Jiang, come with me. I promise to make sure you have delicious food and drinks. Jiang Lingxi hasn't come into contact with many men, but she still knows who is good and who is bad. Although Su Chan also coveted her body, he had always been very polite, which made her trust him even more. She subconsciously grabbed Su Chan's arm and said nervously, I won't go with you. When Gao Meihua saw that Lu Tonggan was not angry, she immediately pinched her waist and glared at Jiang Lingxi, saying viciously, You money loser! It's your blessing that Brotherin likes you. Why don't you go with Brotherin? She had just entered Lu Tonggan's house. The room was full of food and drink, enough to feed the entire building for half a month. Moreover, she and Lu Tonggan had agreed on a price. As long as Jiang Lingxi could enter Lu Tonggan's house, Gao Meihua would never have to worry about food and drink. It's a pity that Su Chan had no intention of buying Jiang Lingxi, otherwise it would have been a good deal for Lu Tonggan. When Lu Tonggan heard that Jiang Lingxi was not going with him, his face suddenly turned cold and he was about to step forward angrily to take Jiang Lingxi away by force. Gao Meihua saw that something was wrong, so she quickly grabbed Lu Tonggan's arm and said, Brotherin, you said that I would have no worries about food and drink in the future, don't forget that. Lu Tonggan shook off Gao Meihua's hand and glared at her coldly, Get lost. Now don't you see who has the final say here? Gao Meihua was stunned for a moment and looked at Lu Tonggan in surprise. That's not what you said when we were talking just now. Lu Tonggan sneered, I was just teasing you just now. Did you really take it seriously? He glanced at the two green-haired men and waved his hand. This woman is for you. Take her to your home to play. The two green-haired men, with acne-covered faces, showed lewd smiles and walked towards Gao Meihua with their fists rubbed. Gao Meihua's eyes widened, and she stared at Lu Tonggan with burning anger. She never thought that she would let a wolf into the house, and in the end not only lost her daughter-in-law Jiang Lingxi for nothing, but she also lost her life. No wonder people in the building secretly don't support Lu Tonggan. It turns out this guy is not a man who keeps his promises. I should have known not to communicate with Lu Tonggan. There was no way Gao Meihua could resist the two young men and was led out of the house by her arms. Jiang Lingxi finally understood everything. She had worked so hard for Gao Meihua's family, suffered all kinds of hardships, and endured all kinds of insults, but in the end, she was actually sold like an object. She instantly felt her heart dead, and she didn't even feel the pain from being stabbed by the knife. Even though there was wind and rain outside, it still couldn't wash away the wound in her heart. Lu Tonggan turned his head to look at Jiang Lingxi, poking his little hands, shaking his butt, slightly bending his body, and walked towards him in a mean manner. Widow Jiang, I heard that your dead husband didn't let you experience happiness, so let me do it for you. If you don't want to see my face, you can also put your husband's photo on my face and treat me as your husband. Jiang Lingxi looked at Lu Tonggan, who was slowly approaching her, her eyes flashing with tension, disgust, and fear. She unconsciously held Su Chen's arm tightly, hoping that Su Chen would give her a sense of security. Su Chen saw that the time was almost right, and he squinted his eyes and looked at Lu Tonggan, laughing. Brother has a good eye. He is a chow thief like me. He likes Lingxi's taste. He changed the subject and said coldly, but Lingxi is mine. Don't even think about touching her. Chapter 60 Chaos in Building 7. Lu Tonggan was stunned. He had just been paying attention to Jiang Lingxi and didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. He frowned slightly and glared at Su Chen, snorting, Who the hell are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Su Chen smiled and slowly stood up. I'm Su Chen, and I used to be a community security guard. Lu Tonggan thought about it for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. So you are the Su Chen who collects beauties? I heard that you have a lot of supplies at home. As long as you bring them all to me, I will leave you an intact body. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, but his pupils exuded a cold look. I don't want your supplies, just commit suicide. Lu Tonggan looked at Su Chen as if he were a fool, lowered his head and sneered, Just you? Are you kidding me? But he had just finished speaking. Su Chen suddenly opened his hand, and a fire-resistant vine rushed out quickly, piercing Lu Tonggan's head in an instant. Lu Tonggan didn't have time to react. His eyes suddenly went dark, and he completely lost consciousness. Su Chen grabbed the other end of the fire-resistant vine and threw Lu Tonggan heavily against the wall. Lu Tonggan flew out directly, hit the wall heavily with a bang, and then fell to the ground, motionless. Su Chen looked down at Lu Tonggan's body calmly and said softly, I gave you a chance to commit suicide. Why didn't you obey? The incident happened suddenly. Jiang Lingxi's eyes widened. Her heart beat rapidly, and she even felt suffocated. She had seen killings in the apocalypse, and Lu Tonggan had done a lot of it in Building 7, but those were all seen through the window. She always stayed far away and didn't dare to go forward. But this time, Su Chen actually went on a killing spree right under her nose. The red and white colors, the fishy smell, were right in front of her. How could she bear it? Jiang Lingxi's eyes rolled back and he fell straight down. Su Chen turned his head to look at Jiang Lingxi, and without saying a word, he walked forward and carried her on his shoulders. Then he drew a circle in the air with his right hand, and a green vortex of light and shadow suddenly appeared. He stepped into the jump space and directly set the space jump point to the building where his home was. However, because the jumping space belongs to another dimension, the real world is very distorted when viewed from that space. It is inconvenient to choose the jumping point in space, and it is easy to choose the wall. He has the ability of space distortion and can pass through the wall, but Jiang Lingxi does not, so he is trapped in the wall and can only stare blankly. Su Chen finally set the space jump point above the roof of his house, where there was a lot of space and no walls, so Jiang Lingxi would not be trapped in the wall. Immediately following, Su Chen appeared on the roof of his house holding Jiang Lingxi. Because the space jump point was unstable, they appeared 5 meters above the roof. An ordinary person would be almost killed if he jumped from such a high place. But Su Chen had the ability to be as light as a swallow. He slowly descended from the air holding Jiang Lingxi. Jiang Lingxi also woke up at this time. She glanced around and found that she was held in the air by Su Chen and was spinning down. Her heart was suddenly moved, and her eyes were full of stars as she looked at Su Chen. She had completely given up hope on Gao Meihua and didn't want to stay there at all. Although Su Chen killed Lu Tonggan in front of her, Lu Tonggan deserved to be put to death, but Su Chen made her feel safer. Maybe following Su Chen is also a good choice. In this end times, it is such a happy thing to have a safe and reliable harbor. Su Chen glanced down and found that Jiang Lingxi's kindness towards him had reached its peak, even comparable to that of Li Shuyi and Zhao Shaoqing. His expression remained unchanged, but a faint sense of happiness rose in his heart. Jiang Lingxi is really simple and kind. She is so easily devoted to him. Afterwards, Su Chen landed on the rooftop holding Jiang Lingxi. Jiang Lingxi recovered and quickly jumped out of Su Chen's arms, her eyes full of shyness and confusion. Where is this? Su Chen was not angry either. This is the roof of my house. I said I would take you home, and I mean what I said. Jiang Lingxi was slightly startled, blinked and asked, Are you an awakener? Su Chen smiled faintly. Did you just realize it now? Come with me. As he said that, he reached out and took Jiang Lingxi's hand, walking towards his home. Jiang Lingxi's heart trembled, and she followed Su Chen in a daze. During this time, she experienced the horror of the end of the world, with chaos, riots, and casualties happening every day. Lu Tonggan used iron-blooded means to lead a group of younger brothers to dominate Building 7. If she hadn't been rumored to be doomed, she might have been ruined by Lu Tonggan long ago. It's not bad to follow Su Chen. At least Su Chen looks good, is very gentle to her, and is also an awakened person, so she feels very safe. Jiang Lingxi looked at Su Chen's back. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her heart was filled with emotion. Su Chen and Jiang Lingxi left Building 7 not long ago. Lu Tonggan's two green-haired boys returned to room 1703, holding up their trousers and swaying. They were still thinking about the brutality that had just happened at the door. Old women are good. They can help reduce heat. But it just doesn't hold up. It ran out of steam after a few hits. Don't mention it. We were just one in front and one behind. I didn't expect that we couldn't hold on. Let's see how the battle is going on Brother An's side. Maybe Brother An is in a good mood and will let us join in the battle. As they talked, they opened the door of room 1703 and walked in. But when the two green-haired guys saw the scene in the house, their eyes widened and they froze in place. In the room where there were 3 living people just now, only Lu Tonggan's corpse was left, with 5 fist-sized flies circling around the corpse. The short green-haired one was shaking violently and said in disbelief, "Brother An, is he dead?" The tall green-haired man reacted, his voice shaking, "Dead, dead. What should we do? Without Ong, the residents of this building will tear us apart," said the short green-haired guy in panic. The tall green-haired man paused for a moment, then showed a grim smile on his face. "What are you afraid of? Without Onggu, the residents can't beat us. In fact, Ong Ge's death is a good thing. The food, water, women, etc. that Onggu left behind are all ours." "You're right. Now that Brother An is gone, we are Brother An." The short green-haired man looked at Lu Tonggan's corpse, and instead of being afraid, he showed an excited expression. The tall green-haired guy kept his eyes on the short green-haired guy and slowly took out a folding knife from his trouser pocket. "You're wrong, it's not us," the tall green-haired guy said slowly, but quickly opened the folding knife and stabbed it into the back of the short green-haired guy's head. The short green-haired guy was still immersed in the beautiful fantasy of dominating Building 7 in the future. He never expected that the tall green-haired guy, who was like a brother to him, would stab him in the back at this moment. There was reluctance in his eyes, but he had no ability to fight back. He fell to the ground with a thump, and his body twitched twice. The tall green-haired man lowered his head and glanced at her coldly. "I am the only one who dominates Building 7. He didn't care where Jiang Lingxi and Su Chen went, slammed the door and left 1703, running towards Lu Tonggan's house. Some residents of Building 7 noticed something was wrong. They came to Building 1703 and saw the bodies of Lu Tonggan and the short green-haired man. They were shocked at first, but then they quickly laughed. Once Lu Tonggan dies, won't Building 7 be free? And Lu Tonggan's food and water were all released now. Someone reacted quickly and immediately ran out and ran towards Lu Tonggan's home. More people reacted and chased after them, roaring. After a while, a big battle broke out in Lu Tonggan's house. The residents hadn't eaten for a long time and even saved a sip of water. Now seeing the house full of food and water, they must be going crazy. The tall green-haired man did not expect so many people to come. He originally wanted to intimidate them with his fists, but he did not have Lu Tonggan's ability. He was quickly pinned to the ground and trampled to death by the residents who were trying to steal food and water. Building 7, which was originally dark under Lu Tonggan's rule, has now completely turned into hell. Chapter 61 Rewards for Good Performance. After Su Chen subdued Jiang Lingxi, he sat on the balcony and discovered the commotion in Building 7 through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. But he didn't want to care at all. What did the lives of the residents of Building 7 have to do with him? He took out some budgie eggs from the basic package and ate the egg snacks while watching the show leisurely. Li Shuyi and the others also heard the roar coming from Building 7. The sound seemed to come from hell, making them terrified. They subconsciously came to Su Chen. Only in this way did they feel safe. Li Shuyi clasped her hands in front of her. "Brother Chen, what happened in Building 7? Su Chen said calmly. "The boss of Building 7, Lu Tonggan, wouldn't let me take Jiang Lingxi back, so I killed him. Now Building 7 is leaderless, and the residents inside are fighting for supplies, women, and the position of boss." He ate another bird egg. It looks good. It's really interesting. Li Shuyi and the others finally understood what was going on. As expected, in the end times, chaos is everywhere. It is still safe here with Su Chun, where they can live a life like before the end of the world. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Su Chin's ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading Space Jump to the highest level, Level 9 Awakening. The host can use the jump space to freely jump within a range of 100,000 meters. The limit is 30 times a day. You can also set 4 space jump points with no specified range in a day. Su Chin's heart trembled, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his slightly narrowed eyes. Space jump has actually reached the maximum level. Being able to make 30 space jumps within a range of 100,000 meters means that you can go to the next city and come back on the same day. It is even faster than an airplane. This ability is terrifyingly strong. What's even more terrifying is that there is no distance limit for the space jump point. Even if he wants to go home in outer space, he can set the space jump point at home and then make a space jump to go home. The rockets don't have this strength. If previous astronauts had this ability, they wouldn't have been trapped in the space station for 2 months. There is also this space jump point. Su Chin discovered that the space jump point can be set at will. Perhaps it can be placed on a moving object. Thinking of this, he looked up and glanced at Li Shuyi and the others around him, wondering who to let be the guinea pig. At this moment, Zhang Lingxi pushed open the door and walked out. Li Shuyi and the others immediately turned around and saw through the candlelight that Zhang Lingxi was twisting her body and slowly walking towards them. When they saw Zhang Lingxi's walking posture, an expression of understanding appeared on their faces. After all, they had all experienced this. Su Chun saw this and his eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Lingxi is new here, so it's a good opportunity for her to perform well and better integrate into this big family. Su Chun smiled and waved to Zhang Lingxi. Lingxi, come here. I need your help. Li Shuyi and the others looked at Su Chun in surprise, with some confusion in their eyes. Zhang Lingxi came over somewhat flattered. What can I help you with? I'm going to make a space jump point on your body. You go to the next door to find Shinran and I'll see if I can space jump over there. Su Chun directly expressed his thoughts. Zhang Lingxi was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on her face and she nodded. No problem. I can do anything you ask me to do. Li Shuyi and the others were not surprised when they knew Su Chun was an awakened person. They just looked at Zhang Lingxi with some jealousy. But Qian Inger looked at Su Chun in shock. What? You actually want to put the space jump point on a person? Su Chun didn't explain. His right hand flashed with a green light, and then he gently tapped Zhang Lingxi's forehead. A green light flashed and penetrated into Zhang Lingxi's forehead. Zhang Lingxi blinked. Why don't I feel anything? Have you placed it properly? Li Shuyi and the others had no idea what was going on and just stared at them. But Qian Inger's eyes widened. The space jump point can really be placed on a person. Why didn't I think of it before? Su Chun smiled faintly. Your spatial jump level is too low, and you are too stupid. Qian Inger pouted angrily, but it seemed like what Su Chun said. She had never thought about this question. Su Chun ignored her. His eyes fell on Zhang Lingxi, and he noticed a little green light on Zhang Lingxi's forehead. However, judging from the looks of Li Shuyi and the others, it should be only him and Qian Inger who could see it. A smile appeared on his face. Go find Shinran. I'll try to get through in 10 minutes. Zhang Lingxi immediately took action, turned around and went out to the next door. She knew everyone here, and when Su Chun brought her back, he introduced them to her one by one. Shinran next door is not Su Chin's woman, but Su Chin's personal physician, and can be considered a member of the big family. 10 minutes later, Zhang Lingxi was chatting with Shinran. Suddenly, a green circular vortex of light with a radius of 1 meter appeared beside her. Shinran suddenly became nervous, picked up a scalpel in an instant, and subconsciously assumed an attacking posture. Zhang Lingxi hadn't reacted yet, and looked at Shinran with some surprise. Shinran was just about to remind Zhang Lingxi to be careful, but Su Chun slowly walked out of the green light. Shinran was stunned, and the scalpel in his hand loosened and fell to the ground. How did you do that? Zhang Lingxi thought he was talking about her, and her mind was full of question marks. What did I do? Su Chun chuckled behind her and said, She's talking about me. Zhang Lingxi trembled all over, and then she realized that there was an extra person behind her. She quickly turned her head and blinked and asked in surprise, You? When did you come? Su Chun smiled slightly. I said I would send it over in 10 minutes, so I am here now, right? Zhang Lingxi looked at Su Chun in amazement, nodded thoughtfully and said, The awakened ones are so powerful that they can appear behind others silently. Su Chun did not explain. In fact, it was because Zhang Lingxi had a space jump point on his body that he was able to teleport here immediately. Although there is only a wall between them, it also verifies that the space jump point can really be placed on a person's body. Su Chen looked at Zhang Lingxi and suddenly remembered that he had brought back a bird egg from the exotic pet pavilion in Bailey's supermarket, but he didn't know what it was for. He narrowed his eyes, smiled, and said, "Lingxi, since you trust me so much, I will reward you with something good." As he spoke, he took out a light blue bird egg from the basic package. When Shinran saw it, he took a breath of cold air. Isn't this the bird egg that can make a person become an awakened one? How could Su Chen be so generous as to let others give the bird eggs? It's incredible. Zhang Lingxi didn't know the function of the bird eggs, but she didn't dare to disobey Su Chen's order, so she immediately reached out and took the bird eggs obediently. Then, under Su Chen's gaze and Shinran's envious eyes, Zhang Lingxi slowly swallowed the bird's egg. Su Chen immediately heard a system notification tone. Ding! Zhang Lingxi consumes a mutant white pigeon egg, and the system returns 700 eggs, which are stored in the basic package. Mutated white pigeon eggs. After eating, you can awaken the ability. Synchronous voice transmission. Repeatedly eating the same food can increase the ability level. Su Chen was stunned. Synchronous voice transmission? What kind of ability is this? He immediately took out a mutant white pigeon egg from the basic package and threw it into his mouth. Zhang Lingxi was still a little confused, but Shinran's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Who is Su Chen? How could he have so many mutant bird eggs? And the rewards are so insignificant. Does this mean that as long as she performs well, she can also be rewarded with mutant bird eggs? Chapter 62, Awaken Girls Group. Su Chen had just eaten a mutant white pigeon egg when he immediately heard the system prompt sound. Synchronous voice transmission. First level awakening. The host can communicate with all creatures he sees through brainwaves, and the communication object is limited to one at a time. Su Chen was slightly stunned. What kind of ability was this? Communication through thoughts? He could also communicate with all living things he saw. Could it be that plants could communicate as well? Just when Su Chen was confused, Zhang Lingxi also awakened the ability of synchronous voice transmission and looked at Su Chen in surprise. I seem to have become an awakener. Su Chen recovered and his eyes fell on Zhang Lingxi. Yes, the egg I gave you to eat just now is a mutant white pigeon egg, which can awaken abilities. As he spoke, he used his synchronous voice transmission ability and suddenly discovered that Zhang Lingxi and Shinran's heads were covered with a transparent bubble like a fish tank, which moved as if it could be burst with a poke. Su Chen was a little confused. His eyes fell on Zhang Lingxi's bubbles. Zhang Lingxi trembled and looked at Su Chen in surprise. Su Chen closed his mouth and said to Zhang Lingxi in his inner voice, "Can you hear me?" Zhang Lingxi blinked, pointed at herself, and said in disbelief, "Are you talking to me?" Shinran was stunned, blinking and looking back and forth between them. "What are you doing?" Su Chen smiled slightly and explained, "Zhang Lingxi and I are communicating with each other through our minds. It is the ability of the bird egg just now. I will try it with you later." Shinran's eyes lit up, but he nodded woodenly, "So that's how it is." Su Chen's eyes fell on Zhang Lingxi, and then he said to Zhang Lingxi in his mind, "You don't have to say anything. Come over now and give me a leg massage." Zhang Lingxi nodded woodenly, and then tried to say to Su Chen with her mind, "Well, okay." Then, she walked obediently to Su Chen, and under Shinran's surprised gaze, she slowly squatted down and reached out to hammer Su Chen's leg. Su Chen smiled slightly. Synchronous voice transmission was really useful. He enjoyed Zhang Lingxi's service for a while, then nodded with satisfaction. "Let's go back." After saying that, he took Zhang Lingxi and left Shinran's room. Shinran stared blankly at the closed door, feeling a sour feeling in his heart. She is also a woman. Although she is not as pretty as Li Shuyi and the others, she also wants to follow Su Chen. It's a pity that she is already a fallen beauty. How can she be worthy of him? Shinran's eyes fell on the various element bottles on the laboratory table and her brows slightly frowned. The membrane could be repaired before the end of the world, and with her current medical level, maybe she can do it too. There are also medicines for that purpose. If Su Chen likes it, maybe he can accept her. Su Chen didn't know what Shinran was thinking, but through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he sensed that Shinran's kindness had increased a lot. But he didn't think much about it, and took Zhang Lingxi back home. When Li Shuyi and the others saw Su Chen and Zhang Lingxi coming back, they immediately came over to greet them. Qian Inger asked with her big eyes flashing, "Can space jump points really be set on people?" Su Chen chuckled and responded, I'm already back. How can you not believe it? Qian Inger pursed her lips, lowered her head, and looked a little sad. How come Su Chen's space jump ability is so powerful? Is it because she is not talented enough? Su Chan smiled faintly, turned his head and glanced at Li Shuyi and the others, observing their kindness through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. He thought of giving some mutant bird eggs to Li Shuyi and the others to eat, so as to increase the number of mutant bird eggs and upgrade his abilities. However, the mutant bird eggs cannot be given away casually. If someone is not kind enough to him, they might turn against him and attack him one day, which would be bad. Now Li Shuyi, Zhao Xiaoqing, and Jiang Lingxi all have strong kindness towards him, but Luo Xinghe, Qian Fenger, and Qian Yinger's kindness is not that strong. Su Chun was surprised. He could understand the kindness of Li Shuyi and the others towards him, but it was surprising that Zhao Xiaoqing was also so kind to him, even more than Li Shuyi and Jiang Lingxi. It seems that Zhao Xiaoqing has brainwashed herself a lot, otherwise she wouldn't be so loyal to him. Su Chen's eyes flashed. Zhao Xiaoqing, you have performed well recently. I will reward you with a mutant white pigeon egg. Zhao Xiaoqing suddenly opened her eyes wide and pointed at herself in disbelief. Brother Chun, are you really going to reward me? If you don't want it, forget it. Su Chun took out the mutant white pigeon egg and spread it in his palm. A light flashed in Zhao Xiaoqing's pupils. She didn't expect that after being with Su Chun for such a long time, she would actually have mutant bird eggs to eat. She was so grateful and excited that tears welled up in her eyes, and she quickly said, Brother Chun, I want it. Su Chun smiled slightly and handed the bird egg to her. Seeing this, Li Shuyi and the others' eyes were filled with envy. They pursed their lips and their eyes wandered between Su Chun and Zhao Xiaoqing. They thought that Su Chun was sending a signal that the better they performed, the more bird eggs they would get to eat. Mutated bird eggs can not only satisfy hunger, but also awaken abilities, turning them into awakened ones. If they serve Su Chen well like Zhao Xiaoqing in the future, they can also get more mutant bird eggs. Zhao Xiaoqing took the mutant white pigeon egg from Su Chen's hand with trembling hands and ate it with excitement and nervousness. Su Chen's ears immediately heard the system prompt tone. Ding! Zhao Xiaoqing consumed one mutant white pigeon egg, and the system returned 700 eggs, which were stored in the basic package. Zhao Xiaoqing quickly discovered the ability of synchronous voice transmission. She looked at Su Chen carefully and established contact with him. Brother Shin, can you hear me? Su Chun narrowed his eyes slightly and used his synchronous voice transmission ability to say, If you behave well in the future, I still have mutant bird eggs. Zhao Xiaoqing immediately responded with synchronous voice transmission. I will perform well. Su Chen smiled and cut off the simultaneous voice transmission between him and Zhao Xiaoqing. He looked at Li Shuyi and the others, thinking about their current abilities. Li Shuyi possesses the most abilities, with seeking advantages and avoiding harm, and, as light as a swallow, both reaching level 2. Zhao Xiaoqing and Jiang Lingxi both only have level 1 of synchronous voice transmission, and Qian Inger has level 1 space jump. Qian Fenger hasn't awakened her ability yet, but it doesn't matter. When their kindness becomes stronger in the future, he will give them more mutant bird eggs, allowing them to gain more abilities and increase their levels. By then, all of his women will be high-level awakeners, and each of them will be able to destroy a camp of survivors, becoming the undisputed first awakener girl group in the apocalypse. Think of this. Su Chen suddenly had an idea and took out the mutant white pigeon egg and gave one to each of Li Shuyi and the others. I see you're all drooling with greed, so I'll give you one too. But I'll only reward you with mutant bird eggs if you perform well in the future. Do you understand? Li Shuyi and the others had been looking forward to it for a long time. When they heard that Su Chan would give them bird eggs, they immediately nodded their heads and agreed. After they ate the mutant white pigeon eggs, they quickly learned the ability of synchronous voice transmission. Especially Qian Fenger, it was her first time to awaken her ability. Her eyes were full of excitement. Is this the ability of an awakener? Like Li Shuyi and the others, she glanced at Su Chen unconsciously, thinking that she must serve Su Chen well in the future so that she could have more bird eggs to eat. Chapter 63. Water floods the first floor. When Su Chen saw how happy Li Shuyi and the others were, he just smiled. I'm so happy to give you some mutant bird eggs, but I have thousands of them. Su Chen also tested whether other abilities could be linked with synchronous voice transmission. Using the ability of seeking advantages and avoiding harm, he can now not only see how good or bad people in the range are towards him, but also see the bubbles above their heads. Using the space distortion ability, you can communicate with people even inside the wall. Using the space jump ability, he cannot contact anyone in the jumping space. After all, the jump space belongs to another dimension and has no contact with reality. Suchin finally came out of the jumping space, and he was very happy. It turns out that the various abilities can be linked to each other, which greatly enhances his strength. However, using these abilities consumed too much of his physical strength. He felt as if he had done push-ups for 2 hours and his body seemed hollowed out. Li Shuyi and her friends had overexerted themselves in their research on the synchronous sound transmission capability and ended up slumped on the sofa in the living room, unable to move. Su Chun was a little tired, but his light as a swallow ability had been upgraded to level 5, and his physical strength was not comparable to that of Li Shuyi and the others. He took 2 deep breaths and continued to look at everything around him. Suddenly he discovered that not only Li Shuyi and the others, but also the tiger parrot in the house and the fire-resistant vines in his hand had bubbles. Su Chin immediately established contact with the tiger parrot. The tiger-striped parrot immediately sensed it, blinked like a human, turned to look at Su Chun, and said with his mind, "You want to chat with me?" Su Chun was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that the budgie could speak human language. However, I didn't expect that the synchronous voice transmission ability can actually establish connections with animals. This is too powerful. Afterwards, Su Chun cut off contact with the parrot and started communicating with the fire-resistant vines instead. Su Chin used synchronous voice transmission to try to ask, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" The fire-resistant vine trembled noticeably and spoke to Su Chun in a young woman's voice. "Huh? Humans can actually talk to me?" Su Chun was greatly shocked, and his pupils trembled. He can actually talk to animals and plants. Su Chun quickly cut off the connection with the fire-resistant vines, ran to the balcony, and used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to look at all the creatures in Shanghua community. Mosquito patrolling the lower level, hungry, blood. Zoisha, light, grow taller, grow stronger. Shrubs in the garden, water, sunlight, bug bites. Su Chun stopped contacting them and sat on the balcony, eating mutant white pigeon eggs while thinking about his discovery. Although animals and plants have mutated now, their intelligence is not much different from that of a newborn baby. Except for his budgie and fire-resistant vine, they can only speak simple sentences. It is understandable that budgies have more contact with humans and can speak more. But what about the fire-resistant vines? Could it be that he was too close to them? While Su Chun was thinking, he didn't pay attention to the system prompt sound coming from his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading synchronous voice transmission to the 2nd level awakening. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading synchronous voice transmission to the 3rd level awakening. Li Shuyi and the others were watching Su Chun eating bird eggs, one after another in the living room. They were somewhat accustomed to it, but it was the first time Jiang Lingxi saw it, and she was stunned. How come mutant bird eggs, which are such precious things, have become snacks like chocolate beans in Su Chin's hands? Su Chun is indeed capable. Following Su Chun is such a wise choice. Jiang Lingxi's heart moved, and her eyes became charming as she looked at Su Chun. Su Chin turned around and saw that Jiang Lingxi's kindness had further increased. Before he could figure out what was going on, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading synchronous voice transmission to the 7th level awakening. The host can communicate with all creatures he sees through brain waves, and the number of communication objects is limited to 10. He can also establish inherent contact units, which is limited to 5. Su Chin's heart suddenly trembled and his eyes lit up. Oh shit! Synchronous voice transmission has been upgraded to level 6. I must have eaten so many bird eggs. No wonder there is a fishy smell in my mouth. If we continue at this speed, reaching the maximum level of synchronous voice transmission will not be a dream. But Su Chin really couldn't eat bird eggs anymore, and now he felt a little nauseous. Su Chin suppressed his nausea and concentrated on checking the 6th level synchronous voice transmission ability. There were more fixed contacts than before. He couldn't help but smile in his heart. Isn't this just a cell phone address book? Anyway, the people he usually contacts regularly are only Li Shuyi and the other 6, plus he Shinran. So 10 restrictions are more than enough. The riot in Building 7 lasted all night. It was not until the sun rose the next day that Shanghua community gradually calmed down. However, no one knows how many people in Building 7 disappeared that night. Su Chin didn't care at all. When Jiang Lingxi woke up, she found herself integrated into this big family, but she was still a little sad about Gao Meihua's matter. After Su Chun finished his breakfast, he went downstairs to observe the half-human-sized mosquito on the lower floor. But when he got downstairs, he found that the 1st floor had been flooded because of the continuous rain, and the people who originally lived on the 1st floor had moved to other floors. And the mosquito occupied Wu Manin's original home on the 1st floor. Suchin hid in the wall of Wu Manin's house. Through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he discovered that Wu Manin's house was half flooded. Because it was indoors, the water surface was relatively calm. Mosquitoes half the size of a human were flying around the house, occasionally tapping the water surface with their tails. Suchin didn't take it seriously at first, but he immediately noticed something was wrong. There were insects the size of index fingers swimming in the water, and there were hundreds of them densely packed together. Suchan was shocked. Could these be the larvae of that big mosquito? But now we only see one mosquito. How can it give birth to so many larvae by itself? Suchin didn't think about it too much. After all, in this apocalypse, anything could happen. However, now that the half-human-sized mosquitoes have larvae, they will be even more aggressive, and people living on the lower floors will be in trouble. Moreover, the growth period of mosquito larvae is only about 10 days, and now it may be even shorter. If these larvae are allowed to grow up successfully, not only Shanghua community, but the entire Xinjiang city will probably become the world of these mosquitoes. Suchin frowned. If he wanted to continue living here, he had to find a way to deal with these mosquitoes. But none of his abilities could help him fight. When he encountered a mosquito half the size of a man, he could only run away. How could he deal with the larvae in the water? Suchan stepped out of the wall and returned home, thinking about how to deal with mosquitoes and larvae. 1 mile outside Shanghua community, Guruwashi and other members of the rescue team were soaking in the water, leaning on 2 kayaks with the survivors with their hands and feet tied sitting on the kayaks, paddling hard in the heavy rain. The rain was so heavy that the entire Xinjiang city turned into a river. The water on the streets was high enough to cover people's necks, and people could only travel on the streets by rowing. Gao Yulin had been soaked for a whole day, and his face was full of resentment. Captain Gu, the water is so high now that even the prison camp will be flooded. Let's rest here and leave after the water goes down. Guruwashi's face turned pale due to the blisters, but she still gritted her teeth and insisted, "No. As members of the rescue team, we must complete the mission as our first duty. We must rush to the prison camp as quickly as possible." Chapter 64. A Group of Little White Mice. Guruwashi's voice did not allow for rejection. Gao Yulin couldn't help but shut his mouth. They had been soaking in the water for almost a whole day. The water was so high that everyone thought Guruwashi would stop moving forward. However, who would have thought that Guruwashi had dragged back 2 kayaks from some kayak shop, which were just right for them to use? The flood washed the entire city, but surprisingly, it had no effect on the pollen and it was still as rich as before. There are also many kinds of creatures in the water. If the 5 members of the rescue team were not all awakened, and Guruwashi was not a super combat force, they would not have been able to go so far. But at this rate, how long will it take to reach the prison camp on the outskirts of the city? Suchan temporarily put aside the matter of the half-human-sized mosquito. His current combat power was limited, and he would need a powerful awakener like Guruwashi to have a chance to eliminate the mosquito. He used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and discovered a large group of residents gathered in the corridor, full of hostility towards him. Seeing this, Suchin immediately went downstairs and went towards them. The residents were hungry and thirsty for several days, and every minute was painful. Although it is raining heavily now, some people drank the rainwater and immediately had to poop. The water was right in front of you, but you drank it and it was fatal. How can you bear it? Fortunately, there were a lot of bugs in the water during the heavy rain, and many people risked their lives to catch them. They also traded healthy food and water from Suchan. But now there is a half-human-sized mosquito on the first floor, which comes out from time to time to suck people dry. How dare the residents go there? If you try to catch insects, you may be sucked dry by mosquitoes. If you don't catch insects, you may die of thirst or starvation. You are neither forward nor backward. So the residents gathered in the corridor, thinking about how to solve the current dilemma. Why is it raining for no reason? It's raining and I can't even drink water. It's really frustrating. This is not the most worrying thing. I didn't catch enough bugs yesterday. I've been hungry all day. Now the first floor is blocked by mosquitoes. I'm almost starving to death. Don't mention it. There are mutant creatures in the water. Some people in the building have been bitten and haven't come out yet. They may have died in the house. They said they were trying to find a solution, but they were just ordinary people after all, not awakened ones. Facing this doomsday, they had no idea what to do and could only eat and wait for death. Suchan snorted coldly and slowly walked down from upstairs. You don't want to go catch bugs, so you don't want to trade food and drink with me? All the residents shuddered and then immediately looked towards Suchan. As soon as they saw Suchan, they immediately rushed up to complain. Some said they were bitten by insects and the wounds were oozing pus. Some caught a cold after entering the water and had a fever that lasted all day. Some accidentally touched the feces of mutant creatures in the water and got red spots all over their bodies. Su Chun saw the symptoms on their bodies. His eyes narrowed into slits, and he said calmly, "Okay, I don't care what happens to your bodies. My price won't change. Either you exchange your bugs for food and water with me, or you starve and thirst." The residents looked at Su Chun with complaints, but no one dared to get angry with him. Who made Su Chun an awakened one? He kills people without blinking an eye. They dare not provoke him. Su Chun thought the time was right, and since he had already slapped her once, it was time to give her a sweet treat. He said calmly, "But you are sick, which affects the efficiency of catching insects. It just so happens that my royal physician needs to research drugs. Those of you who are sick can come and be guinea pigs." Su Chan saw Zhao Jun, who had been treated by He Shinran before, among the residents. He pointed and said, "If you have any questions, you can ask him." The residents looked in the direction Su Chin pointed and saw Zhao Jun. They all have some illnesses to some extent. These illnesses were not a big deal before the end of the world. They could be cured by taking some medicine or getting an injection. Even those with mild symptoms could be overcome by gritting their teeth. But now is the end of the world. Even a minor illness like a cold or fever is enough to take a person's life. What's more, the body has been lacking food and water for a long time, and the immunity has been greatly reduced. Otherwise, how could they be so panicked? Zhao Jun is now well and immediately praises He Shinran's medical skills. The residents were all delighted and immediately rushed to sign up with Su Chun to be guinea pigs. Su Chun showed some reluctance on his face, but he had expected it in his heart. When he went downstairs, he heard residents complaining about getting sick from the sewage, so he thought of finding more guinea pigs for He Shinran. It is the end of the world. Under the influence of pollen, animals and plants are mutating at an alarming rate, and previous major and minor illnesses have also undergone varying degrees of changes. This means that even if we have medicines from before the apocalypse, they may not necessarily be able to cure current diseases. So in order to allow his big family to survive better in the apocalypse, he needs He Shinran to develop medicines suitable for the apocalypse. Although He Shinran has awakened the ability of his body to heal people, you can't bite He Shinran every day. Su Chen agreed to the residents' request to be guinea pigs, and then brought He Shinran down to examine and treat the group of guinea pigs. He Shinran didn't expect so many people to get sick, and he was suddenly very busy. Finally, with her help, the residents' conditions improved a little, but none of them recovered completely. At night, Su Chun came to He Shinran's room. He Shinran was concentrating on writing and drawing on the laboratory table, mixing medicines in bottles and jars, and a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Su Chun stepped forward and asked softly, "Dr. He, have you made any progress in your research?" He Shinran continued to work woodenly, not at all surprised by Su Chen's appearance. Su Chun had shown so many abilities that she had already become numb. Besides, if Su Chen really had some idea about her, she wouldn't have time to accept it, so how could she resist? The progress is very smooth now. New manufacturing methods have been found for some commonly used medicines such as cold medicine and gastrointestinal medicine. He Shinran suddenly sighed, looked at the notes in his hand, and shook his head helplessly. "It's just that I'm short of morphine now. That stuff is only available in regular hospitals, and I can't find it in the nearby pharmacies." Su Chen asked in confusion, "Morphine? Isn't that addictive?" He Shinran looked at Su Chen seriously and said, "It is addictive, but a small amount can reduce pain for the user. Now these drugs have extremely strong side effects. Without morphine, you will faint from the pain after taking them." Su Chen blinked. "Is it that serious?" "Yes," He Shinran said without any doubt. Su Chen lowered his head and thought for a while. Then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he said firmly, "Okay. There happens to be a Class 2 hospital 300 meters west of the community. I will go there to look for it tomorrow." He Shinran showed a rare excitement on his face, and a faint happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Okay, thank you." Su Chen smiled slightly and didn't say much. Then, he confirmed that He Shinran only needed morphine, so he went home. But of course he wouldn't just get morphine when he went to the hospital this time. Everything related to medicine in the hospital would be his. At the same time, Guruwashi and her group lived on the 5th floor of a building 500 meters away from Shenghua community. It's not that Guruwashi didn't want to move forward at night, but Wang Dahai and the team was accidentally bitten by a mutant creature in the water. Now he has a high fever and is howling in pain. Gao Yulin took care of Wang Dahai with a flashlight, but he complained quietly, "Captain Gu is really sick. He said there was something wrong with the water. Now we can't move forward, right?" Wang Dahai endured the pain and frowned, saying, "Say less. Captain Gu also wants to complete the task as soon as possible." Gao Yulin snorted coldly. "You still have the mood to speak up for that tigress? Why? You weren't bitten, right?" As he said that, he pinched Wang Dahai's wound hard. Hiss! Wang Dahai took a breath of cold air and then howled in pain. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Guruwashi came over immediately with a flashlight in hand. "Gao Yulin, get out of the way. I'll take a look." Gao Yulin didn't want to serve Wang Dahai either, so he immediately gave up his seat. Guruwashi walked forward with a flashlight and looked at the place where Wang Dahai's arm was bitten. She only took one look and couldn't help but frown. How come the wound is getting worse so quickly? It's about to fester. No, I have to go to the hospital to get some medicine. It seems there is a Class 2 hospital nearby. Guruwashi spoke to herself, her eyes looking towards the west. Chapter 65. The Invisible Rat. Guruwashi knew that treating Wang Dahai was urgent. However, it is dark now. It is raining heavily outside, and there are countless mutant creatures in the water and in the air. Going out at this time is tantamount to suicide. Even if Guruwashi was an awakened person, it would be difficult for her to make it to the hospital, let alone get the medicine back to treat Wang Dahai. When Guruwashi thought of this, she gritted her teeth and looked down at Wang Dahai apologetically. "Uncle Wang, hold on. I'll go to the nearest hospital tomorrow morning to get some medicine for you." Wang Dahai forced a smile on his twisted face. "Captain Gu, you don't have to worry about me. This little injury is nothing. Let's hurry up and get on with our journey tomorrow." "How can that be possible?" Guruwashi said firmly. "You are my team member. I must be responsible for you." Wang Dahai was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Guruwashi, apart from being a little stubborn, was also very understanding. "Okay, thank you, Captain Gu." Guruwashi smiled bitterly, patted Wang Dahai on the shoulder, and turned away. Early the next morning, Su Qian did not rush to the hospital to get the morphine that Shinran wanted, but went downstairs to check on the mutant mosquitoes first. He hid in the wall and used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to see that the mosquito larvae in the water had become fat and their number had increased to more than 300. The entire surface of the water in the room was almost covered with mosquito larvae, which was very creepy. The mutant mosquito was still flying and patrolling in the house. At this moment, some residents bravely went downstairs in order to catch insects for food and drink. The mutant mosquito sensed the danger and immediately rushed out of the door and headed straight for the resident. Su Chan watched helplessly as a healthy human was sucked dry by a mutant mosquito in just a moment. Moreover, after the mutant mosquito came back, it also sensed Su Chan in the wall and used its long sharp beak to stab the wall where Su Chan was hiding. Su Chan felt the mutant mosquito's overwhelming malice, and he quickly retreated from the wall. But just as he stepped back 3 steps from the wall, the mutant mosquito's long pointed mouth pierced through the wall, just a fist's distance from the tip of his nose. Su Chun took a breath and frowned tightly. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would have been sucked dry instantly like that resident and became food for the mutant mosquitoes. Su Chun did not continue to observe the situation of the mutant mosquitoes. He immediately used the space jump ability to enter the jump space. Not long after he entered the jump space, he discovered that the mutant mosquito had bypassed the door and came to where he was just now. He also used his synchronous voice transmission ability to hear the mutant mosquito's inner voice. "Gone? Protect the children." Then the mutant mosquito flapped its wings and flew back to the room where the mosquito larvae were. Su Chin couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw this. In the apocalypse, even if animals and plants mutated, they would still retain their original habits. As expected, reproduction is the nature of all living things, and adult organisms will unconsciously protect their young. But if all the mutant mosquito larvae grow up, it will be impossible to live here. Su Chin thought about it in the jump space. He would go to the hospital later to see if he could find some mosquito poison on the way. Think of this. Su Chin immediately found the nearby Class 2 hospital in the jump space. A green vortex of light with a radius of 1 meter appeared on the roof of the hospital. Su Chin walked out of it and used his ability of light as a swallow to slowly land on the roof of the hospital. He immediately used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and was surprised to find that there was no one in the 5-story hospital. Su Chun was slightly startled and became alert. It stands to reason that in the apocalypse, birds and beasts occupy cities, humans are seriously threatened, injuries and illnesses are common, and many people should come to hospitals for treatment. But there is no one here now. This is so weird. However, He used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to search for a while on the rooftop of the hospital, but still did not find anything that had any ill intentions towards him. Even so, Su Chun was still cautious. He used his space distortion ability to hide in the wall and slowly search for the hospital's medicine. He entered the hospital, and the scene inside was shocking. There were piles of bones in the hospital corridors and wards. Every place with a door was filled with bed frames. There was not a single intact wall. All of them had a large hole with a diameter of 2 meters. This is not the hospital that was doing a booming business before the apocalypse. It is clearly an abandoned building that has experienced the baptism of fire. Something is wrong. Something is extremely wrong. Normally it would be fine if there was no one in the hospital, but now flying insects, birds, and animals are the masters of the city. So why is there nothing here? Su Chan recalled the previous observation of mutant mosquitoes. The mutant mosquitoes could play dead to avoid the seeking benefits and avoiding harm inspection. Could it be that the level of seeking benefits and avoiding harm is not high enough? So some mutant creatures that can hide cannot be discovered? Su Chun did not dare to delay. He stuck his head out from the wall and took a look. He found nothing unusual nearby. Then he left the wall, took out the mutant swallow egg, and started eating it. Soon, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading, seeking advantages, and avoiding harm to level 5 awakening. The host's all-seeing eye can sense danger signals and goodwill signals within 1,000 meters, detect the energy level of the target object, and invisible units. Su Chin's eyes lit up. There really are invisible units. The mutated creatures in the apocalypse are evolving very quickly, and some of them have even evolved the ability to become invisible. The invisibility ability is too strong. Fortunately, he came to the hospital and discovered this problem. Otherwise, he would suffer a great loss if he encountered it in the future. Su Chin quickly hid in the wall, and then used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to search the hospital again. This time it's really different. In a room on the first floor of the hospital, there was a rat as big as the room hiding. This hospital is located at a relatively high altitude, and its first floor is as high as the second floor of a normal building, so no rainwater enters the first floor. Su Chin's eyes widened, and his heart trembled. Oh shit. This mouse has become a spirit. How can it be so big? No wonder there was no one in the entire hospital. There were huge holes with a diameter of 2 meters on the walls. It was probably the work of this big rat. With such a big rat hiding in the hospital, even an awakened person can't survive. And more importantly, such a big rat can actually become invisible, and even the 4th level of seek benefits and avoid harm cannot detect it. Su Chin doesn't have the ability to fight now. If he encounters this big rat, he can only run away. He thought about it and decided to secretly collect the medicines in the hospital first. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he must not provoke this god of death. Su Chin thought of this and immediately went to the hospital pharmacy. The pharmacy was also in a mess. In addition to the big hole caused by the rat, the glass counter was broken. Some of the medicines inside were also looted, and the room was covered in blood. Apparently, there was a survivor who came to the pharmacy to get medicine, but was eventually discovered by a big rat and bitten to death in the house. Su Chin didn't care about that. He immediately put the remaining medicines in the pharmacy into the basic package. However, he kept looking at the names of the medicines, but still couldn't find the morphine that Shinran needed. After Su Chan took all the medicines from the pharmacy, he frowned slightly and thought to himself that morphine is a banned drug and might not be normally available in the pharmacy, so he would need to look for it somewhere else. So he started from the 2nd floor and searched room by room, taking everything useful and putting them all into the basic package. I would never go to the 1st floor unless I had searched the 2nd to 5th floors and still couldn't find any morphine. Only then would I consider taking the risk and going to the 1st floor. Of course, if the big rat discovered his trail, the task assigned to him by Shinran would have to be put on hold temporarily. Chapter 66. Facts on the desk? The first thing Guruashi did when she woke up in the morning was to check the wound on Wang Dahai's body. She felt bad when she saw Wang Dahai with dark circles under his eyes, pale face, and red, swollen and festering wounds. Uncle Wang, I'm going to the hospital to find medicine now. Wait for me to come back. Wang Dahai lay on the cold floor, coughed weakly twice, and barely raised his head. Captain Gu, you must be careful. If the hospital is too chaotic, you must come back immediately. You can't delay the mission because of me. Guruashi gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with determination. I will definitely bring the medicine back. Don't worry. After saying that, she immediately pulled away and went to the stairs on the 2nd floor. She looked at the water surface, which was almost as high as the first floor, and fell into deep thought. It has been raining heavily for 2 days, and the water is getting higher and higher. Even in normal times, this would be a huge flood disaster, causing great inconvenience to people's travel, especially now that there are mutant creatures everywhere outside. If you get bitten and don't receive timely treatment, you will either die or have your limbs amputated. Wang Dahai is an example. Guruwashi didn't want to end up like this, so she rolled her eyes and thought of a good idea. She found the rope that all rescue team members had, and then used it to tie her cuffs and trouser legs tightly to prevent insects from biting her. After everything was safe, she took a deep breath, got a kayak, got into the water, and slid westward toward the Class 2 hospital, relying on her memory. Su Chun came to a large office in the center of the 5th floor of the Class 2A hospital. He had searched all floors above the 2nd floor, except this room, but he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the morphine. Without morphine, Shinran's new drug cannot be developed. Wouldn't this affect the progress of the new drug? In the end times, in addition to food and water, medicine is also an essential supply. Although he could bite Shinran to heal his injuries, he could only bite himself, but he couldn't let other people bite him casually. Su Chun used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and discovered that the invisible rat was still on the 1st floor. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, mice are nocturnal and hide during the day. Otherwise, if I came over at night, I might have become food in the mice's mouth. He took a look at the last room and found that although it was very messy, it was generally clean and there were no big holes in the wall caused by rats. Su Chun immediately searched the room, muttering, "The morphine must be in this room. I don't want to run into that rat on the 1st floor." He couldn't beat the mouse, but if he used the ability of space distortion or space jump to run, no one could stop him. However, what you fear will come to you. The room Su Chun came to was the dean's office. The furnishings in the room were simple, with only a desk, office chair, filing cabinet, printer, copier, fax machine, and other office equipment. There's no place here to store morphine pills. Su Chin's lips curled up into a helpless, bitter smile. It's over. It looks like I really have to go to the 1st floor to meet that big rat. However, he adhered to the principle of, since we were here, and collected the useful supplies here. File cabinets, no, they are useless. Computer, yes. I'll get a generator later, and I can let Li Shuyi and the others play Spider Solitaire. Printing and copying machine, yes, you can print some photos. No desk, it takes up space. Fax machine, no. Who would send faxes nowadays? Wait, what's with the paper in this fax machine? Su Chun discovered that a fax had come out of the fax machine, but the hospital director did not take it away. Normally, the hospital is extremely busy in the apocalypse, and the dean should not come to the hospital office to work. But this fax has been on the desk for a long time and is even covered with a thick layer of pollen. Su Chun was curious, so he reached out and took the fax in front of him and wiped off the pollen on it. He glanced at the text on the fax and couldn't help but gasp. There was only one line of text written on the fax. Gather at Baifeng Airport quickly. No more waiting after the deadline. The date on the signature is the day before the pollen appears. Su Chun held the fax in one hand and touched his chin with the other, lost in thought. What a coincidence that the dean left on the day before the apocalypse. Moreover, such a big thing happened in the hospital. Why didn't the director come back? Could it be that the director of this hospital got some news and left before the pollen arrived? Su Chun wasn't quite sure, but he didn't really want to be sure either. What these senior executives know is not something he can access now. When the day comes when he truly stands at the top of the apocalypse and becomes the king of the apocalypse, all the truth will be revealed. Su Chun smiled slightly and threw the fax back onto the desk. Let's find morphine first. Su Chun muttered to himself, and then used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to observe the movements of the big rat on the 1st floor. He found that the big rat was motionless, so he used his space distortion and light as a swallow abilities with confidence, and went to the 1st floor to search and collect the rats in every room. Unfortunately, Su Chun searched all the rooms except the 5 rooms near the big rat, but still couldn't find the morphine that Shinran had bitten. Groove. Isn't it such a coincidence? Could it be that this big rat likes to take morphine? Su Chun stood in the middle of the lobby on the 1st floor, looking helplessly at the 5 rooms in front of him, a bitter smile appearing on the corners of his mouth. At this moment, the ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm reminded him that an awakened person had entered the hospital. Su Chun used his space distortion ability without even thinking about it and sank into the ground. He found a female awakener paddling a kayak to the hospital entrance. This woman looks familiar. Judging from her awakening level, she seems to be the captain of the rescue team that I met in the exotic pet pavilion of Bailey Shopping Mall. The system has approved it, and the name is pretty nice, Guruwashi. That's right, the person who came was Guruwashi. Guruwashi rushed to get medicine for Wang Dahai and rowed the boat to the nearest hospital. She got off the kayak, dragged it to the hospital entrance, and looked inside the hospital cautiously. How come there is no one in such a big hospital? Guruwashi became extremely alert and slowly walked towards the hospital. Suchun crawled onto the ground, stuck his head out, and confirmed that the person coming was Guruwashi. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. You helped me attract the mutant lizards and spiders in the exotic pet house so that I could get the mutant pigeon eggs. Now please help me attract the big rats so that I can get the morphine. Suchen's eyes rolled, and he immediately sank into the ground again, heading towards the room next to the big rat. Guruwashi walked cautiously on the first floor of the hospital and was just about to follow the signs to find the pharmacy. At this moment, there was a bang-bang sound of knocking on the wall coming from a house not far away. Guruwashi trembled and looked over quickly. Immediately afterwards, a deafening squeak sound came from next door to the house where the knocking on the wall had just occurred. Guruwashi looked confused, not knowing what was going on. Boom! A mouse bigger than an elephant broke through the wall and rushed out angrily, as if it was very angry about being woken up. Seeing this, Guruwashi took a breath of cold air. No wonder the hospital is empty. It turns out there is such a big mutant rat. Which survivor would dare to live here? The big rat looked around, and its eyes fell on Guruwashi. It squeaked angrily, then raised its front paws and stood up like a human. Chapter 67. Guruwashi's Strength. Guruwashi looked at the big rat in front of her. Her eyelids twitched, and a sense of panic surged in her heart. She had never imagined that there could be such a big rat, and that it could even stand up. It turns out that the world in the end times cannot be judged with ordinary ideas. This place is full of danger and weirdness. But she couldn't retreat. She had to find medicine to heal Wang Dahai's wounds. Otherwise, Wang Dahai would die in pain. The gray hairs on the big rat stood up like steel bars, looking creepy. It stomped its feet on the ground, and its whole body suddenly flew into the air. The first floor of the hospital was 5 meters high. When the big rat stood up, it was almost 3 meters tall. It jumped just past the roof of the first floor, and its huge body pressed towards Guruwashi like a mountain. Guruwashi's face hardened. Without a trace of fear in her eyes, she snorted coldly and shouted, "Come on, let me see how capable you are." As she spoke, a white light flashed on her body, and her entire body of muscles bulged, making her look strong and powerful. She raised her fist and punched the big rat with a fearless attitude. Suchun searched the remaining 5 rooms on the first floor. Now that the big rat was fighting with Guruwashi, he had time to search carefully. It was he who knocked on the wall next to the big rat just now and woke up the big rat. After knocking, he used his space distortion ability to hide underground. The big rat woke up and was furious, but there was only one target outside, Guruwashi, so it took out all its anger on Guruwashi. Suchun took this opportunity to return to the room and began looking for traces of morphine. It was just as he thought. The room where the big rat is where the morphine is stored. The room where morphine is stored was originally a cold storage pharmacy. Normally, no one is allowed to approach it, and it is heavily guarded. But after the apocalypse, who cares anymore? The cold storage pharmacy was left unattended. Later, big rats appeared in the hospital and treated it as a snack room. They ate up the little humans one by one and cleaned the place up in less than a day. Moreover, mice naturally like dark and humid places, and the refrigerated pharmacy perfectly suits their living habits, so it becomes their hiding place. Suchun packed all the things in the refrigerated pharmacy and the other 4 rooms into the basic package, and only then was he satisfied. Shinran finally got the morphine, and when he returns he will be able to promote the development of new drugs. In the apocalypse, he can do whatever he wants just relying on these new drugs. Suchun turned his head and looked at the battle in the hospital lobby. He was surprised to find that under the ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he could actually see the light emanating from Guruwashi, and he could actually reach the 4th level of awakening. To upgrade your awakening level, you need to eat the same bird egg repeatedly. He has a seeding return system, so he has so many bird eggs to eat. Where did Guruwashi find so many bird eggs? Guruwashi was not aware of Suchen's existence at all, or she did not have time to notice it. She was fighting a big rat. Suchen paid attention to Guruwashi's movements and found that Guruwashi's posture was standard and powerful. The light on her body flowed smoothly with every move she made. and could be distributed to the force-generating parts of her body just right. Through the flow of light on Guruwashi's body, Su-chun understood what it meant to be heroic and what it meant to be a female knight who was both beautiful and capable. The opponent was a rat that was bigger than an elephant, but Guruwashi was able to fight the rat with human fighting power and both sides won. This was too amazing. If Su-chun had this much combat power, he wouldn't be afraid of the low-level mutant mosquitoes, or the mutant lizards and mutant spiders in the exotic pet house at Bailey's supermarket. They would all fall into his hands. Su-chun thought about it again. Wasn't Guruwashi rescuing survivors at Bailey's supermarket before? Why did she suddenly come to the hospital? He was only thinking about how to use Guruwashi to lure away the big rat and forgot about this. Could it be that Guruwashi's rescue team encountered injuries and needed to come to the hospital pharmacy to find medicine for treatment? When Su-chun thought of this, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you still want to be a good person and save all living beings in the end times, you'd better live a good life first. Although Guruwashi helped him twice, Su-chun didn't care whether Guruwashi lived or died. Anyway, he couldn't get involved in the fight between the big rat and Guruwashi, so he might as well go home early. As for Guruwashi's abilities, he may be jealous, but he has to use them to his full potential. Su-chun smiled slightly and drew a circle in the air with his right hand. Immediately, a green vortex of light with a radius of 1 meter appeared in the air. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the light and shadow and returned home. However, not long after Su-chun left, Guruwashi found it increasingly difficult to fight. Sweat broke out on her forehead and her face became solemn. But the big rat became more and more active, scratching with its front paws, kicking with its hind paws, and even sweeping its tail, and its movements became faster and faster. The hospital lobby was already dimly lit due to the influence of pollen, and Guruwashi felt very tired while snoring. Guruwashi frowned. Her eyes filled with anxiety. She came here to find medicine for Wang Dahai's treatment, but now she was blocked by this big rat. How could she find medicine in this hospital? Moreover, the nearest hospital is 10 miles away. The round-trip time is too long. Wang Dahai can't hold on for that long. It seems that we can only find some pharmacies nearby and get some medicine as an emergency measure, and then wait until we find a doctor or hospital to find a way to treat Wang Dahai. Guruwashi knew that she was no match for the big rat and couldn't continue fighting with it. Otherwise, she would become its food sooner or later. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she concentrated all her strength on her right fist. She chose the right time and hit the big rat's belly. The big rat had thick skin and flesh and didn't even think about defending itself, allowing Guruwashi to hit it. Boom! Guruwashi used up all her strength in this punch, knocking the big rat back 5 meters, creating a huge distance between them. She didn't dare to delay, so she immediately turned around and rushed out of the hospital, pushed the kayak into the water, and paddled away quickly. The big rat was slightly stunned. It never expected that a tiny human could actually beat it back and disappear before its eyes. After being confused for a while, it slowly lay down and staggered back to its refrigerated pharmacy. After all, mice hide during the day and come out at night. Now that the person who disturbed its sleep has left, what are it waiting for? Animals are animals after all. Even if they have mutated and evolved under the influence of pollen, they still maintain their previous habits and look unintelligent. But it's not smart at all. The fighting power is many times stronger than before. Guruwashi quickly paddled 100 meters away. She turned her head to look at the hospital entrance and found that the big rat did not come out. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the bulging muscles on her body deflated like a punctured balloon, but the larger parts did not shrink. Guruwashi lay on the kayak, breathing heavily as if she had been running all day without stopping, trying to recover her strength as quickly as possible. She couldn't stop yet. Team member Wang Dahai was still in critical condition, waiting for her to bring medicine to save his life. If she collapsed here, how would Wang Dahai have any chance of survival? As the captain of the rescue team, Guruwashi absolutely does not want to see her team members and rescued survivors die in front of her. This is the greatest insult to her. It would be better to let her die. Guruwashi only rested for 10 minutes. She gritted her teeth, straightened her body, and then paddled the kayak to look for a pharmacy nearby. Fortunately, there were many pharmacies in Xinjiang City, and she quickly found 3 of them. She found some medicines for treating mosquito bites and accidental scratches, as well as common medicines such as disinfectant, iodine, safflower oil, etc., and then quickly went to the whereabouts of the survivors. Although these pre-apocalyptic medicines don't have much effect on current injuries and illnesses, they can at least alleviate the symptoms accordingly. Every second you can hold on is a second. Chapter 68. New drugs come out. Gu Ruashi returned to the rescue team's gathering point. She put down the kayak and quickly walked to Wang Dahai. Gao Yulin and the others gathered around Wang Dahai, waiting anxiously. As soon as they saw Gu Ruashi appear, their eyes immediately sparkled and they quickly made way for her. Gu Ruashi crouched beside Wang Dahai and saw that his face was ashen and his eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he was about to fall asleep at any time. Her expression suddenly became solemn. She knew that Wang Dahai was suffering from eye injuries and might never wake up from this sleep. Gao Yulin came over and said, "Captain Gu, Uncle Wang is dying. Hurry up and get the medicine out." Gu Ruashi sighed lightly and immediately took out the medicine she had collected at the pharmacy from her backpack. Gao Yulin took a look and frowned. These are all medicines from the pharmacy. They can only slightly relieve Uncle Wang's injuries, but they can't cure them at all. I know, Gu Ruashi said helplessly. The nearest hospital has a mutant rat. I am no match for it, and other hospitals are too far away. I can only get medicine from the pharmacy. But, Gao Yulin said in embarrassment. Gu Ruashi interrupted. Use the medicine from the pharmacy to relieve the pain first. I will go out and see if there are any doctors left to see if I can treat Uncle Wang. Gao Yulin glanced at Gu Ruashi and sighed heavily. Gu Ruashi took out the military knife she carried with her, then sprinkled alcohol on the knife to disinfect it, and her eyes fell on Wang Dahai. Wang Dahai was already in a state of confusion and could not hear what they had just said. Gu Ruashi took a deep breath, recalled the rescue knowledge she had learned, and then prepared to treat Wang Dahai's wounds. At this moment, Captain Gu, the medicine in the pharmacy doesn't work at all, so don't waste your time. We were only slightly injured. You were wasting medicine on that old man. You might as well give us some medicine. No one has eaten since the morning, so please get us something to eat first. The tied-up survivors were talking in unison, without any emotion in their voices. They are used to life and death, and the death of one person is no big deal. Moreover, they have been in contact with Gu Ruashi for such a long time, and until Gu Ruashi took them to the prison camp, she would not do anything to them, so they were a little unscrupulous. Gu Ruashi's hands trembled, her eyebrows raised, and she glared at them angrily. She didn't expect that the group of survivors she rescued were not only unappreciative of her rescue, but also didn't care about the lives of her rescue team members at all. I don't know whether it is right or wrong for the rescue team to rescue the survivors. Shut up, all of you. I'm probably too kind to you. Gu Ruashi's cold eyes flashed with a heroic spirit. From now on, you stay in the water, and our rescue team will sit in the kayak. The survivors immediately became unhappy and started to clamor. Is this how your rescue team saves people? I'm going to report you. This is too much. We are just ordinary people. You awakeners will be bitten if you go into the water. We will die if we go into the water. You have such vicious hearts. We'd rather die than go into the water. Whoever wants to go can go. Gu Ruashi's face darkened and she snorted coldly. If you don't go into the water, I will let you go now and not take you to the prison camp. The survivors fell silent. The reason why they followed Gu Ruashi's team was that they wanted to go to the prison camp to enjoy a peaceful life. Even if they were locked up, at least they would not have to worry about food and drink and they would feel safe. If they were let go, as ordinary people, they would die horribly when facing the mutated flying insects and beasts in the city. Gu Ruashi was satisfied in her heart, but her face remained cold. Just follow us honestly. We will protect your safety. After saying that, she turned to look at Wang Dahai's wound, cut open the blood scab, squeezed out the pus inside, and then cleaned it with alcohol. Hiss! Wang Dahai was still unconscious until the alcohol was applied, and then he groaned in pain. Pain! Gu Ruashi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly comforted him. Uncle Wang, just bear with it. It will be fine in a while. Wang Dahai finally came to his senses. He raised his head slightly to look at Gu Ruashi and said apologetically, Captain Gu, I'm really sorry to bother you. Gu Ruashi didn't say anything. After cleaning the wound with alcohol, she immediately sprinkled anti-inflammatory powder on it and then wrapped it with gauze. Wang Dahai was sweating profusely from the pain, but he still gritted his teeth and stood firm without uttering a single scream. Gu Ruashi packed up the medicines, reached out to touch Wang Dahai's forehead, and found that it was so hot that he could fry eggs. Wang Dahai is seriously ill now. The medicine from the pharmacy is not enough. He needs to find a professional doctor to treat him. Gu Ruashi slowly stood up, with a firm look in her eyes. Gao Yulin, take care of this place. I'll be back soon. After saying that, she turned and walked out. Shanghua Community. Su Chun had already used his space jump ability to return home. Li Shuyi and the others were used to it and didn't panic at all. Su Chun smiled slightly. used the space distortion ability, passed through the wall, and came to Hishinran's room. Hishinran was doing research at the laboratory table and didn't notice Suchen's arrival at all. Suchen slowly walked to Hishinran's side. Watching her concentrate on preparing the medicine, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This is his personal physician, so diligent and hardworking. Fortunately, I brought back the morphine, otherwise I would have felt sorry for Hishinran's hard work. Suchen didn't say anything, just looked at Hishinran quietly. His heart moved. It's a pity that Hishinran is average-looking, a fallen woman, and hasn't even passed the system review. Otherwise, I would really like to have a taste of being a doctor. After a while, Hishinran finally prepared the medicine, let out a long sigh, and stretched his hands slightly. Suchun was watching intently and was accidentally hit in the face by Hishinran's arm. Hishinran suddenly realized that there was someone in the room, so he quickly put away his hands, took a step back, and took out a rusty knife from the pocket of his white coat. Suchun was stunned for a moment. He turned around and saw Hishinran looking like he was going to fight him to the death. He smiled slightly. "What are you doing? I mean no harm." Hishinran then realized that the person in front of her was Suchun. She quickly put away the knife and said woodenly, "It's you. Is the morphine ready?" Suchun was not surprised at all. The first time he met Hishinran, it was as if he was facing an emotionless machine. However, he knew that Hishinran had just suffered betrayal and had closed his heart and was unwilling to trust anyone. Suchun didn't care about these. As long as Hishinran could develop new medicines for him and stay by his side as his personal physician, that was enough. He smiled faintly, took out morphine from the basic package, and handed it to Hishinran. Hishinran's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly reached out to take the morphine, then went back to the work of preparing the medicine. Suchun stared. "Are you really a machine?" A while later, Hishinran finished preparing the medicine and a faint smile appeared on his face. She turned to look at Suchun and handed him the prepared medicine. "This is a new medicine I developed. It can effectively treat mosquito bites in the apocalypse." Suchun took the potion between his two fingers and looked at it carefully. The medicine was packed in a thumb-sized transparent glass bottle. The medicine was colorless and odorless like water, but some tiny impurities could be seen in it. "Will this medicine work?" Suchun asked puzzledly. "You can find someone to try," Hishinran said lightly. Suchun fell into deep thought. The emergence of a new drug is a major breakthrough in the end times. It cannot be simply tested on mice. It has to be sold at a good price. But who can afford this price? Chapter 69, Why is she here? Suchun thought about it and decided not to consider the residents of Shanghua community because they were all people who could not afford food and were not qualified to use the new drugs. If you have information about bird eggs or other important information, you can consider exchanging it. Suchun thought of this and looked up at Hishinran. "I'll take the new medicine first. I'll tell you when I find a suitable patient." "No problem," Hishinran said expressionlessly. Suchun chuckled. It was so easy to deal with Hishinran. He put the new medicine into the basic package, then checked the time and smiled. "Come to my room and have dinner with me." Hishinran did not refuse. "Okay." Guruwashi was hungry and paddled in a kayak to explore the survivors in each building. She first revealed her identity as a rescue team and wanted to take the survivors away, but the survivors who remained had formed their own organizations and were unwilling to leave. Guruwashi did not force it, and then asked if there was a doctor among the survivors, as her team members needed treatment. The available answers are all no. In fact, there is no way there is no doctor among the survivors. It's just that doctors play a vital role in the survivor team. How can I tell this to strangers casually? Guruwashi didn't know about this situation and just thought it really didn't exist. She went out to the hospital in the morning and then came out again to look for a doctor. She hadn't eaten anything in the whole time. Even for an awakened person, it was a little unbearable. However, Guruwashi still insisted on looking for a doctor in one building after another. She absolutely did not want to watch her team members die. Guruwashi paddled a kayak in the pouring rain and arrived at the gate of a residential area. She looked up and saw the 4 big words, Shanghua Community, written above the gate. Guruwashi exhaled and thought, in such a large community, I wonder if there is a doctor who can treat Uncle Wang? She didn't give up and paddled her kayak into the community. The heavy rain failed to wash away the pollen, making the visibility less than 10 meters, but it still could not stop Guruwashi's speed. Guruwashi first discovered Building B of Shanghua Community. In her impression, Shanghua Community had 2 apartment buildings, buildings A and B, and 8 residential buildings remaining. There are 10 buildings in total here. I don't believe that we can't find a doctor. Guruwashi paddled the kayak to the entrance of Building B, pulled the kayak onto the stairs, and then walked to the staircase. There were 10 men standing at the stairs, all wearing delivery man's uniforms, smoking and chatting boredly. When they saw Guruwashi coming, obscene smiles immediately appeared on their faces, and they looked at the new beauty unscrupulously. One of them, a burly man who was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 180 pounds, swayed forward and spat, saying, "Where did this woman come from? Don't you know that this place is under the jurisdiction of Zhao Tianlai?" The 9 strong men behind him also joined in the fun. "Brother, keep your voice down. Don't scare the beautiful women in uniforms. My pretty girl, I see you're a little hungry. If you follow me, I promise to feed you. You are a kid who has no food to eat. How can you feed a beautiful woman? Roll." Zhao Tianlai turned his head and glanced at her playfully. "Stop talking. Even if this woman wants to come, I have to satisfy her first." Gu Ruashi's face was as gloomy as water. She clenched her fists, took 2 deep breaths, and the bad air in her chest slowly dissipated. She had been to so many survivor camps, and almost everyone on the other side started swearing, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. However, usually she is with Gao Yulin and other members of the rescue team, and the other side dare not mess with her. But today she was teased all the way, and she saw the dangers of people in the end times. Gu Ruashi smiled coldly. "The last person who dared to speak to me like this is now disabled." Zhao Tianlai looked at Gu Ruashi in surprise, and then couldn't help laughing up to the sky. The last woman who was so stubborn, now she is like a bone. As he spoke, he pulled out a machete and patted his head, looking at Gu Ruashi with amusement. The 9 strong men behind him also drew out their machetes and surrounded him aggressively. Gu Ruashi's gaze turned completely cold, with murderous intent flashing in her eyes. "You asked for this. Don't blame me if you go to hell." Zhao Tianlai and others laughed playfully, as if they were listening to the funniest joke in the world. "Boss, this is still a fierce horse. It suits your taste. Soon I'll let this fierce horse call me a good husband. We want that too." Afterwards, Zhao Tianlai and his men rushed towards Gu Ruashi like a flood, waving the machetes in their hands continuously. Gu Ruashi immediately used her ability. A white light flashed on her body, and the muscles all over her body bulged high. Then she slammed her feet on the ground, and her whole body was like an arrow shot from a bow, leaving a shadow in the air, and rushed quickly to Zhao Tianlai and the others. Bang! Bang! Less than a minute. Zhao Tianlai and the others fell to the ground with crooked mouths and squinting eyes, their bodies twitching slightly, and they had no ability to fight anymore. Gu Ruashi stood in front of them and clapped her hands gently. "If I had known you were such losers, I wouldn't have used my ability." She returned to her normal state, and the bulge of muscle shrank back down. After resting for a while, Gu Ruashi walked up the stairs quickly. However, the lower floors of Building B were completely empty. Every room was open, and it seemed as if they had been unused for some time, with dust covering the tables. She finally reached the top floor and found about 100 ragged and dusty survivors in a house at the very edge. The survivors were all tied up with ropes and then chained together like pigs in a pigsty. The men had swollen noses and faces, and some were missing limbs. I don't know how much inhuman abuse they had suffered. There were only 10 women, all naked, and treated almost the same as the men. But these women are in low spirits, like frightened rabbits. When Gu Ruashi saw this, endless anger appeared on her face, and her eyebrows were raised to the sky. You can guess what happened here even with your heels. Zhao Tianlai and his gang actually used force to seize all the residents of Building B as food reserves. It's okay for men, but it's miserable for women. Not only are they food reserves, but they are also toys for venting. I don't know what inhuman means. Zhao Tianlai and his men used to reduce the number of women in the entire building to only 10. Ever since Gu Ruashi witnessed the situation of the survivors in the apocalypse at Bailey's supermarket, she naturally knew the evil of human nature. But no matter how cruel the situation was, it couldn't make her as angry as the current situation. There are at least 800 people in the entire apartment building. Only about 100 people were tortured to death in this way. What a heinous crime. Gu Ruashi's teeth were almost broken, and she managed to squeeze out a sentence. "Scum. You deserve to go to hell." When the survivors saw Gu Ruashi appear in uniform, they seemed to see the light. Gu Ruashi quickly untied the ropes on the survivor. After being rescued, the survivors showed excited smiles on their faces and tears in their eyes. Those who were relatives hugged each other tightly, feeling the excitement of surviving the disaster. The naked women were also covered with clothes, but they couldn't even stand up, and it was uncertain whether they could survive in the future. Some people have even been tied up with ropes for so long that their hands and feet have become necrotic and their life is worse than death. Guruwashi pulled away and looked at the room that was like hell. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. If you can move, follow me. I will take you to find Zhao Tianlai. The survivors responded. There were even survivors with broken legs who said that even if they had to crawl down, they would still give Zhao Tianlai and his group of demons a punch. Su Chun stood on the balcony of his home, looking at Building B with a serious look. He discovered Guruwashi through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "Why is she here?" Chapter 70 Equivalent Exchange. Li Shuyi and the others were sitting on the balcony with Su Chun. When they heard Su Chen's words, they looked confused. Li Shuyi asked in surprise, "She? Who is she?" Chen Inger asked with her big eyes flashing, "Male or female? Where are they? Let me see." Su Chen glanced at them and said, "You will know later." As he spoke, he stood up and drew a circle in the air with his right hand. Suddenly, a vortex of light and shadow with a radius of 1 meter appeared. Su Chun stepped into the light and shadow, jumped through space to the roof of Building B, then used the space distortion ability to drill into the wall and observe Guruwashi's every move from a close distance. After all, Guruwashi is an awakened person and has military power, which is a threat to him. Moreover, he had cheated Guruwashi twice. If Guruwashi knew about this and came to him, he would have to come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. In the end, Guruwashi did not let the man with a broken leg crawl downstairs. It was even questionable whether he could crawl downstairs with his body. She selected 20 intact men and led them downstairs. As soon as the survivors reached the stairs downstairs and saw Zhao Tianlai and the others, they immediately clenched their fists, with ferocious eyes on their faces and their teeth gnashing. They all went crazy and rushed towards Zhao Tianlai and others like wild beasts. "Fuck you. My daughter was killed by you beasts. I want you to pay with blood. You son of a bitch. How dare you kill my wife in front of me? I'll fucking destroy you. You treacherous bastard. I treated you as my friend, but you want to kill me. Die. You fucking delivery guys. You've caused us so much trouble. I'm going to fucking kill you." Guruwashi watched the survivors brutally beating Zhao Tianlai and others. Far from feeling disgusted, she even had a sense of fulfillment. The law of nature is clear and retribution will come. Zhao Tianlai and his people have done so many bad things. Killing them is a mercy to them. Not long. The survivors were also tired and withdrew from the battlefield one after another. It's not that they don't want to fight, it's mainly because they haven't eaten or drunk anything for 2 days and don't have the energy to fight. Zhao Tianlai and the others are all like the blood gourd. It's almost hard to tell whether they are human or not. Guruwashi knew that she was violating the law by condoning the survivors to commit crimes. But there is no law now. She hasn't received any news from her superiors for more than a week. Moreover, these survivors had suffered so much torture that their hearts were already filled with anger. How could a woman like her stop them? The most important thing is that she actually did nothing. She just asked these survivors to come and see Zhao Tianlai and others. It was she who made the survivors so angry. Guruwashi sighed heavily. In the end times, how many situations like this will there be? How can I rescue all these people? She fell into deep thought. The survivors took a rest and gradually calmed down as they looked at Zhao Tianlai and others lying on the ground without breathing. It feels great to have revenged one's enemies, but the actual problem is still not solved. The current situation is that there is a lack of food and water. Just getting rid of Zhao Tianlai will not help. So their eyes fell on Guruwashi. Maybe only this woman can keep them alive. The survivors slowly walked towards Guruwashi. Guruwashi came to her senses and saw the movements of the survivors. A bitter smile appeared on her lips. She can now find Zhao Tianlai and the others' food and water and distribute them to the survivors, but these food and water will surely not last long. What will these survivors do then? Moreover, most of these survivors are not in good health. It is raining heavily outside and the water level is almost 2 meters. It is unrealistic for her to take them to the prison camp. The survivors also noticed the hesitation on Guruwashi's face. They stopped and whispered something. After a while, one of the Mediterranean men, who was about 40 years old, walked up to Guruwashi and forced a smile on his tired face. "This, beautiful lady, I am Ding Jianbang, the building manager of Block B in the community. I know you are a very capable person and will not stay to help us forever, so we will be self-reliant and will not trouble you." Guruwashi looked up at Ding Jianbang and said a little embarrassedly, "Actually, I really want to take you with me, but reality does not allow it." Ding Jianbing smiled slightly. In fact, we are very grateful that you have done this. Guruwashi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good of you to say. You will still be the manager of this building from now on. Treat the survivors well. Her tone changed and she said coldly, but if I knew that you were the same as Zhao Tianlai, I could defeat Zhao Tianlai, and I could also defeat you. Ding Jianbing trembled all over and said quickly, what are you talking about? We have been through so much torture. How could we torture others? And I and other brothers have just discussed it. The 20 of us will form the council of this building. Everyone will be independent and supervise and check each other. This way, the beast Zhao Tianlai will not appear again. In fact, they just replaced the 10 people Zhao Tianlai had before with 20 of their own people. Although they are not as vicious as Zhao Tianlai and others, they are in high positions and can order others to do hard labor, so they have no worries about food and clothing. Even so, they can be considered great good people in the last days. Guruwashi didn't think about it too much. Anyway, she might come to Block B anytime in the future, so Ding Jianbang and the others wouldn't dare to do anything wrong. She nodded and said, okay, then go find Zhao Tianlai's supplies. Remember to distribute them equally to everyone. Ding Jianbang quickly agreed with Guruwashi's idea and immediately asked others to do it. Guruwashi took a deep breath and then remembered her business. She raised her hand and called Ding Jianbang, asking, Captain Ding, is there a doctor among the survivors in Block B? One of my team members was bitten by an insect and needs urgent treatment. Ding Jianbang recalled and shook his head, saying, there was a doctor here before, but unfortunately she was a very beautiful woman. So within 2 days of Zhao Tianlai and his men taking power, the female doctor disappeared. Guruwashi gritted her teeth in anger. Zhao Tianlai and his group were both scum and idiots. Doctors are so important in the apocalypse. How can we ignore everything else for the sake of our lower body's pleasure? She paused for a moment and continued to ask, Shenghua community is so big. Who is the doctor? Ding Jianbang was about to shake his head when he suddenly remembered something and clapped his hands fiercely. Oh, I remember Zhao Tianlai once said in front of us that there was a man named Su Chen in Block A next door who had a private physician, and he regretted killing that female doctor. Guruwashi's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll go to Building A to find that Su Chen first. You guys go ahead and do your work. After saying that, she ignored Ding Jianbang's attempts to keep him and paddled her kayak towards Block A. However, Su Chen had been observing Guruwashi's every move through the wall. No wonder Guruwashi went to the hospital and fought the big rat to the death. It turned out that her teammate was bitten by an insect and was dying. And now he has come to him, hoping to get He Shinran's treatment. Su Chen's eyes rolled and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was originally thinking about how to exchange for the new medicine appropriately, and now here comes the woman who can be exchanged with him on an equal basis, right? I have been coveting Guruwashi's ability to burst out fighting power for a long time. This time, I will let Guruwashi sacrifice herself. After all, both of us get what we want and no one loses out. Even if Guruwashi is unwilling to sacrifice herself, he can let Guruwashi and the mutant mosquito on the first floor suffer losses on both sides. Then he can do whatever he wants, right? Su Chen discovered from Lin Xie that even if the woman died, his return rate would not decrease. He only wants ability. Guruwashi's life or death has nothing to do with him. Chapter 71 I Want You. Su Chen watched Guruwashi paddling a kayak towards Building A, and he immediately used his space jump ability to return home. He sat quietly at home, waiting for the fat sheep Guruwashi to come to his door. Guruwashi quickly arrived at the staircase of Building A. She dragged the kayak up the stairs and headed upstairs. As soon as she reached the 3rd floor, she saw 5 healthy men gathered together and whispering something. Guruwashi narrowed her eyes slightly. This scene seemed familiar. Could it be that these people were Su Chen's men? Was Su Chen abusing the residents of Block A just like Zhao Tianlai? She was about to ask. However, the 5 men noticed her, and when they saw that she was about to speak, their faces suddenly became panicked and they quickly shushed her. One of the older men said in a mosquito-like voice, "Keep your voice down. There is a mutant mosquito on the 1st floor. If we disturb it, none of us will be able to escape." Seeing this, Guruwashi swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue and quickly whispered, "Then why are you still here?" The 5 men looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. The old man turned his head and looked at Guruwashi and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Our building needs to catch insects to exchange for food and water. We want to go out to catch insects, but we are afraid of being sucked dry by mutant mosquitoes, so we are discussing it here." Guruwashi was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to exchange food and water with that guy named Su Chen?" The old man took a look at Guruwashi and realized that she was a very beautiful woman with a handsome appearance and a good figure. Oh shit. Could it be that he is here to seek refuge with Suchun? Suchun already has 5 beauties around him, including Li Shuyi and Zhao Shaoqing. He can't have all the good things for himself. He coughed twice, glanced around, and responded in a low voice. That's right. This guy used to be the gate security guard of our community. He had no real job every day. Now I don't know where he got so many supplies. And he also accepted beautiful women. He is really morally corrupt. Guruwashi raised her eyebrows and listened carefully. Seeing this, the old man's eyes lit up and he stepped up his efforts. You said that guy has so many supplies, but he doesn't share any with us neighbors. He even wants us to take the risk of catching bugs to exchange them. He is absolutely heartless. The 4 men behind him immediately understood what the old man meant and began to belittle Suchun in a low voice. That's right. Suchun eats Australian lobsters and abalone every day. He's so wasteful that he throws some into the pollen for no reason and won't share any with us. A lousy security guard who can't even make 30,000 yuan a year now spends 30,000 yuan on food a day. How can he not choke to death? Oh, let's not even talk about Australian lobster now. We haven't eaten for 2 days. It's already this late. The food should belong to everyone. Why is Suchun so selfish and unwilling to share with us? Guruwashi didn't care about their slander against Suchun. She had seen so many bosses in the survivors' camps, and there was not a single one who didn't abuse the survivors under them. Zhao Tianlai is an example. He has done such harm to B. Besides, Suchun's things belong to him personally, so he can deal with them however he wants. What does it have to do with morality? Guruwashi secretly analyzed Suchun's situation in her heart. Eat Australian lobster and abalone every day, and collect women with supplies? Even throwing the leftovers into the pollen? It seems that Suchun does have sufficient supplies. In this situation, even Guruwashi can only eat compressed biscuits, which means that Suchun is an awakened person, and his awakened ability is even stronger than hers. If Suchun were included in the rescue team, the number of survivors that could be rescued would definitely be 5 times more, and all of them would be able to arrive at the prison camp safely. Guruwashi recovered and looked at the 5 men who were still talking. She immediately interrupted them in a low voice. Okay, I have a general idea of who Suchun is. Take me up there to find him. The 5 men froze in place. They stared at each other, and no one dared to speak. Guruwashi was slightly startled. She thought the mutant mosquitoes on the first floor had come up, but when she turned around, there was nothing. The old man gritted his teeth, stepped forward and whispered, "It's not that we don't want to take you. It's that Suchun stipulated that we can only live downstairs. Upstairs belongs to him and his people. We dare not go." Guruwashi turned her head and glanced, then nodded gently. "Okay, then you can just give me the house number and I'll go up by myself." When the old man saw that Guruwashi was still obsessed, he sighed and said, "Suchun's home is in 2104. Guruwashi thanked them, then immediately set off and ran upstairs on tiptoe. She dared not be negligent for a moment. If she returned 1 second late, Wang Dahai would be in danger 1 second longer. 5 minutes later, Guruwashi came to the door. She took 2 deep breaths to adjust her breathing, then prepared to knock on the door. Squeak! When Guruwashi heard the door of the next room open, she immediately turned around and looked over. I saw a very familiar handsome man push open the door next door and walk out with a faint smile. Guruwashi thought about it for a moment and remembered something. She pointed at the man and said in shock, You are the awakened one in the exotic pet house." The person who came out was Suchun. Suchun had been watching Guruwashi's movements. He thought she would come up to him directly, but unexpectedly she started chatting with the residents at the stairs on the 3rd floor. And judging by the ill will in those residents, they certainly didn't say anything nice. Suchun didn't care either. He only cared about Guruwashi's abilities. "Yes, it's me." Guruwashi raised her eyebrows and snorted coldly. "So you are Suchun? How dare you use me to get the supplies from the exotic pet house? You are so brave." Suchun looked at Guruwashi and said calmly, "Aren't you okay?" Guruwashi was speechless after being confronted. "Tell me, who are you? What do you want from me?" Suchun asked, not wanting to expose his system and abilities. Guruwashi reacted and realized that she had come to Suchun to ask for the royal physician to treat Wang Dahai, and she couldn't have a bad relationship with Suchun. She suppressed her anger, and her tone became much softer. "I am Guruwashi, the captain of Xinjiang City's first rescue team. One of my team members was bitten by an insect and is now seriously injured. I need your doctor to help treat him. So you came to ask me for help." Suchun smiled slightly, and his face suddenly turned cold. But is this your attitude when asking for help? I. Guruwashi's face changed, and she slowly lowered her head. Su-chan saw this and laughed in his heart. If a woman like Guruwashi doesn't have super strong fighting power, she may not survive more than 3 days in this apocalypse. He kept a calm expression on his face and said calmly, "Actually, if you want my personal physician to come to see you, that's fine. Do you have anything you can exchange with me?" Guruwashi's dim eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately raised her head and said, "As long as you agree to help, I can exchange anything with you." Su-chan smiled, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the fierce horse. "Okay, then I want you. Do you agree to the exchange?" Guruwashi was stunned at first, then her face turned red with anger, and she stared at Su-chan with clenched teeth. "How dare you humiliate me?" Su-chan said indifferently, "One life for another. This deal is not a loss for you. Besides, do you have anything else to exchange?" Guruwashi lowered her head gradually. Indeed, apart from being a woman, she has almost no capital to exchange. In the end times, money has become the most insignificant thing, and only supplies such as food and water are real gold and silver. But where does she get any extra food and water now? Besides, Su-chan's family is well stocked and they eat Australian lobsters every day. So it's impossible for him to be interested in her compressed biscuits. Does she really want to sacrifice her innocence for Wang Dahai's life? Chapter 72. Looking forward to new abilities. Su-chan looked at the hesitant Guruwashi, and he felt very nervous. After all, Guruwashi is an awakened person with combat capability. If he really angers Guruwashi, he can only run away through the wall. It would be a pity if I didn't get Guruwashi's ability by then. Su-chan did not urge Guruwashi to answer immediately, but waited quietly. Guruwashi was silent for a while, and finally she shook her head. "I refuse." Su-chan spread his hands and said, "That can't be helped. Goodbye." He still wanted to leave Guruwashi alone for a while, and was not in a hurry to let Guruwashi fight the mutant mosquito head-on. Guruwashi raised her head and glared at him, stamping her feet in anger. Can't you have a little sympathy? Can compassion be eaten?" Su-chan said with a smile. "You have survived to this day in the apocalypse. You should know that most people with compassion die miserably." Guruwashi was speechless. The entire Xinjiang city is now short of food and drink. Those who are compassionate and give away their remaining supplies will eventually end up starving to death or dying of thirst. As the leader of the rescue team, she has seen countless examples. Su-chan snorted and waved his hand. "Go away." After saying that, he was about to close the door. Guruwashi didn't want to give up. Wang Dahai was in danger, and she, as the captain, couldn't just watch him die. She shuddered. A light flashed in her eyes, and she hurried forward to open Su-chan's door. I can help you get rid of the mosquitoes on the first floor." Guruwashi just realized that besides being a woman, she is also an awakened person, and a very powerful awakened person. Didn't Su-chan want the residents to catch bugs in exchange for food and water? Now that the residents were blocked by mosquitoes on the first floor, Su-chan couldn't get the bugs. She could help Su-chan solve this problem, which could be considered an equal exchange. Su-chan narrowed his eyes and looked at Guruwashi. He knew in his heart that it was impossible to make Guruwashi surrender. However, he didn't expect Guruwashi to take the initiative to choose his alternative plan, which saved him some trouble. "Okay, as long as you eliminate the mutant mosquitoes and larvae on the first floor, I will agree to help you." Guruwashi let out a long sigh of relief. She bowed heavily to Su-chan. "Thank you." Su-chan laughed in his heart. This woman is really interesting. In the end, I have to thank him. After Guruwashi bowed, she looked up at the room. There were 5 beauties sitting in the living room. Each of them was beautiful and had her own charm. It was the first time that Guruwashi saw a woman wearing home clothes in the apocalypse, as if she was living a life before the apocalypse. Her heart couldn't help but tremble, and her eyes flashed with disbelief. It seems that Su-chan is not a bad person. Otherwise, how could he keep the women around him plump and white and never abuse them at all? Guruwashi inadvertently changed her opinion of Su-chan. Su-chan didn't know what Guruwashi was thinking. He just saw that Guruwashi had good intentions towards him. He was slightly startled, but still closed the door. Guruwashi immediately used all her strength and rushed to the first floor as fast as she could. When she reached the 3rd floor, she met the 5 men again. When the old man saw Guruwashi coming down in a hurry, his face was gloomy and he thought she had broken up with Su-chan. "What do you think? I told you that Su-chan is no good." Guruwashi didn't have time to deal with them and went straight to the 1st floor. The 5 men's faces suddenly changed, and horror was revealed in their eyes. "Finished." How could this woman make such a loud noise? The mutant mosquitoes are about to come out to suck human blood. If they don't run away, they will die. The 5 men didn't even say hello to Guruwashi, they just crawled back home. They had said before that Su-chun was morally corrupt and had lost all conscience, but their current behavior was even worse than Su-chin's. Su-chin also saw this scene. After Guruwashi left, he used his space distortion ability to pass through the wall and followed. He knew that Guruwashi had strong fighting ability, but he also wanted to see if Guruwashi could defeat the mutant mosquitoes. Moreover, he wanted to take advantage of the fact that both Guruwashi and the mutant mosquito were injured so that he could reap the benefits. Su-chin glanced at the 5 men who had gone home and couldn't help curling his lips. I'm just in a good mood. Otherwise, you wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. He came to the wall of Wu Manin's room on the first floor and watched the mutant mosquitoes flying around in the room. The larvae in the water had grown to the size of a bamboo stick. I wonder if such larvae would taste good if they were placed on a grill, sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, and grilled for 10 minutes. Su-chun thought to himself, but he saw Guruwashi rushing into the house in a kayak. The mutated mosquito sensed the danger posed by Guruwashi, and it immediately flapped its wings rapidly, even creating ripples on the water surface in the house. Guruwashi was rowing into the house, but was blown out. Her eyes narrowed, and she frowned as she looked at the half-human-sized mosquito in front of her, and the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. It was said to be a mutated mosquito, but it wasn't said to be this big. Is this going to become a spirit? But now is the end of the world, so it is normal for animals to become spirits. People can also become awakened. Guruwashi immediately used her ability. Her whole body flashed with white light, and her muscles bulged high. She suddenly stood up and stepped onto the kayak, staring at the mutant mosquito with cold eyes. The mutant mosquito was stunned for a moment, but its primitive instinct to protect its larvae made it furious, and it quickly bit Guruwashi. Guruwashi's eyes turned cold, and she quickly pushed the kayak with her toes, trying to jump high. However, the kayak was in the water and could not provide enough support for her, so she could not jump very high. Guruwashi's heart trembled. She watched helplessly as the mutant mosquito bit her thigh, and the bright red blood flowed from the mutant mosquito's mouth into its stomach. She just felt that all the strength in her body was disappearing madly. Even though she had the ability to strengthen herself, she still felt weak. Guruwashi raised her eyebrows and immediately stepped on the kayak, clamped her legs together, and twisted her body violently, trying to break the mutant mosquito's mouth. The mutated mosquito had also evolved. It sensed the danger of Guruwashi's move, so it quickly pulled out its mouth and flew back 1 meter. Guruwashi breathed a sigh of relief, quickly bent down, and pressed the mosquito bite twice with her hand to stop the bleeding. Su-chun saw this and his eyes lit up. This Guruwashi is not only capable of fighting, but is also a martial artist who knows how to press acupoints to stop bleeding. He had only seen acupressure on TV, but he didn't expect to see someone using it in this doomsday world. Guruwashi, you are becoming more and more interesting. Su-chin enjoyed watching it very much, but Guruwashi found it increasingly difficult to fight. Because one of her legs was acupunctured, she had difficulty moving, and she had also consumed a lot of physical strength, so she was a little overwhelmed. Even so, she punched the mutant mosquito 3 times, piercing its right wing and twisting its mouth. Guruwashi punched the mutant mosquito again, sending it flying 5 meters away. She fell exhausted on the kayak, her eyelids becoming heavier and heavier, and she felt like she was about to fall asleep. But she knew she couldn't fall asleep. The mutant mosquitoes were watching her closely, and Wang Dahai was still waiting for her to bring a doctor back for treatment. She couldn't fall here. Guruwashi took a deep breath and tried to sit up. However, when she raised her head slightly, she saw a mosquito's mouth as big as a steel bar stabbing towards her, only an arm's length away. Guruwashi's mind buzzed, and she gradually became dazed. Finished. She no longer had the strength to dodge. Was she going to die here today? Not reconciled. She still had so many survivors to save and her superior's mission to accomplish. How could she die here? But Guruwashi's head still fell down and her eyes slowly closed. The figure of Su-chun flashed before her eyes for the last time, and he brought her into a twisted space, and she fell into a deep sleep completely. Su-chun couldn't let Guruwashi die. At least he had to die after gaining the ability. He held Guruwashi in his arms and smiled. Guruwashi, I am looking forward to your abilities. Chapter 73 New Drug Success. Su-chun carried Guruwashi to the top floor. Then he randomly found a room and walked in. An hour later, a system notification sounded in Su-chun's ears. Ding. One day ago, Guruwashi consumed a bag of compressed biscuits, and the system returned 700 bags, which were stored in the basic package. Ding. One day ago, Guruwashi consumed a bottle of pure water, and the system returned 700 bottles, which were stored in the basic package. Ding. 15 days ago, Guruwashi consumed a mutant falcon egg, and the system returned 700 eggs, which were stored in the basic package. Mutated falcon egg. After eating, you can awaken the ability. Extreme burst. Repeatedly eating the same ingredient can increase the ability level. Su-chan sat up happily with a big smile on his face. The ability he had coveted for so long finally came into his hands. Extreme explosion. This ability sounds so powerful, especially after watching Guruwashi's battles with mutant lizards, spiders, mice and mosquitoes. Guruwashi was able to use this ability without losing the upper hand. You can imagine how powerful this ability is. You have to know that these mutant creatures have killed countless humans, and of course there are also awakened ones among them. Now that he has obtained the ability of Extreme Burst, he also has the ability to protect himself and no longer has to run away when he sees a strong opponent. Su-chan took out a white mutant falcon egg without hesitation, tilted his neck back and swallowed it in one gulp. The system reminder sound came immediately. A limit burst. Level 1 awakening. The host bursts out the limit potential, controls the muscle strength to increase by 1 to 5 times. Time limit. 5 minutes. Once the time is up, the host will fall into fatigue. The higher the increase, the higher the fatigue. Su-chin's heart trembled, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If his muscle strength increases 1 to 5 times, he can kill a cow with one punch. Combined with his ability of as light as a swallow and other abilities, he is the only one who can kill others, and others have no chance of killing him. Su-chin works as a security guard and exercises regularly, so his physical fitness is much better than that of ordinary people. Coupled with his Extreme Burst ability, even the Xinjiang City martial arts champion is no match for him. Su-chan stood up and couldn't wait to use his Extreme Burst ability. He first increased his muscle strength to twice that of the previous one. The muscles all over his body bulged instantly. He clenched his fists and made a crackling sound. Every punch he threw into the air was accompanied by wind. Of course, Su-chan also felt physically tired, as if he had done 20 push-ups. This is consumed quite quickly. I really can't try it lightly. Su-chan turned his head and glanced at Guruwashi, raising his eyebrows. I don't know how this woman managed to increase her strength to the maximum and still hold on. He shook his head slightly and tried a 5-fold increase. Suddenly, white light flashed on his body, his muscles bulged high, and he could win awards in any bodybuilding competition. Su-chan felt that his whole body was filled with strength. He quickly walked to the door and punched hard. With a bang, a hole was punched in the door. His mouth opened slightly in surprise, and disbelief flashed in his pupils. The doors of apartment building A are all anti-theft doors. 3 strong guys kicked the door for a whole day but couldn't open it, but he punched it through. This extreme burst is so powerful. Su-chan even had the urge to fight the mutant mosquito. He felt as if the muscles in his body were alive. With every breath he took, his muscles trembled, and the blood in his heart flowed faster, and his heartbeat quickened. However, although he felt a lot stronger, the physical fatigue made him a little unbearable. If he continued to fight in this state, let alone the 5-minute limit, even 1 minute would be enough for him to lie on the ground and rest for half a day. Su-chan quickly stopped his Extreme Burst ability, and his body shrank like a balloon, but the part that should have been bigger seemed to be even bigger than before. He stepped back and sat on the bed, breathing heavily. I am a little tired, but I am still able to fight against a strong opponent. As Su-chan spoke, he took out a mutant falcon egg from the basic package and started eating it. The mutant falcon eggs fell into Su-chan's mouth one by one as if they were free. But what surprised Su-chan was that he had been able to upgrade very quickly after eating other bird eggs before, but he almost vomited after eating the mutant falcon eggs, but still didn't hear the system upgrade sound. He resisted the urge to feel full and ate 100 mutant falcon eggs before he heard a sound in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading Extreme Burst to the 2nd level awakening. The host has unleashed his ultimate potential and controlled his own muscle strength to double to 5 times. Time limit, 6 minutes. Once the time is up, he will fall into fatigue. The higher the improvement, the higher the fatigue. The corner of Su-chin's mouth twitched slightly. The ability of Extreme Burst is strong, but it is difficult to upgrade, and the improvement after upgrading is not great. Nothing has changed after upgrading to the next level, except that the time limit has been increased by 1 minute. The extreme burst already makes people feel tired, and this upgrade is almost the same as no upgrade at all. Suchun sighed softly and turned to look at Guruwashi. I don't know how you use the limit burst. He looked at Guruwashi and wondered in his heart, should he kill this woman? Guruwashi knows martial arts and uses her extreme explosive power much better than him. If she really wakes up and finds this situation, she will definitely kill him. He is no match for Guruwashi now, so he can only run away. Although it's a bit of a pity, I have already obtained the return multiplier and the ultimate burst ability, so there is no need for a living Guruwashi. After all, even if the woman who returns the multiplier dies, the multiplier will not be reduced. Suchin's eyes turned cold, and he said indifferently, Guruwashi, a woman with your personality will get into trouble sooner or later in the end times. It's better for me to help you and let you get rid of it as soon as possible. As he said this, he used his ultimate explosion ability to triple his muscle strength, and his entire body grew 5 times larger. Then, he raised his right fist high and was about to hit Guruwashi's head. Although Suchin only increased his muscle strength to 3 times, it was more than enough to smash a person's head. At this moment, Guruwashi's eyelids moved slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Suchin's fist stopped in midair, and his body shrank. Guruwashi looked around in confusion, and her eyes fell on Suchin's face. Then she remembered that she was almost sucked dry by the mutant mosquito, and it was Suchin who saved her. But what was going on with that distorted world? Was it because she was too tired that her eyes were blurry? But no matter what, Suchin saved her life and was able to escape unscathed from the mutated mosquitoes. He is a greater hero than her. However, when Guruwashi looked around again, she was horrified to find that she was in a mess and her steps were scattered. It was self-evident what had happened. She blinked and looked at Suchin and cursed in shame and anger, "You hooligan!" Then, she quickly curled up her body and turned her head away from Suchin. Suchin was stunned. Ever since Guruwashi woke up, she had shown some kindness towards him, without a trace of malice. And even when Guruwashi found out what happened to them, she actually showed more kindness and no malice at all. This woman likes to be abused? Or will this woman, once conquered, be submissive? You don't want to kill me? Guruwashi buried her head between her knees, not wanting Suchin to see her face, and said angrily, I have something to ask of you now. When we are even, I will make you pay. Chapter 74. The price is a bit high. Suchin looked at Guruwashi with some surprise. He didn't expect that this woman really had no ill will towards him. It stands to reason that his seeking benefits and avoiding harm has reached level 5, and he can even detect invisible rats. He should not be able to observe other people's malice towards him. Could it be that this woman really has masochistic tendencies? Guruwashi looked at Suchin looking at her. She felt a little embarrassed and said quickly, Okay, we have completed an equal exchange. You can lend me the doctor. Suchin recovered and smiled. That was the price before. Now I'm saving your life, so your price is not enough. You. Guruwashi glared at Suchin fiercely. If you don't give it to me, I will beat you. Suchin looked him up and down and said playfully, You are still injured. If I hadn't rescued you, you would have died. Guruwashi's pretty face turned red, and she bit her lip and said, You are taking advantage of someone's misfortune. If you fight me fair and square, you'll never be my match. Fair? Suchin laughed and said, Not to mention now, there was no fairness even in the past. Guruwashi's expression froze, and she slowly lowered her head. Suchin was right. The post-apocalyptic world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The awakened and capable people could occupy the top of the food chain, while ordinary people could only starve to death or die of thirst. Of course, it was similar before the end of the world, just not as extreme as it is now. Suchin was silent for a moment, then asked softly, Okay, do you really want to borrow my doctor? Guruwashi immediately looked up at Suchin and nodded, Yes, I want to save my team members. Not impossible. Suchin's eyes narrowed into a slit, but you have to answer a few questions for me first, and I'll agree to it if I'm satisfied. Guruwashi blinked, rolled her eyes, and agreed, Okay, ask. Suchin discovered that Guruwashi's kindness was growing stronger and stronger, almost catching up with Qianingers. He didn't do anything, but Guruwashi was so nice to him. Did Guruwashi really have a special hobby? If that were true, there would be no need to kill Guruwashi. Maybe she could join his big family in the future. Guruwashi has good fighting ability and is good at martial arts, which makes her qualified to serve as a bodyguard for a large family. But I still don't know what Guruwashi is thinking. I'll find out more about it later. Su Chun smiled slightly, but still asked the question in his mind first. I see you know martial arts. Where did you learn it from? Gu Ruashi's eyes flashed with pride, and she subconsciously straightened her chest. My Gu family is a martial arts family. I have been learning kung fu from my elders since I was a child, and I even won the first place in the Xinjiang City martial arts competition. Su Chen clapped his hands. No wonder you are so powerful. It turns out that this is a family kung fu. In his heart, he roughly guessed why Gu Ruashi had been able to persist in using the extreme burst ability for so long. This was possible. If he persists in exercising and lays a solid foundation, he will be able to use extreme burst effortlessly like Gu Ruashi in the future. After Su Chen understood, he asked again, where are you going to take the rescue team to rescue the survivors? In the prison camp, our superiors notified us to send a rescue team composed of awakened people. Gu Ruashi asked back. Su Chen was confused. Prison camp? He really didn't know about the prison camp, and no one in the entire Shenghua Garden community and Bailey supermarket should know about it. Otherwise, they would have formed a team and ran to the prison long ago. But looking at Gu Ruashi's serious expression, the prison camp incident couldn't be fake. Is it possible that only the rescue team knows this news? Su Chen shuddered. If this was true, then the authorities were going to integrate the rescue team to do something big. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, interesting. I want to see what's going on in the prison camp. Then, Su Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at Gu Ruashi. Are you still planning to go to the prison camp after your team members recover? Gu Ruashi nodded without hesitation. As a member of the rescue team, it is my duty to obey orders. As long as you don't kill me, I will go. Su Chen smiled slightly. Okay, I agree. As he spoke, he set up a space jump point on Gu Ruashi. Su Chen looked at the space jump point and smiled with satisfaction. From now on, he will be able to sneak in anytime and anywhere through the space jump point on Gu Ruashi's body without anyone noticing. It can also monitor the movements of the people inside through this synchronous sound transmission capability. It's simply the perfect monitor. We don't know what the situation is in the prison camp yet. If we force our way in, there might be some consequences. It would be better to understand the situation inside before making a decision. Gu Ruashi was stunned for a moment and didn't notice that Su Chen had already hit a space jump point on her body. She reacted and looked at Su Chen excitedly. You are indeed a good person. Su Chen chuckled and shook his head, then reached out to take out a women's sportswear collected from Bailey supermarket from the basic package and threw it to Gu Ruashi. Put it on quickly. If you go back like this, you will be giving benefits to your teammates. Gu Ruashi raised her eyebrows and quickly put on her clothes. Although she had a good impression of Su Chen, she still said angrily, don't think that I will obey you just because you saved me. Sooner or later, I will return your humiliation to me double. Su Chen laughed. Why? You want to be on top? Gu Ruashi's face suddenly turned red with shame, and she clenched her teeth. Su Chen saw it all, but was happy in his heart. This Gu Ruashi had no ill will towards him at all, and even had some kindness towards him. What a two-faced woman. Su Chen gradually understood that Gu Ruashi could not harbor any ill will towards him because she had saved his life. Once such a woman is conquered, she will belong to him completely. However, this woman still maintains her obedience to her superiors in her heart, and this cannot be changed in a short time. Su Chen smiled slightly and took Gu Ruashi to find Hishinran. Hishinran was straightforward and immediately agreed to Gu Ruashi's request and agreed to go for treatment with Gu Ruashi. After all, it's a trial of a new drug, and who serves as the guinea pig has nothing to do with her. Afterwards, Gu Ruashi retrieved the kayak and took Hishinran to the rescue team's camp. Su Chen used his space jump ability to follow secretly. Anyway, he was in the jumping space and Gu Ruashi couldn't find him at all. He wanted to see what the situation was with the rescue team and whether Hishinran's new medicine was effective. Rescue team camp. Wang Dahai was lying on the ground, staring straight at the stairs and asked anxiously, Captain Gu has been gone for so long. Is there anything wrong with him? Gao Yulin absent-mindedly took care of him. Women are rare in this world nowadays. Captain Gu might have been captured by some awakened one and become his slave. He has been pursuing Gu Ruashi for so long, but he has never received a good response from Gu Ruashi, and he is a little discouraged. It's just that he was afraid of Gu Ruashi's strength and didn't dare to say anything. Now that Gu Ruashi might have met with an accident, of course he wanted to separate. With his abilities, he will definitely become the overlord in Xinjiang City. Wang Dahai's face changed and he snorted coldly. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. As soon as the words fell, Gu Ruashi, wearing a sports suit, appeared at the stairs with Hishinran, who was wearing a white coat. Gao Yulin was slightly stunned, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. It's over. I have to suffer with Gu Ruashi again. Wang Dahai saw that Gu Ruashi's face turned rosy and her clothes turned into fashionable sportswear, and a smile appeared on his face. I told you Captain Gu would definitely be able to bring back a doctor. As he spoke, he forced himself to stand up and wave to Gu Ruashi. Captain Gu, your clothes are really nice. Where did you collect them? Gu Ruashi looked a little embarrassed. It was given by an awakened person, and this doctor is also that awakened person. Gao Yulin immediately flattered him. Captain Gu is really amazing. Not only did he get the other awakened people to agree to send a doctor, but he also got a set of sportswear for free. Gu Ruashi had a smile on her face, but she was extremely embarrassed and angry in her heart. These clothes are not free. The price I paid is a bit high. She subconsciously squeezed her legs together. Chapter 75. The same old story. Su Chun watched all this in the jump space. He couldn't hear the voices of these people, but he could observe their kindness towards him. Except for Gu Ruashi and He Shinran, most people were neutral towards him, and a small number were somewhat malicious. Su Chun wanted to listen to these people's conversation, so he quickly found a secluded corner, then went through the wall and hid in the wall behind them. He just happened to hear what Wang Dahai said, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. Isn't Gu Ruashi a freeloader? She didn't lose a piece of meat. At this time, He Shinran said indifferently, let's start the treatment. I want to go back early. Gu Ruashi nodded quickly. Okay, then I'll trouble Dr. He. He Shinran didn't say anything. She just squatted beside Wang Dahai and began to remove the gauze to check the wound. Wang Dahai is a little older, but he is still a man who has never experienced a woman. He Shinran's fingers touched him inadvertently, and he couldn't help but feel his heart flutter and his face turned red. He Shinran looked calm, as if he saw nothing and just treated Wang Dahai as a guinea pig. Gu Ruashi, Gao Yulin and others gathered around. It was their first time seeing a doctor treating a patient in the apocalypse, and they were all a little curious. After He Shinran removed the gauze, she took out a scalpel from her pocket, disinfected it with alcohol, and then cut open Wang Dahai's wound cleanly and neatly. Although Wang Dahai's wound had been treated, a foul smell still came out and pus flowed out. Gu Ruashi and the others immediately frowned, pinched their noses subconsciously, and took 2 steps back. As expected, the medicine in the pharmacy is not effective. It can only temporarily alleviate the severity of the wound, but it cannot heal the wound at all. Wang Dahai bit his back teeth to pieces in pain, but he didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of the beautiful doctor, so he endured the pain and didn't cry out. He Shinran acted as if nothing had happened. After all, she had even gotten out of that hell in the clinic, so this little situation was not a problem for her at all. She used the knife to remove the dead flesh with an expressionless face, and her hands didn't even shake. Wang Dahai was sweating profusely from the pain, and one of his back teeth was broken, but he still didn't utter a single cry. Seeing this, Gu Ruashi couldn't help but step forward and said, Dr. He, can you give my team member some anesthesia? He Shinran responded without even raising his eyes, I didn't. If you want anesthesia, you can knock him out with a stick. Gu Ruashi was speechless after being confronted. She pursed her lips and stepped back. Su Chun had been watching the situation here from the wall, and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Gu Ruashi has really met her match. He Shinran was not disturbed by Gu Ruashi. She quickly cleaned the wound and took out the new medicine she had prepared from her pocket. She gave Su Chen a bottle of new medicine, but the formula was already firmly in her mind, and she prepared some more later. However, she did not prepare too much. She could not guarantee how effective the new drug would be, and she could not waste the morphine that Su Chen brought back. He Shinran sprinkled the new medicine on Wang Dahai's wound. Wang Dahai finally couldn't hold on any longer and howled in pain. He Shinran said coldly, Why have you endured for so long? You should have cried out long ago. Me. Wang Dahai looked up at He Shinran, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. He endured so much, but He Shinran didn't feel anything at all. He Shinran only watched the changes in Wang Dahai's wound and found that the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her eyes lit up. The new drug was a success. Under the influence of pollen, the world's materials have evolved to varying degrees. Originally, morphine only had an analgesic effect, but now it has developed the effect of healing wounds. This is a major technological breakthrough for her in the pollen world, and I believe no medical scientist has discovered this phenomenon yet. He Shinran has always wanted to make a contribution, show up in front of Su Chun, and even enter Su Chen's room. Now that there is a new drug, maybe Su Chun will look at her differently. However, He Shinran sighed lightly, with a look of loneliness in his eyes. It's a pity that she is just a fallen woman. How could Su Chun like her? Shinran was thinking about Su Chun and didn't pay any attention to Wang Dahai, who was looking at her eagerly. Su Chun saw everything through the wall and his heart was filled with joy. If the new drug is successfully developed, then he will have a place in this doomsday. From now on, no matter if they are awakened or people of high status, as long as they are injured, they will have to come to him for medicine. And this Shinran, why does she have such strong kindness towards him? Almost the same as Li Shuyi and Zhao Shaoqing. Su Chun was slightly stunned. Shinran developed new medicine for him and became his personal doctor, yet he still had such goodwill towards him. Could it be that Shinran, like Gu Ruashi, both like him because he is their savior? After Shinran confirmed that the new drug was successful, she immediately stood up and turned around and said, "The patient is already well. I'm going back." Gu Ruashi and others hurried over to take a look, and their eyes immediately widened. I saw that the wounds on Wang Dahai's body had healed and even formed scabs, which was a good sign. I didn't expect that Shinran's medical skills were so advanced that he could even cure Wang Dahai's serious illness. Gu Ruashi immediately turned around and grabbed Shinran's hand, with a gleam in her eyes. "Dr. He, you are so skilled in art, come with our rescue team." Gao Yulin looked at Shinran with an evil look in his eyes, and then said, "Dr. He, our rescue team has no worries about food and drink, and we don't abuse our team members. It's better than you following others." Shinran refused expressionlessly. "No, I eat Australian lobster and abalone every day now, and live freely in a 100 square meter house. It's much better than suffering with you." Not only Gao Yulin, but also Wang Dahai and others looked at Shinran in surprise. What a joke. It's a luxury to have a full meal nowadays. Who can eat delicious food every day? How is this possible? Gu Ruashi sighed and said, "Dr. He, we can't provide such a high-quality life. We can only respect your choice." Shinran said calmly, "Thank you." She glanced at the staircase and said, "I'm going back to eat my lobster." Gao Yulin and the others were so greedy that their mouths were watering and their eyes were shining. They had never eaten Australian lobster before the apocalypse. There are actually people who eat lobster every day in the apocalypse. It's too luxurious. They don't know who Shinran belongs to, but they also want to be a pendant on that person's leg. Seeing that Shinran was about to go back, Gu Ruashi had no choice but to nod in agreement. Afterwards, she paddled a kayak with Shinran back to Shanghua community. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Su Qin used his space jump ability to return home. Gu Ruashi paddled the kayak and soon arrived at the downstairs of Building B of Shanghua community. Thump! Gu Ruashi and Shinran heard a loud sound of someone falling into the water. They stopped the kayak and looked towards the source of the sound curiously, but unfortunately the heavy rain mixed with pollen made them unable to see what was happening. They could only vaguely see a figure floating on the water. Gu Ruashi raised her eyebrows, feeling something was wrong, and immediately paddled over in her kayak. Shinran's eyes flashed with displeasure. "Send me home first, I still need to report to Su Chan." Gu Ruashi did not stop and said without question, "Wait for me 5 minutes, I'll go over and take a look first." "Okay, just 5 minutes," Shinran said woodenly. Gu Ruashi breathed a sigh of relief and paddled the kayak to the figure. When she looked up, she saw a naked woman's body floating on the water. Moreover, she had seen this woman before. She was one of the only 10 women left in Building B who were rescued by Zhao Tianlai. Gu Ruashi's eyebrows suddenly stood up, her silver teeth gnashed with a crackling sound, and her eyes were red as she stared at Building B. "Great. I thought you, Ding Jianbang, were different from that Zhao Tianlai, so I made you the head of Building B. Now it seems like the substance remains the same in a new bottle." Chapter 76. The Dragon Slayer eventually becomes a dragon. Gu Ruashi looked at the body of the woman in Building B and roughly guessed that it was Ding Jianbang's doing. When she rescued the women in Building B, although they were suffering from torture, they still wanted to live and would never want to commit suicide by jumping off the building. Unless Ding Jianbang was using the same trick as Zhao Tianlai again, this woman would not want to be humiliated anymore, and so she jumped off the building and committed suicide. As expected, people's hearts have changed in the last days, and there are man-eating demons everywhere. In comparison, Su Chun became a great good man. Gu Ruashi couldn't help but give Su Chun another 2 points in her heart. Su Chun was watching all this at home, and suddenly found that Gu Ruashi's kindness deepened further, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "What's going on? Are you, Gu Ruashi, a benevolent receiver? What does Lao Jia mean by benevolence?" "But I didn't do anything." Gu Ruashi gritted her teeth, reached out to pick up the female corpse, and then paddled in a kayak to settle the score with Ding Jianbang. Shinran said coldly behind her. One more minute. Guruwashi blinked, took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, I'll take you back first. She glanced at the door to Building B and said, I'll come and settle the score later. After Guruwashi sent Shinran to the stairs of Building A, she immediately turned the kayak around and quickly rushed back to Building B. Shinran blinked, shook his head and walked upstairs. Just reached the third floor. Shinran saw 5 men chatting. That Guruwashi must be in a relationship with Su Chun. Otherwise, how could Su Chun allow Dr. He to see the patient? I think so too. Guruwashi and Su Chun went upstairs at some point and took half a day to come down. How could nothing happen? Su Chun is such a lucky guy. How come he always gets all the good things? They also saw Shinran and quickly shut their mouths. Shinran seemed to have heard nothing and walked past them indifferently. The 5 men looked at Shinran's slim back, the white coat outlining her perfect curves, and they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They looked at each other. The evil in their eyes could not be hidden. But Shinran is Su Chin's personal physician. They have the desire, but not the courage to do anything. As for the other women around Su Chun, they didn't even dare to have any lustful thoughts about them. Su Chin really wants to kill people. They have to be alive to have lustful thoughts. Shinran quickly walked to Su Chin's door and knocked gently. Soon, the door opened and Jiang Lingxi stuck her head out. Dr. He, Brother Shin is waiting for you. Please come in. Shinran was slightly startled. Then her eyes tightened. It seemed that Su Chun had the ability to sense people. Otherwise, he would not have known that she was back so quickly. But she didn't care. Su Chun was very capable. Shinran followed Jiang Lingxi into the house and saw Li Shuyi and the others in the house. Su Chun sat between Li Shuyi and the others, enjoying services such as shoulder massage, leg beating, and grape peeling. He was simply living a life like a god. Shinran's face was expressionless. He walked up to Su Chun and said calmly, the new drug has been successful. It can effectively treat infections caused by mosquito bites. It also proves that morphine has evolved the ability to quickly heal wounds. Su Chin's eyes lit up, and he sat up straight abruptly. Does that mean that not only are plants and animals mutating, but even matter is mutating? Li Shuyi and the others hurriedly let go of their hands. But when they heard Su Chin's words, they were shocked. What is wrong with this world? The mutation of plants and animals is already bizarre enough. But now even matter is mutating. If this continues, will they humans also mutate? Shinran nodded and said, that's the fact. Su Chin frowned. This pollen was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. All matter is mutating and evolving, and no one knows what the end of the development of all things will be like. Billions of years ago, dinosaurs became extinct and humans became the masters of the world. Does this mean that the arrival of pollen is to choose new masters from nature to replace humans? Su Chun was terrified when he thought about it, but the information now was too little, so he couldn't guess anything. He took a deep breath, looked up at Shinran and asked, why did you come back alone? Where's Guruwashi? Shinran told him expressionlessly that Guruwashi was going to Building B to settle the account. After listening to this, Su Chun sighed softly. I understand. You go back first. I'll go see Guruwashi. Shinran didn't ask any more questions. She just nodded and turned to leave. Su Chun stood up and was about to use his space jump ability to go to Block B to take a look. Zhao Shaoqing stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Su Chun was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Zhao Shaoqing blinked and looked at Su Chun. What is your relationship with that Guruwashi? Do I need to tell you? Su Chun said coldly, don't ask about my affairs, or I'll chase you out to fight the mosquito on the first floor. Zhao Shaoqing trembled all over and subconsciously let go of her hand. Su Chun looked at the good and evil in Zhao Shaoqing and found that she had no ill intentions, so he did not punish her but only gave her a verbal warning. Then, he used Space Jump to go to Block B. After Su Chun left, Li Shuyi gloated and said, Shaoqing, you are too nosy, right? We should serve Brother Shin well, so that we can have a good life. Luo Xinghe also laughed and said, I think you are just afraid that Guruwashi will join and take your place, right? Qian Fenger rolled her eyes, squinted and smiled. Brother Chan is very smart. You'd better be less tricky, otherwise you will suffer. Jiang Lingxi and Qian Inger stared at it in a daze. They still couldn't understand what was going on. Zhao Shaoqing lowered her head and said nothing when being confronted. As a woman, she certainly wanted to be favored by Su Chun alone. But now there are more and more women around Su Chun, and she is becoming more and more marginalized, which makes her feel very uncomfortable. This is not a solution. I have to serve Su Chun well in the future, so that I can strengthen my position in Su Chin's heart. Zhao Shaoqing didn't listen to anything Li Shuyi and the others said. Zhao Shaoqing only thought about how to get Su Chen's favor so that she could stay with Su Chen forever. Su Chen had no idea what was happening at home. He was now hiding in the wall of room 2205, Building B, watching the 20 men in the room confronting Gu Ruashi. Gu Ruashi stood at the door, glaring at the 20 men in the room, her face flushed with anger, and shouted, "Okay, Ding Jianbang, this is how you act as a building manager. Just like Zhao Tianlai, you wantonly bully the survivors here." Ding Jianbang looked at Gu Ruashi in panic, but when he looked at the 19 men on both sides, he straightened up subconsciously. He sneered, "Gu Ruashi, I didn't expect you to dare to come back. Although you saved us once, I, Ding Jianbang, have the final say in Block B now, and it has nothing to do with you." Gu Ruashi rubbed her hands and said coldly, "It has nothing to do with me? I appointed you as the building director, but now you are doing evil things like Zhao Tianlai. How can I feel at ease? Today I will teach you what it means to be a good building manager." The image of Su Chen emerged in her subconscious. Although Su Chen was not very kind to the residents of Block A, he at least gave them freedom and a way to exchange food and water. No matter what, Su Chen would never be like Zhao Tianlai or Ding Jianbang, treating human life as worthless and wantonly trampling on the lives of others. In fact, Su Chen killed so many people, and none of them was innocent and did not deserve to die. Chen Jianxiang is a thief. Lin Xie is self-righteous. The old woman is spreading rumors and misleading people, etc. If he doesn't kill them, they will be a threat to him, Su Chen. Moreover, the end of the world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Su Chen just wants to protect his own interests, which is already considered merciful. When Ding Jianbang saw that Gu Ruashi was determined to fight him to the end, murderous intent appeared on his face. "Gu Ruashi, there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you come here on your own. We have 20 men here. All of them are well-fed and well-drinking, but we are in need of a beautiful bedwarmer like you." The men around them suddenly burst into lewd laughter, as if they had forgotten how they had been bullied by Zhao Tianlai and others before. They are the best example of dragon slayers becoming dragons themselves. Chapter 77, I'll Take You Away. Gu Ruashi looked at Ding Jianbang and the others with a frosty face, her fists clenched so tightly that her nails dug into her flesh. What an unrepentant bunch of guys. Not only they bully the survivor, but also want to humiliate her. Act recklessly. Gu Ruashi's whole body flashed with white light, and her muscles bulged suddenly, and she became very strong. If her face wasn't so pretty, one would even doubt whether she was a woman. Ding Jianbang and others were stunned. They knew that Gu Ruashi was powerful, but they didn't expect that Gu Ruashi was an awakened person and her ability was so strong. Gu Ruashi moved, leaving a shadow in the air, and rushed into the crowd like a female war god. As soon as Ding Jianbang and others recovered from their shock, they felt as if they were hit by a cannonball. They flew out instantly, with half of their bodies falling apart. Bang! Bang! The battle lasted less than half a minute. Ding Jianbang and 20 other men fell to the ground, rolling and wailing, no longer having the strength to fight. Gu Ruashi stood in the middle, looking down at them, clapped her hands gently, and the muscles in her body quickly retracted, but she didn't even breathe. Su Chen was hiding in the wall. He saw it clearly and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. They both used the extreme burst, so why did he feel exhausted after using it, while Gu Ruashi was fine after using it? I have to find an opportunity to ask Gu Ruashi properly. Didn't you just say you wanted to have sex with me? Keep on being so arrogant. Gu Ruashi snorted coldly. Ding Jianbang covered his stomach, his face ashen, and he looked up at Gu Ruashi while enduring the pain. "Captain Gu, we know we were wrong. Please give us a way out. We will definitely change in the future." Gu Ruashi gave them a cold look and said, "I don't trust you. You guys can just fend for yourselves here. I want to take the survivors with me." After saying that, she turned and left the room to look for survivors. Ding Jianbang and others frowned and looked at each other. There was no repentance in their eyes, but instead they were full of ruthlessness. A skinny man grinned and said, "Building manager, if we really let that woman take away all the survivors in Building B, how can we enjoy life?" The others also looked unwilling. "We are protecting the safety of others, so they should give something in return. Why did that woman hit us? She still wants to take others away. It's so dangerous outside. She can't protect them all by herself. I don't think the others will leave. Even though our management is stricter, they will only die if they go out. It's better for them to stay here." Su Chen listened through the wall and sneered in his heart, These people really have no self-reflection at all. Ding Jianbing frowned and gritted his teeth, saying in a cold voice, "No, we can't let that woman take the people here away. After we have rested, we have to find a way to deal with that woman." His eyes rolled and he immediately said, "I've thought of a way." "Wait." The other men quickly gathered around and listened to Ding Jianbang's arrangements. Su Chen looked at the surging malice in the room. His eyes narrowed into a slit, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. This group of guys not only want to deal with Guruashi, but also want to train Guruashi into their dog and finally unify the entire Shenghua community. The first target is Building A, where Su Chen is. They want to kill Su Chen and take all his women as slaves. What a courage. "If I don't kill you, I will be unworthy of my name, Su Chen." Su Chen immediately came out from the wall and walked towards them with a cold look in his eyes. Ding Jianbang and others were surprised when they discovered Su Chen's appearance. Are you a human or a ghost? What the hell? How did you get out of the wall?" Su Chen sneered. "When you go to hell, you will know." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the fire-resistant vines in his hand instantly pierced through the heads of the two people closest to him at lightning speed. Suddenly, red and white flew everywhere in the room, and a fishy smell filled the air. Ding Jianbang was very familiar with this smell. He smelled it many times when he was locked up by Zhao Tianlai. However, Su Chen suddenly appeared in front of him and killed people without any agreement. This was too scary. Ding Jianbang stared at Su Chen with his eyes wide open, his heart pounding. The more he looked at Su Chen, the more familiar he felt. His mind shuddered and he quickly said, You are the security guard Su Chen in Building B." The other men also reacted. They had all heard that Su Chen had been collecting beautiful women since the end of the world, and they had cursed Su Chen countless times behind his back. Now I understand why Su Chen dared to accept beautiful women. It turns out that Su Chen is an awakened one. Who else could appear through walls and control vines to kill people? Su Chen stopped for a moment and looked at Ding Jianbang with interest. "It will be easier if you know me. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me, Su Chen, and also steal my woman? I had no choice but to strike first." He raised his hand again, and the fire-resistant vines successfully pierced the heads of the three men. Ding Jianbang and other survivors trembled all over, with fear in their eyes. Su Chen is not like Guruashi, who really wants to kill someone. And they were indeed planning to deal with Su Chen just now, but who would have thought that they were discovered by Su Chen? Now that Su Chen appeared before them as an awakened one, they could only allow themselves to be slaughtered. I really shouldn't have dreamed about people in other buildings. Now I'm in big trouble. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps at the door, and a graceful figure flashed into the room. Su Chen, Ding Jianbang and others subconsciously turned their heads to look over. It turned out that it was Guruashi leading the survivors of Block B. Guruashi was stunned when she entered the room. She had been out for a short while, so why did Su Chen come here? Moreover, there were 5 dead people in the house, and Su Chen had a bloody vine in his hand. It was obvious that Su Chen had killed people. The survivors outside the house also gathered at the door. When they saw the tragic situation in the house, even though they had been enslaved by Zhao Tianlai for more than 10 days, they could not stand this scene and they all fled out. Seeing that Guruashi was unmoved, Su Chen turned his gaze to Ding Jianbang and the others. Ding Jianbang and the others seemed to have seen a savior. Ding Jianbang even cried and complained to Guruashi, "Help! This Su Chen is crazy. He kills people as soon as he enters the house." Su Chen looked at her and sneered in his heart. It's true that the villain is the first to complain. But Guruashi can't even protect herself. How can she protect you? Guruashi frowned slightly, looked up at Su Chen and said, "Su Chen, what's going on?" Su Chen chuckled and said, "If you believe me, you should kill Ding Jianbang right now." Guruashi glared at him and said angrily, "This is not a question of whether I believe you or not. Even if Ding Jianbang and the others are wrong, they should be punished by law. You can't resort to lynching." Su Chen smiled faintly. "Where is the law now?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and killed 3 more people with the fire-resistant vines. Guruashi frowned tightly. She knew in her heart that Su Chen was right, but she still didn't agree with it. A white light flashed on her body, her muscles bulged high, and she rushed between Su Chen and Ding Jianbang in one step. Ding Jianbang and the others looked at each other, with wicked smiles flashing in their eyes. They stood up while enduring the pain, slowly took out machetes, and approached Guruashi. Guruashi didn't pay attention to them, staring at Su Chen cautiously. "I'm here. I will never let you hurt them," she said firmly. "I will take them away." Su Chen laughed loudly and squinted at Guruashi. You should look behind you. Guruwashi was stunned. The long period of martial arts practice made her feel a cold wind coming from behind. She immediately turned her head and saw Ding Jianbang and others holding machetes approaching her neck. Even Ding Jianbang's knife was only a finger's distance away from her neck. Chapter 78. Spiritual Essence. Guruwashi was stunned. Her mind went blank. She was clearly helping Ding Jianbang and the others. So why did Ding Jianbang repay her with evil? Could it be that what Su Chan said was right? In the end times, people like Ding Jianbang should be killed. Can't we show mercy? Ding Jianbang had already clamped the knife on Guruwashi's neck, with a wild smile on his face. Captain Gu, you must listen to me now, or I will kill you. The other men also put their knives on Guruwashi's neck. They kept looking at Guruwashi with lewd smiles on their lips. Today's happy life is finally settled. The remaining women in Building B are all fallen women, and their quality is not high. They would be willing to live 10 years less just to sleep with a beauty like Guruwashi. Guruwashi looked down at the machete on her neck, her eyes filled with coldness. She took a deep breath and snorted. Do you think I will give in like this? Ding Jianbang pouted and laughed. Why are you so arrogant? Your life is in my hands now. As he spoke, he moved the machete in his hand, leaving a bloody mark on Guruwashi's crystal-clear neck. Guruwashi smiled coldly, and then a white light flashed on her body, and suddenly her muscles bulged high. Ding Jianbang and others were stunned. They didn't expect that Guruwashi dared to resist even when a knife was at her neck. Since you don't give in, don't blame me for being rude. Ding Jianbang's eyes narrowed, and he swung the machete fiercely. If this were an ordinary person, his head and body would have been separated, and he would have died beyond all possibility of death. But Guruwashi is an awakened one, possessing the ability of extreme burst. Even though all the muscles in her body were tense, her neck was only cut with a trace of blood by the machete. Ding Jianbang was stunned. His eyes widened and there was disbelief in his eyes. How is this possible? The other men also reacted and yanked their machetes with all their strength in panic. However, it only added a few more blood marks on Guruwashi's neck. Seeing this, Su Chen frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. Guruwashi's control over the extreme burst ability is so powerful that she can actually become invulnerable to swords and guns. If Su Chen were faced with this situation, he would probably have bled to death. How did Guruwashi do it? Su Chen used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to observe carefully. Guruwashi's face was gloomy. She moved her hands, turned around immediately, pushed the machete away from her neck, and then moved her body and rushed into the crowd like a ghost. Less than 10 seconds. Ding Jianbang and others who had been so arrogant just now fell to the ground again, rolling and wailing. However, Guruwashi still did not kill them and let them live. Su Chen finally understood. He could see the effect of the awakened ability through the ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, and found that there was a ball of light in Guruwashi's dantian. Every time he punched, the light would gather on his fist. After he upgraded from seeking profits and avoiding harm, he never noticed the light on the awakened people, and he used this ability as a way to observe other people's hearts. I didn't expect that the all-seeking eye of seeking benefits and avoiding harm is so powerful. But what about the light in Guruwashi's dantian? Su Chen then remembered to use his all-seeing eyes to look at his dantian, and instantly felt that his eyes were almost blind. What's going on? How could there be 6 balls of light in his dantian, and each of them was so bright that it was blinding? Does this represent his 6 abilities? Before Su Chen could figure it out, Guruwashi had returned to normal. She walked slowly to Su Chen and said a little embarrassedly, "Thank you for what you did just now." Su Chen recovered and smiled slightly with narrowed eyes. "I saved your life again, and you just said thank you?" Guruwashi blushed and pursed her lips and said, "Then what else do you want? Let's talk about it later." Su Chen didn't have any good ideas. "You, hooligan." Guruwashi's pretty face blushed, and she lowered her head and twisted her body. Su Chen was stunned for a moment. "Why are you shy? I mean, we can talk about it later." Guruwashi's expression froze for a moment, and she lowered her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. How could she be so crazy? Su Chen glanced at Ding Jianbang and others who had fallen to the ground, and couldn't help but shook his head. "You are still too kind." As he spoke, he waved his hand and the fire-resistant vines flew out of his hand, killing Ding Jianbang and others in an instant. Guruwashi was about to stop him, but by the time she turned around, Su Chen had already retracted the fire-resistant vines. How could you be so cruel?" Guruwashi glared at Su Chen. Suchin smiled slightly. I am helping you. When they become stronger, they will definitely seek revenge on you. In fact, it was because Ding Jianbang and others harbored ill will towards him that he decided to eradicate the problem completely and prevent future troubles. Guruwashi was slightly startled, and when she thought about how much Suchin cared about her, she immediately had a better impression of Suchan. Suchin looked at Guruwashi's kindness increasing again and felt puzzled, but he didn't think about it too much. Guruwashi took a deep breath. She looked at Suchan and whispered, I'm going to take the survivors here to the prison camp. Do you want to go with me? Suchan smiled faintly, shook his head and said, I'd better forget it. I'm living a good life now. There was a flash of disappointment in Guruwashi's eyes. Okay. Then, a light flashed in her eyes, and she looked up at Suchan and said, By the way, I want to bring my rescue team here to rest for 2 days. You can come to me anytime. Suchin narrowed his eyes and smiled. Okay. Guruwashi showed a happy smile on her face. She hurried out to settle the survivors in Block B, and then quickly paddled back to the rescue team's location in a kayak. Suchin looked at Guruwashi's receding back from afar, and suddenly remembered that he forgot to ask Guruwashi about the light in Dantian and the control of extreme explosion. However, he was relieved when Guruwashi was about to bring a rescue team. Guruwashi is heroic and will not break her word. Besides, there are still more than 50 survivors in Building B, and with Guruwashi's character, she will never give up. Suchin used his space jump ability to return home. It was soon evening. Because Guruwashi's rescue team only had 2 kayaks and Wang Dehai was injured, the transportation was slow, and it was not until then that all the rescue team members and survivors were sent to Block B. Suchan had had a good sleep. He saw Guruwashi settle the members of the rescue team, and then he used space jump to find Guruwashi. Guruwashi had just settled everything and returned to her room, but when she saw Suchan in the room, she couldn't help but scream. You? Why are you here? Suchin sat on the bed and smiled faintly. Don't worry about this. I have something to ask you. Guruwashi blushed, pursed her lips, closed the door, walked over to Suchan and sat down. Suchan looked at Guruwashi in disbelief. He didn't expect this woman to be so proactive. It turns out that a tamed horse can be so clingy. At this moment, Guruwashi no longer had the temperament of a heroic woman. She was as obedient as a little wife. She lowered her head and whispered, Just ask. Suchin immediately asked, How do you control extreme explosion? Guruwashi suddenly raised her head and looked at Suchin, her eyes showing surprise. You? How did you know? Suchin's body flashed with white light, and his muscles bulged high. Because I can do it too. Guruwashi was even more surprised. I gained this ability because I ate the eggs of my falcon. How could you have this ability? Suchin rolled his eyes and chuckled. I caught some bugs to attract the mutant falcon, and it gained this ability after eating the bird's eggs. Guruwashi thought about it and realized that she had heard from the survivors of Block A that Suchin had exchanged materials for bugs, so she took it seriously. She took a deep breath and said, I come from a family of martial artists. Martial arts emphasizes the control of the spiritual essence in the body. It just so happens that extreme explosion is also a kind of spiritual essence. Suchin frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Spiritual essence? What is that? Guruwashi touched her own dantian and said seriously, It's the energy stored here, like a ball of fire. I didn't have that ball of fire in my body originally, but now that I have the ability, I have one. Suchin's eyes opened slightly, and his pupils trembled. Isn't what Guruwashi was talking about the ball of light in Dantian? It turns out that thing is called Lingyun. Chapter 79. Killing the Mutated Mosquitoes. Suchin's eyes fell directly on Guruwashi. He took a deep breath and said eagerly, Tell me quickly, how to control the spiritual essence. Guruwashi bit her lip tightly and looked up at Suchin shyly. You can tell me if you want me to. We are even now that you saved me. Suchin chuckled and nodded. Okay, go ahead. Guruwashi exhaled and said slowly, The method of controlling the spiritual essence is difficult. First of all, you have to feel the existence of the spiritual essence. As she spoke, she slowly stood up, facing Suchin, then took a breath, squatted down and took a horse stance, placed her hands on her dantian, palms facing the sky, and slowly pushed her palms upwards to the top of her head. Suchin saw that there seemed to be a stream of energy in Guruwashi's dantian, and as her palms rose, the energy also rose with them. Are you trying to make me feel the existence of spiritual energy? Suchin asked. Guruwashi just nodded, as if holding a breath in her mouth, and didn't say anything. Suchin used the all-seeing eye ability from the Seek Advantages and Avoid Harm skill and said softly, Demonstrate it again. His all-seeing eye could see how the light in Guruwashi's dantian flowed. So it was a good opportunity for him to let Guruwashi do it again so that he could try the same thing. Guruwashi did not refuse and immediately demonstrated it again. Suchan saw it clearly this time. It turned out that he divided the spiritual energy in dantian into his palms, and then used the spiritual energy in his palms to drive the spiritual energy in dantian to distribute throughout his body. He immediately followed suit and stood up and took a horse stance, then tried to raise his palms to feel the movement of the spiritual energy in his body. But I can't feel anything. Suchun was stunned for a moment, frowned and asked, "Why can't I do it?" Guruwashi exhaled a breath of foul air, stood up straight and looked at Suchun, with pride on her face. "Because I used the Gu family's ancestral method of controlling spiritual essence, and you didn't use it, so of course it won't work." Suchun blinked and asked, "Teach me." Guruwashi glanced at Suchun and thought to herself, originally, the method of mastering the spiritual essence was only passed on to the Gu family. Now that Suchun and I have a real relationship, Suchun should be considered half a member of the Gu family. She bit her lip and nodded heavily. "Okay, I'll teach you." Guruwashi immediately put her hands behind her back, straightened her body like a master, took square steps, and said slowly, "Take a deep breath, hold your breath, stand in a horse stance, and keep your mind calm. Then you feel the spiritual energy around you, and absorb it into your body." "Wait." Suchin couldn't help but said, "You said the spiritual essence around us. I don't even know what the spiritual essence is." Guruwashi fell silent, raised her head and thought for a while, then slowly said, "My grandfather told me that everything has spiritual essence, even the air has spiritual essence, but the spiritual essence is very thin in modern society, so I don't know what it is specifically." Suchin's nose tilted. "You don't even know? How did you practice it?" Guruwashi said hurriedly, "I really don't know. I have been practicing since I was a child, and I learned to control it unconsciously. You can treat everything around you as spiritual essence and absorb it into your body. That should be enough." Suchin looked at Guruwashi helplessly. He knew that Guruwashi was full of kindness towards him and would never lie to him. However, this spiritual essence is too abstract, and he still cannot understand it. "Okay, you continue to teach me and I'll try it." Guruwashi nodded and started teaching from the beginning. Suchun officially started trying according to Guruwashi's instructions. Guruwashi quickly taught the methods she knew to control the spirit essence, and then said proudly, "It's okay. You will definitely not succeed the first time. My grandfather said that I am a martial arts genius, but even so, it took me a year to master it." Before she finished her words, she turned her head and looked at Suchun, shock flashing in her eyes. Suchun was seen standing in a horse stance, with his hands clenched into palms and slowly pushing up from bottom to top. His whole body moved without wind, and even the corners of his clothes fluttered. This room is extremely well sealed, and the wind from outside cannot blow in at all. It is obvious that Suchun has mastered the mystery of spiritual essence. You actually did it. How is this possible?" Suchun exhaled, stood up straight and said with a smile, "You practiced for a year just for this?" Guruwashi was doubting herself a little. This shouldn't be the case. My grandfather said that I am a rare genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. Suchun smiled slightly, looked at Guruwashi with pity, and shook his head. Pity the grandfather's heart in the world. Guruwashi's face suddenly darkened, and she glared at Suchun unwillingly. "It's really hurtful. Isn't it obvious that my grandfather is just teasing me?" Suchun felt relieved. He had learned the ability to control his spiritual essence. Not only could he make good use of his extreme burst ability, but his other abilities had also improved to a certain extent. He also discovered that one great benefit of controlling spiritual energy is that it allows him to make full use of the spiritual energy in his dantian, which is the ball of light, to take his combat capability to a higher level. This way, when he uses his extreme burst ability, he won't feel like he has the will but not the strength. Suchin looked at Guruwashi, only to see that she was still lowering her head, mumbling something. "Impossible. My grandfather can't lie to me." "But what happened to Suchun?" "Oh, it's so annoying." Suchin smiled slightly. "You can stay here and let it go for now. I'm going home first." Guruwashi didn't want to do anything with Suchun, so she waved her hand in boredom. "Well, go back?" Suchin nodded, then used his space distortion ability to pass through the wall and leave. Guruwashi knew that Suchin had this ability, and she was not surprised at all. But she is still wondering whether she is a genius or not. Suchin returned to Building A and was about to go home. But when he saw the mutant mosquitoes on the first floor, he slowly stopped. I have just learned how to control spiritual energy, and it is time to find this mutant mosquito to try out its effects. After all, the mutant mosquitoes have been occupying the first floor, affecting the residents' ability to go out to look for insects. Moreover, the mutant mosquitoes have laid 300 to 500 eggs. If they are not cleared up, it will be a major disaster for the entire Xinjiang city in the future. What's more, he lives upstairs from this mutant mosquito, so how can he allow others to snore under his bed? Su Chun narrowed his eyes and immediately used his space distortion ability to get to the wall of the room where the mutant mosquito was. Through his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm, he saw the surging malice in the mutant mosquito, and as soon as he showed up, he would definitely suck him dry. Su Chen lowered his eyes and immediately passed through the wall and appeared on the cabinet in front of the mutant mosquito. The mutant mosquito was stunned for a moment, staring at Su Chen in disbelief, as if to say, there was no human there just now, so how come a person suddenly appeared? But it reacted immediately and decided to suck it dry first. No matter what happened, the mutant mosquito immediately flapped its wings and stabbed towards Su Chen with its sharp beak like steel bars. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. The mutant mosquito was so fast that even Gu Ruashi would be bitten by the mosquito if she reacted a little slowly. However, he has the ability of being as light as a swallow, and his agility is even better than that of the mutant mosquito. Su Chen tapped the cabinet with his toes and flew into the air. Puff! The mutant mosquito had no time to stop and its mouth pierced through the cabinet. Its steel-like mouth was stuck in the cabinet and could not be pulled out. Su Chen was delighted when he saw this, and immediately used his extreme burst ability to increase his strength fivefold. He also used the method of controlling spiritual energy taught by Gu Ruashi to gather the light ball power in his dantian into his right fist, then flew down, and his right fist smashed into the mutant mosquito's head like a huge rock. The mutant mosquito also sensed the danger, and using all its strength, it actually lifted the cabinet with its mouth and bit Su Chen. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, space distortion. His body seemed to be out of the real space, and he actually passed through the cabinet and the mutant mosquito's mouth, pulled his body out of the mutant mosquito's body sideways, then released the space distortion ability and slammed a heavy punch onto the mutant mosquito's head. Bang! Go straight through. Mosquito skin is relatively fragile, but after all, this is a mutant mosquito that is half the size of a human. Ordinary people's claws can't even hurt its tendons and bones, let alone penetrate it. The mutant mosquito suddenly lost its life and fell softly into the water. Su Chen also fell into the water, but he used his space distortion ability and was not affected by the larvae in the water at all, and he drilled directly into the ground. While underground, he used his ability of seeking benefits and avoiding harm to discover that the mutant mosquito's body was being eaten by larvae, and it was soon consumed, becoming the deadliest one. Su Chen smiled faintly, thinking to himself, this trouble is finally gone. Block A is finally at peace. Chapter 80 Crispy and Refreshing Chicken Flavor. Su Chen returned to the wall of the room where the mutant mosquito was. He released the extreme explosion and immediately felt sore and weak all over. His joints and muscles hurt like they were being pricked by needles, and he was breathing heavily. He was extremely tired. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly, with a hint of a bitter smile. Although he had just learned Gu Ruashi's method of controlling spiritual energy, his body still couldn't withstand the negative effects of the consumption of spiritual energy. You still need to exercise more, otherwise how can you rely on extreme burst to defeat powerful opponents in the future? However, the effect of extreme burst was still very good, allowing him to easily kill the mutant mosquitoes in seconds and eliminate a scourge for Block A. Su Chen took a rest, then looked at the countless mosquito larvae in the water. His eyes narrowed into slits. These larvae are nutritious foods rich in protein and contain spiritual energy. If you catch them and roast them to eat, you might get an unexpected reward. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately took action and caught a whole room of mutant mosquito larvae into the basic package. Early the next morning, Gu Ruashi woke up early. She ate a bag of compressed biscuits, drank a bottle of purified water, and burped comfortably. She quickly found Gao Yulin, Wang Dehai, and other members of the rescue team, and gathered in a small room to discuss leaving. After Wang Dehai was treated by Xinran, his wounds healed quickly. After just one night, he was as good as new, as if he had never been bitten by an insect. Gu Ruashi recalled that she was bitten once when she was fighting a mosquito, but now nothing happened. She thought that Su Chen might have secretly applied medicine to her yesterday. After all, Xinran is Su Chen's personal physician, and it is impossible for Su Chun not to have the medicine developed by Hishinran. Besides, she has been practicing martial arts since she was a child, and her physique is much better than that of ordinary people, so the impact of being bitten by the mutant mosquito is not that serious. Guruwashi and the others sat on the sofa in the room. Guruwashi cleared her throat and said, "We have wasted too much time. It's almost time to prepare to go to the prison camp." Wang Dahai immediately raised his hand to agree. "Captain Gu, I was injured before and delayed the trip. Now I am well again. I will be the pioneer." Gao Yulin's face changed slightly. He still wanted to stay in the city. After all, no one knew what the prison camp was like. He rolled his eyes and said with some embarrassment, "This is not good. The survivors in Block B are not in good health. They just rested for a day and can't stand outside for too long." The other two young awakeners followed in support. "Yes, Captain Gu, some of the survivors from Bailey's supermarket can no longer hold on. Everyone eats compressed biscuits and bottled purified water every day, and their bodies are very weak. Even so, our compressed biscuits and purified water are almost gone. As for the survivors in Block B, although they have enough water and food to last for a week, they are completely incapable of going out for adventure." Wang Dahai frowned. "If that's the case, we should take people to the prison camp as soon as possible. There might be plenty of food and water in the prison camp." Gao Yulin wanted to say something else. Guruwashi interrupted and said, "That's enough. I already understand the current situation. It looks like we should prepare to leave for the prison camp." But, Gao Yulin still wanted to insist. Guruwashi waved her hand with a firm look on her face. "No buts, let's rest here for a day. If there are any survivors in Block B who want to go with us, we will take them with us. For those who don't want to go, we will leave them food and water and let them fend for themselves." Wang Dahai happily supported him. "Captain Gu, you are very wise." Gao Yulin and the two young awakeners looked at each other. There was reluctance in their eyes, but they still swallowed their words. After all, Guruwashi is the captain of the rescue team and a master with awakened combat abilities. Who else should we listen to if not her? After Guruwashi made all the arrangements, Wang Dahai and others left slowly. Guruwashi looked up in the direction of Building A. Her heart was filled with desire. She bit her lip and murmured, "It's time to go find him." She was a decisive person. She immediately packed up and left Block B, paddling to Block A in a kayak. It has stopped raining outside now, but there is still 1 meter of water on the road, and it will take until tomorrow to completely recede. Guruwashi's face lit up with joy, as they would be leaving for the prison camp tomorrow, so they wouldn't have to kayak then. Suchin also got up early. He didn't grill the mosquito larvae yesterday. After all, they were alive, and it was disgusting to death when he caught them. It would be better to wait for a day until they were all dead before grilling them. Anyway, the things in the basic package would not rot. So he took Li Shuyi and the others to the top floor and started a barbecue feast comfortably under the morning sun. The basic package contains not only mosquito larvae, but also Australian lobster, fillet steak, large abalone, and other fresh foods, which will definitely fill you up. If you really can't finish it, just throw it down from the roof to the floor below. Anyway, you can't use up all these things. Suchin also took out 3 mosquito larvae. Although they were called mosquito larvae, they were almost the size of a sausage. With the appetite of Li Shuyi and the others, they could only eat 20 at most. When Li Shuyi and the others saw Su Chun roasting 3 larvae, they all gathered around curiously. They were all tired of eating lobster, abalone, and other foods, and were looking forward to something new. Li Shuyi looked at the white stick-like object eagerly and asked in confusion, "Brother Chun, what is this?" Qian Inger pursed her lips and said, "I don't know if it tastes good or not." Qian Fenger knocked on Qian Inger's head and said, "How can Brother Chin's grilled food not be delicious?" Qian Inger pouted and glanced at Qian Fenger. "Sister, why do you always favor Brother Chin?" Seeing this, Su Chun smiled slightly. "This is good stuff, crisp and refreshing, and it tastes like chicken." When Li Shuyi and the others heard this, their eyes lit up and they drooled. Zhao Shaoqing and Jiang Lingxi looked at each other, both revealing desire in their eyes. However, Su Chin shuddered. His face changed, and he thought to himself, "No, these are mutant mosquito larvae. Species evolve so quickly now. Maybe these larvae are poisonous and can't be eaten at all." He rolled his eyes and chuckled. "You guys eat the other ones first. These things are not cooked yet." Li Shuyi and the others showed a hint of disappointment on their faces, but they listened to Su Chin very much and none of them refused. Su Chin lowered his eyes slightly, thinking about finding someone to test the poison for him and see what the reaction would be after eating the roasted mosquito larvae. Guruwashi arrived at the staircase of Building A. After she put away her kayak, She smelled the aroma of barbecue in the stairwell. Could it be that Su Chan is grilling meat? No one in Building A can afford to eat now, let alone barbecue. Only Su Chan has the conditions to do so. Thinking of this, Guruwashi walked upstairs following the smell of barbecue. When she reached the stairs to the third floor, she heard residents gathered together chatting. The mosquito on the first floor seemed to have been killed. I didn't hear any buzzing of mosquitoes all night. That's perfect. We can go downstairs and catch bugs to exchange for food and water with Su Chan. The rain has stopped and the water outside has dropped a lot, but I don't know when the pollen will disappear. When Guruwashi heard their words, her eyebrows raised and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had fought against the mutant mosquito on the first floor before, and she almost died at the hands of the mosquito. Who on earth had the ability to kill the mutant mosquito? The figure of a handsome man instantly emerged in Guruwashi's mind. Could it be Su Chan? Maybe it's really him. Su Chen's talent in martial arts was superior to hers. He learned how to control spiritual energy for the first time. Moreover, he was an awakened one with remarkable abilities. A gentle smile appeared on Guruwashi's face, and her eyes narrowed into slits. He is worthy of being the man she has chosen. So great.